You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 3001, Ears of Manadian, Part 1. 3001 Ears of Manadian, Part 1. A black pillar erupted from Lith's body, quickly followed by Bytra's and Zorith's. The resonance effect between their abomination halves amplified the Eldritch's powers without disrupting their focus, since Lith took the burden on himself. "Thanks, lil bro." The shadow dragon laughed and released a blast of origin flames from all over her body. It incinerated the undead, ate at Merrron's spells, and coursed through the ground, burning the foundations of the permanent arrays. Hundreds of years of painstaking work and preparations crumbled into nothingness. The din of battle disappeared in an instant, replaced by stony silence. Without the arrays, there was no point in continuing to struggle. The Redcap couldn't risk the Eldritches destroying the temple and its priceless machines with one of their chaos spells. The undead army was equally useless now, so Merrron dispelled them and used what time he had left to recover his full strength. Running away was no longer an option. He would need more than a few seconds to pack what he needed to build himself a life somewhere else. Even with the help of the ears, warping away is too risky, he told himself with a bitter laugh. They've played me like a fool until now. With my luck, they have a dimensional mage ready to collapse my steps and kill me with my own spell. Even worse, I've already lost Master Ferk. I won't leave everything behind for the Council to plunder. I'd rather die here than spend centuries rebuilding what Ferk left here for me. I still have one card to play. Meanwhile, on the outside, Bytra and Xenagrosh used the maw to make sure there were no more hidden traps. They found the remains of the undead and destroyed them for good measure. Even if Merrron changed his mind, there was nothing left to raise from the dead. Only when they were sure that the path to the Garden's temple was clear did they remove the decay bastion and let the rest of the team in. Amazing work like always, Big Sis. Lith waved at the luscious green that had suffered no damage during the fight. It was a testament to the Eldritch's control over their powers. Just one question. Why didn't you use the annihilation to get rid of enemies and barriers in one fell swoop? For the same reason the Council doesn't use it often, lil bro. Zorith poked at his nose with her finger. Because it's too powerful. Once unleashed, it would have also destroyed the temple and everything it contains. I couldn't risk killing our quarry and destroying the magical wonders hidden in that green pyramid. It looks like a pyramid because of the hanging gardens, but it's a ziggurat, Bytra corrected her. On top of that, you've seen how spells behave weirdly inside the garden. The shadow dragon ignored her wife. If the annihilation was amplified or its chaos element spread throughout the clouds above us, we'd be all dead. Thanks for your kindness. Strider and Rika were both moved by her words, even though for completely different reasons. The Zawu was astonished by the restraint shown by the Eldritches. They were following the Council's orders and had proved to be willing to shoulder the most dangerous part of the mission in order to protect those weaker than them. To him, it was an eye-opening experience that upended everything he believed to know about abominations. The Titania couldn't care less about taking the Shadow Disciple alive for interrogation. What struck her chords was the care the Eldritches had shown in preserving the beauty of the garden. It was one of the most sacred places for her kin, and until that moment, gardens had been considered myths. Protecting the garden and sharing it with the other Fae and plant folk was much more important than catching any murderer. Don't mention it, we are all on the same boat and can benefit from the content of the pyramid. Zorith lied through her teeth. She was there to retrieve the ears, give Bytra a chance to patch things up with Elfin, and give Lith a useful gift. In that order, an annihilation might have destroyed the priceless artifact and made the whole trip a waste of time. Also, once we are done, I can bring Father here and let him and Nandi study the garden. Based on what Rika said, other places like this exist on Magur. If it turns out useful to the organization, we can find another garden and keep it to ourselves. First, however, we must make sure that the juice is worth the squeeze, she thought. Say it with me, ziggurat. Bytra held Zorith's face in her hands and moved her lips. Fine, it's a ziggurat, happy now, the shadow dragon said with a scoff. Very. The Reiju replied with a giggle that was hard to associate with a heartless monster, making another bit of Strider's convictions crumble. Everyone prepare your spells, the Zawu said. Let's not give our mark the time to strategize, and remember that it's the external arrays that have been destroyed. There might be more on the inside. The eyes of Manadian proved his fears wrong. According to the artifact, everything inside the temple had been modified to be part of a large complex of forgemastering labs. Some floors reminded Lith of the tower, but they were all weaker and lacked the ability to connect between themselves and enhance each other's powers. There were indeed arrays inside the ziggurat, but their purpose was to shield the labs from external energy and contain the results of failed experiments. They were an amazing tool for a forgemaster, to the point that Lith wanted to copy them, but they were useless in a fight. "What if our mark has run away? Can you chase him?" Strider asked, his short swords unsheathed and humming with power. "He's still here," Lith and Xenogrosh said in unison, but only the shadow dragon had more to add. "Even if he tries to escape, this time we'd have a fresh trace, but I don't think he will. He killed his master because of greed. He murdered the other elders of the council because he preferred risking it all than putting in the hard job necessary to get access to the resources he needs. If he runs away, he'd be left with less than nothing, and everything he has done so far will be for naught." "He'd still be alive, though," Ajam shrugged. "He still has the device," Anana pointed out. "It gave him a huge advantage while we were kilometers away, and now that we are in front of him, it could be even more powerful. Also, he still has the home advantage. He has trained here for decades, whereas we can barely use our skills without harming each other. This is the only place where he stands a chance against us, and he knows it." The Naga wielded his 6 weapons, each of a different type and with a different kind of elemental crystals. He wielded 1 blade, 1 mace, 2 shields, 1 staff, and 1 dagger dripping a thick, greasy, transparent substance that was likely to be poison. The walk to the top of the ziggurat was uneventful, and they found the door open. Chapter 3002, Ears of Manadian, Part 2. 3002, Ears of Manadian, Part 2. Even though the 10th floor was the smallest, it was a room 30 meters, 100, long and wide. Merrron had already used the enchantments of the lab to move all the forgemastering tools to the floor below, leaving only the throne room's original decorations. Aside from the bronze basin and the stone throne, there was nothing enchanted left. The 2 side walls were covered in murals and bas-reliefs depicting the history of the garden. Rika had a hard time looking at her enemy rather than staring at the tales they depicted. Above the murals, 2 long stone shelves covered the entire length of the walls. Above the shelves, there were hundreds of small dolls made of dried grass, clay cups, and metal amulets that the pilgrims had presented as votive offerings before the groundkeepers passed. There was no groundkeeper now, only a Fae. He looked to be in his early 20s and was 1.9 meters, 63, tall. He wore a full suit of armor that left only his face exposed, revealing a pale green skin. His eyes were as red as rubies and reflected the mystical lights no differently from real gems. The awakened noticed that the bronze basin was empty and that the armor seemed stretched thin, as if it could barely contain the raw violence of the redcap. It showed that he still had the powers of the Titania, just like the jolts running over the metal were too similar to Strider's. Blades as long as short words rested on the forearms of the armor, one for each knuckle but the thumbs. They looked like long, sleek fingers, made more to stab than cut. Lith, Solus, and the Eldritch hybrids, however, were much more interested in the helm covering most of Merrron's head. Its design was similar to the armor's, but it was clear that the helm was much older. The ears had an angular shape, flat on the sides and tapering on the top of the head. The artifact's front was empty, outlining where the eyes and the mouth were supposed to fit and form a full helm. At the ear level, there were angular protrusions that reminded Lith the speakers of gaming headphones. There was no headband connecting them, just white magic crystals shaped like arrowheads on their top. According to the eyes, the crystals worked akin to antennas, collecting the fluctuations in the surrounding world energy and feeding them to the artifact to decipher. The eyes also revealed a steady flow of world energy going from the throne to the ears. It was one of Ferk's greatest successes, and the reason Merrron refused to escape. Only inside the garden, and only near the throne would the ears receive the energy the artifact needed to tap into its full power, without burdening the Redcap's mana or mental focus. "I can't believe it," Lith thought. "Me neither," Solus replied. "We found the last piece of Manadian set. Do you know what this means?" "That after shapeshifting, the ears a little here, and there I can call myself Tiamatimus Prime." "I'm fucking going to," whatever she had to say, it was cut short. "You've come here by following the most direct route without ever taking one of the many dead ends or triggering one of the traps left by my master," the Redcap said. "Clearly, you have a way to track me down, and running away would solve nothing. However, I doubt it would have taken you 5 months to find me if it was that easy. My guess is that one of you guided the rest here, so once I kill you all, I'll have the time to pack my stuff and disappear. The council won't find me ever again." "Dream on, kid," Xenogrash sneered at him, locking the maw to her face. "You possess the hands and the mouth of Manadian?" Merrron was flabbergasted. "Now I understand how you found me. Master Ferk was right. Manadian was killed by an abomination." "Sure," she laughed at him. "I killed Manadian. I taught Arthon what he knew. I'm the one responsible for Valorin's death. It was me all along." "I'm Merrron Ashvin, creature. Who are you?" he said, having no idea if the eldritch was mocking him or telling the truth. Judging by the shocked gazes of her companions, both were equally plausible. Xenogrash the final smile. She pointed at the fang-shaped gemstones on the maw while giving him a mocking bow. Merrron and everyone else in the room went pale. Even Ajam's skull somehow lost color. "What's with those faces?" Zorath asked the members of the Hand of Fate. "You've known my name all along." "I thought you were another Xenogrash." Ruda took a cautious step back. "I didn't kill Manadian. I've never met Arthon, and I'd never harmed Valorin for that matter." "This makes you just slightly less terrifying, but thanks for the clarification." Rika moved a bit to the left. "Screw it, if she wanted to kill us, she would have done it long ago." Ajam hit them with her staff. "Let's capture this guy. I call dibs on his armor." "I call dibs on the helm," Lith said. "That old junk," Strider scoffed. "Then I'll take his weapons. I think they'll suit my style." The Lick's joke had restored unity and battle formation. Also, for some reason, now Merrron looked more scared of Lith than of the Eldritch. Xenogrash's eyes moved left and right, trying to find a safe attack path. Not for herself, of course, but for the others. The room was big, but not so much to allow a group as large as hers to attack a single target at the same time. Baitra's powers and those of the Zawu might hinder each other. Even worse, we have no common tactic with the Hand of Fate. We risk interfering in our respective attacks and ruin everything, she thought. "I'll go first and test the waters." Strider raised his right blade in a chivalrous salute and circled the left to his back, stabbing at the air multiple times with subtle movements. "This guy is too confident for a dead man." His cloudy tail released a powerful bolt of lightning that fueled his bloodline ability, flash steps, and produced a flare of mystical light that blinded life vision for a split second. It was all the time Strider needed to cover the distance with Merrron and strike at his heart and neck at the same time. Lith, Solus, and the Eldritches were caught by surprise and cursed at the Zawu. They didn't know how his abilities worked, nor did they catch his silent signal. The members of the Hand of Fate did. Rika and Anana covered their eyes and blinked behind the red cap. The Titania was already the strongest member of the unit back when she was a bright blue core, and now she had gained the deep violet. Anana could strike 6 times, making him akin to 3 people fighting with perfect teamwork. More would have meant obstructing each other movements and messing up with Strider's attack pattern. Merrron was blinded by the flash as well, yet the Zawu read annoyance, not fear in the Fae's expression. Chapter 3003, Ears of Manadian, Part 3. 3003 Ears of Manadian, Part 3. A blue bolt of lightning was visible coursing under Merrron's armor, as he used flash steps as well. He blocked the short swords with one claw from each of his gauntlets, leaving Strider flabbergasted. "I suspected Merrron would have trained using our abilities while waiting for us, but this is too much. I have years of experience and he's blinded. He's supposed to panic and flail his arms. How could he block my attack with such precision, and why is he not using the rest of his claws?" With no answers to his questions, the Zawu used the recoil from the block to alter the trajectory of his blades by twisting his torso and flicking his wrists. At the same time, Rika's and Anana's blinks opened, and the two awakened launched a sneak attack from Merrron's left at right side. The redcap smirked. He needed no eyes as long as he had the ears. A flick of his fingers allowed him to stick one claw to the Zawu's right blade, and extend a second claw that pierced through Strider's defense and armor before he could react. The claw was actually a stake that the propulsion system on the glove shot forward like an anti-tank bullet. It had been designed to impale the enemies and knock them back to buy time for its master. While Strider was still recovering from the impact, a second claw struck his right cheek, opening a shallow cut. Then Merrron pivoted on the balls of his right foot, kicking Rika in the chest with his left leg, while the right arm moved in front of Anana and shot all 4 claws. Even with 6 arms, the Naga was no match for the Zawu-like speed. Rika was sent crashing against the wall behind the throne, while Anana blocked one claw, dodged another, and took the other two respectively in the shoulder and the stomach. With the Darwin coating their armor cracked, the aura of the awakened now seeped out along with their blood. Much better, the redcap smiled and recalled the stakes stuck in the Naga's body, leaving gaping holes that bled profusely. Who's next? Lith raised Ragnar, K while Xenagrosh charged Sky Piercer, both expecting Merrron to go in for the finishing strike and intercept him. Instead, the redcap remained still. The members of the Hand of Fate were dumbfounded as well, but exploited his bizarre behavior to heal their wounds. Or at least they tried. Strider and Anana fell to the ground in agony, having a hard time not letting go of their weapons as they doubled over, clutching their stomachs. Merrron pointed both his arms at the Zawu, shooting the 8 claws on his gauntlets from point blank. No, the Titania felt perfectly fine and reacted by instinct. Instead of blinking Strider to safety, she blinked in front of him. It made much more sense to her, since with her regenerative abilities those hits couldn't kill her, and this way, she would get close to Merrron and draw his attention. Awakened only need 1 breath to recover, and I can buy. Her train of thought derailed as the claws dug into her body, and inflicted her pain like she had never experienced. Rika screamed in anguish, collapsing to the ground as her whole being seemed to be on fire. Betrayal and the other members of the Hand of Fate tried to intervene, but Lith and Zorath stopped them. "It's a trap," the Shadow Dragon said via the mind link connecting them. "Those wounds are nothing to darkness fusion. The problem is that they carry the smell of the redcap." "Poison? Then let me go." The Lick felt confident, but Lith cut her short. "Mana poison. The bastard uses the spikes to inject his mana in critical points like auxiliary cores. That's why your friends are suffering so much. You may have not a body, but you still have a mana core. If you recklessly jump in, you'll end up like them." Merrron's weapon, Killer Wasp, had been devised by Ferk after studying the ears for centuries, and its purpose was as Lith suspected. The first hit had cracked the Darwin, creating a flow of mana that the ears could read so that the second strike would hit a vital mana spot. Even if blinded, the blinks weren't cloaked, and the ears had perceived their opening and allowed Merrron to react. He remembered the position of all intruders, so based on the entry point, he knew who his attackers were. What Lith and Zorath weren't aware of was that the ears could listen to the mana flow of an individual just like that of the garden. The strike to Strider's cheek was intentional, to inject the mana on the most direct current to the Zawu's core. Without such pinpoint precision, the quantity of mana injected would have been nullified by the vigorous flow of a bright violet awakened core before Strider could even notice being poisoned. Betrayal inwardly nodded and charged forward, carried by a silver bolt of lightning. Her cloaking artifact wasn't as good as Darwin, so even though the ears couldn't hear her flow well, it was enough for Merrron to react. Luckily, she's slower than the Zawu in such a confined space, and just like him, she didn't cloak her weapons. No one does. The redcap grinned, using the Reiju's faint mana flow and the Absolution's massive stream to predict and dodge her attacks. Even with the Titania's strength Merrron had stolen, he didn't dare block. He knew from their previous confrontation how strong Betrayal was, and the Killer Wasp had no defensive abilities. The claws would bend out of shape if hit by the Davros hammer and become useless until fully repaired. It was something that would never happen because the redcap would never last long once he lost his prized weapon. As Merrron avoided the Reiju's lightning-fast attacks, he countered at every opening by shooting 1 claw at a time. Some Betrayal dodged, others she blocked. A couple managed to open small wounds. "Perfect, that's not enough to poison her, but now that I tagged her energy signature with mine I can." Merrron cursed himself for underestimating an eldritch. The ears had just started scanning the Reiju's mana flow, when the energy tags the redcap had injected inside her body were devoured by Betrayal's eldritch half. She further surprised him by making a copy of the Absolution materialize in her left hand, and throwing 7 more hammers at him, while she performed a dual-wielding assault. Merrron knew that blinking with so many awakened using life vision on him was madness. He activated a spirit barrier and unleashed 3 raging suns he had at the ready, placing them in a triangle formation in front of the incoming hammers. The combined shockwave from the 3 spells deviated the projectile's trajectory, while the barrier took the brunt of Betrayal's attacks. It shattered under the 2 absolutions, but still gave Merrron the time to retreat to safety. "Whoever decides to attack, be careful of what the others do. If we get into each other's crossfire, our numbers will be a weakness instead of a strength," the Shadow Dragon said before joining the fray. Chapter 3004, Ears of Manadian, Part 4. 3004 Ears of Manadian, Part 4. Lith and Solus telepathically nodded and stayed behind, waiting for the eyes to collect enough information to grasp the ear's weakness. Ajam and Ruta instead conjured their best Tier 5 spirit spells, respectively Manastorm and Griffin Fetters. The former generated a hail of emerald bullets, each one with the power of an adamant cannonball. Griffin Fetters conjured a set of emerald chains strong enough to restrict a griffin, the mightiest among the divine beasts. If I manage to block this guy's movements, it's over. Someone like the final smile needs one good punch to win, he thought. The problem was that aside from Manastorm, no one and nothing could keep up with Merrron's speed. He stabbed with the nails at the Fetter's critical points and Zorath's armor. Killer Wasp's claws also worked as feelers. Even when they failed to deal damage, they allowed the Master of the Ears to study his opponent. The following blows struck the areas of Zorath's body where her eldritch and troll sides were still at odds. He injected them respectively with darkness and light magic, making her wince in pain. The damage by itself was insignificant, but it was destabilizing her hybrid life force. "You are a cunning bastard, but I bet that there's a limit to your abilities." Zorath unleashed a pulse of elemental energy from Sky Piercer and conjured several spells at once from the maw. The sudden imbalance in the world energy jammed the ear's readings, hitting the red cap and those behind him like a tidal wave. It inflicted little damage to Merrron and the others, its purpose to move the hand of fate out of Zorath's way. Her Tier 5 chaos spells, Howling Storm, conjured a volley of black spears as thick as small trees and faster than bullets. Even with flash steps and the help of the ears, Merrron took several hits in full. Gaping holes opened in his armor, and one of his legs was severed. Green tendrils sprouted from the wounds, closing the holes and collecting the scattered pieces of adamant to hasten the armor's repairs. Damn Fae and their regenerative abilities, if only I could attack his head. Zorath clicked her tongue. Even when split from the main body, Merrron's limbs kept their mobility. Manastorm was hounding the redcap, but it failed to hit him. He circled around the awakened, so that Ajam had to make the trajectory of her bullets curve to avoid her allies. "He is healing too fast, and his armor is whole again," Solus pointed out while filtering the eye's useless readings. "This can't be the ear's doing, it must be the throne." She had noticed that Merrron kept himself within a 15 meters, 50, range from the stone throne, even if it meant not chasing a wounded opponent. Before Lith could say anything, Betrayal cut the redcap's path and he stepped back while using Rika as a human shield against the unavoidable Manastorm. Ajam cursed, steering the spell away from the Titania and hitting Xenogrosh in the process. "I said to be careful, you idiot. He can read our movements." She was right. Merrron knew that in the chaos of battle, the liquid focused too much on her enemy and friends to worry about for someone as powerful as the Eldritches. "Poor little things," he laughed at them. "Many against one, and you cannot land one solid blow." Anana was already frustrated by his sense of helplessness and fell for the provocation. He attacked Merrron in a blind fury that made him easy prey for another dose of poisonous mana. The redcap would have finished the Naga off if not for the timely assault of the Eldritches. He shot half of his claws at Zorath, who slapped them away with Sky Piercer, and the other half at Betrayal, who dodged them. The claws were too fast to hit them all in time, and she suspected that the attack was a bait. "I get that the ears are a powerful tool, but how can we deal with so many of us at the same time?" She thought as the adamant projectiles curved in midair, stabbing Zorath and chasing after the Reiju. The answer was that Merrron was Ferk's true heir, and his master had passed on to him the secret power of the ears, just like Manadian had done for him centuries ago. The Fae wasn't limited to the basic functions of the artifact, like the enemies that Lith and Solus had faced in the past. As long as the ears had a suitable energy source, they could exceed the limits of hearing by triggering synesthesia. Small cables linked the artifact to the sensory areas of Merrron's brain, triggering them all. He could see the flow of mana with his eyes, feel it on his skin like a wind that announced an incoming blow, and even taste it on his tongue. The more intense the flavor, the stronger the enemy was. By splitting the information among the various senses, the ears provided its master with several cues and safeguarded him from sensory overload. Back when she was still alive, Manadian knew that sound was the primal way animals and humans perceived danger. If you see a flash of light, your first reaction is to shield your eyes. If you hear a loud sound, you turn around. She had explained Ferk after gifting him the ears. "For this reason, the ears are the most combat-oriented among my creations." Yet that's not their purpose. I made them to help you forge a masterpieces like they do for me. Use them wisely and remember that they have limits. Ferkid heeded her words and built his lab in the garden for that precise purpose. The accumulated world energy was more abundant than any mana geyser, and the throne made up for his lack of a tower or the hands. It provided him with a constant flow of energy that fueled the ears and the rest of his equipment while also blinding life vision. The garden served as a means of offense by fueling the ears and of defense by hiding the artifact's weak point under the guise of a tacky piece of furniture. The problem was that Ferkid built his lab assuming to face a single opponent like a white core or an eldritch, not a group. Also, in none of his plans had he considered a scenario where his array system would have been taken down. At that point I would be as good as dead. He had shrugged, dismissing the possibility as outlandish. Merrron had further improved his master's plans by adding more defensive layers that exploited his unique powers as a Fae. By collecting the blood of an intruder, he could mimic their powers and learn their strategies before meeting them. In fact, if not for the abilities he had stolen from the members of the Hand of Fate, the ears would have been useless. There was no point in reading attacks he was too slow to react to or too weak to defend against. He was a Forgemaster, not a fighter. If not for Strider's speed, Rika's strength, and Anana's dexterity, all the ears of Manadian could do was distinguish which blow would kill him first. Chapter 3005 Poison Well, Part 1. Chapter 3005 Poison Well, Part 1. 3005 Poison Well, Part 1. Xenagrash alone would have been enough to kill Merrron already if only she didn't have to preserve the ears. A full-powered burst of origin flames would have likely destroyed the artifact along with the red cap, and so would most of her best spells. She could feel Bytra's eyes on her, begging the Shadow Dragon not to ruin the mission. I can't give Solus her mother's back. I can't undo what my original self did in the past. What I can do is protect Manadian's legacy and help her daughter retrieve what's left of it. The Reiju wasn't as strong as the Shadow Dragon, but her most powerful abilities were still too dangerous. Chaos spells and plasma blades would destroy the ears beyond repair, and she couldn't allow it. I must not make that bastard feel cornered until I find a way to safely kill him. Otherwise, he might reveal the existence of the ears to bargain for his life or destroy it out of spite. A cornered prey is the most unpredictable one. Bytra, Lith, and Solus thought in unison. Ruta let the fetters fade. He had already wasted too much mana to repair the spell over and over, and it was now clear that as long as the red cap moved that quickly, it was a wild goose chase. Useless as always, Ruta alias. I guess your nickname as the Pinky of the Hand of Fate is well deserved. Merrron mocked him, hitting the Awaken's pride where he knew would hurt the most. How does he know my full name, and even the nickname those assholes of my old unit gave me? Outrage and surprise made him lose focus in the middle of a spell, forcing him to weave it from scratch. We've stopped using our names the moment we realized our mark could listen to us. Lith entered the fray right when Strider had purged the mana poisoning from his core and was getting up. Gods, I can't believe that such a small wound could hurt that much, he thought while releasing another bolt of thunder from his tail, but this time with no flash. What kind of poison can affect an awakened? He was aware of the mana poisoning, but without knowing of the ear's existence and how it worked. It was hard to believe that a thin strand of mana had reached his core. The Zawu assumed it had been carried by an alchemical vector that worked akin to Balker's poison. I don't care if you believe me or not, Lith replied while sharing via the mind link what he had learned about the throne while sitting on the sidelines. I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. Are you in? With pleasure. The Zawu analyzed the various steps of the plan, making a few suggestions based on his real abilities and the experience from his clash with Merrron. Do you think you can keep up with him? No, I wouldn't need you otherwise. Lith unsheathed Ragnar, K, and swelled his human form just enough to eclipse Strider, who kept himself one step behind. At Lith's signal, Bytra and Zorath jumped back, leaving the redcap flabbergasted. The ears perceived both the Zawu and the Tiamat, but there was something weird about their charge. The mana flow around them was blurred as if the next attack could come from every side. And that wasn't even the worst part. Another Davros weapon, Merrron inwardly griped. Does it grow on trees now or what? Shooting the claws is off the table until I understand if this guy is strong enough to cut them. Lith was in his human form, and without his Magus robe and extra eyes, there was nothing peculiar about him. There were no images available to the public of his weapon, and a black-haired awakened with black armor was as rare as a three-leaf clover. Merrron felt like he had seen Lith somewhere in the past, but with an entire murder squad of the Hand of Fate and 2 eldritches knocking on his door, the Fae had more pressing matters to focus on. When Lith lounged with his blade, the Redcap deflected it by intercepting Ragnar, Kay's tip, and pushing it aside with his considerable strength. He could have just dodged, but the contact was necessary to overcome the cloaking device Lith wore and poison his mana flow. What the fuck? Even with the lever effect and the might borrowed from the Titania, Merrron could barely deviate the angry blade, and the readings of the ears were far from reassuring. The Redcap lunged with his left hand, aiming at the auxiliary core in Lith's left shoulder, just like he had predicted. The left membranous and feathered wings came out at the same time. The flesh, bones, and the metal covering them took the brunt of the damage, trapping Killer Wasp in their flexed muscles. With one arm locked with Ragnar, Kay and the other stuck, Merrron tried to pull his left hand free, and Lith used his momentum to lunge at the Redcap with the adamant-coated bone spike at the end of his tail. At the same time, Strider circled around the Tiamat and the Redcap, cutting off his head, arms, and legs in quick succession while Lith's tail pierced through the chest. Nice try, but it's not enough. Having no way to avoid the blows, Merrron had disconnected the vines keeping the various parts of his body together before Strider's blades hit. As most plant folk, his humanoid appearance was a choice. Thanks to the warning of the ears, he could reshape himself to lessen or nullify damage. His armor could also split, allowing the different limbs to move independently. Are you trapping me, or is it me who's trapping you? The vines on his chest had opened and closed around Lith's tail, blocking him in an awkward position. Merrron twisted his left arm just enough to loosen the grip on the claws and shoot them at once at Lith, hoping that at least one of them would hit an auxiliary core. The now free right hand shot one claw at a time at Strider, forcing him to move along a path that put him in collision course with the Tier 5 spirit spell, Deathbind. Merrron knew how the Zawu's bloodline ability worked, and as soon as the ears had perceived the forming of the supercharged spot in the ground where Strider would land, the Redcap had aimed his spell there. An emerald spider net with a spinning energy drill at the heart and head level appeared right where Strider was supposed to be. It was supposed to kill the Zawu slowly enough to give the Titania the illusion she could save him, so that she would be next. The death of his captain would trigger a fit of rage in Anana that would make the Naga break formation. In one move, Merrron would get rid of more than half of the Hand of Fate and gain the blood he needed to fuel his abilities until the end of the fight. Except none of that happened. Strider let the first electric field fade the moment it was formed and created a second one, changing his course in midair, and at that speed cost him quite a bit of mana and mental focus, but it was worth it. Chapter 3006 Poison Well, Part 2. 3006 Poison Well, Part 2. Strider kept moving without losing speed, dodging Deathbind and carrying Lith away from the throne with him. I was so close to killing 4 enemies with one move, Merrron sighed. I have got myself a consolation prize, though. While the Awakened caught their breath, the Redcap used the respite to drink the blood shed by his enemies. The Zawus, the Titanias, the Nagas, and the weird blood of the mysterious creature. Wait a second, he's not a human, the Lich has no blood, and the Eldritch's blood leaves behind no traces. During his fight with Baitra and Xenagrosh, the Shadow Dragon had been wounded multiple times. Yet her black blood sizzled on contact with anything, burning matter away until there was nothing left. This blood hasn't turned golden, yet which means there's only one possibility. You are the one with the freak blood. Merrron stopped sucking Lith's blood and hurled out what he had already taken without trying to absorb it. Despite the gory effect of spitting out so much blood, the Redcap had taken no damage, realizing the danger before it was too late. Guilty as charged, Lith shrugged while healing his wounds. Since you like using various kinds of poison, it was only fair to return you the favor. Lith's plan has failed, but it was worth a shot. Is there any way to know where he's hiding his root? Strider asked via the mind link. Thank the gods, no, or the Fae's regenerative abilities would be utterly useless. Rika replied, glad to see that he was all right. I mean no, sorry. Fae and plant folk had no internal organs and only one vital spot. The root, also called the heart, was a remnant of the original plant they had evolved from. For a dryad it was a flower, for a thorn a twig, and treentlings had sprouts. Redcaps like Merrron were one of the possible evolution of thorns, which meant that the fastest way to kill him was to destroy the piece of the bramble he was born as. Before Strider could reply, a Tier 5 spell erupted from the ground for each member of the team. A raging sun appeared from the ground in the middle of the group, breaking the formation by sending everyone flying in a different direction. Zorath was hit by the anti-dragon spell, Frozen Wasteland, that trapped her in ice and made the temperature around her drop by dozens of degrees. It sapped the internal fire that fueled her strength and reduced her to a shivering mess. A burial ground emerged from under Ajam's feet, trapping the Lick in a cage made of the temple's stone after infusing it to the brim with darkness magic. Liches were still undead, and darkness magic was their bane. Ice, lightning, and darkness flooded the room without damaging the shelves or harming one of the many trinkets they held. Merrron had used the ears to have his spells ride the waves of surrounding world energy, so that they reached their target without taking a physical manifestation until it was too late. Awakened were reliant on their enhanced senses and life vision to anticipate a threat, but the spells seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the world energy blinded most mystical senses. On top of that, thanks to his training in using Manadian's masterpiece, Merrron knew how to focus the usually widespread effects of Tier 5 magic in a small area, increasing their destructive power by several folds. Lith and Solus managed to dodge the spells aimed at them only thanks to the eyes. As long as the artifact was focused solely on the Redcap's energy signature, the external interferences wouldn't affect its readings. The problem was that they couldn't warn either Betrayal or Zorath, letting them take the blow in full. The frozen heart spell that hit the Reiju was comprised of water and darkness magic. It drenched her and her allies in water so that the more powerful the lightning she conjured, the grislier wounds she would inflict upon them. At the same time, the darkness element attacked her eldritch and goblin side. One became hungrier while the other weaker, an easy prey to the former. "Any brilliant ideas?" Lith asked while escaping a frozen wasteland by the skin of his teeth. "Just one." Solus dodged at the last second a stormnado that was supposed to slice her to shreds. "To make it work, we need perfect coordination and a bit of help." "Got it." They bolted from one point of the room to another, rescuing their allies and using a mind link to share with them Solus' plan. Luckily, what the members of the Hand of Fate knew about Merrron's secret weapon was enough to understand the plan without the need to expose the ears. "Guys, this is going to hurt, but it's our only chance," Strider said to the bright blue cord awakened on his team. They were bound to have had a hard time fighting a normal bright violet core, let alone one with the speed of a Zawu, the strength of a Titania, and a device that allowed him to anticipate the enemy's attacks. "Don't worry, boss," Ajam replied. "Guys, feel free to use me as a shield. As long as my phylactery is intact, I cannot die." "And where is it exactly?" Ruda asked. "Rude, I never took you for someone with a slave kink, nor did I suspect you looked at me that way." The Lick had hidden her phylactery outside the cave before entering the garden. The natural flow of world energy would trap detection spells on the inside, making it impossible to spot the phylactery while also keeping it close enough to retain her full strength. "I don't," Ruda blushed in embarrassment. "If you have your phylactery with you, we can't help you protect it unless we know on which part of your body it's hidden. If you left it somewhere, the moment your body is destroyed, you'll go back to the phylactery. You won't die, sure, but you won't be back here before the end of the fight. I mean, we need to know where it is to plan ahead." "Oh," Ajam replied, "I don't have it with me, it's all I can tell you." Everyone cursed at the news. A Lick was a Redcap's natural enemy, but without the phylactery, it wouldn't take many hits to banish Ajam from the garden until it was too late. Once again, Strider charged in first, followed by Betrayal as soon as she dried herself up. The Titania came next, blinking to his back but this time at a safe distance. Rika shrunk and compressed her body to offer a smaller target. She lifted several blocks of stone with earth magic and threw them at the Redcap with all her strength. The mind link alerted her allies of the trajectory of the projectiles, and they made sure to block the easiest escape paths. The temple was made of rock that had been refined by the garden through the centuries, becoming as hard as diamond. The stone projectiles weren't enough to kill a Redcap, but with the Titania's strength, one hit would be enough to block Merrron's movements long enough for Betrayal and Strider to finish him. Chapter 3007 Blindsided, Part 1 3007 Blindsided, Part 1 Merrron cursed his bad luck. With the Reiju coming like a missile from his back and the Zawu in front of him, there was no way to dodge. He split his body into vines and his armor into its components, escaping from the jaws of defeat. On the one hand, Strider was forced to dodge Betrayal's charge as well, relieving the pressure on the red cap. On the other hand, not only did Strider need a single step to avoid the living projectile, but Merrron was forced to expose his root in the process. There it is. Ajam blinked right in front of the target, while the rest of the group shot their spells with the largest area of effect. The vines shuffled in a rush, hiding the root from the lick's deadly touch and her rot claw. Darkness magic was slow, but from so up close, and with Merrron's body still reforming, it didn't matter much. The spell created a condensed fog in an area big enough to engulf the red cap without affecting her companions. Merrron cursed, unleashing upon the lick the Tier 5 Phoenix Smash he had prepared to kill the Zawu. Emerald flames burned at the lick's body and mana, foiling the blink she had conjured to escape. The dimensional spell burned as well and exploded in her face. Ajam shrieked as what was left of her mortal body was incinerated by the spirit spell. It couldn't kill her, but even a lick wouldn't forget that kind of pain easily. Ajam, Ruta pretended to be worried, hoping to fool the enemy into believing that the lick was gone. The ears showed Merrron the blood core moving to the surface, so he didn't buy the act nor the fake outrage that followed. The Naga unleashed a flurry of his 6 weapons, while also conjuring his best spells against the red cap. If I can't match him with quality and speed, I must make up for it with quantity, Onana thought. He was too weak to fight Merrron alone, but with Betrayal and Strider covering for him, he could fight on par with the bright violet core until his mana ran dry. Then he had to recover with invigoration, rinse and repeat. Ruta kept himself at a distance, his fastest and most destructive spells at the ready while waiting for the root to be exposed again. His chances of success were minimal, but it gave the red cap one more thing to worry about. I don't get it, he thought. I can go on like this until I run out of blood, whereas if they make one mistake, I can destroy them like I did with the lick. What are they hoping to achieve? The answer to his question kept themselves out of the fight. Lith used Demon Grasp to conjure Locrias, Valia, Tryon, and Vergrave with 6 eyes each. He shared with them the plan and how to safely exploit the endless stream of world energy of the garden. He didn't give them a body to possess, so that even if they failed to control the power of the garden, Valia and Vergrave wouldn't lose their corpses. At the same time, Solus conjured the Tier 4 Void magic spell, Rising Storm. Part of the floor of the garden's 10th floor broke down, either turning into a muddy substance that Solus manipulated to hinder the red cap or into small thunderclouds. Thanks to the mind link, Betrayal and Strider knew where and when the floor would soften or become electrified. They used the information to move even faster while Merrron stumbled, taking more and more hits. Lith left the demons of the darkness behind and moved forward. They were nibbling at the world energy and using it to conjure more and more demons by themselves via the black chains that came out of their chests. Merrron still failed to see the point in that strategy. The 6-eyed creatures are strong, but they are made of pure energy. If they attack, I can destroy them with one hit thanks to the ears. The one-eyed creatures aren't even worth defending against. Whatever they are doing, I must stop them before it's too late. He consumed the blood stored in his thorns in one go. The stolen strength, speed, and agility coupled with his fey body now exceeded his opponent's. Also, the blood gave him access to some of the most powerful spells of the Hand of Fate and how to use them. Rika's rocks shattered while a hail of electrified ice blades cut Onana arms and impaled him to the wall. The killer wasp slipped with ease past the Zawu's defenses and the Reijus. The claws pierced their flesh and poisoned their cores. It was a desperate gamble that Merrron had tried to avoid, but he had no choice. Solus' spell had tipped the scales of the fight too much. If it kept on like that, he would lose. To make matters worse, the shadow dragon had been looking at him the whole time. Soon her dragon eyes would learn everything about him, and when that happened, his speed would be worth nothing. The red cap's only option was to kill everyone in one fell swoop. If it failed, however, the abilities he had stolen would fade, and he would be a sitting duck. He fell for it now, Solus said via the mind link. Rising Storm generated bolts of lightning that came from both the ground and the ceiling in a loop, intercepting Merrron's spells and giving Solus allies the time to retreat to safety. Lith activated Tiamat Fear and flooded the world energy with his willpower and mana. The interference jammed the ear's readings, and for one precious second, synesthesia made Merrron blind and deaf. Zorath Chaos blinked to the throne and cut it into 5 pieces with Sky Piercer. The moment the flow of world energy was cut off, the ears went back to their normal mode, unable to split the information through the red cap's 5 senses any longer. The noise caused by the flow of mana and the world energy in the room gave Merrron a splitting headache, but his training and willpower held. I can still do it. The power of the blood in my vines will make me last until the demons of the darkness started to move in a frenzy and conjured as many spells as they could. Blood and sap seeped out of the vines that comprised the redcap's eyes, mouth, and ears due to the sudden sensory overload. Merrron lost his mind, and with it all the spells he kept at the ready. He tried to surrender, but the voice was stuck in his throat, and a wail of agony escaped his lips instead. The moment his body froze in pain, Strider cut it into shreds. Lith burned the pieces with small bursts of origin flames, and Betrayal hammered them into bits. Merrron's root was hidden in his right foot, and contained so much mana that it shone like a light bulb. Betrayal spotted the luminescence coming from the armored heel, and destroyed it by accident. "Sorry," she said, as the remaining vines withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 3008 Blindsided, Part 2. 3008 Blindsided, Part 2. "Don't be." Strider rushed to Anana's side, making sure that his wounds weren't lethal. "Losing Limbel's knowledge is a tough blow for the Council, but I think it's for the best. His disciple was deranged and unworthy of trust. Your mistake saved us a lot of future trouble." The Naga was in a critical condition, but since he was still alive and his core was intact, it took the Zawu only a few breaths to stabilize his friend. "I'll write in my report that it happened in the chaos of battle, and that there's no way to know who dealt the death blow. Everyone agrees." Cheers welcomed the proposal, and Anana gave him a thumbs up from the only hand that already worked. "My only regret is that the bastard didn't suffer enough." The Naga coughed out the blood obstructing his lungs. "Thank you, guys." Betrayal had a hard time acting casual and holding her impatience back. "Great plan, Solus. It worked like a charm." "No, thanks to you guys," she replied with a warm smile. "Without your help, I couldn't have stayed safe out of the fight and understood how his powers worked. Also, I had the idea, but you made it work." "Yeah," Lith lied through his teeth. "I'm not going to lie, that mutated redcap was terrifying. He could anticipate our movements and spells like it was nothing. I'm happy he won't ever sire more like him." With that, he had justified Merrron's mysterious abilities and hidden the existence of the ears. "Too bad I had to destroy his device," Zorith sighed, following his lead and pointing at the throne. "I would have loved to know how this thing could read the flow of world energy, but there's no telling how many of us would have died if I didn't destroy it." "Again, sad but an acceptable loss," Strider said. "I want to apologize to you guys. I treated you like shit from the beginning, yet if not for your assistance, my companions and I would have died at the entrance of the garden. Thanks for saving my ass and taking my head out of it." The Zawu bent down, picking the ears from where it had fallen. "I guess this is yours, Supreme Magus Verhin." He threw the helmet in a lob shot that Lith caught. "You are welcome." Lith studied the ears with fake indifference. "You know what, this would look bad on me. It's yours, Solus." He threw the ears at her, but a black-clad hand came from behind her and caught it first. Solus would have fought the unknown thief, but her limbs refused to move. Her strength was leaving her body as a red stain bloomed on her chest. One hand held the ears while the other pushed a knife through her heart. Rutha lay on the ground in a pool of his own blood. A female humanoid figure dressed in black stood behind him after cutting his throat to prevent him from alerting the others. Lith's shock turned into horror when he felt his bond with Solus disappear, and her presence vanish from his mind. "Solus," he tried to spirit blink her to his side and failed. He tried to blink to her side and failed as well. With no idea what was happening, Lith, Betrayal, Zorith, and his demons charged forward while the figures clad in black ran for the door. "What the fuck?" The bond returned as quickly as it had disappeared the moment Lith entered an invisible sealed space. That's why not even spirit-dimensional magic worked. He knelt at Solus' side, feeling the tower sap his vitality to heal her wound, and he gladly let it. He shattered the sealed space to tap into the world energy and used Demon Grasp to mend the punctured heart just in the nick of time. Betrayal was the first to reach the exit where a third black figure waited. Griffin fetters bound her and dragged her to the ground, and the same happened to Zorith the moment she tried to free the Reiju. When the demons arrived, a fifth figure was done opening a gate that sucked that four black-clad individuals in and then exploded on itself. Locrias and Valia used domination to keep the portal open, but their will wasn't enough. "How dare you?" Zorith was seething with anger. Her strength and Sky Piercer failed to shatter the mystical shackles. and she was forced to slowly consume them with origin flames to not risk hurting Bytra in her fury. With the thieves gone, the spells faded on their own. Who the fuck were those guys? Strider was kneeling by Rutha's side, doing everything he could to save his life. Long-distance spirit magic doesn't work in the garden. How could they escape like that? Luckily, a bright blue Awaken's body was sturdy, and everything had happened so quickly that Rutha's core had yet to start to fade. I don't know, but you have my word that I'm going to find them, and I'm going to kill them. Lith held Soulless' hand, glad to see the glaze disappear from her eyes and be replaced by light. And I'm going to help you, lil bro. Zorith was fuming, literally. Steam rose from her incandescent skin, and black smoke came out of her nostrils as the fire of her rage threatened to consume her. I don't know or care who those guys are. I'm going to use everything the organization has to find them, and when I do, I'll make them regret to have been ever born. Space. The chroniclers of the World Tree collapsed the space behind their steps, and then relaxed it. It was a method to make dimensional corridors untraceable that the Yggdrasil had learned from one of the best dimensional mages in Maugre's history. Well done, the World Tree said. Now that we have the ears as bait, there is only one more step of my plan left. With all due respect, my liege, wouldn't have been easier dealing with them here and now? Gal Vihor asked, while pointing at the other black-clad chroniclers. We could have just taken the girl after killing the others and brought her to you. They all wore Darwin suits that made them invisible to everything but regular sight, and there were 20 of them. The rule was for 1 chronicler per mission, 3 when trouble was expected, and 5 to deal with multiple divine beasts. Never before had so many chroniclers been assembled, and nothing on Maugre could stop such a force. With the advantage of surprise, there was no way they could lose. Vihor was confident even against the Sun-Eater under such circumstances. Fool, do you really think that Verhan would have let you get away that easily? That he would just sit there and let you use a removal unit? What if they fused? What if the ambush failed? The World Tree replied. I know how every major force on Maugre thinks, how they will act, every force but those accursed hybrids. Memories of Tezca's last raid on the Yggdrasil's fringe sent a shudder down his colossal trunk. The Filgja had got in, taken what he wanted, and left. Chapter 3009, Overlapping Moments, Part 1. 3009, Overlapping Moments, Part 1. The World Tree knew many things, but how Tezca had discovered the location of the fringe, and how had he gotten in was not among them. One thing the Yggdrasil knew for sure. Years had passed since the first incursion, and since that day, the Sun-Eater had become even stronger. How much was another mystery, and one of the few on Maugre the World Tree had no desire to unravel. Given time, the Eldritches would have called for their kin. Given time, they would have destroyed us all. Space. Luckily, Soulless made a full recovery, and the only problem she had left was hiding the sadness for losing the ears. Strider offered them to take Merrron's armor and weapon to make up for their loss, but they refused. I'm interested in the crafting methods for Darwin, though, Lith said, angry about the theft of the ears and the attempt on Soulless' life. I can't help you with that, sorry, the Zawu shook his head. These armors belong to the Council, none of us knows how to make them. And the Elders are going to kick my ass for losing mine, Ajum said with a sigh. Only her skull had already regenerated. The rest of her body would take at least 1 day. Look, I know it's not much, but I want to apologize to you guys again. Strider offered Lith his hand, and he promptly shook it. You have my word that I'll use every connection I have to find those weird guys. They have almost killed Ruta, and I consider you and Soulless honorary members of my team. No one gets their hands on my comrades and lives to tell the tale. Nobody, the Zawu said with a low growl, his eyes reduced to fiery slits of violet mana. Thanks, Lith nodded. Every offer for help was welcome. Especially because this way it wouldn't be him to get indebted to the Council, or involved in their power plays. If you discover anything or need help, don't hesitate to contact me. My policy about those who hurt my family is similar to yours, just much crueler. They exchanged contact runes. Wanna bet? Strider said with a cruel smile that made him gain several points in Lith's book. Game on. After another quick goodbye, the Hand of Fate left with the promise to contact the others again after the garden had been fully explored. The mission was a success, and everyone was entitled to their share of the recovered spoils. Let's go home. Lith checked Soulless for the umpteenth time with invigoration. For one moment he had thought to have lost her forever, and the feeling still haunted his very soul. Soulless had been hurt many times. Against the Odi, she had been wounded so deeply that her consciousness had been drawn to the mindscape, and their mind link severed. Yet even then he could still feel their bond, and there was no body he could see. Back in the temple, their bond had briefly disappeared, and Lith had witnessed the light abandoning soulless eyes, just like it had happened with Jormung and Floria. It triggered all of his past traumas +1. For some reason, the scene of the assassin stabbing her was as familiar as it was bone-chilling, but he couldn't tell why. "You can come with us if you like," Solus said. "Elijah will be happy to see you." Even though she didn't like Betrayal much and felt so tired that she could sleep for a week, Solus didn't want to be rude to the Eldritches. It was thanks to them if she had traced the ears of Manadian, and they had put themselves at risk multiple times to help her. The failure to recover the artifact didn't erase their sacrifices or Solus' gratefulness. "And we to see her, thank you." Betrayal replied with a warm smile but kept her distance even more than usual. It took them a few chaos steps to reach the closest city with a warp gate, and then a single step to reach the Verhan mansion. It was late evening, but the park was still bustling with activity. Camila was teaching Celia the basics of chore magic, changing the subject to footwork and self-defense whenever the huntress was fed up with studying. Celia was no warrior, but after a lifetime spent in the woods, she was as lithe as a cat and had excellent eye-hand coordination. Learning how to fight came much easier to her than first magic. The mansion was their chosen training ground because it was spacious, away from prying eyes, and most importantly, had plenty of babysitters. The practice of magic required time, concentration, and silence. All things that Celia lacked, since she had given birth to 5 cyclone-shaped hybrid children. Alina, Ryla, Renah, and the handmaidens took care of the toddlers. Aaron and Lyria were back from their magical lessons in the desert and kept Lilia and Laren busy playing with their magical beasts. Garrick and Fluffy took part in their games, the young tyrant's skills made up for the bike being the weakest of the group. In a secluded spot of the park, Nalrund was teaching Freya and Protector the basics of light mastery. The Agni would soon become part of the Erna's family and share his legacy with them, yet he wanted his fiancée to be the first to benefit from it. Protector was included in the lessons because Nalrund considered him a part of his new tribe. The Skull and his family were among the few who knew who he really was and had shared their house with him for years. "This is the least I can do to thank them," Nalrund thought with a serene smile on his face. "To think that I busted my ass for years to learn light mastery, and they are getting it for free." Quilla thought with the scowl of someone who had lost a huge bet. Nothing that Nalrund was explaining was new to her, just simpler and easier to understand. The Agni was in his humanoid form and had sought the privacy of the mansion as well. There were no human servants there, and no one batted an eye at his appearance. Nalrund had yet to get used to his new body, and using body sculpting to assume his previous human form felt awkward. Elijah and Valoran played with Salkar, Surin, and Manohar II. After the first play date, many more had followed. Interacting with other children had proven to be more interesting to the Dryad-human hybrid than his usual escape attempts. Farrier was in good company as well. She was the same age as Falco, Tyrion, and Lennart, Renah's triplets. "I can't believe we have a little army of mages here." Alina chuckled while watching the children of all ages using magic for their games. "I can't believe I can finally spend my afternoons relaxing instead of running around the house to make sure they are not setting it ablaze." Renah groaned, pouring herself a cup of strong tea with relaxing properties. "We should have done this sooner." Fenrir and the triplets played under the strict supervision of the farmer, and the handmaidens, Ophia and Vila. Chapter 30:10 Overlapping Moments, Part 2. 30:10 Overlapping Moments, Part 2. Ryla used her eyes to snuff any spell that might have harmed one of the children, while the handmaidens with their awakened bodies could safely restrain the young Skull when she threw a tantrum. When Lith and the others arrived, it took one glance at their faces to notice that something bad had happened. "Welcome back, sweetie." Alina got up to meet them. "Is everything okay? Are you done with the investigation?" Lith was frowning more than usual, but Solus worried Alina the most. Her face was greenish pale, and her smile twitched like she could fall apart at any moment. "It's a long story, Mom," Solus replied, not wanting to upset Alina and scare the children. "Sadly, we got our man, but we failed. No new toy for me." Daya, before Alina could ask another question, Elijah recognized her father and took flight to reach him. With her stumpy Tiamat form and her short wings, the baby girl's movements were clumsy and awkward. Yet her genuine efforts made her adorable in the eyes of the members of the family. Baba, Elijah stopped midway, sniffing Solus, odd scent and feeling her distress. The baby girl changed the target and landed between Solus' arms with the grace of a sack of potatoes. Not Baba, sweetie, I'm not bad. Solus embraced Elijah tight, finding comfort in her warmth and the softness of her small body. Call me Solus, Auntie, but not Baba, please. I can't take it, not today. Baba, Elijah grabbed Solus' shirt and wrapped her wings around Solus in what was the best hug she could offer. Elijah wasn't used to seeing Solus upset and wanted to console her like Solus always did with her. I'm fine, baby, don't worry. Solus' voice broke with every word she spoke, and soon she was sniffling. She had kept it together until that moment, but the sight of the mansion, her family, and Elijah's embrace were more than Solus could take. I went this close to losing all of them. I went this close to losing everything again. The sniffling turned into sobbing as the feeling of the knife piercing her heart from the back overlapped with the memory of Bytra's horn killing her. The two events were centuries apart, yet the surprise, shock, and helplessness she had experienced while her life slipped away were the same. The sealed space had isolated her from Lith, making Solus think that she would have once again died alone. The old and recent trauma weighed on her mind, crushing Solus' spirit into fine powder. Elijah giggled, smiled, and did everything that usually made grown-ups happy, but nothing worked. Solus kept crying harder until the baby girl joined her. Lith took a step back, gesturing for Bytra and Zorath to do the same. If I get close, our bond will help her but also reinforce our codependence. Yet if I leave her alone, I'll feel like a jerk. There's no right move. Lith was seething with pain and anger, wishing to find those who had stolen the ears and give them an excruciating death. Are you sure you don't want me to leave? Bytra whispered despite having already put a hush spell in place. My presence here can only make things harder for her. You're right, you'd better go, I'm sorry. Lith warped them to the gate and apologized again. Don't apologize, lil bro, Zorath dismissed it. Just let us know when Solus gets better and tell her that if there's something we can do, she just has to ask. Will do, thank you. Meanwhile, in the park, Alina was embracing Solus in an attempt to console her, while Ryla and the handmaidens brought everyone inside to give the two women some privacy. As soon as they were alone, Solus tried to speak, but her voice was a sobbing mess, and the few words she put together made no sense. She used a mind link to share with Alina the final moments of the mission and all the suffering that her near-death experience had inflicted upon her. It's all right, baby. It's all over now. You are safe here. Small tears streaked down Alina's cheeks, but her voice remained calm and soothing. Alina's pain was more than Elijah could take, so she went all out. Dia mama, gama, masa, she called upon those dearest to her for comfort. The baby girl didn't understand what was happening, and it terrified her seeing grown-ups cry. Salark's blood imprint brought her there from the desert. Lith felt Elijah's distress through their resonance, and Camila ran there because she could hear her daughter cry from a mile away. Solus cried hard, but Elijah was a close second. Salark's strength, Lith's bond, and the warmth of the group hug allowed Solus to pull herself together enough to ask a question that was nagging at her. Who is Masa and why didn't they answer? She asked amid sniffles. And I'm your grandma too, sweetie. I should be offended that you've yet to call me Gama. Alina gave a peck on Elijah's head with a mock frown, trying to lighten the mood. It's you, Salark answered Solus' question. It means Mommy Solus, and Elijah was keeping it for a special occasion, and with special occasion I mean to get what she wanted from you the next time you said no to her. Like father, like daughter, Solus half sobbed and half laughed. I'm sorry, I don't know who Lith takes after. We raised him better than this. Alina chuckled as well. Camila was a little upset by the new baby word, but she got over it quickly. It's normal. Solus spends a lot of time with Elijah and dotes on her. It's just like Tista called Renam Mom when she was little, and I thought that Zinnia was my mother because she spent all her time with me. She thought, yet a tinge of annoyance remained in the back of her mind. Say that again, Solus kissed Alicia. Say Masa, Masa. Masa. No one was crying anymore, so the baby girl gave it another try. Thank you, Solus fell onto her knees. She was still crying, but now was out of joy. I'm home, baby girl, and I'm here to stay. Space. The next morning, Camila and Lith woke up first, letting Solus sleep in with Elijah. After learning everything that had happened inside the garden, Camila had agreed to a family sleepover. I don't want to be here. I've better things to do than wasting my time sleeping, Ligan had grumbled. The sleepover included him, Salark, Elena, and Raz all sleeping in different beds in the same room. Adia. Elijah spoke the dragon tongue for grandfather that Ligon had made the second easiest to pronounce for a baby of his brood on purpose. I changed my mind, he said with a smug grin while Raz and the Overlord scowled at him. So I have to drag you here by force, and she needs but one word to convince you to stay. Salark's aura lit the room in anger. Well, yes, Elijah is way cuter and kinder than you. No matter what form you take, you are a brute on the inside as much as you are on the inside. Ligon shrugged. Chapter 30, 11 New Job, Part 1. The presence of the baby girl and her happy giggle saved the father of all dragons from a long tirade and prevented a small scuffle between guardians. We'll talk about this tomorrow, Salark grunted, while Lith contacted everyone he knew and pulled every string at his disposal to uncover the identity of the thieves of the ears. Camila called Gianni. My 6 months of maternity leave are about to end, and I would like to know if there's a way to extend it, she asked. I don't feel like going back to work as a royal constable again. The long hours and the overtime were hard before, but now they would be unbearable. I don't want to be back home only for the meals and dedicate to my daughter the crumbs of my time. I hear you, Gianni nodded. I'm sorry, but there's no way to extend the leave, however. Then I'd like to work part-time as a constable or be demoted to my old job as data analyst if necessary. Anything that can give me regular hours and stability will do. Camila loved her current line of work, and until a few months ago she would have never considered quitting. It's not like my presence affects the crime rates, she thought. There are countless criminals and hundreds of constables hunting them down, but there's only one Elijah. She learns new things every day, and I don't want to miss any of her first times. I want to be with her when she starts crawling, stands up, or learns a new word. There's not enough time on Magur to be a good mother and constable. I'd rather be a good mother and a crappy constable than a good constable and a crappy mother. Even if it means quitting my job. Camila didn't want to be like her own mother, Kima, who only remembered having daughters when she needed something. She was currently rotting in a jail, and Camila had not visited her once. Also, she couldn't deny that the idea of Solus spending more time with Elijah than her, and being demoted from Mama to whatever word Elijah would use for Mommy Camila, hadn't weighed on her decision. As I was saying, there is no way to extend the maternity leave, Gianni said. However, you could take a sabbatical. With over 13 years of loyal service, you are entitled to a 1-year leave with fixed pay. Thank the gods, Camila sighed in relief. I hadn't thought of that, thanks Gianni. Don't thank me yet. She dismissed the matter with a wave of her hand. I'm willing to bet good money that you won't have to take a sabbatical. Just submit your application to send the message and the rest will take care of itself. What are you talking about? Camila said in confusion. You can't be so naive, child, not after spending so much time with me. Gianni furrowed her brows in annoyance. You will get full pay and regular career advancement because taking care of your daughter is your new job for months now. What? Think about it, dear. Gianni assumed the slow, calm lecturing tone she used with small children. You belong to a powerful magical bloodline. Elijah has already shown her attitude toward magic in the form of the 6 streaks in her hair. The royals know she's awakened, so even if your daughter was born with an insignificant mana capacity, she's destined to reach the bright blue. When she gets the violet will depend on her attitude and whether or not Lith will share his method with her. But that's it. When, not if. The crown knows she's going to be a powerful mage and a divine beast at that. The kingdom can't afford Elijah to have an absent mother because she might grow resentful of the time you spend apart. If the royals do this favor to you, you'll be grateful to them, and that will reflect on the way you raise her daughter. Her feelings about the kingdom depend on what you teach her. If you love it, she'll love it too. As simple as that. It makes sense, but it's still a big deal. Showing such blatant favoritism is bound to arouse envy and anger. Our colleagues will hate me and Lith's enemies will have another argument to use against him. Camila replied. No, they won't. It's not an exception the crown will do just for you. It's the rule, Gianni said. Since when? Camila blurted out in surprise. She had never read or heard of such a law. Since the founding of the kingdom, Gianni replied. Ancient magical bloodlines and the 4 founding pillars have always benefited from this policy. Orion and I were offered this very option every time I gave birth to one of our children. Really? Yes, it was actually addressed to Orion, but extended to me out of mere formality. Gianni's face twitched in discomfort so lightly that if not for their familiarity, Camila would have missed it. I have been raised under, peculiar circumstances that along with my personality made me unsuitable to nurture a healthy child. It's the reason Gunnian has grown into a responsible, disciplined man, and Floria was such a dedicated soldier. My sons were considered failures by the kingdom due to their lack of magical talent, but they are the apple of my eyes no less than my daughter. What about Chilean? Even Camilla's awakened senses failed to perceive Gianni's frustration and the regret for all the things she had missed. That's no one's fault. Sometimes a good tree can produce a rotten apple. Gianni was happy to change the topic and deny any allegation of Orion being a bad parent. Or rather, it produced a stubborn apple who took his sweet time to ripe. She grunted, glad that Chilean had turned a new leaf, and showed no sign of falling back into his old habits. You said maid, Camila pointed out. Are you going to take the offer to stay home this time? I am, Gianni nodded, her eyes brimming with determination. I've changed a lot since Floria's passing, and I'll be damned if I miss a single moment of my child's infancy or repeat the mistakes of the past. I'm going to stay with my family, and may the gods help anyone who tries to take me away from them. Space. After a few pleasantries and asking Gianni for updates about her pregnancy, Camila ended the call and joined the rest of the family for breakfast. To keep the children from pestering Solus about the events of the previous day, she shared with everyone her decision of taking a break from her job and the information she had received from Gianni. That's wonderful news and an even better decision, dear. Elena gently squeezed Camilla's hand. I wish the kingdom cared so much about every child, though. Being a working parent is hard for everyone, not just the magical bloodlines. Please, Aaron snorted. They gave Sis Kami a break only because Elijah is a girl. They are a lot of work. Hey, the entire female side of the family replied as one. What? Aaron shrugged. Lith was a perfect son and gave no problem to our parents, just like me. Isn't it true, big bro? Chapter 30:12 New Job Part 2. Yes, Roz scratched his head in embarrassment while Tryon almost snarled his answer. Roz hated having played such a minor role in Lith's upbringing, whereas Tryon hated the comparison. Not even death could completely extinguish the fires of sibling rivalry. Your brother is a special case, young man, Elena scolded him. You gave us your fair share of trouble. But not as much as Tista, Aaron grumbled. Hey, I was ill. And how is that my fault? He replied with the stubbornness of a child. Our brother solved your problem, so my point stands. You are so cool, Uncle Lith. When I grow up, I want to be like you, Falco said. He had blonde hair streaked black like Renat, but for some reason, Lith thought of Balker every time he looked at the boy. Me too. Lennart had black hair with silver streaks all over. People often pointed out how similar he and Manohar II's human form looked like, sending a cold shiver down everyone's spine. The kingdom would have loved another god of healing. The parents of the boys, however, didn't share the enthusiasm. When I get as old as Aunt Tista, I'll have surpassed you all. Tyrion had auburn hair like Tista, with blue streaks that turned red at the tip of her hair. She spoke with a confidence that annoyed the children's male side of the table plus one grown-up woman. Hey, why is grow up when you talk about Lith and old when you talk about me? Tista was used to children's bantering, but not to be the butt end of their jokes. Welcome to my world, Tryon grunted with a smirk on his face. Our world, you mean? Senton corrected him. Misery always loves company. Because he's cool and you are not, the triplets replied as one without even trying. He's a Magus, Tyrion shrugged. He's a great dad, Lennart pointed at Elijah. He's the first mage of our bloodline, and we take our family name from him. Falco pointed at the family insignia etched, drawn, or studded in many points of the mansion. You are older and got nothing to show for it, they said in unison again. You little, Tista jumped from her chair, but had no way to rebuke their mean yet honest words without stooping down to their level. Don't worry, the first mile is always the hardest. Senton wanted but failed to laugh, feeling deep compassion for Tista. Fair warning, it doesn't get better with time, you just get used to it. Preach, brother, Tryon gave him a fist bump. Kids, Renat blushed in embarrassment. Stop grilling your aunt, these are not nice things to say. Why, Tyrion was honestly confused. You taught us to always tell the truth, Mom. Do you want us to lie? Absolutely not, baby girl. Then what's wrong with what we said? The triplets' Dolby surround speech made it harder for Renat to find a polite answer. Tista is, everyone has a different path in life. Not everyone can do it, and success doesn't guarantee happiness. Well, thanks, Renat, I couldn't have said it better myself, Tista sneered. You should become a lawyer, Mom, Dad, say something. Roz quickly shoved food in his mouth so that when he spoke, there was no way to understand a word he said. We are proud of all our children. Alina inwardly cursed her husband's ingenuity and went for a blanket statement before changing the topic. Are you feeling better today, Solus? Yes, Mom, much better. Just this damn cough. Solus was crying from hilarity, and her cough was the result of her failed attempts to stifle her laughter. With friends like this, who needs enemies? Tista grumbled and accepted defeat. Uncle Lith, when will you take us on our trip to teach us magic? The triplets asked in unison. When you are older and only if your parents give you permission, Lith replied. Even though they were fraternal triplets, the kids often said the same things at the same time, and each finished the sentence of the other. They had lots of interests in common, and aside from the usual sibling rivalry about the pecking order, they rarely argued. Sure, they could quarrel for hours about silly things like who was the oldest among them, who was the fastest, strongest, smartest, and so on. But if not for those disagreements, one would think they shared a hive mind. To be fair, everyone found their behavior adorable, while Lith's paranoia often tingled. What if it's some kind of nascent mind link? He would think sometimes while studying their deep orange cores that grew in unison like their owners. Also, if you are interested in becoming forgemasters, you should learn the basics of smithing from your father. Lith pointed at Senton with a fork, making him choke on his food. Really? The kids asked. Yes, your father and I are partners. He gives shape to the thing I enchant. I couldn't work without him. Lith lied through his teeth. Wow, Dad, you are so cool. The children turned their heads from Lith to Senton nonstop in awe. Also, working in a smithy is important to learn how to purify metals and respect fire. It can create, but when mishandled, it destroys. I learned from Grandpa Zekel as a kid, and Senton was my senior in the smithy. He helped me craft my first metal skinwalker armor. Aaron and Lyria already knew those things, but had never heard them put in such a positive light. They both shut up, although for different reasons. Aaron was aware of Renaz's arguments with Senton due to the gap in social standing, while Lyria felt guilty for not having thought about those things on her own. Probably Uncle Lith is trying to avoid making Mom and Dad argue more. He's making up for my mistakes. Lyria swallowed, holding the hems of her dress under the table. It was none of her fault, but as a child, the only way she had to take control over an impossible situation was to blame herself. The only thing she was right about was Lith's motive. The triplets like Fenrir were approaching 4 years of age, when permanent memories and relationships would start to form. Lith didn't want Senton to suffer again, feeling isolated in his own family. Dad, can we work with you in the smithy? Please. The triplets ran to his side of the table, pulling at his legs. Only if you behave and stop driving your mother crazy. He patted their heads with a smile, but he felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes were this close to mist. Senton mouthed a silent, thank you, to Lith, who accepted it with a nod. Another reason for his kind behavior was that now that Lith was a father, he was afraid of walking even 1 meter in Senton's shoes. The idea of someone else becoming Elijah's father figure filled him with murderous rage that he could repress only because the enemy existed solely in his head. I bet that Senton feels the same. He's just less powerful than me. He thought, and he was right. Chapter 3013 Story of My Life, Part 1. 3013 Story of My Life, Part 1. Also, while we wait for your bodies and mana cores to develop enough to use chore magic, you can ask Uncle Tryon to train you. Lith said, and his older brother bit his fork along with his food and swallowed both in surprise. He was a drill sergeant in the army and trained a lot of famous soldiers. Is it true, Uncle Tryon? Now the kids looked at him in admiration. No, he said, taken by surprise. I mean, yes, you are too young for any kind of physical training, but I can teach you footwork and meditation techniques to hold your focus longer. They will help you in your future studies. As the triplets pestered Senton and Tryon to find time for them in their daily schedule, the demon thanked Lith via the black chains connecting them. Thanks, it's nice to be seen for once. Tryon patted the children's heads, telling them stories from his time in the military. I know how much you dislike me, so I'm even more grateful for your kindness. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for them. Only then did Tryon notice how happy Alina and Roz were. They had stopped eating and talking, covering their mouths with a hand. The sight of their family happy and united again had veiled their eyes with tears. And for her, Elijah smiled and giggled at her uncle. I don't want to drag my daughter in my grudges. I love them more than I despise you, that's all. Then you deserve my thanks even more than I thought. Thank you, Tryon nodded. The telepathic conversation was just over when Renah threw a breadcrumb at Lith to draw his attention. She mouthed the words, "Thank you," and her eyes were misted with tears as well, but for egotistical reasons. Now that the kids had something to do outside the house, she would finally have 5 minutes for herself. The triplets would be too tired to trample everything in their path, and teaching them discipline would make them easier to educate. "What about me?" Tista grumbled, feeling left out. "There's nothing for you, I'm sorry," Lith shook his head. "They can't shapeshift and magic is off the table. You can tell them stories of the academy if you want." The rest of the breakfast passed with the triplets discussing all the things they wanted to do, and making impossible training plans that would require days to be at least 48 hours long. "Uncle Lith, when can we get our own magical beasts?" They had almost forgotten about it, since Onyx and Abominus now ate at the table in their human form with the rest of the family. "Depends. Are you going to take care of them, or do you want them to take care of you?" Lith's serious gaze and stern expression made the triplets understand the importance of the question. Falco, Tyrion, and Lennart huddled up, whispering for a while before agreeing on the answer. "Both," Falco replied, and the other two nodded. "We'll take care of them as we can, and we'll follow their instructions." "Good answer. I'll bring you to the Tron Woods for your 4th birthday and let you have your pick." Lith's words made the kids and Renah erupt with cheers. "Thank the gods," she said. Magical beasts were a pet, a friend, a bodyguard, and a full-time nanny at the same time. Sure, they ate a lot, but they were worth their weight in meat. Ever since Lyria had got Abominus, Renah felt much safer letting her daughter walk alone. Also, a magical beast could counter dangerous magical pranks with their spells and keep a child safe whenever they put themselves in danger. They weren't blind followers and wouldn't hesitate to warn the parents when a kid misbehaved. The reason the triplets didn't already have one was that magical beasts didn't deal well with unreasonable runts. They would treat them like unruly pups, but small bites and roars would traumatize a toddler. Also, Lith believed that since they were potential lifelong friends, a magical beast had to be sought and earned, not gifted. He wanted the children to be old enough to understand that others had feelings too, and deserved respect. "How long until our birthday?" Falco asked. "I don't know." Tyrion looked at the calendar just to realize she couldn't read or count. "Dad," Lennart asked, receiving an appalling answer. The news that they had to wait for over a year was the only sour note of that day. Space. Later that day, after finishing her magical and physical training with Celia, Camila took a long hot shower and went to Elijah's room. "I can't believe Lith followed this grueling routine for years, and now I have to do the same," she sighed. "I don't get why everyone dislikes accumulation. When I nurture my mana core, it is the only moment I'm not sweating bullets or burning my brain to weave mana. Compared to the rest, it's like taking a break." Celia shared Camilla's feelings from the depth of her heart. Unlike Camila, the huntress had never practiced chore magic due to her red core, so even after awakening, she needed sheer willpower to make the elements answer her call. The cantrips that Lith had used as a child to clean her house came as easy as Tier 5 spells to her. On top of that, Celia was in a rush to refine her core because she was still physically slower and weaker than her children. When Fenrir walked away in a tantrum, she could easily drag the huntress if Celia tried to hold onto the little girl. "I need to see my baby girl's beautiful smile to remind myself of the reason I have to endure so much suffering." Much to Camilla's surprise, the nursery was empty. Since the alarms were active, there were no traces of blood, and the power cells of the plasma cannons of the Doomslayer crib were fully charged. No intruder had walked into the room. "Lith must have taken her," Camila pondered. "To think that when Bytra installed those things I found them unsettling, now they put me at ease." She needed one thought to access the mirror warp of the tower, and another to check the holographic interface and locate Lith. According to the tower, he was in his forge on the first underground flood. Elijah, Valoran, Surin, and the triplets were with him. "Why the forge? There's no way Lith would craft something without Solus, and she was training Celia and me." Yet the delicate balance forge-mastering spells required, and the presence of the children drove her to caution. Instead of warping there and risking ruining hours of hard work, Camila walked her way down to the forge-mastering lab. Much to her surprise, despite the perfect insulation every room of the tower was supposed to have, she could hear everything through the door. "Don't go in, you'll ruin everything." A strong hand grabbed Camilla's shoulder while another covered her mouth in an iron grip. Solus, you scared the hell out of me. What the fuck is, to answer her question, Solus turned the door into a one-way mirror so that she could see inside without being seen. Chapter 30, 14 Story of My Life, Part 2. 3014 Story of My Life, Part 2. Lith held the toddlers in his arms and wings, while the triplets sat on comfortable bean bags of Earth's design. He was telling them stories, and the forge was just for ambience. The forge-mastering circles were lit up doing nothing, and small mana crystals of different colors sprouted from the ground and walls, providing light and warmth. The floor was covered in tall grass from the garden, and the mystical plants that Roz grew spread their sweet scent. Small wisps of light shaped like fairies danced between the flowers and disappeared if touched. Good gods, it looks like an enchanted cave like the ones in the fairy tales I read as a child, Camila thought. Correction, it doesn't look like an enchanted cave. It is an enchanted cave. Now listen. Solus let go of Camilla's arm and mouth. In the story Lith was telling, Roz was depicted as an earth god who took care of the land and the animals, ensuring a bountiful harvest every year. Elena was the goddess of fertility who nurtured life and taught morals to humans. Together, they made their children into good workers and good people. Lith used holograms to show their actions and the passage of time. Air magic gave every creature a different voice, while the other elements were for special effects. The story taught the kids how even the humblest job was the foundation of the wealth they enjoyed. Then he told them the story of the travels of Dirk McCoy, a man who couldn't die but could still experience pain. Of course, being a fairy tale, the pain was mostly emotional, seeing the land change and the people he knew pass away while he remained the same. It was an age-appropriate and doctored version of Lith's struggles, to teach the children that power makes no one perfect. Derek was depicted as a powerful but flawed man, and the kids sometimes booed at his blatant mistakes and cheered when he redeemed himself. After that, it was the turn of the story of Elfin, the forgemaster who had gained everything she wanted and lost everything she loved. Just like for Derek, it was the story of Solus' first life, but devoid of tragedies and grief. Thrain left Manadian because they argued, which also led Elfin to cut contact with her. In the story, Elfin reached the pinnacle of her craft, got herself a mage tower and great fame, but due to her egotistical behavior, she ended up with no one to celebrate her success. Lith glossed over Solus, past flings and the constant quarrels with Manadian, but left Elfin's condescending attitude toward her fellow apprentices and her obsession with her work. The moral was that you can't get everything you want. Elfin chose herself over everything else, sacrificing her relationships in the pursuit of magic. Since it was a story, in the end, Elfin realized her mistakes, and after finding her parents, she helped them get back together. Gods, if I like happy endings, Solus sniffled. Camila was surprised that, among the many stories, there was no one about Lith's current life. He kept the attention of the kids with special effects, altered the appearance of the forge to suit the fairy tale he was telling, and gave them plenty of snacks. When they were engrossed in the narration, Lith switched the sweets with fruit slices, and the triplets ate them without noticing. The last story turned out to be the most shocking of them all. It was about Camila the constable, who traveled undercover throughout the kingdom to expose crime and evildoers. In the story, she wore a ridiculous long black cape with a deep hood that looked cool on paper, but would stick out like a sore thumb in real life. There was no need for investigations or crime lab analysis. She would always encounter innocents crying for help and catch bad guys in the act, no matter how serious or unplausible the crime was. She only had to drop the cape to reveal her uniform and show her badge to have the bad guys grovel on the ground for mercy. Camila couldn't help but laugh at the silliness of the story, and how the kids took it seriously instead. Yet her greatest enemy waited for her right in her office. It was him, the evil overlord Paperwork. The children gasped as the hologram of a pile of documents with a mantle and a mean expression took the form of a hydra. No matter how many forms she filled, more would come for each crime she solved. Paperwork could only be contained, never beaten. "Isn't that a pointless fight, Uncle Lith?" Falco asked. "Why does she care?" "Because if she doesn't do her job, innocents stay in jail and bad guys get released," Lith said. "People like your Aunt Camila and your grandfather Roz struggle in silence. Even if no one sings their praise, without people like Grandpa there would be no food on your table, and without people like your aunt, the streets wouldn't be safe." The kids nodded, and Elijah grinned with pride, even though she had no idea what they were talking about, except that they were praising her mother. Camila covered her own mouth, since it was her turn to sniffle. Does he do this often? She asked. Every time it's his turn to take care of the kids, Solus replied. I know I shouldn't eavesdrop, but I end up dropping whatever I'm doing and listening to the stories from a corner. The last time it was about Renan, Tista, Floria, and Uriel. I always cry when he tells my story. If this has been going on for a while now, why didn't you tell me sooner? Camila felt annoyed for being left out. Because what we are doing is wrong and because I like to consider it my thing. Solus's cheeks flushed. Uncle Lith, is this how you met Auntie Kami? Tyrion asked. Did you two work together on a crime and fall in love? No. Lith dismissed the idea as preposterous even as a fairy tale. This is now. Back then your aunt was a data analyst and I was a bold lone ranger. The few details were enough to arouse the crowd's interest and ask for the full story. Fine, Elijah Valoran, this is how I met your mother. Gods, no. Camila didn't consider their romance to be age-appropriate from the start to the circumstance of her marriage proposal. There were so many parts that she would have liked to be skipped, that she'd rather have the kids believe she and Lith had married at first sight. Gods, yes, Solus laughed at her expense. Dada, Valoran II tugged at Lith's arm, using dragon scales to convey a message too complex for him to express it with words. Yes, I know I'm not your father, Valoran, yet Jormund entrusted you to me, and until he returns, I'll be your dad. You are part of the family, son. Get used to it. The word son transmitted by the dragon scales hit the baby boy like a punch to the gut. He started to cry, clinging to Lith's chest while his small wings wrapped around the arm holding him. Chapter 30, 15 Time of Change, Part 1. 30-15 Time of Change, Part 1. Elijah sent Lith a message via the dragon scales as well, asking her father to bring her close to Valoran. She grabbed one of the baby boy's hands and wrapped him with her wings, making him cry harder. Why is he crying, uncle? Leonard asked. Is he hurt? No, he is happy and scared of losing his new family like he lost his old one, Lith replied. The children already knew a doctored version of Valoran's adoption, and after meeting him, they considered the baby boy one of the Verhins no less than Elijah or Sharjin. They stood up and got closer to Valoran, speaking softly and reassuring him everything would be well. Alas, the infant understood their tone, not their words. He kept crying and clinging to Elijah and Lith tighter to be reassured by their dragon scales. Then Lith's and Elijah's Tiamat bodies resonated, and the tower enhanced the effect. A short pulse of mana temporarily awakened the dormant bloodline in the triplets, covering them in colored scales. They experienced Valoran's suffering, while he felt their sincerity and stopped crying. I want my mom. Falco started to cry, suddenly afraid that Renan might have disappeared like Thrude. And Dad, Tyrion joined him, quickly followed by Lennart. One moment, Lith called Renan and Sentin on their amulets. Can't you just warp them here, please? Lennart begged. No, have I ever told you the story of the kidnapping of Grandpa? What followed was a short animation not about the Hoggums capturing and torturing Roz, but about the time Solus had summoned him to the tower without consulting him first. Bad luck had him being warped away from the bathroom while relieving his bowels. The anatomical details were removed, but the vision was enough to dispel the sadness in the room and replace it with hilarity. Not that story again, Solus blushed in embarrassment from behind the door. Wait, are you telling me that really happened? Camila had gone from being moved by Valoran's reaction to worried about the triplets, to laughing her ass off at Solus' expense. Sadly, yes. It happened while I was arguing with Tista, and we warped Dad to have him settle who was right. From that day, unless there's an emergency, we always ask permission one of our own before warping them. Lith explained, and the kids barely registered his words. Also, I need you to promise me to keep this a secret. He pointed at their scales, obtaining their full attention. If Aaron and Lyria learn they missed this, they'll never let me hear the end of this. But they are in the desert for school now. Lennart tilted his head in confusion. Just trust me. Renan and Sentin answered the call and agreed to be transported to the lab. After explaining to them why their children were covered in dragon scales and the reason for the call, it took Sentin and Renan a while to calm the triplets down. I should be there too. Valoran needs me, Camila said, trying to muster the courage to step inside. Yeah, and how do you explain that you know everything? We are still eavesdropping, you know, Solus snorted. Point taken. This place looks amazing, little brother. What were you guys doing here? Renan was sitting on the floor holding Falco, Sentin held Tyrion, and Lennart was between them with one arm of each of his parents around his shoulders. "This is our cave of wonders where I tell the kids the stories of Magur and the Verhins," Lith said. "I was about to tell them about how Kami and I met." "Go on." Renat was curious how he could spin it in a way that wouldn't scare the children. In this version of the story, instead of saving abused slaves from their captors, Lith protected farmers from a criminal gang before anyone could get hurt. Then, he reported the situation to Camila, who came to rebuke him because of the damage the village had suffered. Her looks and voice were spot on, especially her mean, lecturing tone that she used with him when she was still his handler and had to fix one of his messes. Of course, his faults were redacted, making him a valiant hero and her a budget-loving bureaucrat. "I'm going to kill him," Camila said in outrage as Renat and Senton laughed while the kids booed Camila, even Elijah. "It's just a story. He can't tell them about the slavers or the many secrets he had to keep from you at the time." Solus tried to calm Camila down. "Uncle Lith, if Aunt Kami was so mean, why did you ask her out?" Falco asked. "Because I could see that deep, deep, deep down she is as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside," Lith replied. "Also, Yukami is a great and wise woman." "Nice save, jackass," Camila grunted. "Every time we argue, it only takes a bit of patience and understanding from both sides for her to admit that I'm always right." His words received a unanimous heartfelt applause, even though the adults were laughing their asses off. "Okay, I stand corrected," Solus said. "I hold Lith down while you beat the crap out of him." Space. Essegar Archduchy, Vaster household at the same time. After Zagar Vaster's noble status had been elevated to Archduke, the highest title a noble of the kingdom could achieve, his fief had yet to stop expanding. Smaller nobles from nearby regions petitioned for their territories to be annexed to Essegar, in the hope of receiving one of the new warp gates. Medium-sized and large cities applied respectively for gates and new infrastructures. Along with the noble title, Archmage Vaster had been also granted a large amount of money that he could use at his sole discretion. It was enough gold to make any man live like a king for the rest of his life and several generations after him. But if used to cover the expenses of dozens of cities, it wasn't that much. Vaster had to choose wisely where to invest them so that with the return profits, he could take care of the rest of his territory. There was a big difference between a duchy and an archduchy, and lots of infrastructures needed to be built or renovated to bring Vaster's fief on par with those of his peers. New gates meant new trade routes that needed bigger and safer roads. Law enforcement had to hire new people to inspect the goods that entered the city and prevent smuggling. More money and the sudden influx of new citizens to Essegar also meant more crimes, but luckily there was more than enough budget for that. Despite the seemingly unending flow of documents that waited for Zinya's approval, she couldn't stop humming as she warped back from the Verhin mansion. "Alicia, Valoran, Surin, and Salkar are so cute," she thought with a large smile on her face. "They brighten my day every time I see them. I don't get why people bother Marth so much. Hybrid babies are still babies." She had yet to give Vaster a biological child, and helping her friends to take care of their babies helped Zinya to fill the void that ravaged her heart. Chapter 30:16 Time of Change, Part 2. 30:16 Time of Change, Part 2. First Kami awakened, and now Celia has decided to follow her lead to feel closer to her husband and live longer. Maybe I should ask Zagar to awaken me as well. Maybe it would solve my fertility issue. Zinya had been thinking about it since Tezca had explained to Philia and Frey the difference between mana capacity and talent. According to the Filgja, her children were born with negligible mana but great affinity for magic. They had been pestering Zinya for months now about what awakening was, and if they could really learn magic through it. It's inconsiderate on my side not taking into account their wishes. Also, if they were to awaken, it would be silly of me to be the only non-awakened in the family. It would kill so many birds with one stone. Her reasoning was solid, yet Zinya struggled to make up her mind. Awakening her children also meant that in the future their lives would be at risk even more than they already were. Becoming a mage led to traveling, searching for rare ingredients, and interacting with other mages. All things that, based on Camilla's stories about the council, led to a premature death. Awakening implied new powers, responsibilities, and a long life, too long for Zinya's taste. What if Zagar and I argue? He would be afraid that if I leave him, I could reveal his secrets. Having a good marriage that lasts decades is rare, but centuries. Is it even possible? "Welcome back, Mom. How are the babies?" Philia asked. The Verhin's family tree was quite intricate, so they considered Surin and Elijah their nieces, and Valoran II, their nephew for simplicity's sake. Happy as ever, how was school? Did someone bully you again? School was good, Mom, Frey sighed. Since Dad has become an Archduke, the real problem is to keep the bootlickers at bay. They all introduce themselves with a smile, but give them a minute and they'll ask us for something. No more bullying. You have my word, Zin. The two magical beasts that the two children rode fused into one and shape-shifted back into Tezca's real form. Here's my report about today's events. He handed her a scroll that she opened and closed very quickly while trying to keep smiling. It contained a list of the potential threats he had spotted during the day, and a note reminding her that the kids were still asking him about awakening. Thanks, go get some rest. You deserve it. Rest was the code word for magical research since Eldritches never got tired. I'll help the kids with their homework. Nonsense, Tezca shook his head. I have multiple tails, whereas you are just human. You need to rest more than I do. What if we do it together? Zinnia smiled. I'll get to spend time with my children and you can better focus on your work. It would be my pleasure. Tezca gave her a small bow which drew a scoff from Orion. The Skinwalker Eldritch hybrid had recently returned from Giera and was enjoying the fruits of his success. The flow of magical resources from overseas earned him Vaster's trust, which led to obtaining more funds for his private research and authority in the organization. Tezca let Zinnia and the kids go ahead, promising to join them soon. What was that? The Filja asked the moment they were alone. I understand that you have to follow the master's orders and protect his bastards, but there's no need to kiss the ass of his woman. Orion shrugged, confident that with his monster core and new equipment he had at least closed the gap with the Filja. She's a liability. The only good thing about her is that she's going to die soon. We need to think in the long. Tezca's clawed hand grabbed Orom's throat, making the eldritch choke on his words, spine, and blood. Bastards, Tezca's voice was a barely intelligible snarl. If someone here is a liability who's going to die soon, that's not Zin. The lights in the house flickered as a punch with the might of a falling asteroid struck Orom's guts. It shattered his Davros armor, pierced his organs, and broke every bone in his body. Chaos coursed through the wounds, infecting the Skinwalker Eldritch's life force and sealing his regenerative abilities. Yet not a gust of wind escaped the blow. There was no noise and no shockwave. No one, not even the house staff in the vicinities, noticed what had just happened. They looked at the two men for longer than it was polite, but only because they were so handsome that there was no maid who didn't secretly wish to catch their eye. When did you shapeshift us both? How could you shapeshift me against my will? Orion thought. Blarg was what actually came out of his mouth along with a fountain of blood. Tezca let go of Orion and walked away. He was far from finished, but he had to leave the others something to have fun with. The 6 Eldritches, offspring of the original Guardians, all shared with the Master the same bond as Tezca. It was their tissues that the Master had used to engineer his abomination half. Their blood ran inside of him, and his thoughts were their own. If Vaster was akin to a father to them, Zinnia was their mother. Philia and Frey, however, were a different matter. The monster divine beast hybrids considered them as their children, and any threat to their safety, no matter if real or perceived, was dealt with extreme prejudice. Space. Meanwhile, in Vaster's office, he had to deal with an unexpected guest. Are you sure you want to do this? There's still time and you can use more training. There's no time, and it's because I need training that I have to do this now, Orion replied. I can't wait for Gianni to give birth to awaken. What if the Myrock attack the day our daughter is born? Even if they don't, how am I supposed to hold the baby if I can't even grab a glass of water without shattering it? I need to awaken now so that I can get used to my new condition and master my powers before the attack. I can't just cross my fingers and ask the Myrock to give us some more time to prepare. If it weren't for the baby, we would already be at war. Gianni is getting stronger while I can't cast anything above Tier 3 with true magic even after over a year of your training. As time passed, Gianni's body had gotten used to the bright orange core. Every layer of tissue protecting the baby had been reinforced, and the enhanced nourishment she received from her mother made her grow healthier than a regular human baby. After checking the condition of mother and daughter with Vaster, Zorath had allowed Gianni to break through to the deep yellow under supervision. Everything had gone well, and now Gianni could move on to learning Tier 3 and 4 spells. They would be too much for a deep yellow core, but not for a pregnant deep yellow core. The boost in power that the almost fully developed baby gave to her was enough to dabble with the training spells for Tier 4 that required skill rather than lots of mana. Chapter 30:17 Not a Hero, Part 1. 3017 Not a Hero, Part 1. I get your point, but you also have to get mine, Vaster replied. You are the one who refuses treatments that require forbidden magic. If you die, none of what you've just mentioned will matter and Gianni will have to face everything by herself. Is this what you want? I don't want to, but I have to. Orion trembled from head to toe, feeling his stomach churn as he spoke. That's why I brought you a gift. I had Kigan carry it here under the cover of darkness. A gift, Vaster was puzzled. Criminals that I officially failed to capture. Scum of society that if convicted by a tribunal would be sentenced to death. Orion spat the next words like they were poison on his tongue. Specimens for your experiments. According to the law of the Griffin Kingdom, death row inmates were dead men walking without any civil rights. They could be used for magical experimentation, tortured, or anything that the judge thought would give their victims relief or make them useful for society. It was supposed to ease Orion's guilty conscience, but it didn't work. His prisoners had not undergone due process. No judge had pondered the issue, and no law was involved. No matter how Orion painted it, he was still going to sacrifice human lives for his own sake. His honor and loyalty to his kingdom would never allow him to do that if it wasn't for the threat on the lives of Gianni and their unborn daughter. The Myrock were likely to take the baby girl away, and Orion would rather die in shame than lose his wife and another daughter. More like food for your life force. Vaster tapped on his desk with his forefinger. I have no idea what you think I do, but I can assure you that I have no use for a ragtag bunch of criminals. And neither have you. What do you mean? Orion asked. I mean that you can kill them, arrest them, do with them whatever eases your conscience. We don't need them for the procedure. After our last discussion, I searched for a way to accommodate your request, and I found it. Really? Orion sighed in relief. A huge burden was lifted from his shoulders. Can we start now? How does it work? Yes, and it's easier to show than explain. The master steepled his fingers. Yet I can't compromise the position of my facility. We are allies today, but tomorrow you might change your mind. Sleep. Are you kidding me? Orion was outraged. How can you think I would betray you after everything you are putting on the line for? He fell to the ground with a thud as his consciousness slipped away. There was no such thing as sleeping spells, but Vaster had been a great healer long before turning himself into a hybrid. His white eye had spotted the stress points in Orion's life force and fixed them for him. Under normal circumstances, it would have been no different from rejuvenation, but there was nothing normal in Orion's condition. His mana core pushed against the impurities surrounding it in an attempt to awaken. Yet Vaster and Zorath had anchored them, making the impurities like large trees with roots that ran deeply in Orion's body and weathered the storm. The process still drained his stamina, and his constant training in the use of fusion and true magic made things even worse. The moment Orion had stepped inside his office, Vaster had noticed that his friend was so tired that he stood only thanks to sheer willpower and stubbornness. Some might have considered it a miracle of love, but the master found it idiotic. Kigan, report. Yes, father. The Dark Phoenix grunted, annoyed that his playtime with Orion had been interrupted. See that Orion's guests suffer no harm and remember nothing of their capture, Vaster said. They must be returned to him intact and ready to stand trial. Are you sure? How will your friend survive then? Kigan asked. We'll use our prisoners. There's no point in dirtying his conscience. Mine will suffice, Vaster replied. It's a drop in the ocean for me, but it would be a mental scar for him. What Orion doesn't know can't hurt him. Let's make him believe that miracles do exist, so that he can enjoy what time he has left without the guilt of knowing how he managed to live long enough to become a father again. I see. Kigan felt proud of Vaster's selflessness and spirit of sacrifice. Don't look at me like that. Vaster's stern expression turned into a scowl. I'm not some valiant hero. I'm not protecting innocents from a cruel enemy. I'm preying on the weak who have nothing to offer to society and feeding them to the strong so that they can become even stronger and lead mankind to a better future. It's the reason I founded the organization, turned you and me into hybrids, and now I'm helping the Urnas. What about Orion? Kigan realized that the master could glimpse into his feelings through the bond they shared, so he quickly changed the topic. The idiot needs to rest, the master scoffed. In his current condition, not even Arthur's madness could save him. Orion needs to be at his peak condition if he has to stand a chance of surviving the procedure. If he wakes up, he'd just keep training like a moron. Bring him to the lab, strap him to a comfortable bed, and change the IV bag of nutrients every hour. He's going to need it. Vaster stuck the needle in Orion's arm after numbing his arm with darkness magic. Then, to make sure that Lord Ernest would keep sleeping, the master fixed every imperfection of his body and fastened the impurities around the mana core tighter. Once he was done, Vaster fully rejuvenated Orion to his prime, using his decades of experience and invigoration to fix his bones, organs, and muscles down to the slightest imperfection. The strain on Orion's vitality was minimal, but more than enough to make his deep sleep even deeper. Space. Orion woke up after over 24 hours of uninterrupted slumber, and only because he was starving. The bags of nutrients gave his body what it needed to rebuild itself but couldn't fill his belly. He tried to pull his arm from under the blankets and ring the bells to call for the butler. Damn, I was so tired that I don't even remember going to bed. Maybe Vaster is right and I need to rest more. I'll grab a bite and go back to sleep. Work can wait, Orion thought as his arm refused to move. What the fuck is happening to me? I'm paralyzed. Help, someone calls a healer. Panic washed away the fog in his mind, but also made him forget that he could still use true magic. Stop yelling, I can hear you just fine. Nelia the Griffin pulled off the blankets, revealing that Orion was still fully dressed and bound hand and feet to the bed. Gods, how long has it been since you had a good night's rest? She undid the straps on his wrists, put a pillow behind his back to make him sit up comfortably, and handed him a tray filled with delicious-smelling steaming food. Chapter 30, 18 Not a Hero, Part 2. 3018 Not a Hero, Part 2. Yesterday, the magnitude of Orion's lie exceeded his poker face, making Nelia click her tongue in reply. Thanks for the food. He gulped down the stew like a man who had just escaped a desert drinks water. He cut the steak into fine pieces, holding the bones with his hands and gnawing at them to not miss a single morsel of meat. He tore the bread into big pieces, which he used to scoop both plates before chewing them. Nelia stood in silence the whole time and refilled Orion's glass of water as soon as he emptied it. Whenever she bent down to do it, her hair formed a flaming red waterfall that blocked Orion's vision. He noticed it only halfway through his meal, when his stomach gave him the respite he needed to notice her clear silver eyes and beauty. She was Tyrus' direct descendant, which made her appearance dreamlike. It took him even longer to notice the restraints at his feet. Thanks for your hospitality, but I'm a married man. Where are we, and why are you keeping me your prisoner, Griffin? Don't flatter yourself, young man. Nelia's smile was like a sunrise after a stormy night, but it left Orion only more worried than he already was. You are not my prisoner. You are the Vaster's prisoner, guest. She had trouble remembering who knew what and how much she could tell to whom. This will be your room until the procedure starts. Here, have seconds. Am I still inside the Vaster household? Orion asked while wolfing down his food, this time with a modicum of manners. I'm sorry, I can neither confirm nor deny. Why do you call it a procedure? Isn't awakening a common event for your people? No, it's rare even for us, and considered impossible for bright violet-cored people like you. Can't you undo the straps? I feel awkward. No, do you want more food? So much for not being a prisoner. Orion grumbled but accepted the third tray. Gods, how long was I asleep? I'm still hungry. That's because you missed dinner, breakfast, lunch, dinner again, and whatever meal you usually have in between. Are you telling me I slept for a whole day? I need to go back home, reassure my wife that I'm okay, and make up for the lost training time, he said while finishing his meal in a frenzy. No, you're going back to sleep. I don't have time to. Nelia touched his forehead, and a simple healing spell made Orion fall unconscious, snoring. Humans, she shook her head and called Vaster on his amulet. Your friend is fine, father, but he needs at least 12 more hours. You were right. His body is a mess, but I'm fixing it. Space. 12 hours would have sufficed, but Vaster waited until Orion woke up on his own 14 hours later, trusting the body more than the mind. Help, someone call, wait a minute. Orion was strapped again, but this time he knew what was happening. Good night, idiot. Vaster checked his clock, confirming it was midnight. Shut up and eat. Do you have any idea how much time and money your stupidity cost me? The machines for this procedure cost money. My time is worth a lot of money. Every moment my children spend at your side, I'm bleeding gold. You cost me a lot, Lord Ernest. You'd better survive and repay me for my investment. He undid all of Orion's straps with a snap of his fingers and a touch of spirit magic. The master handed Orion a large tray with several dishes based on meat and vegetables. Lord Ernest had many grievances with Vaster, but his mouth was too busy eating to express them out loud. All he could do was gobble and glare. I had to stay cooped up at home for almost 2 days and recall my aides from the field. We've all waited for our sleeping beauty to wake up. The master had no such problem and even more grievances. I should be in bed with my wife, not spend the night with a man. One that they both agreed, so Orion nodded vigorously. While you fill your stomach, let me introduce you to my team. You already know Zenagrosh and Bitra. Elijah's godmother, sure. Orion extended them his hand and they shook it. You helped avenge my little flower and now this. If there's anything I can do to help you, please just let me know. Don't be silly, Zorith replied. Floria was important to Lith, which made her important to me, just like you. I'm glad to help. You should remember the others from my wedding, Vaster continued. Nelia, Kigan, Sierre, Hushar, Ikos, and Nandi. Damn, usually to meet so many good-looking people in a single room I have to go to Lucia. Orion shook their hands in turns. She's the only new face. Orion, meet Upthought. Upthought, he's Orion. Vaster's voice went stone cold on the last phrase, something that Orion recognized as a lack of trust. Nice to meet you, Lord Ernest. In her human form, Upthought had long strawberry blonde hair and violet eyes. Her skin was slightly green due to her ogre side still stabilizing, giving her the color and beauty of a dryad. The pleasure is all mine, milady. Orion finished his meal and got up from the bed to perform some light stretching. Do we need so many people just to awaken me? Just, Vaster echoed in annoyance. Do not just me, Orion. This is the bare minimum and everyone I could find, or you'd see more people here. A snap of his fingers lightened the room as clear as day, revealing the presence of a large metal contraption that reached the ceiling. It was comprised of 5 gene tanks, one in the middle and the other 4 arranged in an X shape. Nandi will take control of the world energy, increasing and releasing the pressure on your mana core based on my instructions. The Minotaur had the gems on his forehead, hands and chest appear on his skin. A single wave of his hand emptied the room of world energy, the unnatural void giving a pit to Orion's stomach. Nelia and Ikos will give everyone the power we need. The 2 women had bolts of silver lightning run from their fingertips to their eyes and back. Hushar and Sierre will take care of you instead, ensuring that your body can resist the process. The Leviathan wore his maw of Bitra and used it to conjure several arrays that his elemental flow bloodline ability turned into completely different magical formations. The Fenrir infused Orion with mana body, improving all of his physical abilities and making him resistant to mana, even his own. Upthought is a recent addition, but she's no less vital for your survival. What is he wearing? Orion pointed at Hushar's maw, cutting Vaster short. What are you all wearing, is that? The mouth of Manadian. No, it's the maw of Bitra, Vaster replied. Hearing those names one after the other made reality click inside Orion's brain despite his attempts to deny it. Chapter 30:19 Price of Power, Part 1. 30:19 Price of Power, Part 1. Bitra the rune Magus. Orion looked at the Raju's human form with a mix of shock and awe. That Bitra, are you really her? Yes, who else do you think could build that thing? Me. Vaster scoffed while pointing at the modified version of the madness with his thumb. Orion finally understood why she had always felt familiar. Even though not completely accurate, portraits of the past magi existed. Orion felt his knees wobbling and needed to sit down on his bed. Yes, it's really me. Bitra gave him a cute bow. I hope it's not a problem. A problem? Orion gasped. It's an honor. I'm a big fan of your work, Magus Bitra. Thank you for your teachings. Manadian gifted us Forge Mastery, but it was you who gave us the means to truly master our craft. Without your version of runesmithing, even today only geniuses with plenty of resources like the Forge Magus would be able to craft a power core. He bowed to her multiple times, wondering how could Bitra be still alive after all those centuries. How she had met Vaster and why she was at his service instead of the other way around were more than mysteries. They were inconceivable thoughts. Thank you, you are too kind. She blushed a bit, not used to receiving praise outside of the organization. Not to be rude, but are you an emperor beast? It would have explained her longevity and beauty. Yes, she nodded, receiving another deep bow. Nice how you've never been so respectful to me, and I'm the one who's going to save your ass. Vaster snorted. As I was saying, Upthought is the key to avoid using forbidden magic to keep you alive. She's a fae, and she'll share with you her regenerative abilities for the duration of the procedure. She will provide you with nutrients and the life force she steals from plants, unless you think that carrots should also have human rights. Not at all. Orion felt embarrassed. Not only were Vaster's words true, but the fact that so many powerful people were willing to follow him and obey his orders meant that the old professor deserved more credit than Lord Ernest had ever given him. Plants have no self-awareness and farm animals are bred to be eaten. Feel free to use either of them. Thank you. Vaster inwardly smiled since Orion's definition of acceptable food covered many of the people the master held capture. Some were in a vegetative state after abusing alcohol or drugs, and others were the dregs of society that he considered worse than cattle. At least cattle played a role in nurturing humanity, whereas Vaster's prisoners dragged it down. Wait, what's his role in all this? Orion pointed at Kigan. Security, same as Betrayal, Vaster shrugged. We are going to be helpless until the procedure is completed. Kigan will deal with any problem regarding our safety, while Betrayal will make sure that the machine works without a hitch. Before we start, I need to make sure that you understand why every step of the way matters. Sit down and listen. Vaster went over the hurdles of awakening for normal people before moving on to the dangers for those who exceeded the bright scion. When he was done, Orion was deathly pale. After Vaster finished explaining to Orion the difference between awakened and non-awakened violet cores, Orion's face lost any trace of color left. Good gods, that's why you had me practice fusion magic that way since the beginning, Orion blurted out in surprise. You had me preparing for this moment all along. Correct, Vaster nodded. The bright blue is powerful but useless for someone in your situation. I couldn't afford the time to let you master fusion magic first and then learn how to circulate runes. My method allowed you to do both things at the same time. It's harder to learn and less efficient than fusion magic, but someone as powerful as you needed control, not strength. Also, there was supposed to be no deadline. Orion opened and closed his mouth, wanting to say many things but failing to find the proper words to do it. Whenever you are ready, Vaster said after the silence lasted for a few minutes. If you need more rest, food, or if you want to call someone before we start, now is the moment. I'm fine, thank you, Orion said, yet his knees gave out when he tried to stand up. I won't call my children. They'd notice there's something wrong with me, and I don't know if I have the courage to lie to them or to go on with the procedure if they ask me not to. Does Gianni know? Every detail. Vaster handed him a magically sealed letter that only Orion's mana could open. I kept her updated on your condition the whole time. The letter read, Please, my love, don't do it. As the moment nears, I finally understand how selfish I have been. We wouldn't be in this situation if not for my stubbornness. I asked you to awaken only because I wanted you by my side as long as our children need us. Instead, my actions have potentially shortened my life, and by deciding to awaken so soon, you are endangering yours. Please, I can't bear the thought of losing my husband so soon after my daughter. What am I going to tell our children if something happens to you? How can I keep living if the family I've sworn to protect abandons me because my recklessness causes your death? If you won't do it for me, do it for our baby. If I lose the battle against the Myrock, Driffa needs to have at least one parent. I can cheat any opponent but not death. Please, come back home and stop this madness before it's too late. You didn't tell her, did you? Vaster had realized the gravity of the situation when Gianni's usual stone face had crumbled upon learning the reason of her husband's disappearance. No, she made her choice despite my objections. It's only right that I do the same. Orion folded the paper with care, put it back in the envelope, and left it on the bed. I'm ready. Before we start, I just want to thank you all and let you know that, however this goes, House Ernest owes you a debt of eternal gratitude. Please, Vaster scoffed. The words of a dead man have no value, so make sure to survive so that I can hold you to your word. The two men couldn't have been more different, one short and fat and the other tall and muscular. Yet they stared each other in the eyes like equals and shook their forearms like brothers. I'll do my best, Orion nodded. Now don't get this wrong, but I need you to strip, Vaster said. Here, in front of everyone. Over half of those present were young-looking women, and usually, healers didn't need to see their patients naked. You can do it in another room, but you'd be naked in the tank anyway, Vaster said. I promise we won't make comments, Zorith said. While you can hear us, at least. Betrayal chuckled. Her joke meant to lighten the mood, but made Orion blush up to his ears instead. Chapter 30, 20 Price of Power, Part 2. 30-20 Price of Power, Part 2. Orion sighed, taking a moment to collect himself before taking off his clothes. I'll keep us all connected with a mind link. I'll use it only in case of emergency, and I expect everyone to do the same. Avoid screaming and begging in my head, please. I need to focus. Vaster stripped as well, followed by Abthot, Nandi, and Zorath. They only kept the Merrron. What are you doing? Orion didn't know where to look. 5 pods for 5 people, genius, Vaster replied. Enchanted armor would get in the way of the neural interface. I can't risk the slightest delay in the system. Damn, the rumors about Vaster's staff were true. Orion nodded and walked inside the open gene tank. When the glass door closed, a violet liquid flowed inside and kept pouring even after reaching Orion's neck. At that point, what looked like an oxygen mask came down from the ceiling and attached itself to his face. Don't worry and breathe normally, Vaster said via the mind link. This will take a long while, so get yourself comfortable. Give me a sign when you've gotten used to the pod. Floating in the nutrient potion was indeed a weird experience, just like seeing Magus in shades of violet. Yet the warm liquid relaxed Orion, and being able to see Vaster and the members of his team eased Orion's worries. As he gave Vaster a thumbs up, Nandi cranked the density of world energy inside Orion's tank to 11. Stop fighting your core and awaken, Vaster said. Orion nodded and followed the breathing technique Vaster had taught him. The tank seemed to turn from a life support system into a torture device. His blood burned through his veins like magma, while the impurities became a swarm of angry razors that tore his body apart from the inside in the attempt to escape. Abthot's vines moved from her pod to Orion's, seeping under his skin and spreading throughout his flesh, blood, and bones. The sensation of his body being invaded would have been terrifying under normal circumstances, but the pain was too intense for Orion to care. Zorath provided the abundant vitality of her troll side. Abthot infused nutrients and life force on a cellular level better than Quilla's injection spell, while Nandi adjusted the pressure of the world energy based on Vaster's instructions. As for the professor, he used his breathing technique, Beyonder's Eye, and his Decay Eye to study the changes in Orion's body and life force in real time. He spotted the mana flow's breaking points and moved the impurities there. All the vital organs were constantly protected. The impurities adjusted their shape and density to fight the destructive waves of violet mana like well-trained soldiers under the orders of a veteran general. Orion's body bloated and exploded, but only in non-vital areas that Zorath healed and Abthot replenished with nutrients. None of that would have been enough if not for Nandi generating a world energy pressure above that of a mana geyser, and Sierre imbuing Orion with mana body. The earth element-based bloodline ability made flesh and bones sturdier and resistant to their own mana. It turned Orion's entire body into a quasi-impurity that hindered the awakening process, allowing him to survive. Nelia infused her allies with life maelstrom, giving the lion's share to Abthot. The Ogre Eldritch hybrid kept half of it to herself and infused the rest along with the nutrients inside Orion's cells when they regenerated. This way she empowered his body without affecting his core, increasing his physical resistance beyond human limits. Bytra followed the events from the control panel of the madness, making sure that the energy flow didn't overload any of the pods and that everyone received the nourishment they needed. The procedure was going to last hours, if not days, and they needed their strength. Orion's awakening was unique, and Vaster had no mage tower. Orion knew that somehow Lith had helped Quilla to awaken, but he couldn't ask her anything without exposing his intentions. Vaster had planned for the impurities to slowly drip out of Orion's body as it rebuilt itself stronger and its mana conductivity improved. The problem was that he had no experience with violet cores and played it safe. He followed the transformation of Orion's body with Beyonder's Eye, nudging the changes in the life force here and there, while letting the impurities out only when their presence made further advancement impossible. The tar-like substance seeped instead of flooding out of Orion's orifices and pores, making the process as painful as a normal awakening, but making it last much longer than a few minutes. Whatever happens, don't lose consciousness, Vaster warned him. Whenever you feel too weak, just tell me and I'll restore your vitality. Just remember that the more I do it, the less effective it will become. Orion screamed, nodded, and kept screaming. His bones broke, his skin fell off, and his blood seemed to be on fire. The slow awakening process hindered his breathing technique and sapped his strength. Invigoration didn't work due to all the barriers stopping the mana flow, while the constant opening and healing of his wounds took a toll on his mind. Awakening was supposed to be empowering, but for Orion, it was a slow and excruciating torture. Seconds seemed to last minutes, days, and hours, years. The process couldn't be stopped, and soon Orion found himself wishing that someone, anyone messed up. At least this would be over. At least the pain would stop. His tears were lost in the violet liquid. No god answered his prayers, and the eldritches made no mistake. Sierra and Hushar took turns with the arrays, and the mana body, while Icos and Nelia alternated using life maelstrom, so that their mana organs were never full. Circulate your mana, Vaster incited his friend from time to time. The more auxiliary cores you form, the lesser the strain on your body will become. It was easy to say but hard to do in the searing ocean of agony that drowned Orion. He needed sheer willpower just to stay conscious. He clenched his teeth so hard, and for so long that they kept chipping and regenerating. Every piece of his body down to his hair hurt all the time. Circulating mana under those conditions wasn't hard, it was impossible. Normal awakened would not experience pain, their bodies free of impurities upon reaching the bright blue. The point of the violet was to reach the expertise and focus to form auxiliary cores, not to battle death. It was only hours later, when Orion's body refinement had reached the equivalent of the blue, that he could start forming the auxiliary cores. By that point, he had almost got numb to the pain, and with most of the impurities gone, it was bearable. At least for him. Without the Master's careful planning and the prolonged suffering, what Orion now considered acceptable suffering would have driven a normal man insane. Nandi slowly decreased the pressure of world energy as Orion's body improved, and so did Sierra and Hushar with mana body. Upthought tendrils stitched Orion's flesh together, Zorith enhanced his metabolism to regeneration levels, and Vaster moved the impurities to force the mana flow to follow path of the least resistance. Chapter 30:21 Price of Power, Part 3. 30:21 Price of Power, Part 3. Once the process stopped, Orion was still alive, and he was now a violet cord awakened. What's wrong with me? His body was stronger than ever, but as he weaved his first Tier 4 spell with true magic, he noticed there was something wrong with his mana core. I'm sorry, there was no way to completely stop your mana from leaking out of your body. As I told you, your core was overloaded. The worst-case scenario was you going back to bright blue, and the best was retaining the bright violet. The arrays and Nandi slowed down the bleed as much as they could, but we are no gods. You've been losing mana from the moment the procedure started until you began forming the auxiliary cores. Vaster and the others dried themselves before putting their clothes back on. I don't care, I'm alive, it's all that matters. Orion sat on the bed, still completely naked. In that moment, the only thing that mattered to him was that the pain had stopped. He was enjoying the feeling of breathing without his lungs filling with blood, of moving his arms without his flesh ripping apart and his bones breaking. His jaw still hurt, but it was finally starting to relax. He could still hear his own screams gurgling in his ears, but they were fading away. The silence was music, and the absence of pain brought him more joy than he believed possible. That's the spirit, Vaster shook Orion after letting him space out for a few minutes. You can regain the bright violet, just practice accumulation. Also, you need to grow a beard, so stop shaving. The Master gave Orion a mirror, and the face returning his gaze snapped him out of the shock of the procedure. What the fuck? Just a few hours ago he had a few gray hairs, but they were now black like the rest. The lines around his eyes and on his forehead were gone, leaving his skin smooth and youthful. I look at least 10 years younger. Orion checked his hands and muscles, finding the nigh-forgotten vigor of his youth. How could this happen? I mean, I know that awakened live for centuries, but the life force I've consumed so far is supposed to be lost. You are awakened as well, and Orion bit his tongue the moment he realized how rude and ungrateful he sounded. I mean, Gianni is going to kill me if I say something like this to her. Yes, and you bet, Vaster nodded. My hair is getting its color back, but not because I'm getting younger, and neither is your wife. Yours is a special case, and your current state is a side effect of awakening I hadn't even considered. I can only speculate about what happened. Tell me. Orion was curious and almost scared at the idea of being just a bit older than his eldest son. Your body was overloaded with mana that wanted to escape, yet the world energy conjured by Nandi and the arrays that Hushar and Sierra set into place held it back for hours. My hypothesis is that part of your lost mana is now trapped in your skin and enhances your life force. If I'm right, the rejuvenating effect is temporary and should wear off as your body stabilizes and gets rid of the excess mana. What if this is not the case? Orion asked. Then I've performed a God's damned miracle, and I'll kick your ass first, and then mine because I have no idea how to do it again, Vaster snarled. If I wasted my luck on you, not even your life would be enough to repay your debt. Orion looked at himself in the mirror again, and then at Vaster's furious expression. His laughter started like a stifled sneeze, and then slowly grew in intensity, until Orion was hugging his belly, gasping for air. "Thank you, my friend," Orion said amid tears of hilarity. "Thank you for reminding me that there's more to life than the absence of pain. I feel myself again." "You are welcome," Vaster handed Orion his clothes. "Now put your pants on and go to sleep. We have a lot of work ahead of us." "What do you mean?" Orion obliged, feeling stupid for being the only one naked in the room. "Look at the bed." Vaster pointed at the handprints left by Orion's joyous fit on the wooden frame. "Your strength has gone from that of a trained soldier to that of a violet core with perfect body refinement. If you go back home now, you are going to kill someone." The self-repair spells were already fixing the damage, but the marks in the solid wood were deep. "We can start now, I don't feel tired," Orion replied. "Say that again with your head on the pillow." "I don't feel tired. We can." Orion's eyelids drooped and his voice faded along with his consciousness. His body was filled with adrenaline, giving him the impression of strength, but he was actually on the breaking point. The pain, the changes, and the wounds had taken their toll on his mind as well. "Excellent job, guys," Vaster said after hushing his patient. "Take a day off and rest. We are all tired and need our strength before going back to work. Kigan, you keep an eye on him and teach him the basics of spirit magic. Just enough to send him home safely." Space. Orion slept for 8 full hours and then started his lessons. His body was full of energy, and he needed to learn how to control it. Spirit magic crushed things when he was angry or frustrated, brought him things he desired, and made him aimlessly float when he was happy. His body was much worse. Eggs, plates, cups, and cutlery ended up the same, crushed by his hands. Whenever Orion tried to take a full step, he would slam against the ceiling and bounce onto the ground. After a whole day of continued failures, Kigan kicked him out of the Vaster mansion with a goodbye gift. "I'm done wasting my time on you. Practice on your own." The Shadow Phoenix handed Orion a special suit of armor and threw him into Vaster's private warp gate. Unlike regular armor, the artifact was meant to protect others from its wearer. It would restrict Orion's movements and conjure air cushions when he exerted a pressure dangerous to an adult human. "Thank the gods you are all right." Gianni was waiting for him on the other side. She hugged him tight and helped him to get back to his feet. For some reason, Orion moved as if he had to stick up his ass and one more up each of his limbs. "I told you not to do it. If anything happened to you, I would. What the fuck happened to you?" She took his face between her hands and noticed his youthful appearance. "It's a long story," he sighed. "I need a sturdy chair, lots of food that I can eat with my bare hands, and a place where to eat without witnesses." Gianni arranged for everything in a few minutes, and Orion was eating and telling her what had happened before he could sit down. Chapter 30:22 Price of Power, Part 4. 30:22 Price of Power, Part 4. "I see," she sighed in relief, uncaring for the lost power of his core and grateful for the procedure's success. "We can always tell that you've undergone a full-body cosmetic magic from Hassa. The problem is explaining why I didn't undergo one as well," she grunted. "Easy, bullshit for bullshit. We can tell people that you didn't feel safe for the baby." Orion shrugged. "Good idea." Gianni kept turning his face in her hands, her expression still stern. "Vaster is right. Grow a full beard and don't get out until you've mastered your newfound physical prowess." "Because you are worried that people might notice the change, or because you are jealous?" Orion chuckled. "I am jealous," Gianni admitted, making his jaw drop. "You've always had more suitors than me. Now that I look like your mother, I'm afraid to lose you to some pretty girl, and the worst thing is that I couldn't blame you for it. We are in this situation because of me. You've risked your life because of me. You have every right to step away from this mess." She sighed, staring at the floor because scared of reading the answer in his eyes. The stress, the pregnancy, and the nearing of the deadline that Giza had given Gianni had worn out her willpower. Orion's youthful appearance only made things worse. He was the head of one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom, a powerful mage, and a man renowned for his wisdom and good heart. That, along with his tall and powerful built physique, made many noble dames disregard the fact that he was married. As for Gianni, her reputation preceded her as well. No matter how beautiful, a shark was still treated as a shark, especially when she had no qualms about maiming and tearing apart whoever dared swim near her. "Don't be silly," he chuckled, opening his arms to embrace her just to remember how dangerous it was for her and the baby. Orion froze halfway, keeping his arms wide and beckoning her to do the rest. I'm not going anywhere, she hugged him while Orion stood still. Everything I've done, I did it for us, you, me, and our children. Our children can't afford to lose both their parents. Gianni pulled away just enough to look him in the eyes. That's why I didn't want you to awaken anymore. I wrote you a letter instead of calling you so that you could be certain of my intentions. That I meant every word I wrote, and there was no manipulation attempt or hidden agenda. Orion had almost divorced Gianni after she had faked Quilla's death and broken her vow not to lie to him. They had made up, but she knew Orion still had trust issues. A holographic call would have allowed her to convey infinite nuances via the tone of her voice, her body language, and her eyes. The letter took her power of deception away. So why did you do it? Because I can't stand the thought of reliving the events that preceded Floria's death, Orion replied. I won't stand on the sidelines again, watching others risk their lives to protect those I hold dear while all I can do is pray. I did it because I couldn't live with the regret of not doing everything I could just to save my skin. I'd rather die on my feet in a few months than die of old age on my knees. I've already lost Floria. I'm not losing you, no matter the cost. Idiot, Gianni said while hugging him again and burying her face on his chest. By the way, there's something you should know. Orion told her about the true nature of Vaster's so-called nephews and nieces, and then gave her a brief explanation of how their abilities had allowed him to survive the awakening. The fact that Vaster didn't use Orion's prisoners doesn't mean he didn't sacrifice human lives. He had probably prepared everything he needed in advance. Gianni immediately spotted the flaw in the master's lie. Yet I don't care. He gave me my husband back and in one piece. If I'm wrong, Vaster has become almost as good as Manohar. If I'm wrong, he lied to save Orion's soul. Either way, Vaster is the kind of ally I need, she thought. So I was thinking, why not ask Zogger and his divine beasts to side with us? Orion asked. With their help, standing against the Myrock would be much easier. Giza might even give up without a fight, since even if she wins, the Myrock would end up decimated. Sure, but why should Zogger and his divine beasts help us? Gianni asked back. One thing is a business deal, taking part in a private war in another entirely. The Myrock are part of the council, whereas I'm pretty certain that Zogger and his allies are not. He's the only one who I've ever seen using spirit magic. Zorath taught us true magic, but she never gave me a demonstration about spirit magic. She only gave me theoretical lessons. That's true, Orion pondered, remembering how Kigan too had never given Orion a practical demonstration during their lessons. Also, if we win against the Myrock, things end there. If Zogger wins against the Myrock, the council is going after him next. I can't just ask him to side with us. We need to give him either plausible deniability or a justification to take part in the conflict. Let me guess, you are already working on both and waiting to see which one hits harder, Orion said. You know me well, my love. Gianni took his face between her hands, giving Orion that predator smile he had learned to love and fear. Space. Giera Continent, Gorgon Empire's outpost. I can't believe this is our last flight together, Kelly sighed while turning to Amila Farg, who sat on the passenger seat of the DeLorean. I'm going to miss you a lot. Are you talking to me or to the car? Farg didn't miss that the young girl was caressing the control panel on the dashboard. The car, Kelly scoffed. You are an annoying spoilsport who does nothing but nag and treat me like a thief. Farg's eyes were lit with life vision to make sure that her guest from the Empire didn't use her breathing technique to steal the secrets of the DeLorean's power core. Kellia was the only awakened in the Empire's colonization expedition, while Farg played the same role for the kingdom. With Lith gone, it was her duty to ensure that Kellia didn't try anything funny with the Wayfinder or the DeLoreans. I treat you like a thief because that's what you are. I bet that the Empress ordered you to spy on Magus Verhin's legacy. Do you deny it? Farg asked, and Kellia remained silent, not trusting her skills as a liar. And I don't nag. I try to advise you because despite your talent, you are still a rookie. Real life is nothing like the academy. There are no life-saving arrays out here. One mistake is all it takes to send even the best of us to the grave. Chapter 3023 Crystal Hunting, Part 1 3023 Crystal Hunting, Part 1 Kellia had to admit that she had been reckless while dealing with monsters, hostile emperor beasts, and plant folk that threatened Wormhold, but there was a reason she was so confident in her abilities. Her equipment had been crafted by Baba Yaga herself, and it was made of Davros. Also, as the host of the Horsemen of Dusk, even though she had a bright green mana core, she was harder to kill than a divine beast. Kelia rushed into battle not because of youthful stupidity, but to gain invaluable experience. With Dusk and her equipment, she could take risks that no one else could. By putting herself into life-or-death situations, she honed her battle instinct and learned to suppress fear and hesitation in the face of stronger opponents. What point does it have to have an immortal body if I keep being afraid of getting hurt? She thought. Baba Yaga's seal doesn't affect Dusk's regenerative abilities. I can afford to take one death blow or two if it means killing my enemy. Please, I'm a student of the 6 great academies, Kelia actually said. I have met dozens of demanding professors. I can tell the difference between teaching and nagging. Fine, Farg raised her hands with the palms out. Since this is our last day together, I might as well admit it. You are right. I've been nagging at you because I'm envious of you. You envious of me? Kelia almost crashed against a Kron bird-type magical beast from surprise. Farg was a beautiful woman and a charismatic leader. With her violet core and uncanny mastery of spirit magic, Kelia couldn't think of a single reason Farg should be envious of a brat like her. Yes, Farg sighed. Even after everything you went through as an orphan, you managed to enroll in one of the 6 great academies of the Empire. Your talent is so great that the Magic Empress noticed you after the first exam and she adopted you. For the gods' sake, she trusts you so much that she awakened you. As for me, I had to work my ass off to get into the Corps first and then into the Corps. I've risked my life for the Royals countless times since I graduated from the Crystal Griffin, but they didn't awaken me, let alone adopt me. I'm a fake. Every member of the Corps is a fake awakened and trusted only with the power they need to serve the crown, but nothing more. You are the real deal. Oh, Kelia slowed down since they had come close to a city of the Wild Empire, and the number of flying beasts was too great to drive without focusing on the sky. Thank you. I've never put it that way. Because none of Farg's intel about Kelia was true. She would still be an orphan begging for food if not for Dusk. He had rescued her, awakened her, and tutored her until she knew enough to pass the admission test for the Red Emperor Academy. The Empress had just collected the final product. There wasn't much trust or love between Kelia and Milia. They were trying to build both over time, but their true bond lay in their business deal. The Empress needed a loyal awakened, and could use Dusk's expertise, while Kelia needed a powerful backer to ensure that Dusk's existence would never be revealed. You are welcome, Farg sighed, pondering if spending so much time with a child was making her childish. Turn around. Even if there's a mine around here, I doubt the Wild Empire would surrender it without a fight. We've not come here for war. Kelia steered the DeLorean away, and they flew for over 100 kilometers before using life vision again. They kept exploring the region until sunset, spotting 3 mana geysers and mapping their position before returning to Wormhold. The Empire's outpost had already its own warp gate, and the basic set of defensive arrays would be completed for the next day. After that, the people of the kingdom would leave and return to Darmok. Worst-case scenario. In case of an attack, the arrays would buy Wormhold's forces enough time for reinforcements from Darmok to arrive via the gate. Giera was a dangerous place, and mutual aid was one of the key points of the deal between the kingdom and the Empire. I can't believe we are almost done. Just a few days and I'll go back to the academy. Kelia stared at the campfire while eating dinner. I'll miss Giera. Don't get me wrong, I'd never live here. But after so many theoretical lessons, putting what I've learned at the academy into practice was a nice change. I can't believe we are working together with monsters and undead. Farg pointed at the orc shamans, ballers, and ghouls with her spoon. Sometimes it feels like Magur has turned upside down. Ghouls worked as prospectors, following the mana geyser's current deep below the ground and looking for magic metals and crystals. They were faster than any spell and could locate rich veins of enchanted resources with 100% accuracy without aimlessly digging tons of rock. Orc shamans were not only awakened, but they could also use their link with mana crystals to bestow regular people effects similar to invigoration and negate enemy spells at a moment's notice. Ballers were powerful warriors who, despite their inability to use magic above Tier 3, could single-handedly dispose of a monster horde thanks to their wings and evil eyes. Both monsters and undead worked in exchange for a share of the mines, but their services were well worth it. The kingdom and the empire couldn't afford to deploy the troops necessary to protect their respective overseas outposts. Losing a bit of resources was worth saving the thousands of lives of their citizens that monster tides and lost cities would reap. I'm not a fan of undead, but I'd hit that. Kelia pointed at a handsome orc shaman who in his unfallen state was a dark-skinned elf and at a bare-chested Balor whose body was a symphony of muscles. After a divine beast had been proclaimed supreme Magus of the kingdom, and the headmaster of the White Griffin had married a dryad, the public opinion toward the other races and mixed couples was slowly changing. Especially after Elijah had shocked the kingdom during her introduction, Gala and Durrell was showing more of his intelligence. Some even said that Manohar II wasn't just a second name, but a prophecy. On top of that, life in Giera was already hard. Anyone could die at any time, making the social barriers in the outposts even thinner. Many soldiers courted the so-called reverted monsters, making female orcs and Balors giggle like little girls. Kelia, Farg spat out a mouthful of her stew. You are still a child, also I called dibs on Barre. Please, Kelia chuckled. I'm not a child, I'm 15. Next year I'll be considered an adult. Also, you have attended an academy as well. Compared to what happens there, this is a temple of purity. That's true, Farg sighed, looking at the Balor way longer than it was polite while wondering if to invite him to Darmok. Chapter 30-24 Crystal Hunting, Part 2 30-24 Crystal Hunting, Part 2 And I was talking about Kyle, Kelia nodded at the dark elf. With the orc's accelerated growth rate, he should be around my age, if not even younger. Are you going too? Farg asked. No, I'm about to leave Giera and I don't want to throw away my first time. I'm young, not stupid. Kelia shook her head. Are you going to? No, Farg sighed. Too complicated and my mission can't afford distractions, no matter how hot they are. Wow, Kelia chuckled. We are more serious than I thought. Yeah, Farg nodded. Yet with all the shit that keeps happening, I think our soldiers are right. We should enjoy our lives while we still have one. Space. The following morning, the Wayfinder went from village to train mode, allowing the people of the kingdom to load the DeLoreans in their wagons. If you need anything, call me. Farg grabbed Kelia's forearm and she returned the gesture. Same to you. How long will it take the Wayfinder to reach Darmok? At cruising speed and without steps, a bit more than 1 hour. But we can always turn around and come back at full throttle if needed. On top of that, the DeLoreans can get here even faster, Farg replied. The Wayfinder was too big to pass through the gates, but mages could still hasten its travels by opening warp steps. Thanks, it shouldn't be necessary, but I like to be ready for the worst. With you gone and the undead slumbering during the day, Wormhold is at its weakest since its founding. Kelia pointed at the buildings below which the people of the eclipsed lands rested until sundown. Farg briefly saluted the Empire personnel and boarded the Wayfinder, which soon disappeared on the horizon. What are our orders for today, milady? Colonel Fimray asked. In the Empire, noble titles weren't hereditary, let alone the office of Magic Emperor, but as Milia's adoptive daughter, Kelia was treated as royalty. We are going to warp our allies from Zelex to the sites where the ghouls spotted veins of magical resources. They are going to act as both workers and guards until we have enough forces to establish a perimeter, Kelia replied. Moving them from their villages, building basic housing, and ensuring them enough provisions is going to take us all day, so we'd better get moving. Space. The people from Zelex couldn't step away from a mana geyser without reverting to their brutish and fallen state, so warping arrays had to be prepared at their departing and arrival points. It was a hassle, but the creatures were worth it. Shamans stabilized the crystal mines, allowing prospectors and miners to use powerful spells without the risk of blowing everything up. Building a city, digging a tunnel, or moving a mountain were equally easy to a Balor's orange eye. Before sundown, a makeshift stone village and several fortifications were ready. The crystal veins were still inaccessible, but the shamans had already built a wide underground space where mages could work without disturbing the soldiers. Warg and Hattie scouted the place, forming a living security network with their mystical senses and hive mind. With each mining village the reverted monsters built, the resources necessary to sustain those who remained in Zelex lessened. At the same time, the kingdom and the empire saved thousands of gold coins in manpower and soldiers' lives. The monsters remained on site, ensuring the safety of the miners and goods. We are done here, Fimray said while looking at the sundown. Soon the undead will wake up. With their help, the people of Zelex will complete the settlement before sunrise. At that point, unless a monster tide gets here, there's nothing that can threaten the mine faster than backup can arrive. We should go back to Wormhold. Sure, Kelia panted, appreciating how after living with the Fallen for weeks, no one called them monsters anymore. You open the first steps, the next one is on me. Her mana core was almost empty, but her breathing rhythm returned to normal as invigoration restored her strength. She had helped dig through the rock and build the village in order to understand her limits and refine her body. It was the best way to learn how to handle powerful spells and get used to a stronger mana flow. "Don't worry, milady," the colonel opened the steps. "You've already done." A silvery pillar of light the size of a train swept the settlement. The cave collapsed and the stone village was razed to the ground. The monsters died first in the attempt to stop the onslaught. Then it was the turn of the Empire's soldiers, and lastly of the undead. Their coffins were hidden underground for safety, but the pillar cut through rock and soil like a scalpel carving flesh. Camila survived, but barely. Even the Davros of her armor coupled with the spirit barrier couldn't stand a tower blade spell. Once everyone was dead, collapsing moon focused on Camila, ripping through the scorpion armor first, then her flesh, bones, and lastly her organs until only Dusk's red crystal remained. "I need to call Mother. Now!" The horseman tried and failed to activate his mind link with Baba Yaga, finding himself inside a sealed space. Before he could process the information, Thorn pierced through the emerald barrier and the exposed red crystal, nailing it to the ground. "Hello, brother," Knight chuckled, getting close only after confirming from a distance that the damage she had inflicted on the other horseman was beyond saving. "I've waited a long time for this moment. That Farg bitch never left your side, and I couldn't afford to face two awakened at once. Not with everyone knowing how to kill me with one spell," she snarled, setting more and more sealed spaces around the area. "You know, you picked yourself a cute host. Mine would have liked to play with her for a bit, seduce her even, but there's no time. We are sick and tired of living under the threat of Mother's seal. It's time to break it, and you are going to help us." "I won't do anything to help you. I'd rather die here," Dusk replied, feeling his crystal body falling apart piece by piece. "It's your choice. I don't need you alive for my purpose. I just need you without a host," Knight shrugged. "If you keep acting tough, you're both going to die. You know what you must do. What we've been taught to do in circumstances such as this. You have only one move left, and we both know how it ends." "You are right," Dusk replied. "I'm dying and so is Camila. Even if Mother notices our link being cut off, she'll never get here in time. I have only one move left." The host of a horseman served several purposes. It allowed them to tap into their true powers, it gave them a physical body, and served as a last-ditch resort. By burning the life force of their host, the horsemen could heal from any damage and return to their peak condition. It was how Dawn had survived her fight with Sinmara. It was how Night had defeated countless opponents despite her recklessness. It was something that Dusk had never done in his millennia-long life. Chapter 3025 Unforgivable Crime, Part 1. 3025 Unforgivable Crime, Part 1. "But you are also wrong. I'll never help you. As I said, I'd rather die here." True to his word, Dusk refused to sacrifice his host. Even if he reverted to his peak condition, Baba Yaga's seal would remain, and so would the sealed space that kept the Red Mother from pinpointing his location. His spells, mana, and bloodline abilities would still be trapped inside his crystal body. Sacrificing Camila would achieve nothing but serve Dusk's crystal to Night on a silver platter. He burned his life force instead, bringing Camila back to her peak condition by taking on himself the wounds they had suffered. "No, no, no, no," the Black Knight and her host yelled in unison as Dusk exploded in a shower of bloody crystals. "I won't let you deny our prize, our birthright." Camila exploited the ensuing chaos to run away with a single fragment stuck in the middle of her chest. Night was too busy collecting Dusk's crystals and integrating them with her own to notice her escape, sharing the damage with Orpal and Moonlight. It was a matter of time before the enchantments holding Dusk's mana organs together fell apart, and if that happened, Night would have lost her chance at apotheosis. "Don't worry, kid. Now that you are outside the sealed space, Mom has received the message. Just warp in a random direction, and by the time Night notices you are gone, it will be too late." Warm tears streaked down Camila's eyes as she consumed the little bit of life Maelstrom Dusk had left to boost her mana core and conjure a warp steps. She cried because she was terrified of death. Of what Orpal would do to her if Night just turned her head a bit. Of the feeling of Dusk's presence disappearing from her mind. "Baba Yaga can save us, right? She can save you." Camila disappeared, quickly followed by Firebrand and Scorpion. Without the sealed space, the Davros had drawn upon the world energy and repaired itself from the catastrophic damage of the Tower Blade spell. The enchanted metal was bound to Camila's energy signature, and Baba Yaga's spell made it part of her no less than her skin. No, it's over for me, kid, Dusk said, his consciousness fading away along with his enchantments. I'm sorry for what I did to you when we first met. I'm sorry for fooling you into bonding with me. I'm sorry for many things, but I don't have the time to apologize for them all. Know that I'm happy to have you as my final host, kid. I never doubted my choice. My only regret is that when you discover the secret of your bloodline, I won't be with you. Farewell, Camila. No, don't leave me. I don't want to be alone again. The horseman's voice went silent, and the light inside the crystal dimmed. Away from the rest of the fragments, and with his body shattered, Dusk's consciousness faded into nothingness. Camila and the horseman had spent a little over 1 year together, and most of it had been far from a joy ride. The fires of deception and the feeling of betrayal were hard to forget, let alone forgive. Yet Camila couldn't forget that meeting Dusk had brought her to a better life. She suffered no more from hunger, and she was safe. Camila had gone from a starving orphan living on the streets to a powerful mage in one of the 6 great academies of the Empire. During that time, Dusk had been her mentor, friend, and companion, sharing with her every good and bad moment. He had given her a new family with Baba Yaga, helped her navigate the academy despite her poor upbringing, and stood by her side when the Empress had uncovered their identity due to Camila's arrogance. It had taken her longer to forgive the horseman than to switch from I to we. She had gotten used to the familiar presence in her head because, despite her righteous grudge, Dusk made her feel safe. Now he was gone, and the silence in her head was deafening. It was like a hole had been opened in her soul, and everything good in her life was going down the drain. She was no longer part of one of the most powerful beings on Magus, just a nameless orphan. Camila begged and screamed, channeling every iota of her mana inside the crystal shard. She tried with her breathing technique and all the forge-mastering spells she knew, but nothing worked. Only spirit magic seemed to bring back a pinprick of light. The two of them had shared the same energy signature, and spirit magic was made of elemental energy and life force, the two things that made a horseman a living being. Yet with a single shard and the power of a bright green core, Camila's attempts were like trying to fill a leaky bucket with a spoon. Her mana was too little, and it bled out as quickly as she poured it in. Gods above and below, what's happened? Camila was so focused on her task, on never losing control of her breathing technique to send a constant stream of mana into the shard, that she had noticed nothing. From the appearance of the colossal warp gate to the chicken-legged hut walking through it, she had noticed nothing. Baba Yaga was talking to Camila, but the young girl couldn't hear or see her. Her whole focus was devoted to keeping the tiny spark of light inside the shard burning, even at the cost of her own life. The Red Mother needed but a glance to understand that something was terribly wrong, and a wave of her hand to conjure her Tier 5 creation magic spell, Restoration. Her white core burned bright, lighting the grasslands as wildfire. Baba Yaga's eyes went wide with horror when she discovered that not even her full power was enough. Her son was almost dead, and there was nothing she could do about it. Almost. She tapped into the power of her tower, sucking the surrounding world energy dry to turn Restoration into a tower-tier spell. It wasn't enough to heal the shard, but it kept what was left of Dusk's energy stable. Child, if you want me to save Dusk, I need to know what happened and where I can find the rest of his crystals, she said via a mind link. The spark of light shone dimly, like a candle out of wax, but it had stopped fading. It was enough for Camila to allow herself to pour every bit of information about Knight's attack into the mind link. She fell with her forehead on the ground, her hands still clutching the shard and ready to pour whatever mana she had left. Invigoration wouldn't work much longer. Her body couldn't take any more mana abuse without falling apart, but she didn't care. Dawn, go, I have to take care of Camila. The oldest of the horsemen came out of the hut riding her steed, Sunrise, and wearing her full Davros set. Baba Yaga was seething with anger and wanted to take no risk. Chapter 30:26 Unforgivable Crime, Part 2. 30:26 Unforgivable Crime, Part 2. I don't care if Night is your sister. I'm going to kill her on sight. If we don't stop her now, you'll be the next, Akala said. Glad we are on the same page. Dawn's eyes burned with mana and fury. She kept the destruction spell for Night's crystal and her tower blade tier spell, Rising Sun, ready to be unleashed the moment Night was in sight. What the crazy horseman had done was more than betrayal. It was fratricide. Something that among Baba Yaga's direct children, like firstborns and horsemen, was considered an unforgivable crime. The Red Mother had given them life, and only she could take it away. In case of a dispute, only non-lethal fighting was allowed. If either side wanted the battle to be to the death, they had to summon Baba Yaga via their eternal bond and ask her judgment. Night had spat on a millennia-old tradition, and everything the horsemen stood for in one fell swoop. Kelia had provided Baba Yaga with precise dimensional coordinates and so many details about the location of the attack that Dawn could find it with her eyes closed. Sunshine brought Dawn to her destination in the blink of an eye, yet aside from death and the ruins of the mining town, there was nothing to find. Akala and Dawn used tower tier detection spells, hoping to find a dimensional trace to give chase to Night, or at least a few of Dusk's fragments. Even one more shard would make Mother's work much easier. Saving my brother takes priority. Revenge can wait. Alas, she found nothing. The space had been relaxed, and every bit of crystal collected. "Come out and fight me, you coward!" Dawn yelled at the top of her lungs, her voice booming for kilometers, but only silence answered her call. She warped in random directions, using her detection spells in the hope of stumbling into Night's trail. Luck turned her back to the horseman, and Dawn was forced to return to the hut empty-handed. "There's nothing I can do here. I'd better make sure that Night hasn't backtracked to steal Dusk's steed while Mother is busy." When she arrived, there was no trace of the traitorous horseman, but none of her brother either. There was no magic in the air, only the sound of Kelia's sobbing. She was curled up in a fetal position, holding the shard piercing her chest while rocking back and forth. "Is Dusk?" Dawn failed to find the strength to complete the question. "Gone, yes. Dead, no," the Red Mother said, shifting from her crone form to that of the mother before wrapping Kelia in a gentle embrace. "Really?" she sniffled amid tears and bubbles of snot. "Yes, child, how do you think that I came to your side like that? If Dusk was dead, so would be my bond with him, my bond with you," Baba Yaga replied. "Can you bring him back?" Kelia asked. "That's beyond even me. We are missing his body, his mana organs, and his core." The mother shook her head. "Then he's dead." Kelia started sobbing again. "No, because he's left you a critical piece of himself, his mind." Baba Yaga touched the crystal shard, and it shone with new power. Dusk's voice was gone, but everything he knew was still there. Any question Kelia asked would be answered, but the information came to her cold and impersonal. It was more like reading a book than remembering. "Now you have two choices, child. You can let me pull the shard out of your chest and return you to the safety of the Empire. You are still an awakened, and the Empress cares for you. Dusk will be gone forever, but you'll be safe, and Night will have no reason to bother you again." "What's the other option?" The mention of her hated enemy made Kelia steel with fury, and her voice ooze with venom. "You keep the shard where it is. It will keep Dusk alive, but it won't give you any power. On top of that, Night might feel the connection with the remaining fragment and hunt you down until she gets it," Baba Yaga replied. "Can you use it to find her?" Kelia asked. "Maybe, maybe not. This was not supposed to happen. I have no idea if the link between the crystal and shards goes both ways or if only Dusk's main body can locate its fragments. All I can tell you is that you'd be in danger, and I'd use you as bait." "What wasn't supposed to happen?" Kelia's hatred shifted to Baba Yaga as well, considering her responsible for Night's madness. "I'll explain that later. First, I need to know your decision. Your future depends on it." "The shard is mine." Kelia had it hide under her skin, even though it caused her great pain. Without the horseman guiding the process, it was more like digging through her flesh than merging with it. "If it means that you can bring Dusk back or lure Meln into a trap, my life is a little price to pay. I want him dead. I want to be the one dealing the death blow." "Get in line, sister," Dawn said. "Let's go, we have people to warn and plans to make." A touch of Baba Yaga's finger and a healing spell made Kelia faint. Her battered body and her fractured psyche were in dire need of rest. "Where to, Mother?" Dawn asked. "Lucia." "Space." In a makeshift cave hundreds of kilometers from the attack, at the same time. Fuck. Since Night was entrusted with the hardest part of the work, Orpal had to take the most of the pain to preserve her focus. The wounds they had inflicted upon Dusk were now shared between Orpal, Night, and Moonlight. Yet the horseman couldn't risk exceeding the self-repairing enchantments of her steed, so she inflicted minor damage upon her mage tower, and added more only after it had been fixed. The three horsemen had been carved from a single spirit crystal after splitting it into its components. Light for Dawn, darkness for Night, and everything else for Dusk. It was why he was the only one who possessed the first Guardian's bloodline abilities. After her defeat at Balker's hands, Night had been forced to admit that the god of death. Light and darkness were two sides of the same coin, and Baba Yaga had made a mistake by making three horsemen instead of one. She planned to correct that mistake, to fuse the 3 crystals back into one to give birth to a perfect being. Mother had to be scared of us if she split us. I bet that in our original state, we were as strong as her, maybe even more. She grunted in pain as she tried to fit Dusk's shards into her crystal while also providing them with the energy to preserve their enchantments. I would have preferred to assimilate Dawn first, but her host is more powerful than mine, and she never gets away from Mother. Dusk was my only chance at getting rid of the weakness she imposed upon me. Chapter 30:27, Unforgivable Crime, Part 3. 30:27, Unforgivable Crime, Part 3. Can you now help me plan and fight against Leech? Orpal asked. No to everything. Knight's answer made him wail in pain and despair. We don't even have any access to Dusk's abilities since along with his crystal I'm taking upon myself, the Seal Mother had imposed on him as well. Then why the fuck did we do this in the first place? Why do I have to suffer like this? Because once I'm done fusing our crystals, once our power cores merge into one, all of our dreams will come true. Dusk's seal, my restrictions, and even the self-destruction spell will be in the past. We will be unstoppable. Those words made Orpal's lips curl up with joy, turning his gritted teeth into a twisted smile of fury. At least in theory, she added, and he emitted a blood-curdling scream. Horsemen were never supposed to become one. Mother created us to be unique and establish our own bloodline. I have no idea how assimilating another horseman works or how long it will take. Until we are done, we'll be in agony. Even if we succeed, until we master our new body, our abilities will be diminished. Yet I can promise you this. If I'm right, nothing on Maugre but the damn Guardians will be able to stop us. Maybe not even them. Orpal wanted to smile and laugh at the idea, but the only thing he could think of was to make the pain stop. Space. Garland Continent, Verhin Mansion, Dining Hall. The sun had risen for a while, and the Verhins and their guests were about to have breakfast together. It was Salark's turn to watch over Elijah for the day, and she had also helped Alina in the kitchen. There were lots of mouths to feed, and some of them demanded servings big enough to need a table of their own. Congratulations, kid, the Overlord said while studying Nalrun's body with her rebirth magic diagnostic spell, Riptide. Your life forces have merged into one, and the final result is perfectly stable. It's a feat akin to reverting a fallen race to normal. You'd better be careful. If word spreads, Roghar will add you to his to-kidnap list. Thank you. The Agni swallowed a lump of saliva, happy that no one except those in the house knew who he was and who he had been. The older kids were used to keeping secrets, while the younger ones had no idea what their grandma was talking about. Such nonsensical words would be forgotten before they finished eating their slice of cake. Inside the mansion, Nalrun kept his semi-human form. He was taller and part of his skin was covered in small gray scales, but everything else looked like his old self. Do you plan on using your knowledge to help my people, Lord Nalrund? Ryla the Farmer asked, looking at him like a beacon of hope. Please, just Nalrund. I'm not Lith. I'm not a noble, and I have no stick up my A&T farm. The Guardian's autocorrect made the expression family-friendly, yet Nalrund received several glares nonetheless. I'll help as much as I can, but I'll keep my involvement a secret and let Falul take all the credit for my contribution, he said, anxious to change the topic. By the way, big guy, how do you call yourself now? Salark asked. I'm Nalrund, first of the Agni since I'm no one's father. Yet. He caressed Freya's hand, who blushed while the children giggled. That's obvious, Uncle Nalrund, Fenrir said. Only a married man can become a father, and only if the Great Mother approves. That's right, baby girl. Celia ruffled her hair, glad that her children had bought the nonsense she had made up to explain where children came from and why they wouldn't get more siblings. Agni, Salark stiffened. Yes, I've named my species after. The Father of Fire, the Overlord cut him short. It's a name as pretentious as he is. Well, a bit pompous, but wait, did you know him? What kind of man was he, and how much of what the legends say about him is true? Nalrund was flabbergasted. I didn't know him, I know him, and he was no man, Salark scoffed. If you are curious, you can ask him yourself. He loves the sound of his voice. She pointed at Ligon, who was helping Camila feed Valoran and Elijah, while telling the kids a story in dragon tongue. He's the Father of Fire? If not for the fact that he was already sitting, Nalrund would have fallen but first on the ground. But I thought it was just a myth or one of your aliases. You are the god of forgemastering, and you fit the bill better than he does. Please, the Overlord tutted. My elements are darkness and light. My access to origin flames is dependent on my connection with life, not fire. Also, do I look like someone who goes around teaching people for the kick of it? No, but Nalron's objection was interrupted by an emergency call on both Lith's and Solus Council amulets. All the magical gemstones were flaring up with elemental light, signaling the urgency of the call and that it required maximum encryption. Baba Yaga's rune flashed like a light bulb, making things more unsettling. Lith hushed the kids before answering, but kept everyone in the dining room. Even if something capable of threatening Baba Yaga is on its way here, a couple of guardians can easily deal with it. I'm not asking for their help or putting the children in danger. They just happen to be here, he thought. Solus, Lith, we need to talk. The mother had activated the conference call mode and was clearly relieved of seeing they already were in the same place. It's about Meln and it's urgent. Please give me clearance to the mansion. I'll be there shortly. Baba Yaga had no tower warp, but she could instantly reach any place on Magur where one of her firstborns was. In this case, she had contacted Nandi to reach Esagar, and from there to Lucia it would take her just a couple of steps. Consider it done. Lith accessed the tower's mainframe and added Baba Yaga to the apprentice list. The tower was linked with the array's control system, allowing Lith and Solus to restrict the use of magic only to the energy signatures of their guests. Anyone else would be considered an enemy and treated accordingly. Lith sent the children to another room with Ryla and Garrick. The Verhins were on edge, hoping that Orpal had been caught and disposed of, yet fearing he had hurt another of their friends. They controlled their communication amulets and sighed in relief when they double-checked there was no rune missing. Baba Yaga's hut came out running from a warp steps at the edge of the Tron woods. It always marveled Lith how something so big and heavy could be so lithe. The mage tower went from top speed to complete halt in the space of a few steps and without ruining the lawn. Chapter 3028 Unforgivable Crime, Part 4. 3028 Unforgivable Crime, Part 4. Or not, and then Ligoen. Definitely not. At a wave of Baba Yaga's hand, the chicken legs bent in a sitting position and disappeared under the hut's floor. Come out, sweetie. Dawn stepped through the door while carrying Kelia, who was still a sobbing mess. She clung to the horseman with all her strength, touching the white crystal emerging from Dawn's chest like a lost parent. You, Nalron snarled, assuming his full bestial form and growing in size. Me, the horseman glared at him with spite. I'd gladly kick your ass and teach you another lesson in light mastery, but I have more important things to worry about than arguing with you. Can't you see she's hurt? It was the first time Nalron met Kelia, so even after looking at her with life vision, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Freya and the others, however, could tell that even though her magical aura had grown since their time in Giera, Kayla felt diminished. Like a part of her soul had been ripped out. By my mom, Meln has taken Dusk from her. Solus had no proof of her words but her instinct. The anguish and the change in Kayla's aura were familiar to her, having experienced them every time her bond with Lith had been broken. Also, she knew that if the Horseman of Dusk were there, he would have done something to console Kelia or taken over her body to spare her the humiliation of being seen in such a pitiful state. Just like Lith had done for Solus more times than she could remember. She approached Kelia, who hugged Solus. The young girl had felt an odd kinship with Solus since their first meeting and searched for solace from her loss. Somehow, Kelia knew that Solus understood her pain. What, how did that? Lith tried and failed to find a word that could express his feelings toward his older brother. Thing learn creation magic. Severing the bond between a living legacy and its host was something that only death or creation magic could achieve. Let's go inside. The child needs to eat and calm down, the mother replied. Once back in the dining hall, Baba Yaga explained everything that had happened and what might come to be if Night's crystal fused with Dusk's. Are you telling me that he's going to become much stronger and get his hands on the Guardian's bloodline abilities? Lith was fuming. No, I'm saying there is a possibility it comes to that, the mother replied. What worries me the most is the idea that Night might be able to attack you directly. Meln is an idiot, but she possesses the knowledge of centuries. As for the rest, I'm not concerned. Why is that? He asked. Because of this, she touched the middle of his forehead where his spirit eye was hidden, and because of that, she pointed at the sorry figure of Kelia. Elena and Salark were taking care of her, one giving her emotional support and the other tending to the damage to her life force. Yes, Meln could get access to Dusk's powers, but without the knowledge stored inside Kelia's shard, We both know he's going to shoot himself in the foot before he learns his limits. I don't plan on giving him more than one chance. The moment I see him, I'm going to rip him apart piece by piece. The mother's face twisted in fury until her body shifted into the murderous calm of the crone. That's true, Lith pondered. All those bloodline abilities are a double-edged sword. If Meln uses them brainlessly, I can steal them from him and crush him like a bug. My point exactly, Baba Yaga nodded. Without a mentor, those abilities are dangerous even for their wielder. It's the reason Dusk became so wise. He had to study them and learn how to master them bit by bit. Do you think Meln is willing to do the same? Because I know for a fact that Night is not. He'll never do it, Lith shook his head. As soon as he learns how to infuse himself with life maelstrom without blowing up, he's going to come here running. And I'll be here, waiting. The crone's voice was reduced to a whisper, yet everyone heard her clearly. I'd like you to allow Kelia to stay here. If her shard acts as a beacon, the idea of having the person he hates the most, and the thing he wants the most in the same place will drive Meln insane. With a little luck, he'll attack Elijah and die without even noticing. As if I'd allow that scum to get even in sight of my granddaughter, Ligoin scoffed. Seconded, Salark burst in a blaze of origin flames. I've always gone easy on your daughter out of respect for you, Yaga, not anymore. And for that you have my gratitude, masters. She gave the guardians a deep bow. Lith, I need your answer. Usually he would have refused. Lith didn't like having so many people in his house, especially those who didn't know about Solus and the tower. Ryla, Garrick, Celia's children, and the triplets were already too many in his book. Yet he knew Kelia's pain. He had experienced firsthand the trauma of losing his partner, the sudden void in his mind and soul where until a minute ago there was light and joy. The only difference between them was that when it happened to Lith, he knew that Solus was still alive, and that he could fight the person responsible to get her back. Kelia, instead, had no hope. Based on Baba Yaga's words, Dusk was as good as dead, and even if he wasn't, Kelia would never find Orpal, let alone defeat him. She was a weak human girl, and he was an insane monster bonded to another insane monster. The Verhin mansion is turning into a shelter, but I can't abandon Kelia, Lith thought. She's Meln's victim as well and my best shot at luring him out in the open. If we find and kill Meln, can you restore Dusk? He asked. I think so, but killing him won't be enough. To let Kelia's shard take root and restore Dusk's crystal, I have to kill Night first. Baba Yaga lowered her gaze, feeling her heart tighten at the thought. I released the self-destruction spell to the public because I wanted to give her a merciful death, but she's forced my hand. Once I capture her, I'll wipe her out of existence in a slow and painful process since I need her crystal intact and cleansed from her mind. Lith nodded in reply, pondering his next move, when the king's rune lit up on his communication amulet. Magus Verhin, the Magic Empress seeks an audience with you at your mansion at your earliest convenience. There's something she wants to discuss with you in person. Merrron was puzzled by the request and its urgency, but with the joint colonization of Giera going so well, he had no reason to turn her down. I called her and explained her everything, Ligon said, answering everyone's silent question. Chapter 30-29 Common Enemy, Part 1. Do you need assistance? The king asked. If it's a political or diplomatic matter, the kingdom has your back. I can send you our minister for foreign affairs in a minute. Thanks, your majesty, but it won't be necessary. Lith gave the king a polite bow. It's a private matter regarding the sighting of Meln Narchet in Giera. Please inform our troops to be on alert and keep Night's destruction spell at the ready. He had no idea if the self-destruction spell would still work, but it could buy the people of the kingdom precious time. If Night made a move before her power core had the time to adjust to the changes, there was a good chance that the spell would still work, or at least cause her serious damage. I wish I could tell Merrron about Dusk and the powers that Night might gain after assimilating his crystal, but then it would become a political mess. The kingdom would blame the Empire for aiding and abetting a horseman. Even worse, the crown might try to take Night's crystal for themselves or destroy it. Lith gave the king a doctored version of the story where Night had attacked one of the Empire's mining towns and killed its colonists. The Empress wants my advice on how to deal with Night, since I'm one of the few people who has survived multiple confrontations with her. How do you know that if she doesn't even have your contact rune? The story made sense, but it didn't explain how Lith could know so much. Ligon, Lith shrugged. He passed the messages, but he's tired of playing middleman. I see, Merrron nodded. Thank Lord Ligon on my behalf for not warping his disciple without my consent. The kingdom appreciates the efforts of the Lord of Wisdom to keep the peace between our countries. Merrron out. Damn if you're good at making up bullshot on the spot. Milia and Ligaen said in unison, neither needing the Guardian's autocorrect. The Empress walked to Kelia and knelt in front of her. Much to Milia's surprise, instead of throwing her arms at her, crying, or having any emotional reaction, the young girl shied away. Kelia made herself small and hid behind Alina. I'm sorry, even with your warnings and teachings, I failed my missions. Kelia looked at the Empress and Lith, feeling like she had failed the former and betrayed the latter. I let Meln take me by surprise. I let him take Dusk away from me. What's wrong, daughter? Milia's voice was calm and soothing. Kelia opened her mouth to speak, but she ended up crying. It took her a few minutes to compose herself enough to make sense. I'm sorry, even with your warnings and teachings, I failed my missions. Kelia looked at the Empress and Lith, feeling like she had failed the former and betrayed the latter. I let Meln take me by surprise. I let him take Dusk away from me. I'm useless to you now. The Empress furrowed her brows in confusion for a second, until the meaning of those words dawned on her. Do you really think that I'd throw you away just because you are not a horseman anymore? That I'd disown you and make you an orphan again? Yes, Kelia nodded amid sniffles. Without Dusk, I'm just a weak runt. I'm no longer the top student of the Red Emperor. I have no bloodline abilities and no chance to graduate in time. Without Dusk, I'm worthless. She started sobbing again, clinging to Alina, who glared at the Empress with the fury of a mama bear. Alina didn't know Kelia's story, but from that exchange, it was clear that the adoption was just on paper, and there was no love between mother and daughter. It was a business deal that an adult in a position of authority had imposed on a child. I'm not going to disown you, daughter, Milia said. I'm sorry for what happened to you, and I'm even more sorry for making you think I value you only because of the services you can provide me. That's how our relationship started, but back then I had no reason to believe that Dusk had turned a new leaf. I needed to keep you at arm's length until I was certain it wasn't a trick to avoid capture. I know we haven't spent much time together, but that's because the Academy leaves you little time, and the throne leaves me even less. I thought that at your age and with your ambition, you wanted your personal space. Yeah, right. Alina's voice carried the coldness of an ice age. Why would an abandoned child want affection and a family? Leaving her in the care of someone you considered an ancient monster was the most sensible thing to do. Milia wanted to reply, but every justification that came to her mind sounded idiotic. How much time did you spend with this poor girl? How many times have you called her just to ask her how she was doing, and how many to question her grades or give her a mission? Alina was furious. She saw Lith and solace in Kelia, and the parent she had tried her whole life to not be in the Empress. Alina was grateful for Lith's hard-earned money and proud of his achievements, but they weren't the reason she loved him. She wanted him to be safe and happy, not a means to her ends. Kelia knew it as well because Lith's biography was a bestseller. She envied him since the day Dawn had told Kelia that his family knew about his other half and accepted him anyway. I admit that I've never taken care of Kelia after adopting her, but that's because I didn't know if I could trust her, Milia sighed. Kelia's background check was a nightmare, and there was no way to know where she ended and Dusk started. It's still unforgivable, Alina retorted. Milia gave up explaining politics and reason to an angry mother, knowing it would only enrage Alina further. Well, I don't care. I didn't come here to argue with you but to discuss Kelia's future with her and Verhin, she replied. What do you mean? Kelia asked from behind Alina's back. That I need to know if you want to take a short break from the Academy or a sabbatical, Milia replied. You've gone through a lot, and I don't expect your trauma to go away overnight. As I said, I'm not going to disown you. I can have you move in the safety of the Imperial Palace until you feel better. We can spend time together, know each other, whatever you want. What about me? Lith asked. I don't like the idea of using Kelia as bait, but what I want is irrelevant, Milia replied. We both know that sooner or later Meln will come for her. The moment he notices that Dusk's mind isn't in the crystal pieces he stole, he's bound to figure out what's happened. Even if he can't perceive Kelia's shard, he'll look for her first. Why spend years mastering a craft when you can just torture it out of a weak girl? Milia's lips curled up in a disgusted expression. Yeah, Meln would never work hard when he could just take a shortcut. As long as he's not the one paying the price, everything goes. Lith noticed too late how those words hurt Alina. Chapter 30 Common Enemy, Part 2. She felt responsible for Orpal's crimes and his twisted mentality. She lived them as a consequence of her failure as a parent. Even assuming that Kelia wants me by her side, I don't have the time and resources to shadow her every moment of the day. Milia continued. The Empire has no awakened at its service, real or fake. With Liga and Often here, I can't even rely on the protection of my mentor. Based on Kelia's choice, I might need your help, Verhin. You have awakened and guardians in your house and a much bigger grudge with Meln than me. I don't want to give up on the Academy, Kelia clenched her fists. We worked too hard and sacrificed too much to let that scumbag ruin everything. I'm still an awakened. My power can still grow. The thought of facing Meln again, the feeling of helplessness she had experienced while trapped inside the sealed space ravaged her mind. Kelia's face paled and her lips trembled. I need to learn more powerful spells, or when Meln comes for me, I won't be of any help. I refuse to live in fear and pray that someone else solves my problems. Yet I can't do it alone. I can't stay alone. The silence in my head is killing me. She burst into tears again. Then here's my proposal, the Empress said. Kelia will go back to the Red Emperor for the lessons and warp here once she's done for the day. It will split Meln's focus and give Kelia a place to stay where she doesn't have to hide her pain or condition. This way, no matter when the attack takes place, Meln will have to fight his way through powerful arrays and give us the time to join our forces. Okay, Lith and Kelia said in unison. For the first time in his life, Lith didn't set conditions nor did he ask for rewards for his help. Orpal was a personal matter, and one he wanted dead, buried, and forgotten as soon as possible. As Lith saw it, he wasn't helping the Empress and Kelia, they were helping him. Space. Kelia spent the days before the start of the next trimester getting used to living with the Verhins. The mansion was enormous and had plenty of bedrooms for her to choose. Space wasn't a problem. Getting up in the morning was hard, but not as getting used to the company. Crying babies she could get, flying babies not so much. Valoran and Elijah sniffed at her in curiosity, perching on her shoulders while in their divine beast form. After spending weeks in Giera with the people from Zelex, she quickly became friends with Ryla and Garrick. Protector's children, instead, took her by surprise, and so did their absurd games with the Verhin kids. Gods, I wish my childhood was like this. Envy burned deep in her gut seeing the children ride their magical steeds through the park and eat to their heart's content every day. Elijah, no, bad girl. Solus' voice snapped Kelia out of her daydreams. Solus was trying to put the sun-shaped pendant on the baby girl's neck, but she kept biting it. The self-repair spells could mend the damage left by her small Tiamat fangs, but she had tried to swallow the pendant more than once. Solus was scared at the idea that the necklace would be destroyed, and terrified at the idea that the baby might choke on it. Bah, Elijah asked in confusion while sniffing at the shiny piece of metal. No, the pendant is good, just not to eat, Solus grunted. You are being a naughty girl. She scratched Elijah's chest, who laughed and smiled, trying to understand the new game. I feel like this is getting nowhere, Solus sighed. Look, Elijah, Mommy Solus has one too. She showed the baby her star necklace, and Elijah promptly bit it. Elijah, what's the matter? Kelia asked while unconsciously reaching for the crystal shard hidden under her chest. For some reason, Solus felt like a sister to Kelia as much as Dawn. The presence of another horseman was the only thing that eased her trauma. That, and the constant noise in the mansion that almost made her miss the silence in his head. Almost. We are taking a family portrait, and I hoped that Elijah would behave. I want a picture of the three of us wearing the family set. Solus' pout lasted for a second before she returned the baby girl's radiant smile. Masa. Yes, I am. As long as Elijah didn't call Solus Baba anymore, she was on cloud 9. Elijah had trained her well. 3. Kelia had a hard time grasping the Verhin family's dynamics. Yes, Solus beckoned at Camila and had her show her moon-shaped pendant. See, a star, the moon, and the sun, to bring light during every moment of the day. Lith crafted them for us on a very special occasion. They are magnificent, Kelia nodded, trying to muster the courage to ask her question. How can 3 people make a baby? She pointed at Elijah's black hair like Camila, her 6 streaks like Solus, and the Tiamat form that she had taken from Lith. Camila and Solus blushed in embarrassment not only for the question, but also because it was a painfully common misunderstanding. Almost everyone who knew about Lith's bond with Solus thought the same, while those who didn't had a 50% chance of thinking she was the child's mother. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude on your private lives, Kelia said, mistaking the awkward silence for shyness. It's just that Baba Yaga often asks dawn and dusk for grandchildren. I always wonder how that's supposed to happen, and if I would somehow have to get involved in case Dusk found a companion. I've never seen a horseman with a baby of her own before. And you're not seeing it now. Solus felt the need to be the one clearing the misunderstanding. She knew how depressed Camila would still get sometimes, and didn't want to make matters worse. I played no part in the baby-making. Alicia and I sharing the 6 streaks, it's just a coincidence. It's one heck of a coincidence, Kelia pondered. Also, why did you call the pendants a family set? I would get if Verhin, his wife, and his child had a pendant each, but the 3 of you make no sense. Because I'm part of the family. Solus couldn't explain to Kelia her origin, nor the role she played in Lith's life. Lith made one pendant for me to reassure me that Alicia's birth wouldn't change things between us. She could only hope that Kelia would drop the argument. Do you have to be here, or that something else would draw her attention? Give me a break. I like this situation less than you. Dawn would have loved to flip Nalrund off, but she couldn't in the presence of the children. I was just minding my own business when I discovered that you are sharing my legacy willy-nilly. Your legacy? Nalrund echoed in anger. Dawn remained with Kelia during the night to help her sleep, and usually left before breakfast. Chapter 3031 Trust and Secrets, Part 1. 3031 Trust and Secrets, Part 1. That day on her way out, Dawn had noticed Celia, Camila, and the kids practicing light mastery. She just needed to study their spells for a few minutes to distinguish Lith students from Nalrund's. Lith had learned Tier 0 on his own, teaching his version of light mastery to Camila, Aaron, and Lyria. Celia, Lilia, and Laren, instead, practiced using the exercises Dawn had developed for the Razars. Even the sequence of the exercises and the number of repetitions were the same. Yes, my legacy, Dawn nodded. If you have trouble remembering how your ancestors learned their craft, we can go in the back of the mansion and I can freshen your memory. No, thanks. At the mention of their previous encounter, Nalrund went pale. Do we have a problem? He looked at the kids and then at Dawn. The Agni had never thought that the horseman would find out about his light mastery lessons, and now he was scared for his new family's safety. No, as I said the last time, I've moved on. Dawn shrugged, making him sigh in relief. I was just curious. The horseman felt a gentle tug at her dress, and when she looked down, she saw Aaron offering her a wildflower from the garden and its holographic counterpart. Hi, miss, my name is Aaron. Are you a friend of Aunt Solus because you are as pretty as her? What a charmer, Dawn giggled, caressing his black hair before taking both flowers from his hands. We are not friends, but we are related, sort of distant cousins. She appreciated how, despite its ethereal nature, the hologram followed her hand with minimal lag, and retained the same detail level away from the boy. Remarkable, Dawn said after comparing the hologram to its original. It's a very accurate replica. Did you learn this by yourself? No, Uncle Lith taught me, Aaron shook his head. But I'm stuck. I can't make a construct even after practicing for 2 years. Well, light mastery is a tough disciple, she nodded. To what do I owe these pretty flowers? Are you asking me out on a date? No, I want advice, Aaron replied. Uncle Lith also taught me that pretty words and a nice gift can sell water to a fish. He checked his notebook for difficult words, buttering you up. I'm offended. Dawn's silvery laughter didn't match her words. Lith Tiamat Verhen, what in the 9 hells have you been teaching your brother? Elena almost never swore, so he immediately understood the gravity of his situation. Lith took out his communication amulet, pretended to have an important call, and excused himself in a rush. What am I doing wrong, pretty miss? Aaron said, not aware of having revealed his strategy to his mark. I'm sorry, I don't want you to pick bad habits, Dawn said. Like turning you into a goody two-shoes, so here's what you have to do. While the adults were still flabbergasted, the horseman whispered a few things in Aaron's ear, and his face lit up in a big smile. Kelia burst out in a laughter, not knowing whether Nalrund's shocked expression or Elena's outraged grimace was funnier. She's laughing, Sola said to Camila while nudged her. It's the first time since she got here. I know, kids can do miracles. Let's shut up and let her enjoy the moment. Aaron put the advice in practice, but failed miserably. It wasn't even a hologram anymore, just a bunch of fireflies stuck together. Please, Nalrund said with a scoff. Constructs are Tier 4 and Aaron only knows Tier 0 light mastery. You can't skip 3 tiers of magic like that. It took Lith more than 1 lesson to make a stable construct, and he was an academy graduate with years of experience. Please, Dawn scoffed back. The problem was the teacher. There's a big difference between the original and a knockoff. If you say so. The Agni clicked his tongue and pointed at the scattered light. Don't worry, kid. You still have a weak core. Even the most basic of constructs consumes more mana than a Tier 5 spell until you learn how. The words died in his throat as the fireflies coalesced into a flower made of solid light. The farm. Told you so? Dawn opened her palm and Aaron gave her the flower to examine. Needs work, but it's a great start. Don't forget what I told you and keep practicing. The stem and the petals resisted the pressure of her fingers, but the moment she squeezed the leaves, the construct cracked and leaked mana. Hi, pretty lady. My name is Lyria. She offered Dawn a flower and a hologram of her own, making the horseman and Kelia laugh harder. Lith, come here immediately. Renaa didn't find the situation funny anymore, but her brother had already taken care of making himself scarce. I hope to grow as beautiful as you. Can you please give me advice as well? Aaron and I are rivals, and he now has an unfair advantage. Good point, Dawn nodding. One question first, who's prettier between me and Lady Tyrus? The Guardian was sitting on a bench near Elijah, reading a book. Hearing her name, she lifted her eyes from the page. Lyria opened her mouth to speak, but said nothing. She checked the notebook where she jotted down her uncle's teachings and said in a flat tone devoid of conviction, You are the prettiest lady of the house. What a silver tongue. I wonder who she is taking after. Seeing the guilty expression on the girl's face, Tyrus dropped her book from laughter. Well said, Dawn chuckled and whispered something in Lyria's ear. Lith Tiamat Verhin, I demand an explanation, Renaa roared. Kelia kept laughing, and at that point, Solus and Camila joined her. How is that possible? This time Nalrun studied the hologram with life vision. He saw its light dispensing, but not because Lyria had lost control of the spell like he had believed earlier. Life vision showed him that the sparkles were becoming solid. Instead of turning the hologram into a construct in one go, Lyria had split it into several smaller pieces. They still retained their details and shape. She just didn't assemble them until she had made the fragments stable enough to withstand the weight of the full flower. After that, shaping the hard light construct was as easy as matching the numbered pieces of a puzzle. Did you really believe that I shared everything I know with your ancestors? Dawn said at the same moment Lyria's flower came to life. I taught the Razars just enough light mastery to exploit them as my unwitting assistants. I made them perform my experiments and take all the risks as compensation for what they did to me while I was their prisoner. I kept your ancestors ignorant on purpose, so that they failed to understand the real scope of what they were doing. The fact that even though your people had centuries to practice and improve on my teachings, you are none the wiser should tell you something. Damn, she's right. Nalrun clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This is the final nail in the coffin of my Na-Vi beliefs. Chapter 3032 Trust and Secrets, Part 2. 3032 Trust and Secrets, Part 2. There is no such thing as the Razar's legacy and tradition. Everything we know about light mastery, we either extorted it from Dawn, or she gave it to us to further her agenda. My people were so obsessed with splitting from their beast half that over time we stopped improving and became dependent on her. We were her hands and feet, but Dawn was the brain all along. Thank you, Lyria offered her flower for the horseman to examine while giving her a deep bow. How is it compared to Aaron's? Wow, guess the rival thing is no joke. Dawn chuckled while examining the various parts of the hard light construct. You did a great job, Lyria, but compared to Aaron's flower, yours is a bit lacking. See. The stem was soft and flexible, but when the horseman squeezed a petal, it crumbled. Cracks appeared all over the flower, leaking the light element until the construct faded away. Why? Lyria's eyes became watery for the humiliation and Aaron's relentless mockery. I mean, I have silver streaks like Aunt Quilla, whereas Aaron only has red ones. Why am I less talented then? How dare you cry after learning one of the most elusive branches of magic, little girl? How can you be so entitled? Dawn's voice was cold as she booped Lyria's nose. I'm sorry. The little girl was taken aback, and so was Aaron. The horseman's accusation hit close to home since he would have done the same in Lyria's shoes. His smug grin disappeared, and he stared at the ground like he was the one being scolded. Are you asking me or are you telling me? Dawn asked sternly like a disappointed teacher. I'm sorry, Lyria and Aaron said in unison while staring at their feet. As you should, the horseman said before switching to a friendly tone again. To answer your question, Lyria, it's because Aaron doesn't have streaks that he's better than you, or rather, he learned better. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Lyria tilted her head in confusion and Aaron nodded. Your affinity to the light element makes things easier to you. You learn more quickly, but by spending less time on each step of the process, your understanding remains shallow. Dawn replied. Aaron has no affinity, so to reach your same level he has to work harder and obtain a deeper understanding of how light mastery works. He learns slowly compared to you, but he gets really good at what he does. Also, since when do streaks matter? Does your uncle brother have silver streaks? No, same as Nalrond, and they are the best light masters you'll ever meet. Myself excluded, of course. Lyria blushed in shame, understanding how her words had insulted Lith and belittled her own achievements and Aaron's. I'm sorry, she said, and this time she was deeply remorseful. I didn't mean to offend you, Uncle Lith, she yelled the second part since Lith was still nowhere to be found. Apologies accepted. His voice echoed through the garden in a way that made it impossible to guess the direction it came from. Can we share your advice with my big brother? Aaron asked. He's the one who taught us, pretty please for a pretty lady. Dawn pretended to be in deep thought while caressing her chin before answering with a flat. No. Why? Lyria asked. Because trust and secrets are the bread and butter of a mage. I've already given you a lot, yet you keep asking more. Dawn was stern again, but not cold. If you want to keep a good relationship with a fellow mage, you need to earn their trust and keep their secrets. Even if it hurts other relationships, am I clear? Crystal, the kids nodded in unison. Good, Dawn caressed their heads. What about our siblings and niece? Aaron asked. They'll be our rivals too, and this would give us an unfair advantage. Life is unfair, the horseman shrugged. But let's put it this way, you can't teach them, but you can tell them to come to me and ask my help just like you did. This way the result may not be the same, but the opportunity is. How does it sound? What about Uncle Lith? Lyria jumped with joy at the idea. You can tell him too. Dawn bid the children goodbye and walked to Kelia, who was still smiling. It's nice to see you're doing better, kid. Kelia went pale for a second, feeling guilty for being happy so soon after Dusk's death. Then, she realized how silly the thought was. Dusk would never want me to waste time moping. He would push me to find a way to rescue him, she thought. Can you teach light mastery to me too? She actually said. Sorry, kid, I've never taught Dusk for a reason, and I won't teach you either. Not with the risk of passing it to Meln in case he gets his hands on you. Point taken, Kelia shivered at the thought. See you tonight, kid. Dawn patted Kelia's shoulder and warped back to the Empire. Space. Verhin household a few days later. The family couldn't spend all their time in the mansion for several reasons. Roz taking care of the fields and Alina of the animals was just one of them. The most important one, however, was to keep people away from the Verhin mansion. With Ryla, Garrick, and all the inhuman friends that now lived there, it would have been problematic if people from all over the kingdom wanting an audience with Lith came to the mansion. Things would also get difficult if the royals started to believe that the Verhins had moved from Lucia and sent more units of the Queen's Corps to look after their new home. On top of that, it was quite lonely during the day. The kids over 6 years of age went to the desert for their magical lessons, Garrick included. Nalrond was busy setting up his own space in the estate the Urnas had gifted Freya and helping her to organize their marriage. This is one of those days I'm happy that Lith brought help to take care of Valoran, Camila groaned. The toddlers required a lot of attention and drained a lot of time and energy. You can say that, Alina sighed. Afia and Vila were kind and helpful, but it was hard for the women of the house to not be jealous of them. Not only had it taken a lot to convince them not to wear the dragon priestess clothes, but they also looked stunning even in simple day dresses. So good that even Roz stared at them from time to time, while his farmhands tripped on their own feet with alarming frequency whenever the handmaidens stepped outside the house. Being awakened from an early age, the two women were as attractive as Tista without the aura of unapproachableness that being a Verhin gave her. When do Lith and Solus come back from the desert? Alina tried and failed to calm down the crying Elijah. She didn't take well her father's absence, especially after not seeing Lith for days due to the hunt for Shadow Disciple. The father-daughter bond went both ways, and without Lith, Alicia felt weak and scared. Chapter 3033 Sparring Partners, Part 1 3033 Sparring Partners, Part 1 By lunchtime, I hope? Valoran screamed in Camilla's ears. Being older than Elijah only made him louder. His fear of abandonment made things bad for him as well. Going from glued to Lith 24/7 to not seeing him for hours at a time terrified the baby boy. After all, it was the same thing that had happened with Jormun. Shush, Val, Daddy is fine. Camila rocked the baby before turning to Alina. With Meln's threat and the search for those guys who stole the mouth, Lith and Solus can't delay their training any longer. They need to master the prime engine. Space. Blood desert at the same time. Practice also required secrecy. It was of paramount importance that whatever Lith and Solus learned about the tower's offensive form remained a secret. This way, as long as they killed their current enemy, they would always have the element of surprise on their side when facing the next. It was the reason they asked Salark for a secluded spot with a powerful mana geyser and a suitable sparring partner for the prime engine. Well, little brother, what can I say? I hate you. Sinmara, the Phoenix of Darkness, had volunteered for the task, and her brother Surtur with her. Lith was a divine beast with a bright violet core, so only someone with a white core like the twins or a guardian could get him on the ropes while the tower supported him. Yet guardians were too powerful, and Lith wanted to test the prime engine against someone who would actually get hurt by his spells, not just pretend to. So he had accepted Sinmara's and Surtur's offer even though there was still rust between them. The twins wanted to make up for not helping him to rescue Floria. As for Lith, he knew that unless he worked on their relationship, he would hold his grudge forever. That's a big word. The Dragon of Light jotted down his findings while his sister fought. Envy is a better fit. You feel no real ill will toward him. You just wish you two had a tower like that, and so do I. No, right now hate fits the bill. Sinmara waited for her injured wings to regenerate before reverting to her human appearance. That thing is still incomplete, yet it gave me a run for my money. The colossus in front of her was humanoid in appearance, and as tall as her, reaching 40 meters, 130 feet in height. The prime engine looked like something in between a golem and a machine with gears at the joints and exhaust ports on its back. The tower by itself was 30 meters, 100 feet, high, but that was because there were as many floors above the ground as below. Even after rearranging itself to have arms and legs, the tower had enough mass left to grow to the size of a white-cored divine beast. What did you expect? Surtur snorted. It's a mage tower. It's supposed to have a power comparable to a white core, and Manadian's tower was the best tower on Magur. Even if it's incomplete, it's also up to date with modern magic. If you add Lith's bright violet core and Solus bright blue, they are bound to beat you in raw power. Also, don't forget you went easy on them because this is a practice session, not a death match. It still hurts my pride, Sinmara grunted. She wasn't wearing her equipment, and had avoided using her millennia of battle experience to end the match quickly. Otherwise, Lith and Solus would have learned nothing and lacked the time to get accustomed to the engine's control system. This is bullshit. Lith didn't share Sinmara's view on the match. The controls suck, the eyes made my eyes water most of the fight, and we got pummel. The gray stone of the tower was full of streaks of gold-veined white marble and cracks from the Phoenix of Darkness spells and blows. Just like Sinmara, the prime engine was repairing itself at a speed visible to the naked eye, thanks to the power of the mana geyser below its feet. You are absolutely right. This is terrible. Solus, voice oozed sarcasm and mock indignation. How could we not steamroll a millennia-old white-cored phoenix on our first try? I mean, it's not like we're missing the ears, and the gods know how many floors. My mother was such a lousy forgemaster, and the tower is a piece of crap. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Lith sighed, taking off the eyes first to give relief to his pounding head. I just didn't expect the controls to be so complicated. He took the mouth off next, then the hands, and lastly split Ragnar, K from the Fury. Then he tried to stand up from the stone throne, but discovered to still feel dizzy and disoriented. I did. Solus leaned her head back against her throne with her eyes closed, getting used to moving her real body instead of the engine again. Guess we know where Ferk took his inspiration for his secret lab. I bet that if we had the ears, the engine's controls would be much easier to handle. The stone thrones connected directly to the host's brains to allow them to move the tower's battle form like their own bodies. The thrones also linked the pieces of Manadian set to the tower's floors that fueled their abilities. While sitting on the control seat of the prime engine, the enchantments of the various floors could be used like spells and conjured in an instant as if they were part of the power core of the artifact with which they were connected. Also, since world energy was used instead of mana, and it flowed through the tower instead of Lith's body, casting the most powerful spells of his grimoire didn't consume his energy and didn't cause mana abuse. While in the prime engine, Lith and Solus could use tower and blade tier spells with no burden on either their cores or bodies. At the same time, however, the sensory overload caused them a blinding headache. The eyes collected information about everything around them. The mouth constantly suggested them spells and tactics that they had to approve or reject, while the hands required them to choose which floors keep active and which depower based on the situation at hand. The tower core made things even worse. It flooded their vision and minds with status updates about the engine's structural integrity after every hit, and prompted them to use some enchantments and avoid others to redirect the energy needed for the repairs. So do I, Lith sighed. I bet that Manadian gave the ears synesthesia exactly to avoid the sensory overload from using too many enchantments at once. As it is, we can process information only through our eyes, which burdens our brains a lot. He had fused his mind with Solus, hoping that everything that the Void had learned during his brief use of the ears was enough to retrieve its blueprints, but to no avail. The tower had simply produced an artifact that looked like the ears but had none of its functions. It was a hollow shell based on their memories. Chapter 3034 Sparring Partners, Part 2. 3034 Sparring Partners, Part 2. Lith and Solus knew what the ears looked like and how the artifact was supposed to work, but that was it. They were missing the thousands of runes that comprised its power core and many enchantments. Gods, you two really are a younger version of ourselves, Surtur laughed, hearing them bickering from outside the tower. One is a brilliant, light-hearted genius, and the other is a sour, nagging grouch. Hey, Sinmara and Lith said in unison. Nailed it, Solus laughed her ass off. Well, what do you think of the engine? Lith and Solus warped out while the tower went back to its original form to repair and recharge more quickly. That it looks weird, Sinmara replied. I get the human body since Rifa was a human. It looks male because Lith is its master, but why the metal head? What's with the face mask, the glowing eyes, and the weird shape of the helm? Because he's a nerd from Earth, Solus inwardly chuckled. I meant what you think of its capabilities. Lith blushed a little at the remark. It's really good, the Phoenix of Darkness begrudgingly admitted. I didn't have my ass kicked so hard since my last battle with Aeon. I'm not going to lie, your use of Silverwing's annihilation was really creative, and I'm damn happy we restricted the use of blade spells. I don't know if I would have survived getting hit by one. Same here, Lith shuddered at the thought. And thanks for pulling your punches at the last second. Every hit at the tower causes damage to Solus' body, and I don't want to discover what happens if the tower collapses. Sinmara had struck hard at first to test the durability of the engine, but once cracks and holes had been opened, she had continued to exploit the openings she found in their strategies, but stopped her blows at the last second. This way Lith and Solus knew when, and how they messed up but suffered no harm. Hey, the Phoenix of Darkness sounded offended. How dare you thank me for that? Even if you are angry with me, I'm your big sister and I've been Solus' friend since the time she called herself Elfin. I would never hurt either of you. Thank you, Solus said with a warm smile. She didn't like her old name, but she appreciated Sinmara acknowledging both her lives and how much she had changed as a person. You did give my sister quite a beating, but I think you could do better. Surt showed them his notebook. Lith had allowed Surtur to use dragon eyes to study the prime engine and the techniques he used with Solus. It was the best and quickest way to find what they could improve. Well, that's obvious, Solus shrugged. It was our first real fight against a powerful opponent. I would have been worried if you said otherwise. It would mean you are screwing up with us. No, I mean this. The Dragon of Light turned the page, showing a beautifully detailed drawing of what looked like a fusion of Lith's Tiamat form and the engine. I think there's a way to make up for the ears, or at least better deal with the stream of information during a fight. Meaning, Lith asked. Rifa developed the combat core, now prime engine, because she was human. Even if she reached the white core, she was likely to not have the mass to fight on par with big creatures, and needed a way to control the tower like her own body. Also, she didn't have Solus. Rifa had to do by herself what you two can do together. Surtur went on to explain his idea and how to check if it was feasible. I like it, Lith nodded. I don't, Solus pouted. Why do you always get to be the main body? Grow another 28.5 meters, 936, and we'll resume this talk. Lith patted her head like she was a big dog. It's not funny. It is from up here. Lith projected a hologram of how he saw her from his point of view, making Solus even more angry. Guys, be honest with me. Do I really look like an excited puppy when I'm upset? No, Surtur said too quickly to be believable. Lith is just pulling your leg. Sinmara turned away, incapable of looking Solus in the eyes while keeping a straight face. Damn it, she stomped her foot with so much strength that the pressure turned the sand into glass. Still, even if we want to try that, I think it's better if we master the prime engine first. I want to be able to fight on my own even without Lith, and the engine is exactly what I need since it doesn't consume my mana. Giving Lith a second phase can wait. What's a second phase? Sinmara asked. Nothing, Solus said too quickly to be believable. I agree with Solus. Lith hijacked the conversation, eager to change the topic. If we don't learn how to use the engine, the rest would be pointless. Also, we need another sparring partner. Like me, Surtur pointed at himself. No, I mean someone we can go all out against. We can't practice tower gravity spells, tower silverwing spells, and tower blade spells with you guys, but we need to learn how to use them in practical combat. We can't wait to fight against Meln or someone like him just to discover there's a problem we hadn't taken into account, Lith said. Giera is full of lost cities that have no idea who we are and are too ancient to have heard about Manadian's tower. Do you know any of them that's weaker than Thamos, but strong enough to test the full scope of our strength? No, Surtur shook his head. Not yet, at least. I'll start looking into that immediately. He called his children, sending them on a scout mission on Giera under the pretense of helping the local council. It would give the dragons access to the already existing database and Lith plausible deniability. I'll deal with the paperwork, get back inside the tower, it's time for round 2, the Dragon of Light said. But I'm tired, Solus whined. No, you are not. A snap of his fingers and a spell revealed that she, Lith, and the tower were back at their peak condition. Thanks, Solus, it was worth a shot, Lith sighed. He knew nobody would have compassion for someone as big and tall as him. Solus, instead, was short and cute. Don't mention it, she grumbled. They had no problem with working hard, but the constant headache from the eyes was another story. Also, the engine transmitted the pain of the hits to let its master gauge the strength of the opponent. They could hardly look forward to getting beaten to a pulp until their body ached as much as their head. Space. Verhin House a few hours later. After pacifying Elijah and Valoran, they could be put in the crib with Surin. The baby girl was usually quiet, but she scared easily. If she heard another child crying, she would join and increase the workload. Chapter 3035 Family Bonds, Part 1. 3035 Family Bonds, Part 1. Luckily, when Valoran and Elijah were moderately upset, they would waste a lot of time and energy trying to explain Surin their problems. Too bad she had no dragon scales, didn't speak dragon tongue, and had the brain of a 6-month-old child. She would just look at them, make senseless sounds, and eventually fall asleep. At that point, Elijah and Valoran gave up and followed her lead. From their point of view, Surin lacked empathy and communication skills, but was a great listener. With the children safe in Bytra's Doomslayer crib, Camila could finally relax a bit before helping Alina prepare lunch. It worked as cooking and magic lessons, since Tista's and Lith's servings needed more food than could be prepared with conventional means. Thank the gods you are an awakened, dear. Alina let Camila carry a whole butchered cow and the giant pot where to put it along with the broth with spirit magic. Don't forget about Tista's serving. I didn't. Camila kept the cow in midair with chore magic and then cut it into smaller pieces with controlled air blades. Now the meat fitted the cauldron and it would be cooked evenly. I'm not good at multitasking yet. After preparing a second giant pot, it was just a matter of stirring the various dishes from time to time and waiting. Camila could do everything from a distance, sitting outside the house to enjoy the breeze and checking the kitchen with fire vision. Alina loved both the help and the company, feeling like she had another daughter to whom she could teach the family recipes. They moved the crib outside with them to keep an eye on the babies now that they were done with the house chores. Alina was explaining to Camila how to calculate the right amounts of spices needed for each serving based on the size of a guest when they received an unexpected visit. Hello, sister. Long time no see. Kazretta, Camilla's older brother, tried his best to give the two women a warm smile, but even a seasoned businessman like him found it hard to hide the depth of his disappointment. After everything he had heard and read about his brother-in-law, the so-called Supreme Magus of the Griffin Kingdom, Kaz had expected something better than a countryside cottage. The Verhin house was a nice and cozy 2-story tall building with solid stone walls and a sloping roof of high-quality tiles. Yet it was nothing compared to the luxurious mansions that even the small nobles of Xylita could afford. Kaz had pictured Magus Verhin having a small royal palace in Lucia, with a finely landscaped garden that extended as far as the eye could see and droves of servants catering to his every need. Reality was that he could see the whole house even from up close. There were cultivated fields instead of a garden, and farmhands and animals in place of the servants. Kaz had never seen so many brutish, sweaty, and dirty men in one place in his entire life. To make matters even worse, not one of Roz's employees seemed impressed by Kaz's fine clothes. They didn't even look at him with the respect that his status as in-law demanded. The farmhands just glared at him with eyes filled with spite and suspicion. "Why do I feel like my head is on the chopping block?" the head of house Retta thought. "Everyone stares at me as if they are going to kill me the moment I make a sudden movement. Even the dogs are overgrown and have something feral about them." Of course, Kaz was right about everything. The men of the Queen's Corps were hidden and had followed him since his arrival through the gate of the Lucian branch of the Mage Association. His ID had triggered a red flag, which in turn had prompted a deep background check on Kaz and everyone on his contact amulet. Before he reached the farm, the Crown knew everything about him, and 3 snipers had his head and heart in their sights. 2 of them were ready to blow him up with 2 long-range spells, and a 3rd sniper lay in ambush with a barrier-piercing explosive arrow already knocked. The farmers were normal men, but thanks to their hard work were so physically fit that one of them was enough to kill Mr. Retta with one blow of his farming tool. As for the dogs, they were Rise, and the smell of cooking meat made them hungry. "Kaz, what are you doing here?" Camila jumped up from her recliner chair, too shocked from the surprise to make the proper introductions. Elena had heard little about him, but after meeting Camilla's parents and almost being fooled by their good manners, she felt no warmth towards her guest. Kaz Retta was a man in his mid-30s, about 1.75 meters, 59, tall, with short raven-black hair waxed just enough to not be ruffled when he removed his top hat or by a sudden gust of wind. He had a gentle face that reminded Elena of Zinnia and the slender build of someone with a sedentary job. His clothes were neat and ironed. The only trace of dirt on them was a bit of mud on his shoes. He wore a blue jacket over a white shirt and blue pants. They were actually a couple of years old, but they were well kept, and the decline of the Retta household was too recent for them to show signs of wear. "What kind of question is that?" he asked with a wounded expression and a pained voice. "Can't a brother be worried about his little sister? I didn't expect a warm welcome considering the circumstances we parted ways, but I hoped that time and happiness would have softened you a bit." What the hell is going on here? He actually thought. Camila looks like she's back in her early 20s. That woman is Verhan's mother, but how can she be in her 30s when he's 20? Kaz had seen the pictures of the Verhan family on the interlink, but he had always assumed they had been edited, or at least that the people depicted wore heavy makeup, since the photos were taken during galas. Yet the 2 women wore no makeup now, and there was no way they were as old as they were supposed to be. "What brother?" Camila said with a sneer. "I remember well the few times we interacted outside meals and social events. You were a housemate to me and a condescending prick to Zin. I rarely asked you for help, yet you always turned me down when I did, like when I begged you to convince your parents to let me continue my studies, to let Zin out of the house so that she could meet someone who would give a damn about her. Or when I cried for not being forced to choose between an arranged marriage like Zin or be kicked out of the house. You were no brother to me. A brother is supposed to care for his siblings and help them, not wash his hands of them whenever they are not useful to him." Chapter 3036 Family Bonds, Part 2. 3036 Family Bonds, Part 2. "I owe you an apology, Kami. I was young and stupid back then. Now I realize how unfair I've been to you, but I hope you can find the strength to forgive me. Also, they are our asterisk parents. No matter what they did, they are still our mother and father," Kaz replied. "First off, don't call me Kami," she replied with a snarl that the Rise echoed. "Only family can do that, and you are no family. Second, Kima and Clefas are your asterisk parents. I became an orphan once when they disowned me and twice when I disowned them. Third, I'm surprised to see you here. I would expect you to try and get whatever you came here for from Zin. I know that you and Clefas always considered her the weak link because of her good heart. Yet if you had visited her, she would have told me, 'What's the matter? Did you finally grow a conscience?'" The mention of Zinnia made Kaz swallow several lumps of saliva before he could calm down. Camila was right, and she was indeed his last-ditch attempt. The first had been approaching Philia and Frey. Kaz had played his role as the good uncle after Falmug had taken them away from their mother, and he had a good relationship with them. Also, gaining the sympathy of the children was the best way to get back in their mother's good graces, and in turn, of her rich, old, fat husband. Kaz had gone to meet Philia and Frey outside their school a few weeks ago, and he was sure everything would go well until he had seen their pets. They were smaller than the dogs near Camila, but they had met Kaz's gaze as soon as he had stepped toward the children. Then the dogs had smiled. Dogs weren't supposed to smile. The corners of their lips weren't supposed to curl up nor their eyes to express savage joy and expectation like that. If it wasn't impossible, Kazretta would have sworn that the cruel smile of the dogs extended to their eyes. As he got closer, he had witnessed the black-slitted yellow eyes of the cute furballs turn completely black. Then, the kids had said something and the dogs had barked, except it sounded like a laugh. A mirthless sound that laughed at Kaz, not with the children. At that point, he had panicked. Kaz had run away as fast as he could, and every time he turned back, he could swear that the dogs were still following him with their eyes, laughing. It had taken him a few days to compose himself and realize it was all in his head. Still, he avoided the children and went for Zinnia, just to be safe. Once again, the moment Kaz had seen her in the crowd, a feeling of dread had filled him. There were no dogs, but something was still staring at him. White eyes opened in the shadows of the people closest to him. At first, he had thought to be hallucinating, but then he had suddenly fainted. When he woke up, he was back in his hotel room and the eyes were everywhere. In the shadows, on his own reflection in the mirror, and on every 2-bit painting decorating the room. He had tried to run away, but the door refused to budge. He had called for help, screamed, punched the door, and stomped the floor, but no one answered. He had remained trapped for over 2 days with no food and just the few drops of water he could conjure. He had cried, begged, and prayed, but the nightmare ended only once he swore to the gods above and below he would never bother Zinnia ever again. The gods remained indifferent, but the eldritches answered his plea. "We have a deal." The door flung open, revealing a maid who looked at the disheveled form of Kazretta like he was insane. He had left Essagar never to return, and it had taken him weeks to recover from the experience. Zinnia is an archduchess and has too many responsibilities on her shoulders. Camila might have believed him, if not for the stuttering and the sudden pallor. "I didn't want to bother her. You instead, I heard you are on maternity leave. I hope you have a few minutes for me." "I have 2 starting from now, make them count." Camila noticed Alina's look and answered her silent questions. "Alina, this is Kazretta, my brother for a lack of a better term. Kaz, this is Alina Verhin, Countess of Lucia and lady of this house. She made me the honor of calling her mother, just like I call her husband father." "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Retta." Alina's voice didn't match her words, and she stared at him like he was a stain of dirt on her carpet. "The pleasure is all mine," Kaz swallowed again. Things weren't going as he expected, and the gods-damned dogs were staring at him. At least they weren't laughing, and they showed no emotion that a dog shouldn't have. "Is this my beautiful niece?" He moved close to the crib, opting for an opening that would soften any mother. If not for Elijah's 6 streaks, it would be impossible to distinguish her from Surin. "Congratulations, Lady Verhin, my little sister-in-law is lovely." No matter how Alina despised the man, every compliment to Surin was well received. Also, if Kaz tried something funny, the Doomslayer crib would turn him into ashen confetti. "Thank you, Mr. Retta," she replied, incapable of stopping a small smile from appearing on her face. "And you, Kami, did a wonderful job." He persisted in using the moniker, hoping that it would stir the few good memories they shared. Who would have thought that the blood of the Rettas would carry a power worthy of a queen? "I told you don't call me Kami." She rolled her eyes. "Enough with the small talk, Kaz. Tell me what you want so that I can tell you no and we can both move on with our day." "Can I hold Elijah? Just for a moment?" The idea was that seeing the toddler smile at her uncle would remind Camila of the value of family bonds. "Are you sure?" she replied with a snicker. "I have to warn you, she's as fiery as her father, and if angered, bad things tend to happen to the ones responsible." Once Kaz nodded, Camila picked the baby girl from the crib. Elijah smelled her mother's annoyance and ill-concealed rage, looking at the stranger with suspicion. "Bah," she asked. "Is she looking at me with suspicion?" Kaz was flabbergasted. "Yes, baby girl, he's a bad man." "Kami," Kaz said in outrage. "No matter how you feel about me, you should leave an innocent child out of our grudges." "As I see it, you are the one who dragged her in first," Camila said with a scoff. "I'm just warning her." "Bah," the moment Kazretta neared his hands. Elijah shapeshifted into a small void-feather dragon. exploiting her long neck to whip her mouth at his fingers and snapping her fangs close like a fox trap. Chapter 3037 Father of Fire, Part 1. 3037 Father of Fire, Part 1. Kaz stepped back in time to avoid the bite, and a burst of deep orange origin flames that came millimeters away from his right ear. Bah! The small void-feathered dragon growled like an angry lion, roaring her challenge. The Rise stood up, revealing their size, while Shifes came out from their hiding spots, ready to pounce. Several Krons as big as Piper planes started to circle around Kaz, their shadows eclipsing the sun in turns like clockwork. "Stand down," Camila said, and the beasts obeyed. "Well, Kaz, do you still want to hold Elijah?" "No, thanks." He had seen the pictures, but they weren't enough to prepare him for the sight of a baby shape-shifting into a divine beast. Even worse, no one seemed to care about the transformation. Elena and the farmhands were still staring at Kaz like he was the monster. "Has Magur turned upside down, and I'm the only one who noticed?" he thought. "Do you need help, miss?" Broman, one of Roz's best friends, asked. "Bo," Elijah wagged her tail and waved her clawed hand. "Yes, I'm Broman. Thank you for remembering my name, little miss." He waved back, and the baby girl shape-shifted back with a giggle. "She talks and understands." Kaz fell butt first on the ground. "Yes, she does. What do you want, Kaz? Your 2 minutes are running out." Camila put Elijah back in the crib for his protection. Elijah flew awkwardly, but that, and the orange origin flames were more than enough to maim an adult man, if not to kill him. "I came here to apologize for what I know, what we did to you in the past. It was wrong, and we abandoned you while you were at your weakest. Also, I want to ask you for mercy for our parents." Kaz took his top hat off and held it against his chest with both hands. "Prison isn't the place for middle-aged merchants, Kami. You wanted to teach Mom and Dad a lesson, and believe me, they learned it. You have every right to be angry at them, but now they are at their weakest. If you abandon them, you would be no better than them. Please, I know you have the power to grant them a pardon. Use it for good." "You are right, I have power. I have lots of it." A wave of her hand lifted him from the ground with spirit magic. She would have loved to choke him like Lith would, but Kaz had yet to do anything to deserve it. Also, she didn't want to use more violence in front of Elijah than what was absolutely necessary. "And I could also use it to get your parents out of jail if I wanted. But I don't. I haven't forgotten how you stood there and did nothing when they kicked me out of our house with nothing but the clothes I wore. Or when Falmug started to beat Zinnia and took her children away from her. I haven't forgotten how the first thing your parents did after years of neglect was to try and con my sister into taking part in their schemes. Just like I can see through all your theatrics and know that you aren't one bit sorry for what you did, only because you are forced to face the consequences of your actions. You haven't changed one bit, Kaz. You still believe that the end justifies the means and try to manipulate those you can't bribe. I'm the one who has changed, Kaz. I'm not the little girl who was desperate for her parents' affection and approval. I'm not the little sister who admired her brother, mistaking his arrogance for confidence. Now that you have your answer, get out of my house and never come back." Camila put him down gently, but Kaz fell to his knees anyway. There was something about his sister that stunned him, a strength that had nothing to do with magic or the physical might she had gained after awakening. It was the confidence she had gained after going through many bad and good things with those who loved her. Camila didn't feel lonely, nor did she care about what others thought of her anymore, not even her old family. "Wait, what's that?" Elena pointed at the sky where a small light had become visible. "It looks like a morning star, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't there yesterday." "Is it me, or is it getting bigger?" Camila squinted her eyes, noticing that the light was growing in size and intensity. A few seconds later it was so big that it was impossible to miss, and soon it became clear that whatever it was, the fireball in the sky wasn't getting bigger, just closer. "Kaz, stay back." Camila shoved her former brother behind her. "Broman, get everyone inside the arrays." She made the protective magical formations visible to the naked, and the farmhands and the magical beasts ran under their protection. The comet soared through the sky, leaving in its wake a blazing trail visible for kilometers and aiming straight for the Verhan house. "Grandma, Grandpa, if either of you is here today, this would be a good moment to step forward." Camila nervously looked around, trying to decide what to do. She could fly away, but that meant leaving Elena and Roz behind. What if I'm the target and this is the same person who wants me dead? If I leave, the killer could follow me, and away from Elijah, I'd have no chance of survival. She thought as countless scenarios ran through her mind, one scarier than the other. Once the comet came close enough that its light and warmth dwarfed the sun, it slowed down and shrunk in size, gently landing without burning a single blade of grass. "How are my favorite girls?" As the flames opened, the human form of Gentor, the golden dragon, emerged from within the flames. "Who is this guy, and what did he do to anger you, sister?" He looked like a burly blond man over 2 meters, 67, tall with a clean-shaved face. He wore the finest noble clothes that Kaz had ever seen in his life. A set of golden wings came out of his back, revealing his inhuman nature. "Sister," Kaz managed to echo before he felt something squeezing his throat and the life out of his chest. "Why do you entertain a hairless monkey?" The comet reshaped itself in the massive form of a man with flaming long hair and beard streaked with white due to old age. "You don't ask a mosquito why it bites you, you just kill it." He was at least 2.5 meters, 82, tall with biceps bigger than Kaz's head. He wore a flaming red overcoat over a white silken shirt and black pants. He had no wings, but his yellow eyes and vertical pupils betrayed his nature. "Stop right there." Camila used a tendril of her spirit magic to mess with the old man's and save Kaz's life. "I won't let you kill a man in front of my daughter." "That's your concern, that the little monster might get scared," Kaz thought, but he had the presence of mind to keep it for himself. Chapter 3038 Father of Fire, Part 2. 3038 Father of Fire, Part 2. "Gentor, who is this guy, and why did you bring him to my home?" After dealing with Salark and Ligain long enough, no matter how old he was, no dragon could impress her. "Bah," Elijah asked, trying and failing to break out of the crib. Valoran II joined her, afraid for their mother, but not even Origin flames could put a dent in the Doomslayer crib. Yet the artifact reacted to the children's distress by aiming a battery of plasma cannons at the intruders. "No," the old man staggered back like he had been slapped. "How can you call me bad, Emhar? I'm your uncle by blood, brood, and heart, not like that scum. He's afraid of you and only seeks to exploit you." He pointed his finger at Kaz, who felt dying again, as dragon fear gave him a stroke. Camila recognized the draconic word for loved ones and noticed that only Kaz was affected by the bloodline ability. Even though she appreciated the effort, she put herself between the dragon and Kaz, saving his life again. "Sis Kami, allow me to introduce you to Voltek, the fire dragon and current father of fire," Gentor said. "Voltek, this is Camila, Elijah's mother, but we call her Kami." "Correction, only family calls me that and I don't know you." She offered the fire dragon her hand, which he shook with the gentlest touch. "Then I'll do my best to earn such honor." Voltek gave her a deep bow, but his head was still higher than hers. "Why did Gentor say the current father of fire? I thought it was Ligoin's title," Camila asked. "It was back when grandfather called himself Agni and the fire dragon bloodline had yet to be born," Voltek explained. "After that, he passed the name and title on to the father of all fire dragons who, before his death, passed the title on to the new patriarch. The fire dragon bloodline is one of the most ancient not-like golden dragons." He pointed at Gentor, who, like the late Agni, was Ligain's direct descendant. "I'm the patriarch, hence as long as I draw breath I'm the father of fire." While they talked, the farmhands got back to work after snapping a few photos of the dragons with their tablets. The magical beasts yawned and resumed their napping while Kaz ran for his life as quietly as he could to not draw attention to himself anymore. "What the fuck are we even here for?" Galen Sol, the current captain of the Queen's Corps stationed there, took a sip of relaxing potion to calm his nerves and prevent another stroke. "I hear you, brother." Locrius patted the backs of the unit's members while handing pastries and a strong liquor spiked with hot tea. "Believe me, this job doesn't get better with time, but you get used to it." "What's going on here?" Lith came out of the barn's door, conjuring Valia, Tryon, and Vergrave as he walked. They resided inside the void sigils on his wings, except during battle, and whenever he was in Lucia. Their respective families had moved into the house's neighboring Liths in order to spend as much time as they could with their loved ones. Solus was just one step behind Lith and looked even worse than him. They had half-closed, bloodshot eyes due to the prolonged migraine and labored breath. Lith and Solus moved with a slight stagger, like they had just returned from a double shift in a mine and could barely move from fatigue. Which wasn't far from the truth, since shouldering the burden of the prime engine, while fighting Sinmara had proven to be exhausting. The more floors of the tower they converted into weapons, the worse the sensory overload became. The tower took the mana abuse and the real damage, but the toll on their minds remained unchanged. Lith fared better than Solus only because his stronger core gave him better recovery abilities, and unlike her, He didn't need focus to keep his body while away from a mana geyser. Usually it was a negligible amount, but Sola's head throbbed so much that even remembering her own name was painful. I'll stay just the time to say hi to Elijah and Valoran before going back inside my ring. I'm not coming out before oh shit, she inwardly groaned while looking at their guests. No rest for the wicked. Lith Solus Gentor has come to visit us and has brought a friend with him. Camila waved at the huge old man. This is Voltac, patriarch of the fire dragons and current father of fire. Voltac, these are Lith, my husband, and Solus, his cousin. Dia Masa. Elijah and Valoran shook the crib's wall once more, and Solus went to take them out. Nice to meet you. Voltac gave them a small bow, his eyes fixated on Lith. Where is your sister, the so-called Hercules? Hecate, Lith corrected him. What do you want from her? The same thing I want from you. Voltac shrugged. To check out the rumors about your unique ability to manipulate origin flames and put them to the test. From what I've heard, both of you might be worthy of inheriting the title of Father of Fire. I'm old and my life won't last much longer. Before passing away, I want to make sure to have chosen the right successor and taught everything I could to you hatchlings. I would like to reply that I'm a grown-ass man with a daughter, but I guess that to someone close to 10,000 years, a 20 years old must look like a baby. Lith thought. Tista will be here in a short while. Lith checked his pocket watch. I'm curious. I've never seen you or heard about you, Voltac. You didn't take part in the celebrations for Sharjin's birth, and you didn't attend Elijah's gala. As I said, I'm old. I was slumbering far away from Garland, and the dragon dance woke me up. Once it was over and I regained my senses, I had to catch up on a few centuries of recent history. The elder worm replied. Believe me, it takes a long while to sort out what's important from what it's not, and to be honest, I'm not done with it yet. It's too soon to tell if things like the birth of the first perfect hybrid between the dragon and phoenix bloodline, which is you, grandfather's latest newborn, and even your lovely daughter will have an impact on Magur. You guys might be a beacon to the dragon race as much as a flash in the pan. I have little time and I have to make it count. If you think so little of us, why are you here? Lith took Valoran in his arms while Solus took Elijah. Correction, I thought little of you. Voltac waved his finger in front of the baby boy, studying his Bahamut form. At least until a certain black sheep of the family started the rumor that you can control 9 kinds of flames. 11. Great Mother Almighty, Gentor blurted in shock. Ligon's fire, Voltac straightened up, looking for hints of deception with dragon eyes but finding none. 11, is that true? Chapter 3039 Eldritch and Abomination, Part 1. 3039 Eldritch and Abomination, Part 1. Sort of, Lith shrugged. I can control 8 kinds of flames right now. Immortal and primordial flames are still out of my reach, while I have no clue about how to control the blue flames or what they are. If you are referring to the events that have occurred inside Magur's garden, then you must know about the peculiar circumstances I manifested so many flames at once. Actually, I don't. Voltac scratched his head in embarrassment. I delete Zorith's messages without listening to them. My fellow fire dragons heard about it from the members of the Hand of Fate who took part in the mission, but I don't trust them more than that filthy eldritch. I came here to ascertain the truth for myself and meet you all, many birds with one visit. Zorith may be an eldritch and a black sheep of the dragon bloodline, but watch your words while speaking about her under my roof. Lith snarled, turning in his Tiamat form and matching Voltac's height. Whatever she has done in the past, Zorith has been a loyal friend to me. I consider her my big sister, and she's the godmother of my daughter. That's way more I can say about you. Hatchling, you have no idea of the madness that's coming out of your mouth. Abominations are named as such not because of what they do, but because of what they are. The Father of Fire shook his head, sighing. Just to become one, you must fail yourself and Magur in the worst way possible. On top of that, to become an eldritch, you have to stoop so low that even the Great Mother denies you further mercy. The monster to whom you foolishly entrusted your daughter cast her dragon nature away out of pride. Then, she turned into an abomination because of her vanity. She murdered thousands in blind hunger before Magur could tolerate her any longer, and Lith handed Valoran to Solus and took Elijah in his arms before shape-shifting into his abomination form. The moment his body turned into pure darkness element, Voltac choked on his words. When Elijah followed suit and her flesh changed into stable chaos, the red in the Father of Fire's beard and hair lost its luster. What were you saying about abominations and eldritches? Lith's voice was reduced to a raspy howl. It seems that I've rushed my judgment. Voltac studied them both with dragon eyes. I owe you and Zorith an apology. And Elijah? Lith shoved the baby in his face while she was sucking the shadows swirling around her thumb. And Elijah? Voltac nodded, giving them a deep bow. The elder worm was old and his convictions firm, but he was no fool. He couldn't deny facts out of mere prejudice, and dragon eyes gave him all the proof Voltac needed to change his mind. The rumors were true. Lith looked like an eldritch, yet he wasn't. There was no sign of Magus' rejection. Quite the contrary, the world energy flowed into him freely, and his essence bore the marks of his successful world tribulations. On top of that, the darkness of his body carried a single spark of chaos that was nurtured rather than contained. As for Elijah, she didn't look like an abomination, she was one. An abomination who didn't suffer from hunger and was constantly fed by the world energy. The chaos that comprised her body served her instead of trying to consume her. Bah, Elijah asked, her voice a rumbling growl too deep to be cute despite her diminutive size. Not yet, baby girl, the jury is still out on that. Lith shape-shifted into the void-feather dragon to pass the message, and Elijah followed. Gentor, do you share his opinion about Zorith? Most of us do, little brother, the golden dragon replied. When she chose her human side, it was a huge blow for all of us, and what she did as an eldritch, well, I'd rather not say it in front of children. Aside from Surtur, few of us are willing to take her back into our fold. Interesting. Voltac studied the void sigils on the void-feather dragon's wings and his scales burning with cursed elements. Very interesting. Coming here was the right decision. Somehow, the cursed flames surrounding the scales were cleansing the lingering chaos left by their previous form, and life was thriving around them. What you can do, Lady Hatchling? The Father of Fire asked Solus, catching her by surprise. Me, I'm fully human, she replied. Then why do you smell like a dragon? Voltac sniffed something underneath Lith's scent on her. I mean, I haven't awakened my dormant bloodline. Sorry, Solus said. By my mom, that's why I have scales and wings in my proto-guardian form, she actually thought. Whether it's because my body is comprised of Lith's life force or because the tower uses him as a blueprint, I'm becoming a hybrid as well. What about this dashing young fellow? The elder worm neared his clawed finger to Valoran II, who sniffed it before bringing it to his mouth. I haven't heard much about him. That's because there isn't much to say aside from the identity of his parents, Solus replied. If Valoran has already developed any kind of bloodline ability, he never needed to use them. Awakened from birth, Voltac muttered while studying the boy with invigoration. I always believed it was just an expression. Your intel is as inaccurate as its outdated old man, Gentor chuckled. Elijah established a new record by awakening from conception. Are you kidding me? The Father of Fire's yellow eyes went wide in surprise. No, he's not. Camila picked Elijah from Lith's hands and offered her to the elder worm to hold. It's one of the many reasons she's a handful. Voltac put the baby girl in the crook of his left arm with the gentle touch of a consummated parent. She could understand little of what they were saying, so she used the dragon's scales to communicate. Order and chaos? She did awaken from conception, and she's very smart. Almost dragon smart. Without the language barrier hindering the communication, Elijah expressed and understood with ease concepts that were supposed to be beyond a 6-month-old toddler. Really? Lith asked in honest curiosity. I could never communicate with a child before, so I have no baseline. What's going on, and who is this guy? Tista walked out of the barn with a deep frown on her face. Badia had just left the mansion, asking her some time apart to make up his mind once and for all. I thought that coming back to Garland with me, after realizing how deep the manipulation of his so-called family runs, was the answer. Those fuckers didn't even want to warn Badia about Thamo's arrival. If not for Vothel, the lost city would have caught us by surprise. The thought of Badia's grandfather, who had risked everything and betrayed his clan out of love, softened Tista's anger and aroused her compassion. Gods, we never went to check if he was punished for defying the Patriarch's orders. Vothel might have been imprisoned or even exiled from the colony. Maybe Badia has just gone to visit his grandfather. Chapter 3040 Eldritch and Abomination, Part 2. 3040 Eldritch and Abomination, Part 2. Yet if that's the reason he had to leave, why didn't he just tell me? Tista realized that family matters were complex, and that it was ultimately her fault if her relationship with Badia was still shallow, even though they dated for over a year. Despite all of this, the fact that he had yet to make his decision and left her in the dark hurt. Lith made the introductions and explained to her the reasons for the Father of Fire's visit. "Can we please postpone this conversation? I'm exhausted," Tista groaned. She had spent the morning training her magic and researching her bloodline abilities in the desert with the help of the phoenixes. Salark's blood ran the thickest in her veins, and the members of the nest were always happy to help her. Also, she didn't know a single dragon who would spend so much time with her without asking for something in return. Surtur and Zorath were the only exceptions, but the former was already busy with Lith, and the latter was on some errand. "Indeed we can," Voltak nodded. "You are both tired and I need you fresh or I'd just waste your time. Would you like to move it to this afternoon or tomorrow?" "Tomorrow," Lith replied. "I haven't seen Elijah since breakfast and I don't want to neglect her for the rest of the day." Camila cleared her voice in what sounded like her best growl, since her bond with Elijah had been severed. "Also my wife." A second, deeper growl emphasized her annoyance. "I mean, I haven't seen my lovely wife and daughter since breakfast and I don't want to neglect them for the rest of the day." "Nice try, but it's not enough," she grunted. "We'll talk about this later." "Then I'll take my leave." Voltak kissed Elijah's forehead before returning her to her mother. "I've already imposed my presence for too long, and I'm sure you have many things to talk about. Most of them are better spoken behind my back since I expect them to not be nice. Dragon speed, Lady Verhin." He offered his hand to Camila. "Lady Verhin is too formal. Call me Camila." She shook it. "If you want to ever call me Kami, you must be less of a prick." "I'll keep that in mind," he chuckled. "I'd gladly stay for lunch." Gentor sniffed the delicious smell of roasted cows that came from the kitchen. "But there's not enough for 3 of us and no point to go all hungry." "Also, no one invited you," Lith pointed out. "I thought it was just an oversight." The golden dragon clenched his chest in mock pain. "You wound my heart, little brother." "Better than you emptying my plate," Lith chuckled. "Next time announce your visit. You can't improvise a dragon's meal." "Truer words were never spoken," Gentor sighed. "Bye." A warped steps led the two whims dozens of kilometers away, and allowed Camila to drop her smile and scowl at Lith. "Well, do you have something to say to me?" Judging by the tension in her shoulders, it wasn't just about his blunder. "Hi, Kami," Lith gave her a hug and a kiss. "How was your day?" "Thanks for asking," she sighed. "It was great, at least until Kaz had the gall to come here and act like he's part of the family." "Your brother was here," Lith said, leaving Camila and Solus flabbergasted. Neither had reminded him who Kaz was, and Lith remembering the name of someone who had been mentioned to him a couple of times was unbelievable. He rarely remembered the names of those he had worked with for years, unless they gave him a good or bad reason to. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Lith said, misunderstanding their reaction. "I know that you've disowned him and don't consider Kaz part of your family more than I do with Meln. I just don't know how to refer to him. Former brother, ex-brother. First, it's not a job that he can quit. Second, Yua sounds like we've dated," Camila chuckled. "Let's call him." Her eyes fell on the babies who were staring at her intently. "Blood relative," she sighed. "What about your day?" "Tiring, but probably more pleasant than yours." Lith set up the table with a wave of his hand, and everyone sat down, waiting for Roz to arrive. Once the family was reunited, Camila told everyone about her conversation with Kaz. Once she was done, Lith shared the results of his training with them. "Is the engine so powerful that it can go toe-to-toe with a white core?" Elena was flabbergasted. "Isn't it still around 60% of the tower's true power?" "Toe-to-toe is a strong word." Lith groaned at the thought that, if he hadn't lost the ears, now the engine might have reached over 80%. "More like we can take Sinmara on as long as she fights bare-handed and doesn't use her most powerful spells." "Daya," Elijah grabbed Lith's arm, using light magic to alleviate whatever the source of his distress was. "Don't listen to Mr. Grouch here," Solus snorted. "We also can't use our best spells and equipment because the point of the training is not killing each other." "Is that a healing spell?" Aaron pointed at the faint glow around Elijah's hand. "That's my girl." Lith peppered her head with kisses and used dragon scales to reassure Elijah of his well-being. "Thank you. You can stop now or Daddy will get even hungrier." "Duh," the baby girl nodded and raised her hands toward Camila. "How sweet. After making sure her daddy is all right, Elijah wants to give her mommy a checkup as well." Yet instead of using light magic, the baby girl tugged and bit at Camila's shirt. "This is unfair. He gets your first spell and I'm just your meal ticket." "Mama," Elijah looked at Camila in confusion with her big round eyes, covering her hands with dragon scales in the attempt to communicate. I'm sorry, sweetie, Mommy can't do it anymore. Camila held the small hands, feeling her anger disappearing. Let's get you some milk. She stood up to feed the baby in the privacy of her room. She loved Roz and Senton and considered Tryon a good man, but she wasn't comfortable exposing herself in front of any of them. Mama, Elijah giggled, conjuring a gust of wind that would have undone the closest button of Camilla's shirt if not for its enchanted nature. Great, I got your second spell, but not the one I wanted. Space, are you really planning on going back to Giera and fighting another lost city? Camila asked. After the meal, they had put the babies back in the crib for their nap, while the parents used accumulation to refine their cores. Why not? Lith shrugged. If we win, we'll make the colonization faster and easier. If we lose, since we'll stand over a geyser we have imprinted, we can tower warp the moment things go south. Either way, we'll have gained priceless battle experience. What if the lost city recognizes the engine? A millennia-old piece of junk who's been locked up until a few years ago, Lith snorted. Chapter 3041, When the Great Mother Speaks, Part 1. 3041, When the Great Mother Speaks, Part 1. I should be the unluckiest man on Maugr for that to happen, and we both know I'm the luckiest, Lith said. Thanks, Camila giggled like a little girl. I was talking about Elijah, Lith said in mock indignation. Jerk, she punched his shoulder with all of her strength, hurting her hand and losing the breathing rhythm. Don't joke about that. I'm already envious that you are her favorite. I can't stand the thought of being number 2 in your heart too, if not number 3. Solus spent more time with Lith than Camila, and the secret bedtime story proved that she also knew about the family dynamics more than Camila as well. I'm not her favorite and you're my number 1, always. He interrupted her exercise to hug her from behind and heal her hand. Really? She asked, leaning her head on his chest. Of course, make it so, number 1. Lith used a mind link to explain the reference to her. I knew I shouldn't have married a nerd, she said while chuckling. Let's be clear, if you want me to grow a beard, you have to get bald first. I'd rather not, he shuddered at both ideas. Seriously, I'm not Elijah's favorite. Yeah, right, and I'm secretly the 7th god of magic, she snorted. I am serious, I'm not making this up just to coddle your feelings, Lith replied. And it's not just an opinion either. I know I'm right because Elijah showed it to me through the dragon scales. She loves you a lot, she just doesn't understand you. Because I don't have scales, I know. Camilla's shoulders slouched. No, because you either treat her like an adult or a human baby, he said. Just treat her like I do, like a very smart baby but still a baby. What's the difference? She asked in confusion. I hate revealing my secrets, but for you, I'll make an exception. I'll show you once they wake up. Now let's get back to work, Mopey. Elijah is nearing the bright orange and you are still at the bright yellow. It's not my fault if her core develops faster due to its natural growth and the fact that she spends most of her time over a mana geyser. Camila pouted, but resumed her breathing technique. Later, Lith brought the babies and Camila to his forgemastering lab in the tower. I'm happy he's going to share with me his Cave of Wonders story time, but how is this supposed to help me? Lith knows I'm not good with light mastery. I'm a beginner with holograms. I can't make voices yet, let alone sound effects, she thought. This is how I get my work done even when it's my turn to watch the kids, Lith said while clearing his voice and opening the grimoire that contained his latest magical theories. He started to read his notes out loud, with the same tone she had heard him use for his fairy tales. The forgemastering subject at hand was boring and complex, but the kids didn't miss a word, like he was telling an epic tale. Rather than listen to Lith, Camila looked at the babies, laughing at their reactions to his words. When his tone got excited, Elijah and Valoran clenched the bars of the crib as if he was describing an arduous fight, instead of discussing his doubts about a specific rune. When Lith's voice lowered and he spoke slower, the kids would get sad like a bad guy had one or a beloved character was in trouble. He raised and lowered the pitch of his voice while reading the details of a spell, giving the impression different characters were talking. The babies focused hard, trying to remember if they had already heard those voices and when. The most stunning part was the ending. Lith's tone became strong and confident, akin to a motivational speech. Thus, I need to find a string of runes that don't end up overlapping over their respective focus points, and devise a way to alter their spacing without causing a loss in mana conductivity. And by the gods, I'll succeed. Elijah and Valoran giggled and clapped their little hands in excitement. At the same time, Camila turned around and hushed herself to have a good laugh without ruining the effect of Lith's creative reading on the baby's mood. They were so excited by the heroic conclusion that Valoran stood up, and Elijah followed his example, needing to lean on the crib due to her still weak human body. Gods, Elijah stood up by herself. Camila dispelled the hush zone and ran to the crib while Lith activated the recording function of the tower. It would create a remember from those images that he could later show to the rest of the family. Was this her first time? Yes, Lith sighed, a bit envious of getting to the crib second. You did great too, little guy. We are proud you can stand up, but you could already do it when we took you in. Elijah has just learned it instead. Valoran's worries about the difference in treatment disappeared as Lith picked him up and talked to him with a soothing voice. See, what I was trying to show you is that even though they are smart, they are still babies. Without the scales, they don't understand long words or difficult concepts, only the tone of your voice, Lith said. By reading them stories, I taught them how to recognize when I'm happy, sad, angry, or confident. Elijah used her diagnostic spell on me because she heard my pained voice and associated it with the scenes where a hero is hurt and the healer intervenes. He showed Camila one of the illustrated books from the children's library. Holograms help, but they aren't essential. Just show the children one of the images and teach them how your voice changes based on your emotions. They will learn to recognize how you feel even when you're not telling them a story, building a bond with you. Camila nodded while complimenting Elijah for standing up and helping her to do it again. The baby girl was happy to oblige, holding her mother's hands for support as she searched for her balance. Thank you for sharing this moment with me, she said. Do you have the time to listen while I tell them a story and give me pointers, or do you have to get back to work? I've all the time on Magur for my girls. It's a man's duty to protect his family. Right, little guy? Yes, Papa, Valoran said, surprising them with a first time of his own. Space. Giera Continent, Wild Empire, City of Laska. Badia used Lith's channels with the kingdom to go back to his homeland via the transoceanic gate, and then he traveled to the Nidhugg's underground lair. Council communication amulets were supposed to work from any distance, but Vathal's rune was still offline, and all the members of Badia's family refused to answer his calls. Grandpa's rune is still on, so he is alive, but that doesn't mean he is okay. In the days following Thamo's destruction, Badia had tried to contact Vathal to thank him for his help and make sure that he hadn't been punished harshly. Chapter 3042, When the Great Mother Speaks, Part 2. 3042, When the Great Mother Speaks, Part 2. Yet the older Nidhugg's rune was unavailable for weeks now, and Badia's every attempt to communicate with the rest of his family had crashed against a wall of indifferent silence. He had even tried to ask Giera's council to contact his kin on his behalf, but the elders were too busy dealing with the crisis to waste their time with a family squabble. Badia's reputation was already in the gutter for staying so long in Garland while Giera fell apart. The news of his contribution to establishing the kingdom's outpost of Darmok made him nothing short of a traitor. The council members answered his calls only because they had to. Badia was still a member of the Awakened Council, and they were grateful for his role in dealing with Thamos, the Eternal Fortress. Yet they kept their answers curt and short when they realized he asked them for help instead of offering it. Badia was left with no other choice but to go check on Vathal in person. Shit! When he arrived in front of the entrance to the Nidhugg's lair, he found out that the stone arc had collapsed. Digging through the ground revealed that the defensive arrays had been altered, and the safe paths he knew were now full of traps. After sending messages via the amulet and transmissions via earth magic requesting a meeting, Badia explored the area for days before giving up. No one showed up, which meant that the Nidhoggs not only had changed the location of the lair's access points, but they were also avoiding him. At that point, Badia had gone to the nearest cities of the Wild Empire, looking for a reliable source of information about his family. Nidhoggs, echoed Pack in the Orthrus, the Lesser Fenrir Mayor Laska. They are a bunch of odd and reclusive fellows. When the monster tides appeared, the Nidhoggs were a dependable ally, but after they suffered a few casualties, they stopped sending us reinforcements. May the Great Mother curse them. No offense, lad. None taken. Badia had altered his appearance to pass for a member of a different nest. Those who didn't know his energy signature would never recognize him, and with his thick Gieran accent, no one doubted he was a local. I wouldn't have bothered you, Mayor, if my patriarch wasn't worried about our cousins. They have stopped answering our calls, and I've been sent here to make sure they are all right. Tell your patriarch that your cousins are more than all right, Packen replied. They can allow themselves the luxury of being cruel assholes. Otherwise, they would have never exiled 2 able-bodied Nidhogg's. 2, I know only of the traitor Badia. His voice was full of regret, but the mayor interpreted it as shame for the stain on the Nidhogg bloodline. Has anyone else defected for Garland? No, nothing like that. The Orthrus shook one head while the other kept reading the security reports he received from the nearby cities. You've heard about the fall of the Eternal Fortress, right? Badia nodded for him to continue. Don't get me wrong, I don't like having Garlanders on my backyard as anyone else, but I give credit where credit is due. Those damn colonists did one thing right. After they got rid of both the Lost City and the monster tide that empowered it, our situation improved significantly. The remaining lost cities keep themselves away, probably fearing they would end up the same way. The monster tides are too busy slaughtering each other to fill the void left by the black tide to bother us, which is also good. Between our strike teams and the Garlanders whittling the single monster hordes, the Council has finally regained a semblance of control over the region. All of this would have never happened if old Nidhogg Vothel hadn't warned his traitorous grandchild in time. Yet that old fool of Fawn branded Vothel as a traitor as well, and banished him. Are you serious? Badia couldn't believe his own ears. I know, right? Packen scoffed. The boy may be an opportunistic bastard, but how can you blame a grandfather for protecting the hatchling he raised, especially after all the good things that came out of it and the Great Mother's speech? The Orthrus was so outraged that both his heads barked insults at Fawn. Like it or not, the Great Mother returned to Giera, to us, because of the Garlanders. She protected us and killed our enemies while that useless piece of shit of Fennegar hides somewhere boasting how much he knows and doesn't share. Tyrus tried to teach us a lesson in kindness, and the Nidhoggs are spitting in her face. If you ask me, they are just pissed off their precious forefather is as useless as a fart in a storm. No offense. None taken, my tribe shares your opinion, Badia said, giving Packen a demonstration of his fluency in Tyrus universal language. Where can I find Vothel? I want to offer him hospitality. Damn kid, you are good. The Orthrus had a thick Paklian accent due to lack of practice. Are you interested in a position as teacher? I need people like you to spread the Great Mother's language and honor her. Thanks, but no. What about Vothel? He lives here. I'll assign you a guide to bring you to his house. A snap of his clawed paws summoned a Shife. Fair warning, Vothel will never leave. Even in exile, he's loyal to his clan and refuses to share any of his bloodline legacy. Then why do you give him hospitality? Badia asked. Because he's a hero and we can use all the help we can get, Packen replied. Also because we are not stupid Nidhoggs. When the Great Mother speaks, we listen. We recognize the truth of her words and are trying to change. None taken. Badia gave the Orthrus a deep bow of gratitude before the mayor once again realized the rudeness of his words and followed the Shife. Damn sorry, kid. The feline magical beast led Badia to Laska's lowest level. It was situated right above the mines, and aside from security guards, no one lived there. Just to be clear, the mayor gifted Vothel a nice lair in the residential district, the Shife explained. The old Nidhogg refused and moved down here to be left alone. Please, even if he refuses to move to your colony, try to knock some sense into him. Vothel should be proud of himself, not ashamed. Once they arrived in sight of a large circular opening in the ground, the Shife turned back and bid Badia goodbye. As the Nidhogg approached, he released small pulses with earth magic to announce his presence. The ground started to rumble, and by the time Badia reached the entrance, a colossal snake emerged, giving him a hateful welcome. How many times do I have to say that I want to be left alone? In his Nidhogg form, Vothel was close to 25 meters 82 long. His body was covered in brownish-gray scales streaked yellow, orange, and blue all over. Several straight bone spikes came out of his forehead, in a shape that reminded Lith of the frill of a triceratops. Chapter 3043 Authority and Responsibility, Part 1. 3043 Authority and Responsibility, Part 1. Vothel's words oozed venom, just like the droplets of acidic spit he released to intimidate the uninvited guest. They were too small to kill even a human, but big enough to give a solid sting. I'm sorry, grandfather, I was just worried about your well-being. Badia kept his distance and gave him a deep bow. If that's what you want, I'll leave and won't bother you any longer. Vothel stared at the unfamiliar features of the newcomer in confusion, at least until he activated life vision and recognized his grandson's energy signature. Kid, the elder Nidhogg scanned the area with life and earth vision to make sure no one was eavesdropping on them. He also switched to Leviathan tongue just to be safe. What the heck are you doing here? If someone discovers your identity, you'll be in trouble. Vothel cast a life sensing and an array detection spell before daring to use Badia's name. As he talked, he shapeshifted into a bipedal lizard with opposable thumbs. The pattern of his scales and horns remained the same, but now he wore a gray hooded surplice. It only left his snout, hands, and long tail exposed. It was the attire of Nidhogg's convicted of crimes against the nest, pending the Patriarch's sentencing. Grandpa, Badia was flabbergasted. Why are you wearing the supplicant robe, and why haven't you answered my calls? The answer to your questions is simple, Vothel replied. This is all I've left after my banishment. All my grimoires, my artifacts, and even my contact amulet have been taken away and stored inside the nest's vault. I've been judged unworthy of the colony and stripped of everything I gained over the centuries thanks to the family's help. This is my new amulet. The elder Nidhogg took out a communication device with only a few runes on its surface. Come inside, you have much to tell me. The lair was bare. Vothel hadn't bothered buying furniture since his real form was that of a huge snake. Aside from several permanent arrays, the place was empty. The burrow was just large enough for one Nidhogg to move and sleep comfortably, so they had to keep their humanoid form. Badia told Vothel everything that had happened to him after the warning call, and then his grandfather did the same. My story is painfully short. The detection arrays of the nest tracked the signal of my amulet, and I was arrested shortly after contacting you. I didn't deny or excuse my actions. I only refuted the claims I was a traitor. I told Patriarch Fawn that we had already lost too many young warriors and that I couldn't lose you too. I reminded our fellow Nidhoggs that you had been banished, not sentenced to death, that we needed to look after our own, and that Thamos was a threat to the entire nest. You know the rest. Vothel waved his hand at the cave. Well, the Patriarch and his cronies can go fuck themselves. Badia paced around in outrage. And you have no reason to stay here. Come with me to Garland, grandfather. I haven't much, but I'm happy to share it with you. Thank you for your offer, child. Vothel caressed Badia's face. But I'm going to stay here. You need to fight your battles and I'm mine. What do you mean? The younger Nidhogg said in confusion. I'm not saying you have to marry the Verhin woman. Tista, Badia corrected him. Tista, Vothel hissed in annoyance. Just that Giera isn't safe for you. Not yet. Your presence would do you no good, whereas I can make a difference. How? I can stay here and talk some sense in the members of our nest who come here to seek my advice. The elder replied. Kicking me out was a unanimous decision, but that was only because everyone assumed that you and your Garlaner friends would either die or run like cowards. After you stood your ground and the Great Mother came to your rescue, however, after she destroyed the Black Tide and its shepherd, no one in the nest saw things just in black and white. Especially after the Great Mother scolded the Gierans for turning their back on her. Most Gierans felt like her speech was addressed to them, and our brethren were no exception. While our great forefather hid inside his lair, Lady Tyrus fought for us. You fought for us? Many of those who cursed your name until a few hours back started calling you a hero. How do you know these things, and if this is true, why are you still in exile? Badia asked. As I said, many changed their mind, but not all, Vothel replied. Fawn couldn't admit that he was wrong and upturn his own verdict a few hours after issuing it. It would have destroyed his credibility, and the nest would have demanded the election of a new patriarch. What an old fool, Badia snarled. It gets better. The membranes over Vothel's eyes opened and closed in quick succession, in the closest thing to a smile his reptilian face could do. After my banishment, a few of our fellow Nidhoggs came to visit me in my new home. At first, it was just to make sure I was all right and express their sympathy for my situation. After the Garlaners imported their monsters and formed an alliance with the elves, however, more and more Nidhoggs came to me. They wanted to let me know they think Fawn wronged me and that they petitioned him to revoke my banishment. Thanks to your friends from Garland, we are taking back the lands we are lost little by little. It's not much, but it's a start. Our people have hope now, and I always point out to them how none of this would have happened without you. Vothel patted Badia's shoulder. We sent you to Garland to find a solution to our problems, and you succeeded. After Tyrus' speech, as the monster tides are pushed away from our lands, more and more Nidhoggs of our nest see the Garlaners as allies instead of invaders. They come to me in small groups at a time, seeking guidance and advice. It's the reason I can't leave Giera. Someone must stay here and lead our people on the right path. When Fawn loses his seat as Patriarch, someone must be ready to take his place. Patriarch Vothel sounds nice, Badia said with a smile. It's just a title. The elder Nidhogg brushed the matter off with a wave of his hand. It means that everything that goes wrong would be my fault. It's a burden that has crushed better Nidhoggs than me. Always remember, with absolute authority comes absolute responsibility. Leave this crap to me and go back to Garland. I'm too old for doing something really important like having more offspring. The best I can do is take care of the children of others. You instead are young. Make something of your life. Anything is fine except for politics. The two Nidhoggs emitted a hissing laughter that sounded closely to a dry cough. I'm glad to see that you are doing well and that things in Giera are going better, grandfather. Badia nodded. Chapter 3044 Authority and Responsibility, Part 2. 3044 Authority and Responsibility, Part 2. Before I leave, however, I need two things. The first is your communication rune. Vothel neared his amulet and the two exchanged runes. The second is the truth about Narso's death, Badia said. Did he really fall while trying to protect our old playground, or did Fawn plant his corpse for me to find? Excellent question, I taught you well, the elder Nidhogg said. Actually, I wasn't the one who questioned the circumstances of Narso's death first. I was too distraught to think clearly. Tista did. Badia's ashen skin gained a tinge of color in embarrassment. Then you are a bonehead, but at least you have good taste in choosing your partner. Remember what I taught you about how to use your scales and tail while mating. Females love that. Grandpa blushed harder. Can we go back to Narso? Sure, Vothel nodded. You are lucky, son. If I were still part of the nest, my oath of loyalty would prevent me from telling you the truth not to tarnish the honor of our family. Since I'm banished, I can do whatever I want except for revealing the secrets of our bloodline. Your friend didn't die in your old playground. Narso was killed by a horde of wargs while protecting one of the cities of the Wild Empire from a monster tide. It happened months before the tide even came close to our nest. For what it's worth, Narso didn't fight alone, nor did he die alone. Many awakened lost their lives that day, and his body was returned to us mostly intact. We used his flesh and scales to craft equipment that we used to avenge him, just like Narso wanted. That's why there was only the skeleton left. From what I've heard, Fawn planted the corpse during your audience and retrieved it as soon as you left. Nidhoggs don't leave Nidhoggs to rot under the sun. How could you let Fawn do it? How could our people allow it? Badia said in outrage. He didn't ask for our permission. Fawn just did it, and we found out later. Know that everyone considered it a despicable act, and it brought him severe reproach even back when our brethren considered you a traitor and would have done almost anything to teach you a lesson. Vothel said. Almost, Badia echoed. Desecrating the body of a fallen hero was a low blow even for them. The elder Nidhogg shook his head. Now that most of our nest consider you a hero and me a victim, Fawn's desecration of a warrior's tomb is going to be the cornerstone of his downfall. Space. Verhin House the following day. After a good night's rest and enough time over the Mana geyser, everyone was back to their peak condition. Solus woke up full of vigor and disappointment. What do you mean I can't come with you too? She asked. Sounds self-explanatory to me, Lith shrugged. I may not be a dragon, but I've always helped you study your flames. How can you use the eyes without me? I can't and I won't, he replied. I can't afford a massive headache and I won't risk Voltac discovering our bond. Think about it, Solus. If he uses invigoration on me, be it to teach me something about my dragon side or study my life forces, Voltac would notice that the stone ring has a life force. What if I wear it? Solus proposed. What if he offers to try and awaken your dragon side? How do you turn him down without sounding suspicious? Lith replied. What if he sees past the cloaking rings and discovers you and I have the same energy signature? He's not like Zorith. He's fully awakened and needs but a pat on your shoulder to ruin years of our effort. He is not Sinmara either. He never met Manadian, nor does he know about the tower. Most importantly, I don't trust an unknown dragon to put us above his greed. Point taken, she sighed. Can I at least come to say hi to him? I don't see why not. Lith took the stone ring off and gave it to Solus. Bring everyone to the mansion in my absence, please. Meln could attack at any time. I doubt it, but there's still a lot of work to do, she nodded. Protecting Kelia, teaching magic to Kami and Celia, plus everything the babies need. The engine, Lith said amid a fit of fake cough. Yes, I'll give it a go, Solus rolled her eyes, if I have a moment to spare. The long-range detection arrays of the house picked up the signal of something big and powerful that didn't bother hiding its arrival. This must be Voltac. Lith stepped outside and looked at the sky. Having realized his blunder the previous day, the Father of Fire had opted for an entrance more discreet than a flaming comet. He was simply flying his way to the Merrron home, and this time, he was alone. A 32 meters, 105, tall fire dragon reaching 48 meters, 1576. Of length due to the tail, however, wasn't discreet at all. He was visible from a great distance, and his wingspan alone was wider than most cultivated fields. His body eclipsed the sun, and projected an enormous shadow upon his passage that many in Lustria took as an ill omen. Voltac slowed down to give his hosts time to prepare for his arrival, and landed with the grace of a hawk. He chose a spot outside the protective arrays of the house, and wide enough to accommodate his colossal body. From up close, Lith could see that Voltac's dragon form retained a part of his beard. It grew only under his chin and on the front of his neck, safe from any burst of fire he would breathe. It was entirely of a dull white, and in stark contrast with the ruby red of his scales. The families of Valia, Vergrave, and Locrias came out of their houses in curiosity, having never seen a dragon who wasn't Lith before. While Alina and Renat kept the kids away from the fire dragon, still uncertain about his motives, Celia wasn't so lucky. Lilia, Laren, and Fenrir shapeshifted into their skull form, and ran out of the house before she could stop them. "Be a good boy, damn it!" Salkar failed to join them only because Protector tackled him before he could make it to the door. How can someone so small be so fast? A 9-month-old toddler could barely stand. A 9-month-old Skull, however, ran like the wind and even used fusion magic. With his mass and strength, Protector needed to be delicate to catch the baby boy safely, but while he did that, there was nothing to stop his older children. "The only thing I know is that's your fault," Celia snarled while trying to hold the whimpering and scratching pup still. "Can you fetch the others, or is it too late?" "Too late o'clock." Protector facepalmed as the trio of small winged wolves barked and growled at the fire dragon in excitement. "How did you manage them for so long in my absence?" "Nalrund, may the gods bless his heart," Celia sighed. "Gods if I miss him." Chapter 3045 Valley of Life, Part 1. 3045 Valley of Life, Part 1. Voltac narrowed his eyes in surprise as he sniffed at the pups. What in the Great Mother's name is going on here? Another new species, and more hybrids at that. He didn't know whether to be more impressed by the ragtag bunch of creatures that lived in Lucia or by the unmitigated gall of Protector's children. Back in my day, every creature, living or not, cowered in fear at the sight of small wormlings and worshipped elder dragons as gods. The pups, instead, barked and sniffed at him, their tone warning the worm that he was a guest in their turf. "Sorry for the loud welcome, Voltac." Lith stepped forward with Tista walking right behind him. "This is my sister, Tista Verhin the Hecate. Tista, this is Voltac, patriarch of the fire dragons and current father of fire." "It's a pleasure to meet you, young lady." Voltac's voice was like the rumbling of a storm, and every one of his words caused a gust of wind that forced adult men to bend down to resist its violence. "The pleasure is all mine, my lord." Tista gave him a deep bow. "I know that Lith is almost as big as this guy, but my brother's presence is nowhere near this imposing. Comparing myself to Lith makes me feel weak, whereas compared to Voltac, I look and feel like a child." "Where are we going?" Lith unfurled his wings and started growing in size, but the Father of Fire stopped him. "Not so fast. I'm here to meet the hatchlings." "You mean Elijah and Valoran II?" Lith asked in confusion. "No, I mean the hatchlings," Voltac scoffed. "Since I'm already here, I might as well meet the offspring of the entire family." It took Lith a while to convince the parents, since the kids needed no encouragement at all. A dragon was cool, but a bearded dragon was even cooler. That and the fact that Celia's children were already out with him was a great motivator. The Father of Fire introduced himself to all of them in turns. He sniffed them as they approached, in the attempt to discern their bloodline and potential. "You are a true wormling, boy," he said to Aaron, who puffed his chest out with pride. "And so are you, girl. If you too awaken your bloodlines and I'm still alive by then, I'll gladly give you a few lessons about your heritage." Voltac double-checked Tyrion to confirm the faint, yet dominant dragon smell. "Yes, I'm special, I knew it." The little girl clenched his fist in triumph. "As for you lot, you smell more like a phoenix. I'm sorry." Mom, Falco, Lennart, and Lyria pouted in unison like it was Renat's fault. "It's not my fault." Renat was hurt by the disappointment she saw in their eyes. Only Surin took the matter with calm, mostly because she had no idea what the fuss was about. Bloodlines and magic were irrelevant to her. She only cared about the sparkly red scales of the dragon and the funny colors that sunlight generated when reflecting on the scale's surface. "Can I caress you?" Gilly, Locrius's daughter, asked from behind the safety of her father's back. She was a teenager, so Vergrave's kids considered her the spokesperson of the younger generation. "It's more like touching, child. I'm not a pet. That said, my answer is yes." Voltac had a hard time feeling imposing with 4 furballs climbing, biting, and licking at him. Salkar had now joined the pack and had no qualms about showing the big lizard who the boss was. Even the smallest scale on the dragon's body was several times bigger than the pup, but Salkar strutted around as if he had somehow asserted his dominance over the worm. The farmhands kept a respectful distance, but snapped pictures and filmed shorts of the pup, and the beast like there was no tomorrow. "This is great," Lith inwardly scoffed. "They have a tablet only for a few months now, and their first instinct is to film things instead of running away. If Magur ends tomorrow, people will die with a smartphone in their hands, and it will be my fault." "Can I approach the mighty dragon, Lord Verhen?" Broman usually called Lith by name, but at the moment, he felt so scared that he needed to remind Lith of their lord-vassal relationship and ensure his protection. "Ask the dragon, not me." "Can I approach your majestic body, your dragonship?" Broman asked, his voice quivering a bit. Yes, Voltac missed the days when humans mistook him for a god, and offered him tributes so the worm appreciated the farmer's efforts to be respectful. His appreciation was short-lived. The moment Broman was certain the fire dragon wouldn't eat him for lunch, he started taking selfies. The rest of the farmhands joined him, and soon even the members of the Queen's Corps broke cover to look at the divine beast from up close. "I've changed my mind. We can leave as soon as you are ready." Voltac felt less like a god and more like a tourist trap. Gilly was sitting on his neck, Vergrave's children were poking at his wings, and the farmhands were taking turns sitting in front of his hands. They pretended to be arm-wrestling the dragon while one of their friends took their picture. "We are ready," Tista confirmed. It took Voltac a few seconds, and a couple of breaths of invigoration, to find all those hiding under his scales, and return them to their respective parents. Daya, Elijah expressed her displeasure at being separated from her father. Warm, Valoran nestled in the dragon's beard, combing it with his fingers. Bark, Salkar fought like a lion to not be separated from his underling. "I'm so sorry." Celia used a mind link to remind Fenrir, Lilia, and Lyria not to shapeshift in the presence of witnesses. As for her youngest, she could only pray to the gods for mercy since Salkar was too young to understand words. Yes, fine, Ligon replied. "Stop bothering me." "Don't worry, woman," Voltac said with a booming laughter. "I've had my fair share of hatchlings, and this is nothing. Also, I like this one. Mark my words, he's going to be a great warrior." "Gods, yes," Protector said. "Gods, no," Celia said. "Get on my back, hatchlings. It will be quicker." The Faith of Fire ignored the human woman pleading with her son to become a scholar and not endanger his life. "We have a long day ahead of us." Lith and Tista jumped on Voltac's head, and the elder worm blinked himself up in the air right after performing a final check for stowaways. The first flap of his wings boomed like thunder, bringing him higher and propelling him forward. "Good gods," Broman said as the air pressure almost blew him off his feet despite the distance and cleared the sky from the nearby clouds. "And to think that He froze in surprise, realizing that while everyone else was either crouching or had fallen on their butts, the Verhen stood tall like nothing had happened. Not one of their hairs was out of place. "We are not good or bad, we just don't care," Ligon said like it explained everything. Chapter 3046 Valley of Life, Part 2 3046 Valley of Life, Part 2 Voltac flew faster and faster, opening a warp steps after the other. After less than a minute, Lith recognized the mountain border that separated the kingdom from the empire as they crossed over it. The scenery changed so quickly that if not for the drop in temperature and the perennial snowy peaks, he would have missed it. "Fuck me sideways, dragon speed is not just an expression," he thought. "I have no clue where we are, and without dimensional coordinates I can't use warp steps. I'll be at the mercy of this overgrown lizard." Lith's paranoia demanded him to always be in control, but now he was in a position of weakness. The landscape alternated between grasslands and mountain ranges until it became barren. The soil was black and nothing grew there except for a few stalks of some weed too stubborn to give up. Lith and Tista could see in the distance the cause of that desolation. There were a few active volcanoes in the nearing mountains, each producing black clouds that smelled of sulfur. One of them was erupting right now, producing from time to time a pillar of fire as a stream of lava slowly ran down its slopes. "We've arrived." Voltac landed at the farthest edge of the lava river from the volcano. "Welcome to my home." "How is this place called?" Lith could almost see a flaming eye forgemastering rings of power in the fiery heart of the mountain. "The Valley of Life," the fire dragon replied. In a sarcastic way, Tista waved at the emptiness around them. "No, you see, this place is indeed barren, but the volcanic ashes are a great fertilizer. It's because of them that the nearby lands can be cultivated all year around or risk of soil depletion," Voltac said. "They are far away enough to be spared from the heat, but close enough for the wind to carry over a steady supply of ashes. People from all over the empire come here to collect what they need to turn the harshest of lands into fertile grounds. Always remember, child, fire is as much life as it is destruction," Voltac said. "Think about it like the sun if it makes things easier. Its heat makes you thirsty and can even kill you, but without it, there's only death. Now I need to know everything about your bloodline abilities." "Everything?" Lith echoed in suspicion. "If you want, you can limit yourself only to the fire-based ones, but I don't recommend it. Things are often connected to each other in ways that are hard to notice if you can't see the whole picture," Voltac replied. "Of course, spare me the details about domination, and the powers of your eyes if they work the same way as a tyrant's or a balor's." "How do you know about that?" Tiska asked. "Please, child, I'm old and the patriarch of one of the most ancient dragon bloodlines. I possess the knowledge of my species, and we've seen balors born and fall. We know they descend from humans just like the tyrants. The moment I saw your eyes, I understood the role your human side plays in your physiology." Lith talked first, sharing with the Father of Fire everything about his bloodline abilities that were public knowledge. There is no point hiding what he can learn from watching videos and reading reports. If he can help me in any way, I'll disclose the rest, he thought. The only exception he made was about his experience in the garden. Lith explained to Voltac how the garden worked, and how via the void fragment feeding off Merrron Lith had gained temporary control over several kinds of flames at the same time. "Interesting, your eyes play a role in conjuring cursed flames." The elder worm sounded intrigued, but Lith could swear there was also a tinge of disappointment in his voice. "What about you, young lady?" Tista, instead, explained everything she knew about her own bloodline abilities, which wasn't much. "There's no point hiding behind a finger or wasting time discovering everything by myself when I can have the help of an expert," she thought. "If Voltac wanted to kill us, he would have ambushed us instead of asking us to follow him." "So you call your ability to cast spells with your feathers prismatic wind?" the fire dragon pondered. "What about the one that allows you to share the burden and power of your flames?" Tista muttered something with a voice so low that even a dragon couldn't hear a word. "Field dressing?" Lith asked. "No, I think it was something like quirk pressing," Voltac said. "It's Queen's blessing, okay? Feel free to mock me now." Tista blushed in embarrassment and turned away. "That's pretentious, to say the least," Lith said with a chuckle. "Big words for someone so small." Lith patted her head. With her 20 meters, 66 feet, the Hecate was the shortest of the three, and by a lot. Her horns barely reached the chest of the fire dragon. "It's not my fault if Nana called me Fairy Queen. On top of that, when Solus explained this power to me, she compared it to a queen blessing her knights, so feel free to blame it on them, king of the spirits." "I was just joking." Lith raised his hands with the palms out. "That said, I've always wondered how prophetic Nana's last words had turned out to be." "Tell me more about this." Voltac took the matter with unexpected seriousness, even though Lith himself considered it nothing but a heartwarming anecdote. "It makes sense," the Father of Fire said after listening to the whole story, making their eyes go wide in surprise. "This Nana was just a human fake mage, but she knew you all your life. Sometimes people in their final moments can see past the veil of the physical senses and glimpse into the true nature of things, something like the Guardian's soul vision. Do you know about it?" he asked, receiving a nod in reply. "Damn it, now that I think about it, I never asked what I look like under soul vision, not even while working with Elijah." Tista slapped her own forehead. "Big deal, I did, and it never helped," Lith shrugged. "Now that you know more about us, how can you help us, and why did you bring us here?" "I would love to tell you that I can teach you all about your abilities, but I can't. Nobody can." Voltac shook his head. "You both belong to a new species, and it's up to you to discover and master your gifts. The only thing I can do is help you along the way and give you suggestions based on my experience." Your mother carries my same blood, after all, and I'm pretty good with fire-based spells. As for the why here, it's because this is the place where fire dragons teach their hatchlings. If you are anything like us, it will come in handy. Now give me a demonstration of your abilities. Lith breathed all kinds of flames, failing to conjure primordial, immortal, and blue flames. Tista did the same, but also failed to activate any of her bloodline abilities connected with her wings. Chapter 3047 Primal Spark, Part 1. 3047 Primal Spark, Part 1. Anything that passed through Tista's wings, while empowered by any kind of flames, was destroyed rather than empowered by Queen's blessing, and no feather detached itself when she tried to activate prismatic wind. Please stop. Vaultek interrupted them after a long streak of failed attempts while he studied them with a combination of dragon eyes and life vision. Normally, I'd follow grandfather's teachings. I'd give you a few tips and let you learn things by yourself. Experience is the best teacher, but origin flames are different. You have only a finite number of attempts every day before you start endangering your life forces, and not even a dragon can afford to wait decades for their hatchlings to fully understand the power of the flames through training. That's why grandfather became the first father of fire and taught us all. Without him, most of us would still be fire-breathing brutes. That's why fire dragons are so important, and we were chosen to carry his torch. The elder worm touched their foreheads with his fingers. Close your eyes, take deep breaths, and listen to my voice. Lith didn't like the situation one bit but obeyed. Now conjure magical fire and keep it away from everything else. Any fire will do. Lith and Tista shrouded themselves in the violet flames of a Tier 3 spell, combustion, leaving unaffected only their foreheads where Vaultek's fingers were. Good, now what is magical fire? It's the fire element you take from the world energy after you bound it to your will with your mana, correct? Vaultek asked, and the two students nodded. What's the point of stating the obvious? I learned all this while working for Nana, Tista thought. I wish Solus was here to keep the eyes of Manadian on us, Lith thought. I have a hard time focusing while I'm so exposed. Now think about this. What are origin flames? They are world energy ignited by your life force, correct? Lith and Tista nodded again, failing to see the elder worm's point. Yet mana is nothing but the 6 elements that course through your body after mixing with your life force, which means that the only difference between normal and origin flames is that you must consume all elements, not just fire. A tap of his fingers and combustion turned into origin flames that kept not harming Lith's and Tista's bodies. Even their equipment was unaffected. How is this possible? Lith opened his eyes in shock, almost losing control of the mystical flames. Thanks to me, Vaultek replied. Now close your eyes and calm down or you'll burn yourself to a crisp. Focus on the flames, not on your fears. Believe it or not, I'm not your enemy. Lith cursed and followed the Father of Fire's instructions. Can you feel the origin flames burning the external world energy with nothing but a strand of your mana to fuel them? Another nod followed. Then, while keeping this status, try to activate your bloodline abilities. Once again, both of them managed to conjure origin and cursed flames, but failed at the rest. The major difference was that instead of spending their life force, they had consumed but a few drops of their mana. It usually takes 2 or more dragons to generate primordial flames because it's the only way to preserve our life forces, but this doesn't mean it's impossible. White cores can use primordial flames on their own because, for them, world energy and life force are the same thing. They are the only ones who can restore their life force with a breathing technique like it's just stamina or mana. To conjure primordial flames on your own, you need to consume more life force while making sure of igniting the same amount of world energy as usual. Try it now. Lith and Tista injected more mana into their spells. Lith's origin flames turned immediately white while Tista's became violet, bright violet, and then white in quick succession. I did it! I conjured primordial flames at the deep violet. She was so excited that she lost control of her spell. Vaultek smothered her flames with his own and saved her from a fiery death. Control, hatchling, he roared. Also, you did nothing of sorts. You conjured primordial flames thanks to my help. If you tried that on your own, now you would be comatose at best. There's a big difference between mana and life force. Look at your brother. Lith still had his eyes closed, unaware of what had just happened to Tista. He was too focused on making sure that the primordial flames didn't become diluted by more world energy to pay attention to his surroundings. Fuck me sideways, fire dragons are overpowered, he thought. Using mana to practice origin flames is amazing. Not only am I consuming the mana equivalent of a Tier 4 spell, but I also have absolute control over the flames. I can manipulate the willpower imbued inside the flames at any time, instead of only while igniting them in my lungs. It allows me to determine exactly how much life force I need to conjure primordial flames without wasting one iota of my life force, and how to reject the excess world energy. Tista followed Voltak's instructions and resumed practicing. It took her the mana equivalent of a boosted Tier 5 spell to turn her deep violet flames white, but it was nothing compared to the consumption of life force that primordial flames would require. She too focused on keeping the quantity of world energy low and the quality of the flames high. Too much world energy and the white flames would revert to violet. Too little and they would go off. Once you have grasped control of the primordial flames, I want you to move them away from your body. Keep your eyes closed. Always, the elder worm said. Lith sent the white flames in the opposite direction to Voltak to safely check if distance affected his control over the primordial flames or Voltak's bloodline ability. Cheeky of you to study me while I study you. The fire dragon smirked, using a mind link to not disturb Tista's focus. He had demanded them to keep their eyes closed so that rivalry wouldn't affect their focus. One of them was supposed to progress faster, and he didn't want the other to rush things or lose concentration out of envy. As Lith pushed the white flames farther and farther away, feeling his control waning, Tista focused on keeping the primordial flames stable. It took her a bit to control the insatiable hunger of the fire for the world energy and project them outward without diluting their power. Good, try to use them to purify something. Anything will do. Voltak said a few seconds after Tista's flames started to wander around as well. Purify? Lith asked. You didn't give us anything to study, and if we don't know the position of the impurities in advance, we just break stuff. That's why I said anything, not something precious. Get over yourself, hatchling, Voltak grumbled. Your trust issues are annoying. If you don't want to learn from me, just walk away. Otherwise, shut up and follow my instructions. I've trained thousands of dragons during my life. I know what I'm doing. Chapter 3048 Primal Spark, Part 2. 3048 Primal Spark, Part 2. Tista was glad they had to keep their eyes closed, or Lith would have seen the grin on her face. It's nice hearing him getting scolded for once. It means my lil bro is human, she thought. As Lith's and Tista's primordial flames struck respectively a rock and a patch of ground at her feet, their eyebrows went up in surprise. What the fuck? Tista could feel through her flames how different materials burned at a different pace. At first, Lith and Tista thought it was just an impression. After a while, they could sort out the different components of their respective targets simply by the degree of resistance they offered to the flames. He said purify, but without specifying what, so. After vaporizing the first rock, Lith moved on to a second. He had the primordial flames wash over the stone's surface and seep through it before making real damage, just enough to grasp the density of the rock's main components. Lith burned everything inside, feeling the stone rearranging its structure to fill the empty spaces left by the flames. He saw how removing impurities made the stone harder or more brittle based on their position and composition. The second rock collapsed, its structure incapable of withstanding its own weight after all the impurities had been removed. Lith moved to a third stone, this time making the flames lick at the various components without burning any of them. Only after he could discern which impurities were functional to the rock's structural integrity from those that deformed it did he start the purifying process. Tista, too, learned how to study her target through her flames as they burned through a barren plot of land. Good, you can now open your eyes and look upon the results of your work, Voltak said once they were both done. Tista needed time to catch up, but Lith could use it for practice. The obsidian stone that Lith had purified now looked like an angular, jagged fang with sharp corners and sleek sides. The patch of ground below Tista's feet was blackened no longer. The ashes poisoning it were gone, and so was the rocky layer of solidified lava. The soil was soft, brown, and so fertile that it only needed one seed and a bit of water to bear a bountiful harvest. As I said, fire brings death, Voltak pointed at the charred remains of their first attempts, but also life and change. He waved at the purified rock and ground. How is this possible? I've used origin flames countless times to kill or purify, but I've never felt anything through them, Tista asked. I've always needed to memorize the position of the impurities before refining metals. Because even though most users of origin flames come to the realization that they are akin to one of their limbs, Only a few of them garner enough experience to discover the flames have a sense of their own. Hatchling. Every dragon I train describes the phenomenon in a different way, but they all agree that the closest thing to describe it is the sense of touch. You, like all my past students, have discovered its existence because I've allowed you to use mana instead of life force. Mana answers your every command with ease, giving you the opportunity to focus on how origin flames work instead of on making them work. I see, Lith nodded. But even after experiencing it firsthand, I still don't understand how I could garner so much information via origin flames. Don't they just burn stuff? Indeed, but you see, on Magur everything has mana. Everything assimilates world energy and makes it their own. Rocks, plants, you and me. The fire dragon said, and his students nodded for him to continue. Origin flames burn the world energy, but if everything assimilates world energy, then everything burns. Vaultek looked Lith in the eyes while using his words. It's how the fire dragon's bloodline ability, Primal Spark, works. He dipped his tail in the nearby river of lava, turning it into a blazing stream of origin flames that spread back to the volcano that had generated them. Fire dragons can turn any form of fire into origin flames. Spells, natural fire, and body heat, they are all comprised of world energy and life force that we can spark. And when there's no life, like here, we can give a bit of our own. Come on, give it a go. Vaultek beckoned at Lith and Tista. The siblings exchanged a quick glance before throwing a fireball each to the fire dragon's sides, while also taking care they wouldn't touch him. Passing near him was enough to turn the 2 Tier 3 spells into roaring spheres of origin flames that burned their point of impact instead of exploding. Good gods, Tista was speechless. Yeah, imagine how things would be easier for us if Mom awakened her bloodline. Lith wasn't. Lith, she scolded him while Vaultek laughed. Let's take a short break before moving on to immortal flames. The toll on your life force has been negligible, but you are more tired than you think. The elder worm shape-shifted into his human form, and his disciples followed suit. As soon as he took his fingers off their foreheads and dispelled primordial spark, Lith and Tista felt their bodies become as heavy as lead, and found themselves covered in sweat. What's happening? Lith said, wheezing like a bellows. Hatchling, you have probably used more origin flames today than during your whole life, Vaultek replied. Until 1 second ago, your mana core shouldered the burden, but now it's back on your body. Lith checked his life force, discovering that it had suffered no damage. The cracks were unchanged, and his exhaustion was no different from what he would expect after an intense session of physical training. You guys can recover with invigoration, but I'd like you to rest and eat instead. Learn this lesson not only with your minds, but also with your bodies. The elder worm took a few dead cows out of his pocket dimension and breathed fire on them. Why, Tista said with a disgusted expression. We should have butchered them. If you don't take out the organs, the meat goes bad and tastes terrible. First, it takes too long. Second, give me some credit. The fire dragon tore a cow in half and a delicious smell wafted in the air. I've done this for millennia. It lacks spices, but that's it. Lith had many questions, but the remark about his trust issues still burned at his pride. Pun intended, he thought as he ripped a leg off and started to chew it. How is it? Tista asked, poking at her cow. Delicious, Lith replied, taking her by surprise. The fire has spread the fat evenly, tenderized the meat, and made the bones brittle. You can easily suck the marrow. What about? Tista pointed at the intestines and bladder. The wastes, I've purified them, of course, Vaultek replied. Just because I can eat anything safely, it doesn't mean I have to. Had I purified everything, our meal would have been reduced to flabby, tasteless meat. Instead, I just cooked everything right and removed only the naughty bits. Chapter 3049, The End of the Wick, Part 1. 3049, The End of the Wick, Part 1. The fire dragon quickly finished the first cow and cooked another for himself. Feel free to ask me any question you might have. Food for the body and the brain. I was thinking, why are you teaching us how to use primordial and immortal flames? We don't fully belong to the dragon bloodline and you don't even know us, Tista asked. Because giving you solid foundations is the best way I can help you master your bloodline abilities. Until you do, I can't evaluate you as possible candidates as the next Father of Fire, Vaultek replied. Isn't that a title that belongs to the fire dragons? Lith furrowed his brows in confusion. No. The title belongs to Grandfather Ligon, and fire dragons carry the torch because we are the best suited to pass his teachings. If another and better candidate species among his offspring appeared, I won't hesitate to relinquish the title. Why now and why us? Tista wolfed down her cow, feeling hungrier as she ate. Because you two are young and are the first members of your own species, whereas I'm old. Hatchling. Voltac twirled his fingers, making a bonfire of magma appear between them. It gave Lith and Tista the impression of being two kids on a weird camping trip with their grandfather. Dragons slumber only for two reasons: because they are bored of life and want to wait for more interesting times, or because they are dying. I'm not bored, and now that the dragon dance has woken me up, I haven't many years left. He sighed. I haven't come to visit you earlier simply because I was asleep for most of your life. From before your kingdom was founded, hatchling. You are dying? Tista felt her heart squeeze and looked at the elder worm with life vision, noticing that under his majestic aura and tremendous mana flow, there was little life left. But you are so powerful. Thank you, hatchling, but a well-tended candle always burns the brightest at the end of its wick. Voltac laughed. Don't worry for me. I had a long life and I'm satisfied with what I've achieved. My final worry is to find the next father of fire. Younger and more prideful dragons might not be as open-minded as me, and I don't want to leave a mess as my parting gift. Lith stared at the elder worm while switching between life and death vision. The former showed how little vitality Voltac had left, while the latter how it was supposed to go out. Most of the times, the father of fire died of old age. He stopped breathing with a peaceful expression on his snout, and it took the rot a long while to defile his majestic corpse. In those moments, Lith saw Nana in him. Lith's old mentor, too, had found peace in death, but there was one major difference between them. Nana had lived most of her life considering herself a failure, her mind tainted by the bitter poison of betrayal. It had corrupted her body and mana core over the decades, cutting her life shorter. Voltac, instead, was already at peace. He was like Nana would have been if she had lived a full life instead of letting her grudge define her. Yet the similarities didn't end there, because Lith felt like he was part of the equation as well. In a way, his old and current mentor were the embodiment of what Lith's future self might look like depending on how he dealt with his inner demons. At least until he blinked and death vision showed Valak dying a violent death. He was burned alive by origin flames, his heart pierced by powerful spirit spells, or his neck severed by a giant shadowy axe. What is that? The fire dragon pointed at the black veins that now punctuated Lith's cornea. Death vision, he replied while explaining how it worked and what it allowed him to see. Sounds like an interesting but heavy burden to bear, Voltac said. Once, now I'm used to it. You and the lunch look disgusting, but Tista is immune to it. Seeing the fate of everyone but those you care the most about sounds like an even worse curse to me, not a blessing. The dragon shrugged and changed the topic. Based on what you guys have told me, Tista is the best candidate between you, so far. Really? She asked in confusion. Why? Because Lith just destroys things, Voltac replied. His powers are his own, whereas a father of fire gives, like Ligon did for his children, like I'm doing for you, and like Tista does with her queen's blessing. It makes sense, Lith pondered. No offense, big sis, but so far I'd still pick a fire dragon as father of fire. Unless you can do what they do plus queen's blessing, you'd be limited to impart power, not knowledge. None taken, Tista sighed. I agree with you. Me too, Voltac nodded. You are both wanting. I was just expressing my current evaluation. I won't decide until we discover the full scope of your abilities or I die. Would I be the mother of fire then? She asked. No, female fire dragons have carried the title but never changed it. It defined them, not the other way around. Voltac snorted a thick black puff of smoke from his nostrils. It's just a title. No, it's a legacy. The elder worm shook his head. All the previous fathers of fire carried on Ligon's teachings. We help our people to control origin flames by sharing his knowledge, not ours. But if I also have Queen's blessing, unless you find a way to teach it to everyone else, it would be worthless. Voltac cut her short. I mentioned your bloodline ability to underline how you seem to have the capacity to share like a fire dragon, but that's it. If it's just your power, something only you own, then you are no different from Lith. Seeing that his disciples were still confused, he added. Look at it this way. Manadian chose the title of Ruler of the Flames because she knew that most of the techniques she shared weren't something she had discovered or created from scratch. Runes and pseudo-cores existed before her. Forge mastering has a long tradition that dates back to the first awakened. What she did was to improve on the work of others, organize what she knew better, and arrange everything in a way that was easier to learn. Don't get me wrong, Manadian was a genius and an innovator, but she didn't do everything by herself. Without her master, her fellow apprentices, and all the past forgemasters, she would have gone nowhere. A ruler of the flames recognizes the importance of their predecessors and uses their legacies to build their own. A father of fire, instead, recognizes the importance of Ligaon's legacy and shares it. Fire dragons have never added anything of their own. Even then, unless what you bring matches his tradition, it would be arrogant of you to alter the title just for yourself, especially until we discover if your descendants will inherit your abilities. A unique individual may be great, but they leave nothing behind. It's the one true difference between a white core and a guardian. One gains power for themselves, the other for Magur. Chapter 3050, The End of the Wick, Part 2. 3050, The End of the Wick, Part 2. A white core, no matter how exceptional they might be, will pass none of their powers upon their descendants. A guardian, instead, shares a spark of themselves with each one of their children. They don't share more simply because no mortal body can endure such power. A guardian is the first of their kind. A white core is the only one of their kind, ever. Do you understand the difference? Yes, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Tista gave Voltac a deep bow. It's just that with my fangs, eyes, and wings, people already look weird at me. If I were to start calling myself Tista the Father of Fire, they would think I've lost it. Then don't. The elder worm stood up. I use the title of Father of Fire not because I want the admiration of other people, only because I'm proud of what I do. It gives me no power or authority. You've rested enough. Let's get back to work, you know the drill. Tista and Lith buried the remains of their meal and stood up with their eyes closed. Well, yes, but no, Voltac laughed. Put some distance between you and revert to your true form. If you stay too close, you risk injuring each other. Once they were in the proper form and position, the fire dragon touched their foreheads again. Just like before, but instead of using fire magic, use spirit magic. Any spell will do. Emerald flames burst out of the Tiamats and the Hecate's bodies, as primal sparks split the life force from the spirit spells, using the elemental energy to fuel the immortal flames. Every second consumed the mana equivalent of a Tier 5 spirit spell, and to make matters worse, Lith and Tista had no idea what they were doing. Immortal flames stand above even primordial flames. They don't need world energy to burn and can't be stopped by things like Doom Tide or those annoying orc shamans' mana crystals. It's the only kind of flames you can use even if you ever leave Magur's atmosphere. Have you been to space? Lith asked in surprise. Briefly, to destroy a cursed object. Voltac shuddered at the memory. I couldn't beat it as long as it drew upon the world energy, so I changed the battlefield. I wish I could have reached the moon, but it moves too fast, and I can't hold my breath long enough for a round trip. An elder worm like him had trouble destroying a single cursed object. Lith thought, realizing for the first time how big of an advantage his tower was on the rare occasions he had used it in battle. He doesn't know there's atmosphere on the moon, Tista thought. Maybe, if we get to know him well enough, I can ask Lith to grant Voltac his dying wish. But enough talking about me. Even with my help, you can't go on like this for long. Immortal flames are damn expensive. Start by moving them over your body. The Father of Fire said, and they followed his instructions. Regular immortal flames are born out of your pure life force, not mana. As you can imagine, a single blast costs the same as dozens of breaths of origin flames. As far as I know, only Guardians and White Cores can use them more than once in the same fight. I would love to tell him that Jormund could do that as well, but I killed him, and he was the only emerald dragon on Magur. Lith clenched his teeth at the memory. I have no idea how Voltac would take the news, and it would make no difference. The two of them have never met and never will. Yet space and cursed objects aside, there's a good reason to learn how to use them. They have two very useful, unique characteristics. The first one is that primordial flames can't miss their target. They will keep chasing it until they hit, so using them is never a waste of energy. The second characteristic is that, just like spirit magic, primordial flames are born out of your own essence, so they answer your will even once they move away from your body. You can use them to feel like I taught you earlier and purify any material with great ease. I recommend you to use them whenever you are dealing with a situation you have only one shot at, or when there is a life at stake. Or one of your treasures, Voltac shuddered at the thought. Give it a try. Lith and Tista released one emerald sphere each that charged at any target they wanted. Unlike normal flames, they followed any path their caster set and could change their trajectory at any given moment. The only downside was that the longer the immortal flames had to move, the more power they lost. Before they faded away completely, Lith and Tista sent them respectively against the ground and an igneous rock. Despite the little mass of immortal flames left, they both achieved on the first try what the other had done after several tries with primordial flames. "You were right," Lith panted. "I could see through the ground like I was using my breathing technique. Can immortal flames also be used to get rid of poisons and parasites?" "I can't see why not," Voltac shrugged. "It must be one damn of a poison if darkness magic or your breathing technique aren't enough. That or the patient has a special constitution, like Solus." Lith thought back at what had happened to her inside the garden. "I have a question," Tista said, and the Father of Fire nodded for her to continue. "Since primordial flames are naturally imbued with our will, can they be dominated?" "Yes, but with great difficulty," the Elder Worm replied. "They are like a Tier 5 spell, so a dominator can snatch them away, but only after wiping out your willpower and replacing it with their own. Of course, any dragon can add more, or in your case, you can also use your spirit eye. Either way, it becomes a tug-of-war that brings your enemy no advantage. If they focus on your immortal flames, you are free to focus on them." It took Lith and Tista several tries to learn how to move the immortal flames like their own limbs. Then, they needed even more tries to grasp how to use the fringes of the flames as sensory organs before they dealt massive damage to their target. Be it a patient or a precious material, there was no point in reaching a perfect purification if they were also burnt to a crisp. Due to the high expenditure in spirit magic, Lith and Tista took several breaks rather than using invigoration. It not only gave them the time to experience in a scaled version the exhaustion that immortal flames would cause them, but also to talk with Voltac. The ancient worm answered to all their questions, not only those about the various kinds of flames. He told them about his past, his successes and failures. The Father of Fire gave Lith precious tips about how to deal with hatchlings during what he called the fire season. Chapter 3051, Good Brother, Evil Brother, Part 1. 3051, Good Brother, Evil Brother, Part 1. "I can still remember my firstborn," Voltac said with a sad laughter. "When he understood what origin flames could do, he used them for everything, from making his tea to cleaning his room. Useless to say, my lair endured more fires than a forest during a dry summer. I had to spend almost 10 gold coins to replace everything he destroyed before I knocked some sense into him." 10 gold coins? Tista furrowed her brow in shock. It was a measly sum for a medium noble, let alone a dragon with a hoard that was likely bigger than the entire Verhin mansion. Yet the Father of Fire spoke of it with great pain and regret. 10 gold coins? Lith gaped in horror. I would have either spanked his ass into oblivion or made it work to pay me back. Youngsters must learn that actions have consequences and money don't grow on trees. That's why I did both, Voltac nodded. Luckily, I kept the good stuff locked behind arrays so nothing of value was lost. My dragon side is definitely recessive, Tista thought once she was certain they weren't joking. Either that or they are just crazy. Now, before we wrap things up for today, we'll start with what will be your main exercise for a while. I want you to produce a sphere of immortal flame and have them run into each other, the fire dragon said. That's it, Tista asked. No, they must not merge, turn into primordial flames, or clash. If any of that happens, the exercise will be considered a failure. To succeed, the two spheres must come out of contact unscathed and with no energy loss. To achieve perfect phasing, you must have absolute control over the flames even from a distance. You have to be able to sense each other's energy flow before you deal damage and alter the path of the flames at a moment's notice. If you can do it once, it means you have grasped the basics. When you can do it 10 times out of 10, you'll have mastered origin flames. Don't you mean immortal flames? Lith asked. Hatchling, immortal flames are what spirit magic is to regular magic. Everything you learn about them applies to all kinds of flames you possess. Otherwise, training them would be a waste of time and energy since you won't have many opportunities to use them in your life. Voltac replied. I see, Lith whistled in appreciation. Are you going to keep aiding us with primal spark? For today, yes. The Father of Fire stood up and placed his fingers on the forehead of his apprentices. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to produce primordial and immortal flames on your own, and once you succeed, I'll keep teaching you, but I won't help use primal spark on you anymore. Learning how to manage your reserves of life force is the most important lesson I can teach you. Now begin and please make the sphere clash at a safe distance. There's no point sending our butts flying every time. Lith understood what Voltac meant at their first attempt, which ended in utter failure. As the spheres merged, the smallest distraction caused the two flames to clash. Each sphere was comprised of countless fire currents that had to be successfully harmonized with the others as they moved forward. A single fire stream out of sync was enough to cause an uncontrollable chain reaction that spread through both spheres, triggering an explosion so powerful that it could blow away even a divine beast. "What the fuck?" Tista asked while digging her talons through the ground and lowering her center of gravity to resist the shockwave. "Immortal flames are entirely comprised of life force and yours are quite deadly," Voltac explained. "Also, since they don't feed off world energy, their power never gets diluted as they move. They only grow weaker when they burn something." By lunchtime, Lith and Tista had to use invigoration several times and were completely exhausted. Even with the Father of Fire's help, conjuring immortal flames was vexing. During each attempt, they reached their utmost focus and then needed to put up barriers when they failed. They were still searching for the perfect distance to make their flames collide. Too close and resisting the explosion would consume more energy than producing the immortal flames. Too far and distance would mess up their still amateurish perceptual abilities. "I feel like I learned a lot today and lost at least 5 years of my life." Lith wheezed with his hands and knees on the ground, his voice hoarse and his throat parched from the overuse of mystical flames. "Let's make 20. Tista lay on her back with her limbs splayed like a fur carpet. "You are fine," Voltac chuckled. "I made sure of it." "I have 2 requests for you," Lith said the moment he could speak normally again. "The first is to make Origin Flames lessons every other day. I have still many things to practice on my own and only so much time during the day. My daughter has a memory almost as good as a wormling, and for all I know, I could drop dead tomorrow. There is no point in learning all this stuff if the only thing Elijah will remember of me is my absence. She is my first daughter, and I don't want to miss any of her first times. I want to be there for her when she learns how to crawl, walk, or forms a new word." "I'm a bit offended, but sure," Voltac nodded. "I don't see how any of what you do on your own can compare with the teachings of the Father of Fire, yet I understand your feelings. When I had my firstborn, I didn't leave his side for almost a decade." "A decade?" Tista blurted out in surprise. "The prime engine, void magic, and all the other things I can't share with him are well worth my time," Lith thought. "Hey, it was my first time as a parent. I made a lot of mistakes and I was a bit overbearing, but I regret nothing," Voltac snorted. "My son is still alive and knows I love him. It's all that matters. What's the second request?" "Do you do this for everyone, or are we a special case?" Lith pointed at himself and the Hecate. "I do it for every first member of a new dragon bloodline. I give them the knowledge Ligaon bestowed unto the first fire dragon so that they can in turn teach it on their descendants," the Father of Fire replied. "Then I'd like you to teach Zorith as well," Lith said. "Zorith," Voltac arched his long serpentine neck, baring his fangs in anger. "She's Ligaon's firstborn and the only shadow dragon on Magur," Lith nodded. "I know that you don't like abominations, but she's my big sister. She's closer to me than any dragon will ever be, and she has helped me and my family ever since I met her. I know that she made terrible things in the past, but if in the future she merges her life forces like I did and bears children, do they deserve your wrath as well?" Chapter 3052, Good Brother Evil Brother, Part 2. 3052, Good Brother Evil Brother, Part 2. "What children? I thought she was married to a woman," the Father of Fire replied. "If Bitra is okay with it, it's not hard for Zorith to, you know," Lith shrugged. "I doubt she wants her bloodline to go extinct and she's nigh immortal. It's more a matter of when than if." "I see your point and I'll think about it. It's all I can promise." Voltac caressed his beard. "It's all I ask." Lith gave him a deep bow. "Let's go back home. I asked Kami to prepare enough food for 3 hungry dragons, and you are my honored guest today." Space. During the following days, Lith alternated training with Voltac and Sinmara. He tried bringing Elijah and Valoran along, but fights scared the kids and the flames bored them to death. Soon they would demand attention or reassurance, forcing Lith to go back home and leave them in Camila's care. He and Tista learned how to produce primordial flames on their own first. The secret was to keep the amount of world energy they breathed in constant while adding more life force than normal. It wasn't enough to produce a spark capable of igniting white flames. It also had to possess enough energy to keep them from turning violet as they soared through the air and mixed with the world energy on their path. Immortal flames, instead, needed Lith and Tista to keep the world energy out of their lungs. Voltac taught them how to create the spark inside their lungs and slowly grow it inside their bodies until it became a burst of pure emerald flames. Such a technique was useless on the battlefield since it took minutes, but it was an invaluable training tool. Lith and Tista could steadily accumulate life force without enduring too much strain while also checking on their body's condition. The toll on them was so great that after every attempt they needed food and rest, no matter if they succeeded or failed. Invigoration couldn't help them restore their life forces. Past a certain point, Voltac used Primal's spark again and made them move on to practicing the phasing flames exercise. Lith and Tista improved after each lesson, practicing during the afternoon how to apply the fruits of Voltac's lessons to other mystical flames. It was at one of such moments that Badia returned to the Verhin home. Tista was out in the Tron woods, alternating between bursts of origin and cursed flames. This is amazing, she thought as the flames altered their path according to her will. Tista could now make them curve slightly to follow or anticipate an enemy's dodge. It wouldn't be enough to keep up with a fast opponent, but compared with her usual straight and predictable bursts of flames, it was a great improvement. She could also make them partly phase through anything. Once I master this, I can have my flames bypass energy barriers and enchanted armor to strike directly at my enemy's flesh. What did those poor weeds do to piss you off that much? A familiar voice said, making Tista turn around so fast that Badia expected her to get whiplash. I hope you weren't thinking about me. You hoped wrong, she said with a stern expression that quickly broke into a warm smile as she ran into his arms. Just kidding. The soil here has been poisoned by the chaotic energies of an abomination years ago, and I was cleansing it. She was in the area of the Tron woods that was still barren despite the passing of time. Only the most stubborn of weeds grew there, which made it hard for the animals to live. Tista was putting Voltac's lessons into practice, turning the weeds into ashes that fertilized the ground, and using the origin flames to purify the land from the scars left by the prolonged exposure to the wither's deadly aura. Where have you been? I was worried sick. She pouted, inwardly afraid of the answer. I'm sorry, but after our return from Giera, living with your family made me understand how precious you are to me. Seeing Lith with Elijah and realizing how much your nibblings look up to him made me more than envious. It made me want to be part of it. I couldn't drag it any longer. You needed an honest answer, but I couldn't give it to you without learning the truth about Narso, so I went back to my family. Badia told her everything about his meeting with his grandfather and what Vothel had revealed to him. What a bunch of treacherous snakes, Tista snarled, biting her tongue the moment she realized that she had said it out loud. Sorry, I hope it wasn't a racial slur or something. No, our progenitor is a lizard, but you went this close. He brought his thumb near to his forefinger. Not that I would have cared. I couldn't agree more with you, now that you know everything. Wait, Tista put her hand on his mouth. Before you give me your answer, there's something you should know. She told him about the renewed threat of Orpal and the potential danger that Kelia brought to the Verhin household as long as she was their guest. Gods, I wish I could tell him about the ears, the tower, and all the secrets that becoming part of the family entails, but I can't do it without Lith's permission. Also, I'm certain that it would scare the crap out of Badia, she thought as she watched his expression change. Let me get this straight. If everything goes wrong, your crazy brother will become more powerful than the two original horsemen combined, the destruction spell will become useless, and he might target me just to hurt you. Correct, Badia said. Well, yes to everything but the last point. Tista shook her head. Lith hated all my boyfriends, so I don't see why he should make an exception for you. Also, Meln wants Lith to suffer, whereas by killing you he would make Lith a favor. You are safe from Meln, I mean. Wow, and I thought my family was fucked up. Badia clicked his tongue, making Tista burst into nervous laughter. So your evil brother might kill you while your good brother might kill me. Yes, also since I'm going to fight by Lith's side, if I piss Meln off he might target you as well. Tista nodded. He believes that by siding with Lith I've betrayed him. Also, Meln is a huge creep. She used a mind link to share the images of their last meeting in person and the various pieces of art regarding Tista she had found in Orpal's secret quarters. Scratch might, he's going to target me for sure since I'm not going to rest until I see him dead, Badia snarled, spitting droplets of acidic venom on the ground. Is this enough for an answer, or do you want me to be more explicit? He gave her a deep kiss to emphasize the concept. Are you sure? She asked once they were both out of breath and broke contact. My family is messy and things are bound to get dangerous. My family was and is much worse, Badia replied. Chapter 3053, A Matter of Choice, Part 1. 3053, A Matter of Choice, Part 1. Aside from my grandfather and Narso, no one cared about me. Full-blooded Nidhogg's avoided me back when I was a hybrid. Even after I discarded my human life force, it changed nothing, Badia said. To them, I was a dumb toddler who at 20 years of age struggled with things that they had mastered as hatchlings. I considered myself an adult man while they treated me like a child. 2 decades are nothing for a lesser Leviathan. The Nidhoggs wouldn't consider me an adult before I hit my first century of life, but I couldn't live like that for another 80 years, so I left. After learning what they have done to my grandpa, I'm more than sure of my choice. I don't want to keep seeking the approval of people who just share my blood. I want to give us a chance and try to be accepted by your family, if you'll have me, of course. Yes, I do, I'll marry you, she said with the sweetest voice and eyes watery from joy. I was just asking to stop with the casual dating and get serious, not proposing. Badia went from his usual ashen to deathly pale as he desperately searched for a way to clear the misunderstanding without hurting Tista's feelings. You bought that? Her straight face crumbled as she burst out laughing. I can't believe I managed to pull it off so easily. The look on your face was priceless. It was like a toad had jumped down your throat. This is not funny. His face turned to a dull shade of red as she slapped her knees in hilarity. I can eat toads for breakfast, but you know I can't take on your brother. He would break my spine like a twig right now if our roles were reversed. Don't worry, Lith might still do that. Tista wiped off her tears and tried to be serious. First you moped around for weeks, barely talking to me, and then you disappeared without saying anything. Did you really expect that you could just waltz back and pretend nothing happened? You are right, I'm sorry. Badia scratched his head in embarrassment. Just to be clear, I was asking you to move our relationship from casual to serious, and for the record, I still think the prank was uncalled for. My answers are yes, and we'll have to agree to disagree, Tista shrugged. They had started catching up when Lith arrived to check on the disturbance. They were too close to the tower for his comfort. Badia, what are you doing here? His voice was cold and his expression stern. He just came back from Giera and apologized to me, Tista said with a big smile on her face. We are still together, don't worry. Congratulations. It was a single word, but it managed to express the full scope of Lith's annoyance as he stared at the Nidhogg like he wanted to kill him. Look, I get it, Badia raised his palms. I acted like a jerk and deserved a lesson. Message received. There's no point pushing the joke too far. What joke? Lith's frown remained and became worse when Tista told him they weren't casual anymore. Badia experienced his first mile in Senton's shoes, and he didn't like it one bit. Space. Verhin Mansion, Soulless Tower a few days later. I am banished from death, Lith growled, sitting on the comfortable chair of his home office. Bod, Elijah asked. Yes, banished, kicked out, expelled, he replied. Also, apparently I'm banished from my own house as well. Dia, she giggled while crawling toward Lith, happy to spend the morning with him after a while. With Kelia moving in the mansion, the women of the Verhin family had made giving her a room of her own their mission. The more Kelia opened up about her past, the more tears flowed and Lith's relatives circled around her like a pack of mama bears. They wanted to give her a place that felt like a real home rather than a Spartan dorm with recreational facilities like the academy. It required colorful tapestries, bedsheets, carpets, and more pillows than Lith had ever seen. And that without taking into account stuffed animals, small pieces of jewelry, shoes, and clothes. Sure, the Empress was the one funding Kelia's lifestyle, but Lith still frowned seeing the bills for what he considered useless junk. Instead of laughing at his shocked expressions like usual, Camila had reprimanded him for ruining the moment. When Alina, Renaa, Tista, Celia, and even Solus had taken her side, Lith had opted for a tactical retreat to the tower. Yes, I too am happy to be with you, sweetie. Lith picked up the baby girl with a sigh. I'm just bored. Do you think I'm in the wrong here? She had started to crawl at the 6 months mark like clockwork, for the surprise of no one. Elijah already walked, flew, and moved quite well in her other forms, using her little tail as training wheels. Everyone in the family was ready to bet that if not for her stumpy body, she would probably be walking already. La, the dragon scales let Lith know that Elijah had no idea what he was talking about, but she loved him. I love you too, baby girl, he tickled her, enjoying her laughter. Maybe I'm not in the wrong, but for sure I'm a hypocrite. He could only sigh while looking at Elijah's enchanted clothes, toys, crib, and every piece he had crafted for her that alone was worth more than everything the Empress was buying for Kelia combined. You know what, let's divine your future. In an attempt to brush off his blatant character flaw, Lith decided to follow an ancient Earth ritual. He put Elijah down on the ground and conjured several items in front of her. Toy weapons to symbolize the way of the warrior, toy books and quills for the way of the scholar, and shiny coins of different precious metals for the way of the noble. Take your pick, Lith walked back to his chair. Soldier, mage, or royal court, which? When he turned around, he saw Elijah ignoring everything and following him as fast as she could. Daya, she tugged at his pants. Did you just choose me? Lith was already shocked by the outcome, and when the dragon scales confirmed his assumption, he felt his heart swell with joy. Elijah didn't care for any of those things. She just wanted to be in her father's arms. Thank you, sweetie. Lith sat on the ground and fulfilled her wish. I promise that I'll always be by your side. I will never let. The ground shook, and the sky rumbled as black clouds amassed above the Verhin mansion. At first, Lith thought it was just natural phenomenon, but then he felt his body brimming with energy for no apparent reason. The intensity of the vibrations in the ground remained constant even after several seconds, and the frequency of the thunders followed a pattern too precise to be natural. When Lith lowered his gaze, he found himself in his Tiamat form with his wings unfurled and mystical flames of all kinds erupting from his body. Chapter 3054, A Matter of Choice, Part 2. 3054, A Matter of Choice, Part 2. How can holding my baby trigger a world tribulation? Lith had experienced it often enough to understand what was about to happen. According to what everyone told me, a peaceful life means no. His eyes fell on Elijah, who was not only in her Tiamat form as well, but she was also surrounded by flames that refused to answer Lith's will. Yet he wasn't worried about the flames, since they seemed to be harmless for both father and daughter. Nor did he keep wondering why the world tribulation had started, or what Magur could possibly want from him inside his own home. The only thing that filled Lith's mind at that moment was fear. What if I fail this time? What if I die? Will Elijah die with me? He stared at the small Tiamat in his arms, wondering if the results of the world tribulation might affect her due to the deep bond they shared. His rational mind told him that it wouldn't make sense, that he was the one undergoing the world tribulation, and that Magur would never hurt an innocent child. Yet no matter how sound his arguments were, none of them mattered. For the first time in his life, Lith was terrified of failure. He was afraid of dooming Elijah to either die with him or live her whole life with the trauma of witnessing her father's violent end. I can't let her grow up like soulless. I won't abandon her. I'll never abandon her. Lith held the baby girl closer to his chest, focusing solely on the soft, regular beat of her heart. Elijah was calm, thinking that it was just another of the games that her father staged for her. She unfurled her wings and wrapped them around his chest in an embrace, making his fear turn into fatherly fighting spirit. Leave me alone, Lith roared at the top of his lungs, and Magur obliged. The quake stopped, and the clouds moved away while father and daughter returned to their human form. Lith was still watching the flames disappear and wondering what had just happened when the door to his office was busted open. Are you all right? Many voices asked as one, drowning him in follow-up questions that overlapped too much to be intelligible. Camila checked on Lith's and Elijah's bodies, while Solus examined their life forces to make sure that the tribulation hadn't affected them in a negative way. Raz, Alina, and their daughters bombarded Lith with pleas for an explanation and reassurance. Ligain and Salark, instead, remained in front of the door calmly, making sure that no one who wasn't allowed access to the mansion's keep would find the tower. Once it was clear that nothing bad had happened, Lith managed to calm everyone down enough to share with them the recent events. The results of the silly test about Elijah's future would have melted everyone's heart if not for what came after. I don't get it. Lith looked at the Guardians, hoping for guidance. I was just playing with Elijah. There were no trapped souls, no cruel monsters, nothing. How could I receive my final tribulation when there was nothing at stake? Kid, you seem to have forgotten how world tribulations work, so let me jog your memory. Ligain sighed. They are never about fighting, or with all the wars and petty squabbles on Magur, tribulations would be a daily occurrence instead of the matter of legends. They are about a deal between a person and Magur. The first tribulation is the offer, the second is about control, and from then on each tribulation sets one or more conditions about what Magur needs and you are willing to offer. Those things require a trigger, something that, as you pointed out, can't happen in the quiet of your lab unless you're truly unlucky. That's not your case, though. You have already finished discussing terms. The only thing remaining is your signature and Magus. Your last tribulation requires no trigger, only for you to make a choice, and you can do that at any time and any place. You decide when your final tribulation starts, and your decision will determine its success or failure. What choice? Lith asked. I can't tell you. The father of all dragons shook his head. The revelation might change you for better, but also for worse. I can't risk ruining your life or taking away from you something you have worked so hard to build. The only thing I can tell you is to trust yourself. Most people die at the second tribulation. Very few arrive at the threshold of guardianhood like you did, and even fewer don't chicken out like Baba Yaga did. What about Elijah? Why did she change with me? I really can't say. Ligon turned around and left Lith surrounded by people yet alone with his questions. Space. Giera continent, Arutha region, a few days later. Argenter the Elemental Lord had a hard time believing his bad luck. He had spent millennia sealed inside a barrier by the same people who had given him life. With limited access to the world energy and no host, his powers had stagnated, and for a long time he had believed that his miserable existence would have been eternal just like his life. When the small ants who sapped the little strength he could gather over time and performed the maintenance of his enchanted cage had disappeared, Argenter had allowed himself to hope his moment had finally come. Then once he freed himself with great effort and patience, he discovered how wrong he was. Humans had disappeared, monsters attacked him from every side, and plants and beasts never stopped long enough for him to make his offer. It had taken Argenter months to find a potential host, and even longer to form the bond. The lost city spoke a dead and buried language that nothing had in common with the speech of the Tauran kingdom. The Elemental Lord had resorted to drawings and gestures to communicate, succeeding solely because the human was a criminal on the run who would have done anything to escape capture. After they had bonded, and Argenter had granted his host the unfair revenge he desired, the Elemental Lord could finally start growing his power after millennia of starvation. He traveled from one mana geyser to another, tainting them with his essence and forming an intricate magical formation called Divine Right. The colossal array amplified the might of Argenter's enchantments, and expanded the area within which he could manifest his full prowess with each new geyser he infected. Like for all lost cities, there was no limit to how powerful the Elemental Lord could grow. Argenter only needed time and resources to become invincible, and finally he had both in spades. At least until not one, but 3 white cores and a flight of dragons and griffins had started chasing him. A single white core was supposed to be nothing compared to an artificial guardian created by forbidden magic, but reality begged to differ. Each piece of equipment of the 3 white cores was made of Davros, and the ochre griffin empowered everything and everyone with her life maelstrom. The black phoenix and the white dragon joined their primordial flames, generating pillars of white fire that engulfed half of Argenter's body. Chapter 3055 Engine Starts, Part 1. 3055 Engine Starts, Part 1. The enchantments giving life to the Elemental Lord burned, the power he had painstakingly accumulated leaked, and the damn ochre griffin hammered at him with a heavy mace the moment an opening in his defenses appeared. With her 40 meters, 132 of height, Rithia was half the size of Argenter, yet the Davros of her mace and the life maelstrom boosting it, and her physical might more than made up for it. On top of that, after infusing her husband and his twin sister with the silver lightning as well, the flames of their combined attack reached the destructive power of a natural disaster. Bringing the Elemental Lord down wouldn't have been difficult for them, especially with Surtur's and Rithia's children helping them from the backlines. Their origin flames pierced through Argenter's barriers, while life maelstrom overloaded them. Their combined effect caused entire sections of the Elemental Lord's pseudo-cores to collapse. It triggered a domino effect that, if not contained, would have turned him back into a pile of rock until the damage was repaired. Under the relentless storm of white fire and silver lightning, Argenter could only run toward the nearest mana geyser and hope. Hope that, after extending his Divine Right array's area of effect to his current position, he would become strong enough to counterattack. Why is this happening to me? With all the lost cities and monster tides on Giera, what did I do to anger not one but 3 white cores and their entire offspring? He thought. After what remained of his host's shattered mind reminded Argenter of his latest massacres, the Elemental Lord clarified. I mean, what in particular? Then the attack stopped as suddenly as it had started. Rithia, Surtur, and Sinmara just kept following the lost city from a distance to ensure he wouldn't change his course. That should give him enough time to recover before he reaches the Mana Geyser, Rithia the Wind Griffin said. Thanks for the help, dear. Surtur nuzzled his scaly snout against her feathered neck. Don't be silly, my love. She tenderly preened his scales with her beak. Lith is your little brother. Helping a member of your family is the least I can do. But if you really want to compensate me for my help, I'm sure I can think of something. Mom, get a room or something. A male griffin gagged at Rithia's feline purring. Yeah, we've come here to help your friend, not to get scarred for life. A female dragon grunted in embarrassment. Spoil sports, Surtur scoffed. What's wrong with the passionate carnal love your mother and I share? Before he could finish the phrase, a mass blink brought his brood back to their respective homes, leaving behind only the echoes of the collective divine beast's dry heaving. Normally, I would kick your lovebird asses for rubbing your happiness in my face, but this was pure genius. Sinmara was impressed by her twin's cunning. Your charade made the kids leave without asking a single question. I had prepared a complex explanation to send them away, but I doubt they would have bought it. Even if they did, I expected them to question me once they had the time to think about it. Now, instead, I bet they will never want to talk about this ever again. Oh yes, it was all planned. Surtur emitted a low growl of pleasure as Rithia picked his scales. God, seriously. Sinmara blushed so hard that the phoenix of darkness became red for an instant. No, we were pulling your leg. Rithia chuckled, while the dragon of light laughed his ass off at his sister's expense. I can't believe you fell for it, he said. Of course it was a ruse. We know our children. They are brilliant, headstrong, and bigger prudes than you are, no matter how complex a spell or powerful an artifact we might find. We just need to kiss once to make our children run away like their souls depend on it. And don't worry, they'd rather die than mention today's events. Lith's and Solus' secret is safe. While in the sky, Sinmara inwardly swore revenge. On the ground, Argenter kept running, wondering why his assailants had suddenly changed their minds. It doesn't matter. My wounds are healed and the Mana Geyser is almost in sight. Once I add its power to my divine right array, those 3 white cores will regret crossing my path, he thought. When his sensory arrays perceived the mass blink, the elemental lord slowed his pace. Shit, they can't be stupid enough to dismiss their army. This must be a trap. I bet that the flight of violet cores is waiting for me at the geyser while the white cores plan to strike at me from the back. They herded me like a lamb and I let them. He conjured as many spirit spells as he could keep at the ready while absorbing the increasingly abundant world energy to replenish his countless pseudo-cores. Much to his surprise, there was no divine beast near the Mana Geyser, just a very short lost city, barely over 40 meters, 132. Life vision confirmed to the elemental lord that it wasn't just a golem. It had a life force, a mana core from a living host, and it drew power from the Mana Geyser below. The unknown lost city's design was modern, and so were its enchantments. Thousands of runes surrounded its power core and flowed into each other, forming a symphony of magic. Old runes, instead, worked on a single enchantment each and couldn't overlap between them, making the structure of Argenter's pseudo-cores rough and precarious. If not for the power of the forbidden magic animating the lost city, so many different spells would never fit together. Compared to the newcomer, Argenter felt like a fossil. I see now, the white cores knew that if 2 lost cities were to join forces, they had no chance of victory, he thought. I must thank the runt before kicking his ass. I need that geyser, and as long as he occupies it, I can expand my divine right array. Nice to meet you, brother. I'm Argenter the Elemental Lord. Who are you? And translated from the ancient Tauran language. Nurgle, the City of Light, Lith replied, using an enchanted pin made by Sinmara to understand his enemy. Why are you thanking me, and what are you doing on my turf? Your turf, Argenter's laugh was like the grinding of stones in an avalanche. Nothing is yours unless you have the strength to defend it, and you don't. Since your presence played in my favor, I'm going to give you a chance, brother. The makers of a cursed object would rarely survive their success. Living legacies referred to each other as siblings only as terms of endearment, since they were all unique individuals. There was no love or kinship between them. Get out of my geyser without making a fuss, and when those 3 white cores chase you, you have my word I'll hold them back. For a while. Your Mana Geyser? Lith echoed, keeping his charade to not let the lost city understand that their fight was planned as well as their meeting. Pray tell, brother, what if I don't leave my Mana Geyser? Chapter 3056 Engine starts, Part 2. 3056 Engine starts, Part 2. If something goes wrong, no one will recognize the prime engine from its description, but Surtur and the others are hard to miss. This must look like a squabble between cursed objects, so that no one will suspect their involvement. Lith thought. Then I'll tear you apart until your core is exposed and throw you to the gods' damned council. I can't kill you, but they can seal you for a very long time. Do yourself a favor and get lost. The Elemental Lord said. Make me. Tendrils of gold-veined white stone erupted from the engine's right hand and took the form of a scaled-up version of the Fury. A blade was pointless against an enemy with no vitals and whose body was made of solid stone. Lith and Solus knew that and had reshaped Double Edge to host the Fury instead of Ragnar, K. You are not worthy of my spells. Argenter infused himself with all the elements, charging at the engine like an angry bull. The difference in size was enormous. The tower's battle form barely reached the hips of the 100 meters, 328, tall Lost City. Lith stood his ground, activating the hands of Manadian, the heart, and the watchtower. He conjured a gravity field with himself at its center and reversed the direction and acceleration of the gravitational pull. Everything now fell away from the engine, Argenter included. The Elemental Lord felt like a tall wave had crashed against him, and now he was walking against a violent current that became stronger as he got closer to the engine. He used earth magic to lock his steps and not lose his footing, but his charge slowed down in a jog. When he reached the geyser, it took the engine one hand to bring Argenter's fist to a halt. The other hand rotated the Fury so that when Lith swung the hammer at the Lost City's chest, it struck with the pick's side. The curved point of the Fury lodged itself inside the stone buildings, giving Lith the leverage he needed to lift Argenter in an overhead throw with the help of the gravity field. The Elemental Lord slammed against the ground with a boom of thunder, quickly followed by many others. Lith freed the Fury from the enemy's body and rained blows from above after switching to a two-handed grip. Argenter raised his arms, trying to catch the hammer with his right hand and blocking it with his left arm when he failed. What looked like a crude exchange of blows was actually a clash of spells and enchantments. The Lost City conjured multiple layers of defensive barrier to keep the Fury away, while Lith and Solus used the firing range to cast dozens of spells at a time and carve a path for the enchanted hammer. Only a few blows reached the stone walls behind the barriers, but they all left ruins in their wake. The problem was that the defensive system of the Elemental Lord repaired the holes in the arrays the moment the Fury moved back, and the damage healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The geyser is under our full control, but this Argenter can access the energy that exceeds the capacity of the tower and the hands. Solus took care of organizing the readings of the eyes, while Lith took care of the physical aspect of the combat. We are hurting him, but nothing he can't just shrug it off. Even from this distance, his forbidden array gives him enough power to make non-critical damage irrelevant. We are losing power instead. Overcoming the sheer size with raw strength required to tap into the energy reserves of the tower. Even with the geyser fueling its floors, Lith and Solus couldn't just fire and hope for the best. Just like old times, Lith grinned as he took a step back to gain distance and world energy. The tower and the Lost City both assimilated world energy by the second, but since the Mana geyser bore Lith's energy signature, it was the tower that took the lion's share, gaining an effect similar to a constant invigoration with no side effects. Argenter exploited that moment and the size gap to kick the dwarf Lost City away and get to his feet with a kip-up. The factory and the workshop worked together to generate an alloy shield that took the brunt of the impact. Lith extended his hand, opening a steps in front of him and the exit point right above Argenter's head. The result was the engine grabbing the face of the Lost City and slamming it against the ground as the Elemental Lord got up. Argenter blinked right behind the engine, just for the dimensional door to collapse at his back and propel him forward. Lith hit him with a double-handed hammer blow in the face and blinked away. The Elemental Lord had access to life vision, so he could see the 5 exit points before the engine emerged from any of them. The problem was that he had no idea where to turn. There was a dimensional exit point in front of him, one behind, one on either side, and one above. Argenter punched through the dimensional door behind him, and it closed shut, severing his arm at the elbow. At the same time, the other 3 exit points around him exploded, and Lith emerged from the one above. The Lost City's life vision was blinded, so he failed to notice anything until the Fury burst his head open, releasing the Tower Tear spell, Nova Eclipse, inside the stone buildings that comprised his humanoid form. It was the tower version of Final Eclipse that, like the original spell, used fire and darkness, but it was much stronger due to the amplifying effect of the Master Mirror, which also added the air element to the mix. A tornado comprised of black flames filled the empty corridors inside the lost city, working its way toward the pseudo-cores while eating at the protective enchantments. The purpose of the spell was not to deal damage, but to follow the energy flow inside Argenter and locate the physical vessel of his pseudo-cores. He's extinguishing our flames. No matter how much mana we pump, he has the advantage that his barriers weaken our connection with Nova Eclipse, but that is only if we play one card at a time. Solus took the wheel, blinking the engine at a safe distance before activating the tower-tier gravity spell, Wheel of Fate. A black mist shrouded the elemental lord, while a rotating gravity field swirled around the lost city, sealing his movement. Unless Argenter stood in the high-density darkness core of the spell, Wheel of Fate altered the direction of the gravity, making its victim spin like he was trapped in a washing machine. If he moved to the center of the spell, however, the black mist eroded stone and mana, forcing Argenter to redirect his power to his external defensive arrays, and not leave enough energy to stop the Nova Eclipse that ravaged him from the inside. To make matters worse, each earlier blow of the Fury had left behind a small strike team of six-eyed demons of the darkness that now roamed inside the lost city. They used their abomination touch to drain his energy and converted it into spells. Chapter 3057 Shifting Gears, Part 1. 3057 Shifting Gears, Part 1. The demons shared Lith's same energy signature, so only gravity magic affected them. Everything else they ignored and unleashed their own spells, wreaking havoc inside the elemental lord like a violent infection. If only I had 7 demons inside my void sigils, I could train them to use Silverwing Annihilation. Lith inwardly griped. The problem is that even with the black chains guiding them, temporary demons lack the finesse to employ complex spells and tactics. The best I can do is unleash them at the enemy and let the demons vent their fury. Argenter tried to blink, but the dimensional spell collapsed halfway through and severed him in 2 halves. Cursed objects can enslave souls, be a dimensional mage, or manipulate matter. No one can do all these things. What are you? The failed blink had put a dent in the elemental lord's vitality, tipping the scales for the first time since the beginning of the fight. The answer was that Lith manipulated the demons, and the watchtower gave Solus the dimensional awareness of a dimensional mage. The factory had produced the shield, but only because the library held the necessary blueprints, and the mines stored enough materials for the workshop to replicate. None of those abilities came from the power core of the tower. Manadian had built it to assist her and give her the means she needed to exceed her limits. Unlike a cursed object, without its master the tower was just an elegant pile of stones. Lith ignored the question and activated the Silverwing's Annihilation stored in the mouth of Manadian. 7 lights of different colors arranged like the Big Dipper appeared on the right palm of the engine, unleashing the tower-tier version of the Anti-Guardian spell. What's that? Argenter had never heard about Silverwing, and his sensory arrays reported that the power of the spell array hybrid was off the scales set millennia ago by his makers. As the 7 elemental pillars bolted forward in a prismatic beam of light, Argenter conjured his best defensive tower spell, Winter Keep. The earth element raised a rock wall the size of a tidal wave, while the water element coated it in a thick layer of ice that drained the heat from everything it touched. The air element coated the colossal shield with storm winds that would deflect any incoming hit and accelerate the movements of the otherwise slow earth element. The creators of the Lost City had named him the Elemental Lord because they intended to forge-master a creature as powerful as a guardian, but bestowed with all elemental affinities. With each mana geyser Argenter infected, he gained a new source of world energy that his main pseudo-cores split into its elemental components. Magus' energy signature was absorbed, becoming part of the Lost City's life force and replaced by Argenter's. The process allowed his strength to grow endlessly and to have an unlimited source of spirit magic. On top of that, he had reached such a level of mastery over the elements that his spells could conjure small natural disasters. Winter Keep held the power of a quake, but the tower version of the Annihilation ripped it to shreds. The earth, air, and water pillars tore the corresponding elements comprising Winter Keep apart like fire burning through paper before joining the assault of the remaining 4 elements. Argenter's elemental sealing arrays proved to be useless, and his spirit barrier held only for 1 second before cracking and 1 second longer before shattering. He poured everything he had into his right arm, turning it into a shield construct imbued with emerald and orange light. Once again, the annihilation made short work of the defensive spells and enchantments. The elemental lord felt no pain while his hand crumbled, and the 7 pillars worked their way up to his forearm first, and then past the elbow. Great was his shock when nothing was left of his arm, and despite all of his struggling, the enemy's spells started to cut through his chest. If barriers don't work, I need to move on the offensive. Air and water fusion made Argenter incredibly fast for someone his size, but the engine only had to slightly tilt its hand to follow the elemental lord's every movement. Without the ears, Lith and Solus couldn't predict his route, but the eyes perceived what element Argenter was using second by second, and the watchtower was locked on his dimensional coordinates. Lith and Solus learned what Argenter was about to do, and where he wanted to move with only a split second of delay. It was more than enough for someone with their battle experience to guess his intentions and counter his strategies. Argenter screamed in frustration as more of his body was torn apart, and the prismatic beam inched closer to the crystalline mass holding his pseudo-cores. His regenerative enchantments couldn't keep up with the annihilation, and a quarter of his body was in shambles. By combining the power that the tower, the hands, and the sage staff stored in the armory drew from the mana geyser, the engine could hold Silverwing's annihilation for much longer than any group of 7 bright violet cord awakened. "We've dealt him a huge blow," Solus said. "Many of the enchantments of the elemental lord are collapsing and his aura is getting weaker, yet the tower has lost over half of its full power. Unless we locate his pseudo-cores soon, we can't win with just the annihilation. We need to stop." Argenter had no way to know this, and put all the strength he had accumulated in preparation for fight against the 3 white cores into a single spell. Earth magic shattered the ground below the 2 colossi, opening deep fissures that reached Maugre's molten essence. Fire magic drew the incandescent magma to the surface, and highly compressed light magic formed a rough laser that crossed the space between the elemental lord and the engine in an instant, collecting the magma in its wake. Together, the 3 elements formed the tower spell Searing Light. The light element stoked the flames, amplifying the heat of the magma and melting more rocks as it moved. Searing Light moved forward at supersonic speed while also spinning on itself like a drill. The newly collected solid rocks were amassed at the tip of the laser beam, giving it substance, and were moved inside as they melted. The ensuing quake robbed the engine of its footing, but Lith still managed to redirect the annihilation to hit Searing Light's center mass. The elemental lord couldn't win in raw power, so he splayed his fingers, and the beam of lava and light split into countless smaller projectiles. Shit! The annihilation was too small to destroy them all before they reached. The engine, and Lith couldn't afford to waste the remaining power of the tower in a barrier, so he blinked away. "Not so fast, you fucker!" Argenter turned around, pointing his remaining hand at the exit point while Searing Light kept pouring out of his palm, and the old projectiles turned around to chase their prey. Blink had a limited range, and the laser beam moved so fast that the engine had less than a second of respite before the onslaught reached it again. Chapter 3058 Shifting Gears, Part 2. 3058 Shifting Gears, Part 2. To make matters worse, the ruins of Argenter's right side were already rebuilding themselves into the missing arm, and a second Searing Light was taking form in front of the proto-hand. Lith followed Solus' instructions to the letter, blinking away at the last second, and to a position that forced the elemental lord's left arm to trace a wide arc to follow the engine's movements. The problem was that more and more light bullets joined the chase by the second, and the engine couldn't get too far away from the mana geyser without losing control to the elemental lord. With such limited options, it was only a matter of time before that game of tag came to an end. "There you are." Argenter had figured out the pattern in the blinks, and aimed the Searing Light where the enemy would be instead of where he was. The prime engine was caught while stepping out of the dimensional door, but it had a spirit barrier surrounding it that took the brunt of the damage. The impact sealed the engine's movements long enough for the scattered beams of Searing Light to catch up with the spell's main body. A hail of sharp rocks, incandescent magma, and light hammered at the engine from every side. The mere shockwave from the blast raised a mushroom cloud and uprooted trees. Even from their position, the 3 white cores needed to conjure a hush spell to not be deafened by the noise. "What an idiot," Rathia said. "Agreed," Sinmara nodded. "I really wish we could show this to our children," Surtur sighed. It would be a priceless lesson about how power without wisdom is nothing but madness. What the fuck? In his frenzy, Argenter came to their same conclusion only when it was too late. How can his energy signature have gotten stronger after enduring my attack? He should be half dead. Only then did he notice that the position he had predicted was right in the middle of the mana geyser. By standing there, the engine had greatly accelerated the recovery speed of its tower core. Only then did the elemental lord realize that the emerald barrier was long gone, replaced by a colossal alloy shield brimming with mana. Argenter's mana. Lith and Solus had used the blinks to replenish the tower's strength, while also buying time for the workshop and factory to craft Uriel's guard. The tower shield behind which the engine stood was comprised of Davros, adamant, orichalcum, and silver, with the stronger metals at its center to take on searing light, and the less durable metals closer to the edges where the pressure was lower. Straight in the middle of the shield, there was a thin layer of Darwin that coated the metal and served as the first line of defense. It wasn't part of the alloy because all Lith's and Solus attempts to craft something with Darwin always ended in catastrophic failure. On top of that, the shield was enchanted with a single spell, the variation on Silverwing's bastion that Lith and Solus had derived from Uriel's notes about the impossible arrays. 6 elemental crystals formed a perfect circle and worked as focus points for the stolen elemental energies. Akin to Uriel's hexagram, the guard didn't stop an enemy's spell by overpowering it, but by splitting it into its basic components and absorbing them. Unlike the hexagram, however, Uriel's guard didn't need to charge up all elemental points, nor was it forced to channel the stolen energy into a fixed spell. Lith and Solus drew upon the searing light accumulated inside the shield and unleashed their tower void spell, Twilight Storm. Light turned into darkness element and was imbued in the snow, which in turn was carried by a horizontal tornado that erupted from the tower shield. Air and water magic synergized in draining the humidity in the air and making the temperature drop by dozens of degrees per second. Solus had opted for snow instead of hail or shards of ice because it wouldn't bounce back on impact. Snow would pile up on any barrier Argenter might conjure, blinding his life vision and eroding his strength. Shit, the elemental lord tried to blink, but the severe elemental imbalance he had caused first, and the engine had aggravated now short-circuited the spell. I could spirit blink, but that would just delay the inevitable. I've consumed too much of my energy reserves to heal my wounds and empower searing light. I must endure this spell and buy myself enough time to recover. Even with his limited battle experience, Argenter knew that math wasn't on his side. He could only draw upon what his opponent left of the mana geyser's power, and unlike the engine, he had no equipment to weather the incoming storm. Every bit of mana he would spend would further deplete his pseudo-cores, and he doubted that the unknown lost city would give him a break out of fair play. I need to weave my next attack while I prepare my defense. The lost city crouched in a kneeling position so that he would offer solely his back to Twilight Storm and manipulated the earth element to bury himself below its surface. I can't block or dodge, but I still have a way to avoid it. Argenter turned the solid ground into mud to sink faster and use it as a protective layer after making it solid again. Twilight Storm froze the mud and ripped the protective layer to shreds like paper. The cold weakened the stone walls while the black snow piled up on the elemental lord's back, sapping his strength. I don't care. I can take this kind of wounds. My divine right array gives me more mana than the repairs will take. Also, by bathing in the underground world energy, I can recover much more quickly than I would by standing on my feet. Everything I get, he loses. I'm tipping the scales back into my favor. He had to repeat over and over in a mantra to endure the humiliation of hiding like a rat from a lost city much smaller and younger than he was. Wow, cursed objects are all murderous trash, but this one is humble, Surtur said. Probably the humblest I've ever met. Yeah, Rathia nodded. Mages have a huge ego and their creations inherit it. Most people I know would rather die than prostrate themselves before their enemy. Disagree, Sinmara shook her head. Not about the ego thing. I think Argenter is just that desperate, and as long as he wins, no one will believe the claims of the loser. The other 2 white cores had to concede the point. A lost city couldn't kill another without dying in the process. Since they would both survive and there was supposed to be no witness to their fight, victory was the only thing that mattered. Once I get my hands on the geyser and my divine right arrays grows, I'll have all the proof I need of my victory, whereas he will have none of my humiliation. The elemental ruler had no idea that communication amulets were a thing. The white cores were recording everything from different angles to study the fight later. They had no intention of releasing the videos, but that was because the Prime Engine was their ally, not a lost city. Chapter 3059 Top Gear, Part 1. 3059 Top Gear, Part 1. Lith kept Twilight Storm going until he ran out of stolen elemental energy. He could see with the eyes that the tower spell had failed to deal much damage. Now that Argenter had gone deep underground enough, only the darkness component of Twilight Storm still worked. I could dig him out by force, but the juice isn't worth the squeeze, Lith thought. Agreed, Solus nodded. There's no point prolonging this fight any longer. We are now certain that the engine turns us into dimensional mages, and we have put gravity magic, Silverwing spells, and the various floors' capabilities in combat to the test. The factory and the workshop work better than I expected, and so did Uriel's guard. I only wish that idiot was here with us now. Lith sighed at the memory of his late friend. I would slap him in the face with a sheaf of papers that says, arrays are not useless. While the lost city took cover, Lith and Solus prepared their best spell. The various pieces of Manadian set they owned, and the different floors of the tower worked together to give birth to their most ambitious project ever. Ragnar, K was sealed inside double edge that in turn was coated with the tower version of the Fury, making the three weapons into one big enough to fit the Prime Engine. The gigantic sword traced sharp lines in the air, drawing long strings of runes on its passage. With each movement, the magic circle conjured by Ragnar, K grew in complexity and power. The mouth, the firing range, and the heart helped conjure the array spell hybrid, while the hands, the mirror hall, and the weapons stored in the armory amplified it. The eyes collected the data about the hybrid weapon in the library, and the workshop and the factory used the information to alter the stone blade. Runes were added and discarded with each second. The pattern of the magic crystals embossed on the blade changed as soon as a position capable of better amplifying the mana flow was found. The exhaust ports on the back of the Prime Engine flared up, releasing the excess world energy that not even Manadian's tower could muster. The engine split the world energy into its elemental components and mixed it with its master's life force to generate spirit magic. What was left was released outside through the exhaust ports in bursts of raw power that resembled 6 blazing wings. What the fuck? Lith, Solus, and the white cores thought in unison. The phenomenon was unknown to them as well, since it was the first time that the tower blade spell, Extinction, was attempted. The hands collected extra world energy, and so did every artifact stored in the armory. The unused pieces of equipment added their power cores to the spell, bringing it above anything a mortal had ever done before. The metal plates forming the blade of the hybrid Ragnar, K opened, creating a circuit. Pure elemental energy flowed from each of the 7 crystals etched on its surface to the others, and through the blade in a loop. Wait a second, Lith thought. I get that the pseudo-wings are generated by the excess elemental energy, but what about spirit magic? Isn't that an element as well? Why isn't there a 7th wing? The armory wasn't something born out of the fusion between Lith and Solus. It was part of the original blueprints, and so was the hands. All artifacts bore a spark of their owner's life force via the imprint, which was amplified when casting a blade spell. Rifa Manadian had been the first ruler of the flames, and it was from her that other Forgemasters had learned how to attune an artifact to its owner, allowing blade spells to be learned after Valoran the First invented them. She had to be aware of the issue that was bound to arise the moment the Prime Engine was used to cast a blade spell. Even in its incomplete form, the tower was imbued with more power than the engine could hold, spirit magic included. Yet there was no trace of an emerald glow, or any way to safely dispose of the 7th element of magic. At least until Lith and Solus raised the hybrid blade and noticed that the hands wielding it had turned bright green. As the tower blade spell grew in power, the 7 elemental crystals released rhythmic pulses of energy. They beat in unison like 7 living hearts, 6 of them pouring the energy overflow into the wings, while spirit magic coursed through the physical body of the engine, boosting its durability and mana flow. With each pulse, the spirit wave flooded every bit of the engine until its gray stones turned to brilliant emerald. There is no 7th wing because it would be useless, Solus replied. Spirit magic is the element of life. You can't have too much, just like you can't be too healthy or have too much life force. Think about it. It's the same that happened when Silpha's Seaful armor synchronized with the 6 great academies in their night form. She became the Emerald Knight because it was the only element the queen could channel without limit or risk for her safety. Mom knew it. She helped build the academies and used that knowledge for her tower. She designed it so that when casting a tower blade spell, the excess spirit magic would nurture the tower and further increase its capabilities. Look at the energy output readings. The power of extinction kept growing with every second Argenter spent hiding underground. The engine tapped more into the mana geyser until it reached the limits of its emerald form. The 6 exhaust flames stabilized into full wings, and except for the lack of extra eyes, the engine now looked to the 3 white cores who were spectating the phenomenon like an emerald-skinned baller. Wait a second, Lith pondered. Doesn't this mean your mother was close to evolving herself, just like Vaster? Somehow, Manadian must have discovered the truth behind the failure of tyrants and ballers. They strived to reach the 7th eye when they had no need for it, wasting their time and potential. Evolved humans need 6 eyes to handle the natural elements and use their body as a receptacle for spirit magic. "By my mom," Solus said, and this time it was both an exclamation and a praise to Manadian's genius. "You are right, think about it. It explains why Glemos married a human woman to give birth to Morok. He needed a clean slate to steer the tyrant's evolution in the right direction, and Morok's emerald scales and energy wings are proof of it. One is a makeshift substitute for the 7th eye, while the other is identical to the engine's wings." "Should we tell this to him?" Lith asked. "Also, Ryla and Garrick could benefit from this. Vaster too should know, but we can't fully." "Hold that thought. Argenter is coming out." Solus cut Lith short and pushed their focus in the final step of the tower blade spell. Argenter emerged from his shelter with his energy reserves partially restored, and a tower spirit spell in each hand. Chapter 3060 Top Gear, Part 2. 3060 Top Gear, Part 2. "The runt is bound to have regained even more energy than me, so I must finish this quickly," the Elemental Lord thought. "I'll put every iota of energy I've left into what the fuck is that." When Argenter emerged from his makeshift fortress, he discovered that it was actually his prison. Between Twilight Storm and the barrier, Argenter had blinded himself and failed to notice anything until it was too late. The engine had already turned emerald, and its 6 wings burned like small suns. The Elemental Lord threw his tower spirit spells, collapsed sun and shattered land. The former was the spirit equivalent of a Tier 5 gravity spell that would lock the enemy in place and distort space to prevent them from escaping with dimensional magic. The only difference with a gravity spell was that collapsed sun could be cast by a non-dimensional mage, thanks to spirit magic's ability to combine all elements without the need for keen dimensional awareness. The latter was a destructive hepti-elemental spell capable of disrupting the elemental balance of its target, turning their own mana core against them. Combined with collapsed sun, it was supposed to be an anti-guardian spell. Based on the knowledge of the time of Argenter's creation, of course. Extinction, instead, was a spell derived from a true anti-guardian spell, Silverwing's Annihilation. After putting into practice Uriel's theories, Lith and Solus had combined the final result with their respective blade spells, Ruin and Manadian's Wrath. They didn't need a powerful swing or to cut through the air to release extinction. It was just a slight flick of the wrists, as if they were performing a quick lunge. The tip of the blade emitted a white spark that quickly grew in size until it engulfed Argenter from head to toe. His 2 spirit spells clashed against extinction for a moment before being overpowered into oblivion. The roaring wave of white energy ravaged everything in its wake, ripping through the Elemental Lord like wet paper. His stone body collapsed first. The enchantments that gave it form burned out in the attempt to keep Argenter together. The chronicler of the World Tree tasked to follow the lost city around stared at the events in show and awe. From the other side of the ocean, the Yggdrasil rejoiced. He could almost feel and taste the engine's power through the body of their servant. "That tower must belong to me. With it and my knowledge, only a guardian in their turf will be able to stop me." The World Tree thought, yet the image of Tezca kept flashing in a corner of his mind. Meanwhile, the Elemental Lord shrunk his form to become denser and resist the onslaught, but to no avail. The defensive layers were peeled out with embarrassing ease until only his life vessel was left. The nucleus of the lost city was a spherical white crystal mass the size of a car. It was encased in a Davros cube whose entire surface was engraved with runes of power. "Son of a bastard!" Argenter cursed as Extinction's output decreased in order to continue the attack without the risk of damaging his pseudo-cores. The Davros of the containment cube cracked and self-repaired at a pace controlled by the engine. With each cycle, the metal's durability decreased, and the tower blade spell's intensity decreased. Extinction peeled the protective layers surrounding the pseudo-cores away one at a time like an onion. When the first crack on the white crystal appeared, Argenter's enchantment sacrificed his host to gain a temporary boost in power that Lith and Solus instantly matched. He has lost his mana core. The host must be gone. Solus shared with Lith the latest readings of the eyes. Also, the Davros is barely stronger than Orichalcum now. Time for the final push, then. Lith focused extinction like a scalpel, attacking solely non-vital areas of the crystal and opening several shallow but widespread fissures on its surface. "Stop it! What did I do to push you to the point of sacrificing your life to take mine?" Argenter said in desperation, feeling his structural integrity nearing the breaking point. As if, the dwarf lost city sneered as his attack faded away. World energy flooded the fractured crystal and the Davros encasing it, repairing the damage at a speed visible to the naked eye. To do it, however, the elemental lord had to consume what was left of his energy reserves and deplete everything he drew in. The moment Argenter's core was stabilized, and at its weakest, the prime engine sealed it inside a series of concentric sealed spaces. Cut off from his source of nourishment, and the divine right array, Argenter's strength plummeted to rock bottom. "What is this? What have you done to me?" Without the link with its ignorant master, the magical formation crumbled. The elemental lord's energy signature disappeared from the infected mana geysers, which slowly purged the tainted essence he had left. "Order and chaos, little brother. I'm glad we never tried that thing on me," Sinmara said while landing near Lith along with Surtur and Rithia. "I honestly doubt I would have survived, at least without my equipment." "That was amazing," Rithia hugged the engine. "You guys have defeated a lost city all by yourself. Sure, it was weak, we had softened it for you, and it was a trap, but it's still an impressive feat." "When you put it like that, it doesn't." Solus sighed and took off the eyes to give relief to her throbbing brain. "Anyways, is it me, or does the prime engine hold the secret to human evolution?" Surtur pointed at the fading emerald of the body and the waning flames of the wings. "Why didn't you share anything with us, Rifa? We could have helped you." "I think it's my fault." Solus lowered her gaze and in turn the engines in embarrassment. "Probably it was all part of my legacy, like the Fury. Mom was waiting for something, or maybe she was still missing a few details before passing it on me. She mustn't have told you anything to not spread what was supposed to be the bloodline legacy of the House of Manadian." "Sadly, it makes sense," Sinmara nodded. "If the entire human race evolved, Elfin would have gained no advantage from Rifa's research. She would have just been one among many. On top of that, I bet that Rifa never found a complete solution," Surtur pointed out. "Otherwise, she would have tried it out on herself first for safety, then shared it with Elfin, and lastly applied it to the prime engine." The stone colossus was back to being of gray stone, looking no different from a giant golem. "All this babble can wait." Rithia snapped her fingers in everyone's face to get their attention. "First things first, what are we going to do with that?" "Call the councils and have them seal Argenter here." Lith waved at the mana geyser. "It will help the colonization parties, relieve the burden on Giera's survivors, and improve the relationship between the two continents. After all, 3 heroes from Garland have just beaten an ancient Gieran horror out of the goodness of their hearts." "Do you want us to take full credit for this?" Rithia asked. "We sure don't want to explain the engine," Lith shrugged. Chapter 3061 3 Branches, Part 1. 3061 3 Branches, Part 1. "Also, it's better if we don't give the living legacies more reasons to hate Solus, and Meln has already tried to rouse them against us," Lith said. "I want the cursed object community to believe that if they don't bother us, we'll return the favor. You guys, instead, have a clean slate with them. Even if they get angry with you, what are cursed objects going to do?" "Attack Salark's nest," Lith pointed at Sinmara with a scoff. "Threaten 2 guardian bloodlines." He moved his finger to Surtur and Rithia. "Excellent thinking, lil bro," Sinmara nodded. "Go home, we'll take it from here." "Are you sure?" Solus asked. "Can you hold the containment field without us?" "Please, it's something the council can do, given enough time and people," Rithia snorted. "To us, it's child play, now go." The 3 white cores replaced the engine's sealed spaces with their own, and clouded Argenter's crystal to prevent him from witnessing the tower warp. Only then did they contact the awakened councils of Giera and Garland. "I can't believe I'm in the presence of not 1, but 3 awakened who achieved the pinnacle of the white core." Ragudririan, human representative from Garland, gave the three titans a deep bow. Me neither, Jirwin Isar, her Giaran counterpart, followed suit. I want to thank you for your selfless contribution in restoring the balance in Giera. You are our honored guests for as long as you like. Actually, you are just meeting two of them, Rithia chuckled. They achieved the white core. I just piggybacked on my husband. Are you saying that it can be taught? Aaron Dome the J, Ara Mungrander, beast representative of Giera, seethed with envy. It can, Surtur replied curtly. How long until we can go back to our business? Not much, Fila the Behemoth, Aaron's Garlaner counterpart, said. Our local mines can provide the raw materials for the new seal, and the transoceanic gates will give us the rest. Aaron hated hearing the Garlaners speak of Giaran mines like they owned them. But he had to admit that, without the Garlaners, the local council would have lacked the means to imprison the lost city on such short notice. My colleague is right, Lord Surtur, he said. Ever since the elemental lord escaped, we have worked to update the sealing arrays left us by the ancient awakened who trapped him first. His new cage will be much stronger and more efficient. Also, thanks to the debilitated state you've put him into, it might take years before the barrier requires any maintenance. Try not slacking off this time, Sinmara grunted, making the entire Giaran council blush in shame. Don't count on our help if this happens a second time. Speaking of which, why are you here? Inzialot, Lick King and Undead representative, said, and his colleague Breganoth, the Lick Sovereign, nodded. I doubt you have ascended to the White Core by wasting time with charity work. Indeed, Surtur nodded. We came here to hunt the Horseman of Night. He betrayed our fellow White Core Baba Yaga, dared to threaten our little brother, and called these filthy cursed objects for help. He shared with the councils the news about Dusk's apparent demise, and made up a story about Argenter and Thamos being sent by Orpal to harass Lith. The Dragon of Light had no idea he was right about Thamos. Surtur was just basing his lie on the living legacies that had ambushed Solus in the Empire months ago. I can't give Lith credit for this, but I can at least make the cursed objects on Magur think twice before messing with him. This way, even if Night gains new powers and loses her seals, no one will help her. Surtur thought, and the other two White Cores telepathically nodded. Why are you talking with these traitors? These guys are in cahoots with that runt. Don't trust them. Argenter said in anger, but no one understood him, just like he didn't understand them. It was the reason behind Lith's deception upon meeting him. This way, even if someone spoke such an ancient language, the elemental lord couldn't say anything about the engine. What is he saying? Jirwin asked. The usual bullshit, Rithia shrugged. That he'll do anything as long as you become his host, that he'll give you infinite power, endless riches, yada yada. Hush this bastard, Sinmara suggested. Better not let some power-hungry idiot buy his ramblings and threaten Giera out of greed. The council replaced the sealed spaces and spread the news of Night's crimes far and wide. The information soon reached the cursed objects, and they cursed the horsemen and the day they had met her. It was because of Night that 3 ancient immortals and 2 cursed cities had fallen, or at least so they believed. They bought Surtur's story and started to search for Night. They would kill her or steal her secrets. Whatever came easier would do. Space. Verhan Mansion, a few days later. With the tests on the Prime engine completed, Lith had now the time to practice with Ryla during the days he wasn't busy with Voltac. The Falmer was his best bet at understanding the dormant powers of his eyes and the phenomena he had experienced while fighting the Eternal Fortress. Lith would have liked to do it sooner, but he had to wait until he managed to be capable of getting far away enough from Elysia to not endanger her with his experiments. Truth to be told, Lith was enjoying fatherhood and the recent peace. He preferred to take care of his family, to teach Camila and the children magic, rather than spend his days in an obsessive search for power. Meln's threat had forced him to go back to his old ways and put work on the same level as family. Thanks to the mana geyser below the mansion, Solus could keep her body indefinitely while they stayed there, and the tower's arrays ensured the perfect condition for his research. Camila was sitting on a bench at a safe distance, holding Valoran II in her arms. Solus was by her side, holding Elysia since both kids didn't like to stay away from Lith, and Valoran's help was needed. Have you decided whether to tell her or not? Camila asked. No, the implications are huge, and once the secret is out, there's no telling what might happen, Solus replied, nodding at the trio. Lith, Morak, and Ryla sat in the middle of the room, holding their hands in a circle. Each one of them belonged to a different evolutionary branch of the human race, which was the reason Lith had invited the tyrant. If Solus and I are right, then the three of us have more in common than our eyes. Our powers might be similar or even complementary. What each one of us learns about themselves might help the others, Lith thought. From where do we want to start? Ryla asked. The farmer was a woman over 2 meters, 7, tall with 6 eyes on her face and waist-long hair the color of the elements. Her skin was sky blue, and a single set of soft, feathered wings came out of her back. Chapter 3062 3 Branches, Part 2. 3062 3 Branches, Part 2. Her beauty was stunning and further emphasized by her loose clothes that left her back exposed. It wasn't a fashion choice, just the only way to not restrict her wings and their powers. From what we already know, as usual, any element will do, Morok replied. Upon reaching the violet core, the tyrant had changed into something different from his kin, different even from his father. Morok was 3.5 meters, 116, tall with multicolored scales covering his body from head to toe. The pale skin typical of tyrants was nowhere to be seen. Only the 6 eyes opened over different parts of his body, and his fangs-filled mouth were the same. His hands ended with razor-sharp claws, and his legs resembled those of a cat, giving him greater jumping and running abilities. Last but not least, the 2 small protuberances shaped like an overturned V on his back were actually energy wings similar to those an awakened farmer would obtain. Fire, then? Ryla's red eye lit up, and her feathered wings turned crimson as they absorbed the fire element from the surrounding world energy. Her whole body was engulfed by mystical fire that didn't burn a single hair on her head or blackened her clothes. Lith and Morok lit up their respective red eyes in the hope of triggering a resonance, but once again nothing happened. Upon their signal, the farmer let the flames spread from her hands to their bodies, shrouding Lith and Morok in fire as well. Physical contact allowed the 2 men to trigger their bloodline abilities. Morok absorbed part of the flames, but aside from adding their power to his own, he failed to achieve anything. He couldn't produce more, nor did he manage to spark flames of his own. Lith, instead, couldn't do anything until he activated his emerald eye as well. The mystical fire over his body grew in size and heat as he added fire element and a spark of life force. Nothing has changed, he sighed. I can nurture the existing flame with my essence, but I can't make them on my own. He unfurled his feathered wings, but nothing happened. He shapeshifted into the Voidfeather Dragon and lost his control over Ryla's bloodline ability. Don't do that, she said. Your dragon side may be the source of your inner fire, but it's not him who empowers your eyes. Embrace your human side. Lith followed her instructions, reverting to human but keeping his feathered wings out. Why are you doing that? Morok asked. All evolved humans have wings, and now my feathers bear an elemental pattern similar to a farmer. Lith shrugged. I'm not sure if they come from my dragon or human side. It's worth a shot. True that, the tyrant nodded, and a burst of elemental energy came out of the bony protuberances on his back, forming proto-energy wings. Alas, nothing changed for either of them, so Ryla moved on to her blue eye. While fire ignited the world energy, but without the spark of life force that gave birth to origin flames, water scattered the world energy with tumultuous and chaotic currents. As Ryla covered them with mystical ice, the 2 men could feel their connection with Magus being severed, as if they wore skin-tight sealed suits. After more failures, the farmer activated her yellow eye, and the air element supercharged the world energy, using it to connect every cell with the rest of her body. The mana flow wasn't restricted to her mana circulatory system anymore, and even the invisible aura powerful mages naturally exuded was now added to her power instead of just being released in the air. The life maelstrom-like effect of Ryla's golden lightning caused the entire body of those who were infused with it to turn into a mana core. Also, it gave its vessels the ability to constantly absorb world energy to fuel their overcharged abilities with a constant flow of new power. The earth element from Ryla's orange eye gave the ethereal mana that circulated through a body substance, turning mana into a powerful shield that could nullify physical and magical attacks. The subject of a farmer's orange eye couldn't cast new spells while in that condition, simply because the earth element instantly assimilated any mana produced by their core. The more mana one consumed, the greater resistance they gained. The elemental armor was highly compressed, and the flow of world energy enhanced Earth's durability while keeping it flexible. The world energy kept the mana dense and formed an external protective layer at no cost to the user. To surpass the barrier, it was required a strength 5 times greater than the one expended to create it. The light and darkness eyes, instead, were still a mystery. Ryla had no problem circulating the 2 elements from the world energy into her wings and then into her eyes. Yet they seemed to have no effect aside from creating a luminous and a shadow layer around her. "Any ideas?" she asked. "Even before their fall, Balors were stuck at Tier 3 magic. As a farmer, I have overcome that limitation, but I've never received a proper magical education until I came to the mansion." "Maybe the silver eye is linked to something similar to light mastery," Morok grunted while looking at Lith. As a member of the Urna's household, the tyrant was entitled to receive Nalron's lessons, but the Agni refused to teach light mastery to anyone until Freya and the Fasteros learned the basics. Quilla was free to spectate only because she had already become a light master on her own, but she was too busy rearranging her own notes and visiting the various members of the Urna's family to teach Morok anything. She had already tried explaining her method to him, but it was too hard for him. On top of that, since news of her pregnancy had spread, people from all over the kingdom came to visit her. Quilla wasn't an Urna's by blood, but she carried their name, and her talent for magic was renowned. From the royal family to the court, everyone wanted to curry favor with Quilla, hoping to reap benefits once the pregnancy boosted her powers. Morok hated light mastery because he didn't understand it, and because it kept him away from his wife. "You might be onto something," Lith pondered. "I have yet to fight someone with a light-based bloodline ability, but I've witnessed Tyrus. If Ryla's ability is anything like that, it's not just a simple A-man-shoot skill like the others." He let the light element flow from Ryla's eye to his mana core in an attempt to mimic Light Raider. It was supposed to weave the pure light element into any spell he could think of. Lith started by conjuring a construct, and then he split it into runes. He felt the energy produced by Ryla's bloodline ability seep inside his spell and into the words of power. Yet instead of allowing him to rewrite them and form a healing spell, the runes just crumbled. Lith tried over and over, but the result was the same. The light emitted by the silver eye made the runes malleable, but Lith had no idea how to remove the effect once he was done altering their shape, making them unstable. Chapter 3063, Untapped Potential, Part 1. 3063, Untapped Potential, Part 1. Once infused with the bloodline ability from Ryla's silver eye, the mana of any light element spell would keep being diluted in world energy until it lost cohesion, and the spell degraded into formless energy. "I don't get what I'm doing wrong," Lith looked at Solus, who shook her head. Even with the eyes, the process was a mystery. They had no data about Ryla's mana organs, and when Lith manipulated the energy with his own silver eye, the number of variables more than doubled. "And we can't help you unless you teach us light mastery," Morok sighed. He didn't even try to ask for lessons, knowing Lith would rather walk out. "Let's move on to darkness." The final element turned out to be a massive failure. They just stood there, enveloped in creeping shadows until they ran out of ideas. "Solus," Lith asked. "Still no clue, sorry." Aside from the raw mass of darkness element and world energy, there was nothing for the eyes to pick up. "No problem," he sighed. "Before we give up for today, I'd like to try something." Lith walked to Valoran and offered him a hand. The baby boy grabbed it, and after the dragon scales relayed the message, he gave Lith as much life maelstrom as he could. "Thank you, son. I'll make good use of it." Lith caressed Valoran's cheek, who replied with a happy "Papa." "Dia," Elijah grumbled, angry for being still incapable of emitting non-draconic complex sounds. "Don't be jealous, sweetie," Camila said. "Valoran is older than you. It's natural that he speaks better." Bah, Elijah could faintly grasp the concept, but it didn't make her feel better one bit. "Mama," Valoran giggled while looking at Camila with his round silver eyes. "Thank you, sweetie." She peppered his head with kisses, knowing how much feeling accepted by his new family meant to the baby boy. "Bah," Elijah glared at Valoran in outrage, engaging him in a staring contest for almost 5 seconds before they fell asleep as one. "Why didn't you do that during our first sessions?" Morok asked, since it was the first time he saw the little Valoran use one of his bloodline abilities aside from Origin Flames. "Do you think it's easy to explain to a child so young what a bloodline ability is and how to use it without hurting himself or others?" Lith replied. "It took me days to reach this point." "Babies are not fond of training and have an attention span shorter than yours." "Hey," Camila and the tyrant said in unison, but for completely different reasons. "Don't drag the children in your crazy schedule. They are infants." Camila said. Sorry, Lith apologized. Now, before taking your share of life maelstrom, I want you to focus. Don't send it to your yellow eye. Just circulate it through your bodies like you did with Ryla's abilities. Why? The farmer tilted her head in confusion. I want to test a theory, Lith replied. What if Gleemos was right about Morok? What if there is no need for a seventh eye, just to master life force to obtain an effect similar to Freya's emerald streaks or Morok's scales? He didn't want to expose his full theory because even if he was right, Manadian's path might have been suited solely for a pure human. Ryla and Morok were already evolved, and maybe what worked for the Prime engine wouldn't work for them. Lith hoped that by giving Ryla and Morok hints, they would be able to find a technique suited for their individual evolutionary branch. That's stupid, the tyrant sneered. If that was the case, then why do you have an emerald eye? I agree with Morok, Ryla nodded. Not about the stupid part. It just seems far-fetched that both tyrants and Balors have been wrong all along when you are the living proof that achieving a separate spirit eye is possible. It's not far-fetched, Lith shook his head. Consider that, unlike you, I'm not entirely human. Maybe my abomination side condensed my life force to protect it from its chaos spark. Maybe my dragon side carries the same gift of the Hydras. On top of that, if the seventh eye really is the answer, why did the Balors end up falling? Why can the tyrants obtain the emerald eye only by sacrificing the other 6? Think about it. Doesn't it sound like the fall of the Balor race and the opening of the tyrant's seventh eye are just the result of forcing their way on the wrong path? Otherwise, why would Gleemos need to mate with a human woman instead of a member of his own race, to have a child with a body completely different from a normal tyrant? When you put it this way, it does make sense, Morok pondered. Gleemos wanted my help at all costs and planned to make me have a child with Echidna, yet the only thing that changed after I've reached the violet core is my body, and he knew it would happen. His tracking spell was set to activate after my awakening, and it was then that my scales first appeared. Maybe, by diluting the tyrant's blood with my mother's, Gleemos managed to backtrack a little and alter the course of my evolutionary path. Which would explain why Gleemos also wanted a child with a farmer, Ryla said. Balors are unable to get the seventh eye by nature. Maybe he hoped that by sealing that evolutionary path, the tyrant bloodline would have been forced to revert to the state before they merged their 6 eyes. If that were to happen, the newborn tyrant would be capable of resuming their evolution. Lith was amazed by how brilliant Ryla was despite having lived in forced isolation for most of her life, and by how deep Morok's thinking was when he decided to pull his head out of his ass. Lith had only given them a few clues, yet they had almost reached his same conclusion. Almost. Glad we are all on the same page. He nodded as he passed to each one of them a powerful bolt of silver lightning. Valoran couldn't produce enough life maelstrom for 3 people, but Lith hadn't stood idle while they talked. He had amplified Valoran's small silver lightning thanks to the Tiamat's yellow and spirit eyes until he had enough for everyone. Remember, focus on your body, not on opening another eye. In case you get the feeling your life force is trying to condense in a single point, don't give in to that impulse, Lith said. The life maelstrom is a bit diluted and less effective, but it's better this way, he actually thought. If their evolutionary paths aren't just untapped but blocked, forcing their way might make them blow up. Soulless. Immortal body array and life support systems are on standby, she replied. If something happens, I'll take care of them immediately. The hands appeared in the form of short evening gloves and the mouth as a scarf. No one but Camila noticed their appearance because they were focused on controlling the silver lightning. Lith, Ryla, and Morok made it circulate through their eyes and bodies, using the boost that life maelstrom granted their life force to bring it on par with the power of the elements. Chapter 3064, Untapped Potential, Part 2. 3064, Untapped Potential, Part 2. Lith felt his spirit and yellow eye react, but ignored them since he had no need to amplify the silver lightning further. He also felt a tingle in his black and red eyes, just like in Giera. What can this be? He thought. How can fire and darkness interact with life maelstrom? Finding no answer and not wanting to contaminate the silver lightning with other elements, he kept making it flow from his spirit eye to his life force, hoping to trigger a resonance effect. When everything Lith could think of failed, and he felt the power of the life maelstrom starting to fade, he let it access his darkness eyes. The silver lightning turned black, and Lith recognized the bloodline abilities of the Jotun from Verendi. If life maelstrom plus darkness produces black lightning, what would fire? Lith's train of thought derailed, as he remembered witnessing Protheus' experiments on Valoran, the Second's bloodline back at the Golden Griffin Academy. The Golden Flame? In his Bahamut form, Protheus mixed life Maelstrom and Origin flames to obtain those weird golden flames. Can I really do that as well? Meanwhile, Morok felt the urge to merge his eyes to form the seventh, but he resisted it. He used life Maelstrom to amplify his life force and connect it with the power of his emerald scales. For a single moment, the elemental energy in the rest of his scales reached a perfect balance. The now matching 6 elements fused and absorbed a spark of the tyrant's life force, painting all of his scales green. Yet with Morok's next breath, his eyes absorbed an uneven amount of elemental energy, and the balance was lost. The elemental scales rejected the spark of life force and reverted to their original color. Morok didn't notice the phenomenon. No one did, but Solus did, and only because the eyes of Manadian recorded the sudden energy spike, and she could rewind the footage at will. As for Ryla, she chose a different path. I don't have emerald eyes or scales, but I know how spirit magic works, she thought. Gleemos, cursed be his name, taught me everything I needed to know in case something happened to him, and it was up to me to help Garrick awaken. I never thought the day would come when I used this knowledge for myself. She focused on the elemental feathers on her wings and absorbed the surrounding world energy. She couldn't use invigoration for fine-tuning the 6 elemental flows, but her eyes were the next best thing. She used them to identify how much elemental energy each feather drew in, turning each one of them on and off until the 6 kinds of feathers absorbed exactly the same amount of world energy. Then she channeled the accumulated power from her eyes to her body, where the life maelstrom was already amplifying her life force. Ryla used the silver lightning to stir the 7 flows together in the attempt to find a way to merge them into one. Suddenly she felt like someone had pierced her guts with a flaming knife and was twisting her insides. Ryla doubled over in pain, releasing the elemental energy from her eyes in the form of 6 pillars and dispersing the life maelstrom before it tore her apart. Solus reacted first, activating the immortal body array to mend Ryla's internal wounds. Lith arrived second, using invigoration to study the damage to the farmer's life force and doing his best to stabilize it with body sculpting. "Fuck me sideways," they said as one while doing their best to save Ryla's life. "Is there anything I can do?" Panic made Morok lose control of life maelstrom, which burst into silvery sparks. "You can shut up." The Dolby surround effect of their voices was still as creepy as the first time the tyrant heard it, but he stepped back and let them work. "Damn it, we forgot that despite her appearance, Ryla still belongs to the fallen races. Her original life force is twisted, and its unfallen shape is only due to the modifications that wearing the harmonizer for generations caused in the Ballers." Lith cursed his own stupidity. "I know," Solus inwardly nodded. "She must have found a way to nudge her evolution. We don't know if it was the right or wrong way, only that her fallen life force couldn't take it. She used the hands to manipulate the world energy so that Ryla received just enough to retain her farmer form, energy starving her wings and eyes. At the same time, Lith used a life sculpture to check on the records of Ryla's life force and restore it. Life sculpture was a device that Awakened used before learning how to shapeshift in order for them, or their teachers, to fix any damage their life forces might incur during their experiments. "There is a small change, but I can't tell if it's for the better or the worse." Solus recorded everything with the eyes. "What I know is that Ryla's life force is rejecting the change, and she'll die if we don't remove it." The procedure was simple because the alteration was minimal, and life sculpture was accurate down to the smallest detail. "Thank you," Ryla recovered quickly and hugged both Lith and Solus. "For what?" Solus returned the embrace but didn't feel like she deserved it. "It's our fault you were hurt. Fixing our own mistake is the least we can do." "I'm not talking about that." Ryla shook her head. "Sure, this can't work for me, but it might work for Garrick. He has all of my powers, but his life force is still malleable and possesses the best harmonizer Gleemos ever created. Maybe, just maybe, if we teach him never to open his tyrant's emerald eye and make him train like I was doing as he grows up, not only will his life force stabilize, but also move on the right path for evolution." Ryla didn't care if that path was precluded to her. The thought of her child free from the prison of the Mana Geyser, as he became the first perfectly evolved human, filled her heart with joy. "I swore that I'd give Garrick a life better than my own, and this might be his first chance at it," she thought. "Guys, I know this might sound stupid, but I want to ask anyway." Morok scratched his head in embarrassment. I was thinking, since you are great at body sculpting, can't you make a comparative study of Ryla's fallen and unfallen life forces? I mean, what if you find the portion of her life force that was altered by her experiment and apply the change to her fallen form? This way, when the world energy turns her into a farmer, there would be no resistance and she can keep practicing with us. This is not stupid at all. Lith rubbed his chin. Quite the contrary, it's very complicated. We can't just alter the fallen life force because there's no telling if her unfallen life force would retain the change after shapeshifting. More likely, we must find a modification that will reshape itself in the correct form when Ryla goes from Balor to Farmer. Chapter 3065, The Limits of Talent, Part 1. Indeed, Solus pondered. We should also repeat the process every time Ryla makes progress. On the one hand, it's going to be a pain in the neck. On the other hand, if she truly has found the right path, after enough modifications she might evolve. The process would reshape her life force as a whole and maybe undo the falling, turning her into a farmer permanently. If we are right, she wouldn't be limited to living on the Mana Geyser anymore. It would be amazing, Ryla said with a sad smile. But there are too many ifs and you guys are busy. I can't ask you to waste so much time on a pipe dream that would help a single person. Nonsense, Morok said, and Lith and Solus glared at him for being generous at their expense. Quilla is specialized in body sculpting, and once she's done with that political nonsense, she won't have anything to do all day. Between her genius, free time, and the power-up she'll soon receive from the twins, it's going to be a walk in the park for her. I'm glad for the vote of confidence, but how dare you call me a slacker? Quilla walked to him with a perfect mix of pride and outrage on her face. Building political alliances is a boring but necessary task for our asterisk family. Studying light mastery to make it accessible to you is a job. My studies about light magic are another job. Just because I'm working with my brain instead of my hands, it doesn't mean I goof off all day. Baby, what a pleasant surprise, Morok said in a perfect example of closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. How are you and the babies doing? Why are you here? He rushed to her side, checking on her invigoration first and then on her womb. It was redundant since she was a better healer than him, but the care and honest worry on his face made her heart flutter. We are fine, thank you, she sighed, feeling her anger subside. I came as soon as I was done with political niceties because I was worried about you and Ryla. Lith told me about this experiment and I wanted to be here to ensure your safety. No offense, guys. She said to Lith and Solus. None taken, Lith shrugged. I wouldn't trust even Manohar with the lives of my family. Especially Manohar, Quilla chuckled. After a mind link, she had all the information she needed along with 2 black spheres containing Ryla's life sculptures. One contained the details of her original life forces, both fallen and under the effect of the geyser, and the other contained the data collected by the eyes after the partial evolution. Ryla is right, you guys don't have time for this, Quilla nodded. Yet Morok is also right. I do have time and Ryla is part of my family. I'll take care of altering her life force with body sculpting. You guys focus on finding a cure. Are you sure? Ryla felt undeserving of such care. We haven't known each other for long and don't share any blood. I haven't done anything for you. Nonsense, Quilla shook her head. I was an orphan. I don't share any blood with my parents and siblings either, yet it doesn't make me love them any less for it. You are Garrick's mother and he's Morok's only relative. Also, I know what you've gone through to protect your son and preserve my husband's bloodline legacy. It's enough for me. Quilla helped Ryla stand up, and the 2 women shared a brief embrace. Thank you, the farmer said. What a magical moment, Morok said. I knew something good would come from this experiment, so I've reserved a table at the traveling tavern to celebrate. I've asked Hogg to prepare the honeymoon table for us and all of your favorite dishes. Thank you, that's so thoughtful of you. Quilla gave him a sweet kiss and her stomach grumbled in approval. I could use a good meal after all these emotions. When the women left the room to prepare themselves for dinner, Lith dropped the act like a live grenade. I reserved a table at the traveling tavern for everyone since I have business there. When did you call Hogg exactly? He asked. Hold that thought. Morok took out his communication amulet, begging the owner of the traveling tavern for last-minute changes to the menu and a bit of extra space for him and Quilla. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Space. Somewhere on the Garland continent, fringe of the world tree. The new Yggdrasil and heir to the first awakened stared in annoyance, as one of the self-proclaimed best forgemasters on Magar failed miserably to unlock the full potential of the ears of Manadian. Bringing Hansu Mayan from Zima had been easy. All that one of the chroniclers had to do was to offer him the ears and the opportunity to take a look at the blueprints of the legendary Tower of Manadian. The deal was too good to be true, but despite his better judgment, Hansu lacked the willpower to turn it down. Meeting a legendary elf, wielding a branch of the Yggdrasil wood, and the idea of consulting the infinite knowledge stored in the libraries of the World Tree would have been temptation enough to convince him. If there is even a 1% chance that the elf is telling the truth, and I'm going to inherit the legacy of the first ruler of the flames, this is a risk worth taking. Hansu was over 900 years old. He had long since reached the limit of the bright violet core and his skills as a forgemaster. He hoped that building a tower would give him insight into the fabled white core, or at least put his name in the history books right beside Manadian's. With a modern version of Manadian's tower, the Mayan dynasty would be unstoppable. With that idea in mind, Hansu had traveled to Garland via the Plant Gate network, and from there to the World Tree's fringe. Great had been the old man's joy in seeing the ears with his own eyes, touching it with his hands, and being allowed to imprint it with his mana. He had felt invincible wearing it, and when the Yggdrasil had also shown him the schematics of the tower, Hansu had believed that he would die a happy man. Alas, he had never been more wrong his whole life. The ears turned out to be an instrument of torture. Between the massive flow of world energy swirling inside the fringe and the mana coming from the World Tree, the chroniclers, the elves, and all the artifacts stored in the living city, Hansu's ears bled the moment he wore the relic. Every attempt to use its powers only worsened his condition, making the Forgemaster bleed from his eyes and nose as well. You need to use the world energy to fuel the ears, the World Tree explained. If you do that, you can activate a series of secret enchantments that will relieve you from the sensory overload. How? Hansu asked in frustration after trying every forgemastering spell at his disposal, yet learning nothing from them. Chapter 3066 The Limits of Talent, Part 2. 3066 The Limits of Talent, Part 2. If I knew that, you wouldn't be here. The Yggdrasil had no mouth, so they used branches to form words by rustling their leaves, yet their voice still sounded angry and full of contempt. How can Zima's so-called greatest forgemaster be stumped by an artifact older than himself? I even gave you the blueprints of Manadian's tower. All you have to do is determine which portion of the tower core contains the enchantments of the ears, and from there, decipher how it's supposed to work. That's it. Hansu had felt indebted to the World Tree and honored for all their gifts, yet now the Yggdrasil had crossed the line. Are you serious, or are you as insane as your predecessor? The tower's blueprints consist of hundreds of pages, and even though I have no idea how you bypassed Manadian's cloaking runes, she didn't care about making the tower core easy to reproduce. She made it to be as powerful and complex as she could. There are so many runes here that my eyes water just by looking at them, and I'm not even trying to understand their purpose. There must be thousands of enchantments, all interconnected between one another with a pattern that I don't recognize, and that makes it impossible to understand where one ends and the next begins. As for the ears, even if you gave me its blueprints, it would be pointless. Hansu's voice dripped poison. The absurdity of the demands of his host overwhelmed his usually meek character. Based on what you told me, the trigger is physical, not magical. This is not one of those dumb nightmare safes where the access code was written in the enchantment itself. The ears allow to input trillions of possible combinations, and only the person who set the safety measures knows how to unlock it. It was the reason Scarlet, the Scorpicore, would have never unlocked the eye's true potential without Baba Yaga's help, and why those who had stolen the mouth and hands from their rightful owners had fared no better. Baba Yaga herself didn't know everything about Manadian's set, only what Rifa had willingly shared with her old friend and colleague. Let me get this straight, the Yggdrasil pondered, their voice calm and respectful again. You can't unlock the full potential of the ears, you can't reproduce the artifact, and you can't identify the power cores of the rest of the set in the tower's blueprints, correct? Respectively, yes, no, and yes. Hansu ran his fingers through his long white hair in embarrassment. I could reproduce the ears if you gave me its full blueprints, but it would still be old-ass magic. Even worse, the replica would bear the same seal as the original since I have no idea how the release code has to be inputted. It would take me years of study to update the runes, and even longer to crack the code. The master had encountered the same problems while studying the mouth of Manadian, but it was different for him. Betrayal was a ruler of the flames, and despite Elfin's opinion of her, Betrayal's talent was one of a kind. On top of that, unlike Hansu, Betrayal was familiar with Rifa's workings due to her time as Manadian's apprentice first, colleague and rival later, and lastly by studying the Fury for centuries. Yet if not for the help of the most ancient and brilliant eldritches of Magur plus Vaster's resources and expertise, she would have never crafted the maw so quickly. I thank you for your gifts, O World Tree, but I'm afraid I won't see a tower in my lifetime. The ingredients listed here are beyond rare, and even if I had them, the blueprints contain the spells, not the crafting technique. These papers only show the final result of Manadian's life work. They contain no information whatsoever about how she put so many enchantments together, or the order they need to be cast to form a stable network. As it is, what you have given me is an amazing starting point for learning tower crafting, but that's it. First, I need to convert these runes into modern ones. Then, I have to find a way to make them form a stable tower core and work on its crafting method. I have no idea how long everything will take, but unless a miracle happens, even updating the runes is something for my heir to finish. The ears will be of great help to us, though. If properly insulated, even in their basic form, they are an invaluable forgemastering tool that. Then you are of no use to me. A wooden spike-shaped root emerged from the ground and pierced Hansu Mayan's heart, putting an end to the life of Zima's best forgemaster in centuries. Find me another pseudo-ruler of the flames, the World Tree said. Promise them whatever they want, but bring them here willingly. I need their cooperation. I don't understand, my lord, Gal Vihor asked. Why did you kill Mayan after all the trouble we went to recruit him? What need do you have to unlock the ears? Once you have the tower, the modern version of the Eyes of Manadian will be yours. Silly child, the Yggdrasil sighed, switching to a mind link to communicate. I killed him because I need the ears to lure Verhen, and death is the only way to remove someone's imprint. It's the same reason I want to unlock the true power of the artifact. A good story needs a villain, someone powerful enough to require Verhen's full focus so that he can't notice the trap he's stepping into. I have no desire to nurture such a person, and I can't send one of my chroniclers forward. The moment Verhen sees an elf or Yggdrasil would, he'd understand my involvement and leave. The ears will make up for the little strength that our useful idiot already has. I see, Vihor nodded. But my liege, why don't you unlock the ears yourself? Even better, why not make a new and updated tower? Your vaults contain all the resources you need and more. I can't, the World Tree sighed. I have the knowledge of millennia, but I can't escape the limits of my talent. I had my most brilliant chroniclers help me, and we all agreed that with our current capabilities, crafting an updated Tower of Manadian is beyond us. We can maybe update the runes on our own, and then search for a suitable forgemastering technique. But a single mistake in either of them would mean squandering everything. I don't know creation magic. I can't afford to waste centuries gathering resources just to fail, and then looking for what went wrong before starting over and over again until I succeed. What are a few thousands of elves compared to the billions of people who live on Magur? You elves reproduce slowly, whereas geniuses like Betrayal or Manadian are born once every century, if not millennia. If I wait for one of you with that kind of talent to be born, I'll probably be dead by then. I can forgemaster the old version of the tower if I focus solely on finding the crafting method, but it would be a waste of time and materials. Chapter 3067 Family Trip, Part 1 3067 Family Trip, Part 1 There's no telling which enchantments I saw in Elfin's mind belong to the old tower, and which are instead born from her fusion with the artifact. I might as well study Baba Yaga's tower like my predecessor did Manadian's. The previous Yggdrasil had sent their chroniclers to follow Manadian everywhere, using the elves' breathing technique to study the tower core with the help of the World Tree. Unlike Lith and Baba Yaga, Manadian didn't hide her presence so with time, patience, and cloaking devices. The chroniclers had first cracked the cloaking runes of the tower, and then copied its core one bit at a time. Yet not only do I have no idea how long studying her hut would take due to Baba Yaga's elusiveness, but there's also no comparison between the two mage towers. The ease with which Verhen defeated Argenter alone proves it beyond doubt. Sure, it was a trap, and the location of the fight was set up to maximize his advantage, but Verhen still managed to match, if not even surpass, the might of the three white cores and their offspring. And that while the tower still lacks the ears and several floors. There's only one way to get myself such a masterpiece while I still have enough lifespan to achieve my guardianhood, and it's to pry that stone ring from Verhen's dead fingers. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Zeneca region, city of Zalmar at the same time. Zalma was a port town built facing the Arsman Ocean that separated the Garland continent from Giera. The moon was slowly rising from the city bay, giving the water a silvery luster and the scenery a fairy tale look. The waters were placid as the fishing boats returned to the harbor before the sun disappeared on the horizon. Several islands were visible in the distance, and the lights of their distant buildings made them look magical in the twilight. The climate in the kingdom was getting hot due to the summer, but a refreshing ocean breeze carried a salty smell and made the evening air pleasant even during the warm season. Zalma's commerce had been flourishing non-stop during the past few years of famine thanks to the abundant fishing areas of the Arsman Ocean. Even after the recent bountiful harvest had put an end to the food crisis, the city was still expanding. The regional lord had exploited the famine to show the royals the importance of his fishing towns and reached an agreement with the crown to ensure funds for the development of Zenica. In exchange for their investments, the royals received a regular supply of fish, making key fortresses of the kingdom less reliant on cultivated fields for survival. Between tourists and merchants, every hotel and restaurant in Zalma was fully booked, and Hogg's traveling tavern was no exception. It was the reason Lith had reserved a few tables for his family, and Morak decided to ride the Tiamat's coattails. From the outside, the establishment looked anonymous, and it was easy to miss amid the small warehouses in between which the tavern was nestled for the day. It was a rectangular one-story building made of stone with several squared windows, and a door that sealed all the noise inside except for the brief moment when it was opened. The most peculiar thing about the building was a huge neon-like insignia that said, Hogg's Traveling Tavern. Hogg has chosen this location to avoid regular tourists and let his patrons enjoy the seascape and ocean breeze, Lith said, while pointing at the harbor that was right in front of the establishment. At that hour, it was a deserted area where only rough-looking men hung around. The illumination was poor on purpose so that tourists would get scared and not disturb the backbone of Zancha while the fishermen relaxed in their favorite watering holes. This place looks amazing, Solus said, and Alina nodded, even though for an entirely different reason. Solus was looking at the traveling tavern with mana sense, and she had recovered enough of her abilities to get a glimpse of the intricacies of the building's dimensional enchantments. As for Alina, it was her first time in an ocean city. She had already experienced the Great Sea while visiting Lith in Salark's beach house, but the Blood Desert was proverbially desert. Zalma instead was lively even at the late hour, and after living with farmers all her life, she could tell that the fishermen weren't dangerous, just grumpy and tired. Alina took a moment to gaze at the neighboring islands and smell the fresh evening air. "Thanks for bringing me here," more than one person said. Solus had already been to the traveling tavern, but never as a patron. It was her first opportunity to enjoy Hogg's delicious cooking and mingle with other members of the awakened community. Celia just needed a place to eat without worrying about keeping the kids under control, and then cleaning the countless pots and pans that preparing a meal for his ravenous family required. Nalrund had already been to the tavern during his guys' nights out with Lith, but he could use some downtime. Shape-shifting into his old human form still felt awkward, and the preparations for his marriage only piled on the stress he was already under. Tista and Badia were also excited. It was the first time she brought along the Nidhogg for a family trip, and the event marked the new beginning of their relationship. As for Quilla and Morak, they were a late addition, but 2 more people were easy to accommodate. "I can't wait to eat to my heart's content without enduring the horrified gazes of the house staff." Quilla smiled while touching her womb. "I can't believe you've been so thoughtful with us." "Me neither," Morak replied. "I mean, you made me into a better man, babe." He hastily opened the door for her to avoid follow-up questions and let Quilla inside. For many of them, it was their first visit, so surprise made Morak's blunder go unnoticed. The tavern was not only bigger on the inside, it was also far from ordinary. The floor and the walls were comprised of small, hard wooden boards, giving the place a warm and cozy ambience. All the tables but those reserved were already occupied, and the place was full of people of every race, merfolk included. Despite the crowd, every table and seat had been spaced so that it didn't feel cramped, leaving to each group of customers their privacy. Equally comfortable padded chairs and bar stools allowed people to choose between sitting in groups at a table, or the bar counter on the top right corner with the bartender as their only company. In the top left corner, there was a bandstand from which musicians were playing, entertaining lone customers and covering the conversations of clients so that they wouldn't be overheard from the other tables. That night, the singer was a siren, a lesser Garuda from Giera. In her humanoid form, the lesser divine beast looked like a gorgeous woman with hips-long strawberry blonde hair and violet eyes. She wore a cocktail dress tailored from a bunch of her own feathers that wrapped around her voluptuous body like a glove. Chapter 3068 Family Trip, Part 2. 3068 Family Trip, Part 2. The siren's appearance and her velvet voice as she performed a love song had the male audience staring at her with an enraptured gaze, while most female clients looked at Hogg like they wanted to kill him. Because that was the plan. Or rather, the plans. The women in the tavern were just weighing their options before choosing their course of action. "Lith, it's so good to have you here again." Parmigiano Hogg, elder of the council, unparalleled chef, and owner of the traveling tavern, said as a cold sweat ran down his spine. "I hope you owe shot." The Guardian's autocorrect altered Haw's speech, but he was still panicking. He wasn't expecting so many women and more people after his head was the last thing he needed. Luckily for him, between the constant presence of Tista and Tyrus, no one among the latest batch of his patrons was impressed by the singer. Is it a spell or a bloodline ability? Lith felt drawn to the siren, but only because of her song that seemed addressed to him. Bloodline ability. Hogg sighed in relief when he noticed their reaction. "Please follow me to your tables. Tonight I'll serve you personally." Because everyone knows that putting yourself between a divine beast and his meal means becoming one of the dishes. He inwardly added. "Where is our guest of honor?" "Right here." Lith lifted Elijah while Morag pointed at Quilla. Useless to say, Hogg looked at the tyrant like he was insane. "Guys, we have among us the first awakened from conception in Magar history, and the beloved granddaughter of the Guardians, so behave." He lifted the baby girl above his head for everyone to see her 6 colored streaks. Bah! Elijah's short horns and stumpy tail came out in surprise, making her look even more adorable in her Tiamat-looking onesie. The female patrons of the tavern forgot about their grievances and gave the baby a standing ovation, quickly followed by their partners. Lith had brought Valoran as well, but due to the identity of his parents, Lith preferred to keep the bloodline of the baby boy a secret. Was it really necessary? Camila sighed as Hogg led them to their table and put Elijah in a special crib. "Now everyone will make a fuss about her and disturb us during our meal." "Yes, it was," Lith nodded. "We couldn't leave her home or hide her once we got here. We might as well announce her presence and make the surprise blow over while we wait for the food. Also, Hogg offered me a discount." "You are unbelievable," she scoffed. "You should be called the miser Magus because you can do the unthinkable just to save a few coins. Here is your honeymoon table." Hogg's voice drew their attention, and curiosity got the best of Camilla's anger. Mork and Quilla had a table big enough for 6 people all for themselves. It was covered in rose petals and had a large bouquet of red roses and white lilies on its centerpiece. Various kinds of chocolates were arranged on a platter in a heart shape to serve as a sweet appetizer. "This is so romantic," Quilla wolfed down a chocolate, discovering it was delicious. "I feel bad for our friends, though. Are we supposed to spend the evening ignoring their company?" "It's not a matter of wanting our privacy. The space is just enough for us," Morok replied. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Well, there's me, you who eat for 2, and the babies," he said like it was obvious. "Sure, there should be room for the plates of another person, but I'd rather been safe than sorry." "I don't eat for 4 people, let alone 5, Quilla said in outrage. "Re-ite," Lith and Freya said in unison, scoffing. They exchanged a knowing look before turning to Quilla. "I mean, not since the academy," she blushed in embarrassment. "And that was because of Vaster's tonic and my growth spurt. I'm not a glutton." The words died in her mouth as she followed their gaze to the now empty chocolate tray. "That was supposed to be for the 2 of you and last the whole evening," Hogg said with an apologetic tone. "I could bring more, but I'm afraid it would spoil your appetite." "Can I have at least one?" Morok sighed. "Of course, in a moment." Hogg moved away and Lith followed him. "Since when are honeymoon tables a thing?" Lith asked, whispering. "Since now. Morok just told me what he wanted and paid me in silver for it, you cheapskate." I mean, it's because I'm pregnant with twins." Quilla wanted to die already, and her stomach rumbling like a lion only made things worse. "Of course, dear. I had triplets, so I know how you feel. Sit down and enjoy your meal." Renat patted Quilla's back with motherly care, but the compassion in her voice made it clear that she didn't believe one word she was saying. Luckily, the focus of the attention soon moved to the patrons coming to pay Elijah their respects. The traveling tavern was a neutral zone where people of all races, awakened or not, could gather and mingle. Even members of the undead courts were welcome, as long as they behaved. "Oh gods, they are adorable," Drina said while pinching the cheeks of the babies. She was one of Hogg's barmaids and a wyvern. In her human form, she looked like a pretty young woman in her early 20s with blonde hair and red eyes. She had yet to master shapeshifting, so she had a small set of golden wings on her back, horns on her head, and a knee-length golden tail coming out of her spine that she couldn't get rid of, no matter how hard she tried. Elijah and Valoran both wore onesies resembling their respective divine beast forms and fit their extra limbs, giving them a fluffy appearance. Bah, Elijah wanted to bite her, at least until their scales touched and she felt the loneliness of wyvern. Raka. Elijah used the dragon tongue word for "I'm sorry for you," while nuzzling against Drina's hand. "And they are also very smart. You are a lucky woman, Lady Verhin." "I know." Camila sat near the corridor with Lith between her and the wall. It wasn't her first rodeo with the other races, and she wanted to avoid women from volunteering to spread the Tiamat bloodline. Despite the general excitement, the crow moved orderly and dispersed as soon as the first dish arrived. It wasn't just a matter of politeness, but of survival. Elijah was getting annoyed by all those strangers, and people were afraid of what would happen if she called for the guardians. Once the visitors left, the Verhins had a delicious and pleasant meal. Solus moved from one table to another in between servings, introducing herself and making conversation with those who seemed to have interesting stories to tell. For once, she didn't have to hide her 7 streaks, which garnered her lots of admiration. Awakened etiquette considered handshakes a rude attempt at using invigoration, so physical contact wasn't an issue. Solus had lots of fun exchanging pointers about magic, and exchanged her contact rune with a few merchants who dealt in rare forgemastering ingredients. Chapter 3069 Business Trips, Part 1. 3069 Business Trips, Part 1. Nalrond garnered quite a bit of attention to himself, since no one had ever seen an Agni. When he introduced himself as a perfect merging between humans and emperor beasts, the tavern went into an uproar. Until that moment, only the Guardian's bloodlines seemed to be powerful enough to achieve such a miracle. As for Quilla, the table for 6 turned out to be barely enough to contain all the dishes she ordered. Morok pulled the curtain at the beginning of the meal, to give them privacy and keep everyone from seeing her eating like a famished troll. He held most of the conversation until they reached halfway through dinner. Only then was Quilla's mouth empty often and long enough to produce intelligible sounds. "I stand corrected." She looked at the piles of empty plates on the table while the waiters brought them away and replaced them with seconds. "I am a glutton and I'm glad no one saw me. Freya would never let me hear the end of it." "Thank you for this beautiful night, Morok." She looked at him and then through the window at the moonlit bay. Haw had altered the tavern to give the couple a panoramic look at the harbor while they dined. They were seated on the ground floor like everyone else, but dimensional magic showed them an aerial view as if they were dining at a panoramic restaurant. This way, no one could look at them from the outside, whereas Quilla and Morok could enjoy the seascape. And only them at that. Morok had paid extra to make sure of it. "Only the best for my gorgeous wife and my beautiful children." He leaned forward for a kiss that she happily delivered while giggling like a little girl. Once she was done eating, Quilla took care of showing off her husband and all the attention with which she had showered her. "Take a leaf from Morok's book, dear," Camila and Freya said in unison. "I would, but I don't have that kind of money to spend on a single dinner," Nalrund shrugged. "I do, but I'm stingy, and you knew it before marrying me." Lith followed suit, receiving lots of slaps on the back of his head from the female side of the group. While everyone ordered dessert and latecomers came to take a look at the babies, Lith left the table, unnoticed by the crowd. He hadn't come to the traveling tavern just to dine, nor had he brought Elijah along for the discount. Or rather, not just for that. She served as a distraction and gave Lith a pretext to talk with Hogg. Zorath had scoured the underbelly of Garland and Verendi for weeks now, while Strider kept Lith updated about his inquiries in the awakened community. The problem was that neither of them had found anything about the mysterious thieves who had taken the ears away. Lith decided it was time to open a third line of search and needed Hogg's help to do it. The traveling tavern was a neutral zone, and its clients spoke freely without using hush zones, which made it easy to collect information. The establishment also served as a safe exchange spot for goods, information, and job offers. The regular requests were posted on the message board hung on the wall right below the menu. The sensitive jobs, instead, were entrusted to Hogg directly. I need your help with a delicate matter that requires absolute discretion. Lith knew the bartender enough to know he didn't mince words. Just be quick. If we get interrupted, the conversation ends there and you go back to your table. Hogg replied, cleaning glasses with a wide smile as if they were talking about the joys of parenthood. Someone stole a precious tome from me. It's an ancient forgemastering book written by Manadian herself. Lith would never reveal the existence of the ears, but the make-believe grimoire was enough to make Hogg's eyes go wide for a second. It's old junk, but in the hands of a good forgemaster, it can help them craft wonders. If they have the talent and the ability to apply it to modern magic, of course. I can't reveal its existence, and neither can the thief. It's a piece too hot to be sold. The buyer would kill the seller just to make sure they don't earn extra money by revealing its existence to their competition. I believe that the thief himself is a forgemaster, so I need you to keep your ears open. Report to me any mention about a nobody suddenly selling powerful forgemastering pieces, or just weird news about a forgemaster. I need a wide net since I don't know their identity, race, or country of origin. It's feasible, Hogg nodded. What about the payment? Gold or magic crystals for tips. A weapon forgemastered by me for leads, materials not included. The materials are on me only if I catch the thief thanks to the information. And within reason, of course. No Davros. We have a deal. Hogg gave Lith his tab, and under it, there was a contact card for the Magur equivalent of a burner phone. Hogg would use the amulet associated with the rune only for the job, and destroy it once the matter was over. What the farm? Lith looked at the bill in horror. The amount was just a few coins, but it was gold coins. I'm not paying for Quilla, that's Morok's job. And you are not? Hogg tutted, weaving his finger under Lith's nose. Your sister, her boyfriend, Nalrond, and protector eat a lot, and they are all on your tab. Not to mention the sweets Solus has eaten, the rounds of drinks she has offered to her new friends, and the takeaway food. What food? Lith stared in amazement as piles of takeout containers, as tall as him, were brought to his table, and stored in dimensional amulets. Thanks, Lith, Celia kissed his cheeks. With this, I won't have to cook for a week. Sorry, lil bro. Renas swept her hair behind her ear in embarrassment. Ryla and the girls can't come to the tavern with me, so I'm bringing the tavern to them. With girls, she meant the matriarchs from Zelex. Renas was helping them and their kids to get used to the surface world, and they were often guests at the mansion. Thanks, lil bro. Tista hugged him tight. I haven't been so full since I've turned into a Hecate, and Badia hasn't eaten human food for years, so I've bought a little extra for later. Lith returned the embrace, glaring at the Nidhogg while slowly passing his thumb horizontally over his own throat. Badia swallowed loudly, hoping that the rumors about Lith being a softie with his sisters weren't just rumors. Thanks, Lith. Solus offered him a slice of a sponge cake with multiple layers of different kinds of cream. This should last me for a week, maybe. A week, he echoed in disbelief. Her pile was as big as the others, and for personal use only. Maybe more, maybe less, she shrugged, and don't forget to tip. Space. A few days later, Lith was still nursing the hole in his wallet when he received an unexpected call. Chapter 3070 Business Trips, Part 2. 3070 Business Trips, Part 2. Hey, Nika, any news about the ears? The vampire lived in the Eclipsed Lands and knew everything about Lith and Solus, including his past life as Derek McCoy and hers as Elfin Manadian. Nika was his bridge with the undead, who followed Baba Yaga's teachings and his informant. Sorry, no, she replied. Believe me, if someone here knew anything, I would too. You have no idea how many wackos try to get in touch with Mom every day. If not for Vladian and Dawn, we would have died 1,000 times over. Calla the White, Nika's creator and adoptive mother, possessed the apprentice eyes of Manadian. Due to her role in the destruction of the Golden Griffin, the information was public knowledge. It was the reason Calla had permanently moved to the Empire and under the protection of Vladian Dragonborn, the first vampire. Without the oath that bound him to protect the White, she and her children would have been forced to hide for her whole life. I'm calling you because I need a ride to the Blood Desert and an introduction letter. If I go there by myself, they'll kill me on sight. Nika sighed. What business do you have in the desert? I need to know for the letter. He took out paper and ink, ready to write with water magic. I've heard that Aunt Scar lives there now. I miss her and I want to make sure she's okay. Scarlet the Sekhmet, the guardian of children, that Aunt Scar. Lith's hand stopped in midair. In the fur, Nika nodded. I never got to tell her goodbye, and she never contacted us after her ascension to guardianhood. I've been worried sick for her all this time, but until now I had no way to contact her. I mean, Ligon was incredibly supportive, but he warned me that Aunt Scar was struggling with madness. I didn't visit her back then because I was afraid my presence might make matters worse. If Aunt Scar wounded me, or even attacked me, her sanity would have been further compromised. Then that cat had left without saying a word, and I wouldn't get anywhere near a guardian of Giera. Now Auntie is back to Garland, but I'm afraid that Salark is holding her prisoner or something. The two of them never went along. Aunt Scar swore vengeance on Balker and Salark, while Salark warned Auntie never to put paw back in the Blood Desert. That sounds like something Grandma would say, but I'm pretty sure she's not holding Scarlet prisoner. Grandma is more the type to either kick an unwanted guest out or kill them on the spot, Lith replied. You're not helping, Nika snarled. You are just getting me more worried. Can I get the introduction letter now? I'll do better. I'm coming with you. The recent world tribulation had left Lith with many unanswered questions. I doubt Grandma would answer them, but maybe Scarlet is still mortal enough to understand my point of view. Even if she has become a guardian, she didn't have millennia to come up with cryptic advice like Baba Yaga and the others. Really, that's awesome. Nika's frown turned into a smile. When are you guys coming to pick me up? Lith checked his pocket watch and the daily schedule before answering. After my training with Vaultek, but before dinner. Who's Vaultek and what does that even mean? Nika asked in confusion. It's a long story. I met around 6 in the evening my time, Lith out. You son of a... Nika wanted to complain about time zones, but he cut her short. He informed his family of his trip to the desert during breakfast, asking if anyone wanted to accompany him. No thanks, little brother. Tista waited for everyone to give their answer before speaking. I already spend too much with you training my flames and now also my eyes. I'd rather have a romantic evening with Badia. After Lith's, Ryla's, and Morok's first step forward in uncovering the secrets of human evolution, Tista had joined them in their experiments. She hoped that what she learned about controlling and enhancing her life force might also help her to master her bloodline abilities. On top of that, her relationship with the Nidhogg had recently changed pace, and now they were making up for the lost dates. I have something to ask you, though, she said with a deep sigh that was born in equal measure from frustration and embarrassment. Can you please look for anything I can use as an armor? Anything will do. Ever since she had evolved into a Hecate, her Voidwalker armor had become too small to cover her, and she could use it only while in human form. I can try, but it's not like I have enough adamant to craft you one, nor can I just kill another dragon for no reason, Lith shrugged. If not for Siruk, I would be in your same boat. I know, Tista nodded. I've been looking on my own for months now, and you can easily imagine how it went. Let me guess, the royals asked for an oath of loyalty and Grandma for you to join her nest, Lith replied. Nailed it in one, she groaned. How could you go around naked until your battle against Siruk? Didn't it feel awkward? It did, I just had no other choice, Lith lied through his teeth. Poor Tista, I bet she's still scarred from the time she exposed herself to me and Adjutor. I never made such a blunder in the presence of witnesses, so I just had to be careful. Lith was right only in a small part. Sure, the incident outside of Zelex still haunted her a bit, but the real problem was another. During her training in the desert with the phoenixes of the nest, it happened again while trying to activate her bloodline abilities. What worked for them failed for Tista and flexed her scales, exposing her privates. The silver lining was that she only had female sparring partners, so there was no life-scarring humiliation. Yet that didn't make Tista any less terrified at the idea it could happen again, and this time in public. Lith had never encountered such a problem because he trained in secret with Solus, and his bloodline abilities were pretty straightforward. I could make her some kind of enchanted bikini from the corpses of the Emperor beasts stored in our pocket dimension, but that would be RPG-level ridiculous and embarrassing. It would make her problem obvious and draw attention, he thought. I'll see what I can do, but no promises, Lith actually said. It's all I ask, Tista sighed. Also, I'm not expecting freebies and I'm looking for ingredients myself. The problem is that the only way I have to get enough adamant is to become a council elder and have my own turf. Too bad that I have no interest in politics, and there's not a single area that needs a lord. The rest of the day was uneventful. Lith and Tista spent the morning with the Father of Fire, had lunch with the family, and then Lith spent the afternoon with the babies, working on his projects when they napped. Chapter 3071 Rough Welcome, Part 1. 3071 Rough Welcome, Part 1. 6 o'clock, it's Nika time. Solus had just finished her magic lessons with Camila. Without the horseman, the young awakened needed solace, help to study, and not be crushed by the void that the absence of dusk left in her mind. Solus was slowly decreasing the use of mind links with Camila to wean her off her need for telepathic communion. 1 second. Lith called Vladian, who altered the dimensional compressing arrays that surrounded Lightkeep, allowing them to tower warp there. In the blink of an eye, the tower became one with Maugre's flow of world energy, using it to pinpoint the dimensional coordinates of their destination, despite the thousands of kilometers separating the mansion in the kingdom from the city built in the depths of the empire. I bet that tower warping is one of the enchantments linked to the ears of Manadian, Lith thought. It explains why not even Baba Yaga can travel this fast and can't reach the moon. Agreed, Solus nodded. Just like the spells Merrron threw at us from a distance with the ears, the tower piggybacks Maugre's energy currents to carry the dimensional spell to an otherwise impossible distance. It's the same reason we need a mana geyser on Maugre to align with the one below our lab on the moon to reach it. It creates a temporary tunnel of world energy that we can ride since the moon is a part of Maugre. It's just far away and moves incredibly fast in the sky. For a moment, Lith thought the moon might be some kind of orbital weapon or shield. After all, Maugre was a sentient being, which meant more living planets were likely to exist. Also, it would explain why the moon is supercharged with perennial life maelstrom. Fuck me sideways, I need help. Lith shifted his paranoia down to 10 and opened the tower's door. Lith Solus, welcome to Lightkeep. Vladian Dragonborn was waiting for them along with his wife, Lysa, his son, Raydusk, and Dawn. Raydusk now had healthy pink skin and had grown over 20 centimeters since the last time Lith had seen him. Lysa seemed to age backward and looked gorgeous. Her blonde hair shone like gold and her blue eyes sparkled like jewels as she welcomed her guests with a hug. "Thank you for what you did for my baby boy," she said. "He's not hungry all the time anymore, and he can now play during the day with the rest of the children." "Mom," Raydusk turned to a bright red. "I'm not a baby boy, I'm a powerful vampire overlord like Dad." He extended his canines and claws to emphasize the concept, turning from an adorable little rascal to an adorable little rascal ready for trick-or-treating. "God's Raydusk reminds me of Aaron when he tries to act like you." Solus had a hard time stifling laughter. "The more serious he acts, the cuter he gets." "Of course you are." Lysa lifted Raydusk in an embrace and peppered him with kisses. "You are my Dark Lord, baby. Let your mommy pay you her respects." "Mom, please stop." Raydusk knew that not even his father would have looked imposing if he were to be treated like that. "We'll pass your thanks to Tyrus again," Lith said. "Where is Nika?" "You caught her under the shower, so she'll be here in a while," Dawn replied. "Nika had just finished her training when you called, and even an undead gets dirty after tussling on the ground for hours. Youngsters have problems with time zones, you jackarm. You should have what the farm." No matter what she tried, no swear word came out of her mouth as she intended it. "Don't bother," Lith sighed. "You just exposed my secret weapon." He revealed the baby carrier on his back. "Why do you need a secret weapon, and what good can your children do to you in the desert? Salark already loves you like a grandson," the horseman asked. "She does, but Scarlet hates my guts," Lith nodded. "I need to ask her a favor, and since she's the guardian of children." "Jackarm," Solus, Nika, and Lysa said in unison. "By the way, how's Camila?" Dawn cared for the girl, but mostly because it was her best shot at saving her little brother and killing Night. By the time Nika arrived, Solus had brought the horseman up to speed and invited her to the mansion. "Camila could use your company while I'm away. Also, you've left a good impression on the kids. Just please stay away from Nalrond, pretty lady," Solus said, making Dawn laugh. "The prettiest in the house," the horseman tutted. "I can come to the mansion for her and for you, Solus. Practicing telepathic attack and defense on your own can only bring you so far. We can revise your progress, and I can teach you more advanced techniques." "Sounds like a plan." Solus nodded and planned her lessons for the day when Lith went away to train with Voltac. "Sorry for the delay," Nika ran to them. "What are you talking about?" A quick mind link, and the vampire joined their earlier laugh. After bidding goodbye to Vladian and inviting him and his family to the mansion as well, they moved to the desert. The spot reserved for the tower was guarded 24/7 by phoenixes, because it was the only inner area of the palace left vulnerable to dimensional magic on purpose. Also, there was no telling if Lith was coming there of his will or under duress. Is the vampire with you, or is she part of a plot? Creven trapped Nika in the Tier 5 spirit spell, Amber Prison. It sealed her physical and mystical senses, so that Lith could answer honestly. She's a friend, Creven. Also, the spell kept Nika from seeing the secret sequence of fusion magic elements Lith used to confirm his words. Words could be heard, gestures seen, and spells detected via enchanted devices planted on one's body, whereas fusion magic could only be seen in person with life vision. Good, Creven nodded and dispelled the Amber Prison. I apologize for my rudeness, young miss. No problem, I know undead have a bad reputation. She gave him a bow. I'm here to see Scarlet the Sekhmet. I vouch for her. She's Scarlet's godchild, and her intentions are honest. Lith answered Creven's silent question. Ask the guardian of children an audience for me as well, please. I'll be back in a moment, please wait. Creven blinked, leaving the other 7 phoenixes of the team behind. They looked calm and their smiles friendly, but their hands remained on the hilts of their weapons. Their relaxed stance would allow them to switch to offense or defense at a moment's notice. Let me guess, Nika said. You form an 8-man unit because this way one of you can leave and the rest can cast a fully powered anti-guardian spell. Correct, Lenana nodded. There are only few beings who would dare challenge Mother in her own home, and their power can't be underestimated. La, Elijah greeted the phoenix while trying to say her name. She melted the heart of the guards, but didn't affect their focus, nor did Lenana break formation. Chapter 3072 Rough Welcome, Part 2. 3072 Rough Welcome, Part 2. The Guardian grants you audience, but she will receive you one at a time. Creven returned and brought Nika away with him. How's the most beautiful baby on Magur? The moment the potential enemy disappeared, the phoenixes gave Elijah a proper welcome. Say hi to Uncle Jahet, another member of Creven's unit said. Say Jahet. Elijah replied. That's right, what a smart girl. He pinched her cheek while dangling his colorful feathers in front of her face. Hey, I got 2 kids here, Lith grunted, pointing at Valoran who felt excluded. He's not of our blood, Lenana said with ill-concealed annoyance. Jahet was about to mention that Valoran II was the spawn of the Mad Queen and a traitorous dragon. The members of the nest had never forgotten the threat that Thrude and her undead courts had posed to the desert, and they would never forgive her. To their species, blood carried great importance in both good and bad ways. As they bathed in Salark's glory for it, Valoran carried his parents' shame. Lith knew that as well, so he shot a stern glance that silenced any further objection. He belongs to my blood and Legains. By disrespecting Valoran, you are disrespecting us and Grandma. Have you forgotten she took care of him for months until I was ready for the task, that she agreed to raise him as her own? No, we haven't. The phoenixes had just hoped to have gotten rid of the puny disgrace. Yet I'm disappointed in you all. Salark walked through the thick curtain that in the desert's tents replaced doors. Get out, now. The Overlord wore a flaming scarlet robe, the blood desert equivalent of a cocktail dress, that left her fair arms exposed up to the shoulder. Her legs appeared from the side slits of the dress with each step she took. The phoenixes lowered their gaze in shame, and obeyed after kneeling to her. I hope that order wasn't addressed to us too, Lith said. The kids even brought you a present. Gamma, on his cue, Valoran pulled a fire orchid out of the baby carrier and Elijah did the same. Lith instead gave her a whole bouquet. They were flowers typical of the desert and Salark's favorite. How could I be disappointed in my babies? She kissed their foreheads in turns, collecting the flowers after thanking them one by one. I've never seen fire orchids so big. Where did you find them? From Magur's garden. Lith told her how after losing the ears, he had returned there to collect a few flowers for the Overlord. That's why they have grown so much and have so many extraordinary traits. They didn't grow in the desert. She put Valoran's flower in her hair, making him smile, Elijah's in her breast pocket, and Lith's bouquet in a vase. Well, now that you've buttered me up, are you going to call me a pretty lady, or are you going straight to tell me what you want? Ouch, am I that obvious? Lith asked while clenching his chest in mock pain. You are, what's the matter, Featherling? Actually nothing. I just wanted to ask you why you never told me about Scarlet. She's a young guardian, but she might be able to help me with a few of my problems. Lith replied. That's it, this makes me so happy, Featherling. She ruffled his hair and then answered his question. I wasn't trying to hide her presence, nor was I angry with you. I was just respecting Scarlet's wishes. She didn't want to meet me, Lith asked. It makes sense, we never went along. No, she didn't want to meet anyone from her old life, Salark replied, leaving him speechless. Space. The warping array moved Nika from the Heavenly Plume tribe to the Forgotten Plume, where the Sekhmet worked as second in command to Ilium Balker, Blood Magus, and Feather of the tribe. The tents were arranged in a crescent shape with the local oasis on the opposite side, leaving a wide, empty space between them. Kreven warped himself and the vampire in the middle of the plaza that was empty during nighttime. The watchmen guarding the village's perimeter had been alerted of the arrival of guests. They just turned their magical beast steeds toward the newcomers long enough to make sure their appearance matched the description in the report they had received, and then resumed their duty. No life form could thrive in the desert away from water, so the members of the beast and human races had learned to cooperate in order to increase their chances of survival. Beasts weren't considered pets or disposable cattle. They had names, lodgings, and those who took part in the village's defense had their individual military rank. This way, the village was small, a little over 100 tents. About 40 of them belonged to the magical beasts, while humans occupied the rest. Kreven led Nika to the second most colorful tent in the village, the desert equivalent of a studio apartment. The color of the tents marked the importance of their occupants. Simple white tents belonged to civilians, those with silver strings to merchants, and those with golden strings to members of the military. The tent of the Feather sported silver, golden, and red embroidering, the mark of the Overlord's authority. Scarlet's tent was right beside Balker's, bearing golden and red threads. The purpose of the markings was to guide people to the most secure places in case of attack, since only tents woven from red and golden threads had defensive arrays of their own. The others had to rely on the protection of the arrays that encompassed the whole village, and their area of effect was delimited by the tall iron braziers that illuminated the village during nighttime. The tent was big enough to comfortably host a single human-sized individual, which surprised Nika quite a bit. Aunt Scar always liked to have her own space, and now that she has become a guardian, she should be enormous. Is Salark punishing Auntie for her past challenge, or is Auntie punishing herself for something she did after becoming a guardian? Between the apparent little importance of the Forgotten Plume village and the tiny tent, the place seemed unworthy of a being as powerful as a guardian. Of course, she was wrong about everything. The moment she stepped through the curtain, she found herself in a place bigger than Scarlet's old lab in the White Griffin Academy's forest. Gods, this place is like the tower, it's bigger on the inside, she said in surprise. Hello, child. It's been almost 2 years since the last time we've seen each other. A familiar voice made Nika's gaze stop wandering through the various open doors and focus on a figure sitting behind a tea table typical of the kingdom. Aunt Scar, thank the gods you are all right. Nika rushed into her arms, but instead of lifting the vampire in her arms like usual, the Sekhmet gave Nika a brief embrace and patted her shoulders. Stop calling their names. Scarlet looked like a woman in her mid-30s, her hair cut shoulder-length and dyed black. Salark doesn't mind, but other guardians would get angry at you. They can hear you if you are close enough. Chapter 3073 Cruel Voices, Part 1 3073 Cruel Voices, Part 1 Aunt Scar, a sad expression set on the Sekhmet's face as she looked at the young vampire, as if she was contemplating the painting of a late friend instead of celebrating the reunion with a lost one. Is everything okay? Not really, but it will be. What's with your hair, this tent, and the village? Are you being punished? Nika asked. No, I'm not. Don't worry, child. Scarlet chuckled. A spark of her old self appeared and disappeared just as quickly. I've cut and altered my hair for my mourning period. Before you ask, no one died. I'm mourning my old life, she said with a heavy sigh. The tent, instead, was my first task after receiving Salark's Forge-Mastery lessons. I had to use my newfound powers and what she taught me to craft living quarters befitting of my size and treasures. It's a basic necessity for a guardian. In the future, no place will be big enough to accommodate my real form and contain everything I'll possess. Unless I conquer a small state and kick out everyone else, of course. The Sekhmet laughed at her own joke. The only thing I don't understand is what you have against the village. I think it's lovely. It's small, Auntie. I have been to the desert as soulless guest, and I've never seen a tribe with so few tents. Nika didn't miss how the eyes of the Scorpicore became colder at the mention of her friend. Again, you can't look past the surface of things. You focus too much on how things are instead of how they will become. What if I told you that this village had barely 20 tents and no magical beast when Balker was just a citizen of the desert? That the number doubled once he became a feather, and then doubled again after he shared part of his legacy with the Overlord and received the title of Blood Magus. I've been assigned to the Forgotten Plume village to witness its growth and assist its people to the best of my abilities. Over 30 new tents have been raised since my arrival. Balker teaches magic to his subjects, and I help him with his duties. In turn, I'm learning about myself and the balance, about how to let people of different races grow fast enough to thrive but slow enough not to devour themselves. And why do you need to learn this? Nika asked. Because of the voices, child. Guardians hear them all the time, even when no one is calling our names. When someone invokes one of us in particular, we can't cut them out even if we want to, Scarlet replied. At first, I was tempted to grant every god's damned wish just to make the voices shut up, but it would have brought chaos and death. People only care about themselves, and when they dream big, they have no care for the consequences. A single wish could destroy society as you know it, while if conflicting wishes were to be fulfilled, the mayhem they cause would be incalculable. Not to mention that guardians aren't supposed to be like the genies from fairy tales. We hear the voices not to be told what to do, but to find those who need us and follow our ambitions. Consider this village like a scaled-down version of Magur. I can influence its development as witness the ripples of my actions in an acceptable timeline. Okay, Nika now had a much better understanding of Scarlet's assignment to the Forgotten Plume tribe, but was also worried to the bone. She could barely recognize the loving and playful Scorpicore in the person standing in front of her, and only because the Sekhmet's voice was unchanged. Aunt Scar, there's only one thing I don't understand. Why are you grieving your old life? The forest is still thriving, and so is Center and all the friends you've left there. I'm still undead and kicking ass in the eclipsed lands. Mom and Nock live there with me and would love to see you. Nothing has been lost during the past 2 years. Nothing but me, child, the Sekhmet replied. I've been reborn into a guardian, and to be reborn, you have to die first. It took me a long while and many a discussion with 4 of the 6 original guardians to understand there is no place for me in my old life. Going back to the forest or to you would be too painful. All the people I know, all the places I love, I would watch them wither and die in what for me is now a heartbeat. Even awakened are a fleeting existence to me. Rather than suffer helplessly, I prefer to mourn their death already and never come back. I'll make new friends and memories, but this time I'll avoid getting attached. There is no point to that. There is a point, Nika jumped up from her seat. You can't just hide until everyone is gone and let them think you've abandoned them. That would be petty and cruel. Also, I'm not going to die. Mom, may the gods damn her stubbornness, might become a lick and live forever as well. Vladian is one of the oldest creatures on Magur, yet he has not given up on anything. You are not grieving, you are just avoiding pain. You are being foolish, child. Scarlet stood up slowly. Vampires are eternally young, but they die every day. What liches have is no life. It's just a prison of their own making whose walls are made of toil and whose bars are crafted by dementia. Vladian is an even worse fool than you, child. He has bound himself to weak insects that will drag him down. He will surely awaken his wife first, and when she starts becoming old, he'll offer her undeath. Whatever she chooses, Vladian will lose his wife, either to death or to the side effects of his condition. He has endured them for so long that he considers them normal, but they are not. Lysa will be crushed by the many limits of undeath, and even if she comes to accept her new form, it will take her centuries. By then, she won't be the same person anymore. The same will happen to Radusk, Vladian's beloved son. As for you, child, you are the closest thing to Baba Yaga's dream I've ever seen. You haven't been scarred by life because you've never endured it. We both know that as soon as you gain the full red blood core, you'll become human. You will give birth to yourself and regain your powers over time, since you are already awakened. I wish you a long and happy life, a loving partner and as many children as you want, but I won't stand there and watch you die. Scarlet's body tensed. She clenched her fists and her eyes turned watery. What about the other guardians? They have plenty of friends, children. Enough, a wave of the Sekhmet's hand banished Nika. Bring Verhin here, Kreven. Tell him to be quick. My patience is short and I have no wish to play his stupid games. Space. And lovers, they don't mope farm you, Aunt Scar, and find yourself a good healer to take the stick out of your alps. Nika appeared right beside Lith and Salark, triggering Elijah's autocorrect. Chapter 3074 Cruel Voices, Part 2. 3074 Cruel Voices, Part 2. Farm, Valoran II echoed. Gods no, I'm so sorry, little one, Nika said in horror, realizing how close to eternal slumber she had come. I didn't mean to teach the kids bad words, I was just passed off. Past, Lith echoed, don't you mean past? Is that how you want your children to refer to themselves when they are angry? Salark tapped her foot angrily after affecting his speech as well. Definitely not, Lith sighed. Thanks, Grandma. As for you, Nika, don't worry. My father will go crazy with joy when he hears Valoran talking about farms, at least until he discovers how he came to learn that particular word. What happened, child? Salark asked, and Nika gave her a short recap of her conversation with the Sekhmet. Mother, the guardian of children, is waiting for Lith, Kreven pointed out while performing a deep bow of respect. She can wait, Salark grunted. Remind her that this is my turf just like Lith is my blood. Scarlet is my guest, and she'd better not forget who gives orders here. I'll pass your message. Kreven blinked away, leaving them alone. Don't worry, child. The Overlord smiled again. Your aunt is experiencing what I call the whiny phase of guardianhood. It's just a phase, and it will pass with time. Is it normal? Nika asked. It sure is, Salark nodded. Imagine having voices in your head 24/7, then go into seclusion with a babbling black dragon as your only company. After that, you get dumped on a self-centered snake, a winged brute, and the worst mad scientist Magur has ever seen. In this order, it's perfectly normal to lose faith in the future and become a grumpy sourpuss. I've seen better guardians than Scarlet like Ilza wear chains, spikes, tattoos, and ridiculous black makeup by the end of their apprenticeship. Then they go to Tyrus, and she takes their heads out of their butters. What about you? Nika asked. Me, I'm not their mother. Salark cooed at Valoran and Elijah with a warm, soothing voice. I'm their instructor, and I love myself a broken disciple. Much easier to bend and shape them at my will. I let newborn guardians whine and give them plenty of reasons to keep at it. I see, thank you. Nika gave her a deep bow. You are welcome. Salark handed the babies back to Lith. You can go now, but I expect you to come back here for a proper goodbye or I'm going to hunt you down. A snap of her fingers brought Lith straight to Scarlet's dining table. Well, this is awkward. Lith looked at the unfamiliar place, the weird appearance of the Sekhmet, and her outraged expression at the violation of her sanctuary. In this order. Kids, this is Scarlet the grumpy Sekhmet. Grumpy, these are my daughter Elijah and my son Valoran. Goo, Elijah said, believing it to be her host's name. Papa, the baby boy's face beamed with joy every time Lith called him son. I can see through all of your tricks now, the Sekhmet said with a snarl. I know you brought them here to manipulate me and it's not going to work. And it didn't, for almost 3 seconds. There was a reason Scarlet was the guardian of children and Valoran and Elijah were too close for her to ignore them. She felt all of their joy, happiness, and in Valoran's case, his sorrow. Scarlet's rage melted as she saw what the baby boy had gone through, and the harsh future waiting for him once he learned the truth about his parents' disappearance. The dark fog that smothered the Sekhmet's mind was blown away by the son of the pure love Elijah sent to her father, and that he returned tenfold in a never-ending cycle. Can I hold them? Scarlet asked as a smile forced its way on her face. Sure, Lith handed the kids to her one at a time. Ka, Elijah sniffed the Sekhmet, grabbing Scarlet's hair in her small hands. What a smart girl, yes, I'm a cat. Ears, Valoran said, and the guardian made her feline ears and tail pop out for the children to play. Lith waited patiently in silence, letting the kids soften her for him. Fine, you have bested me once again, Scarlet sighed. Tell me what you want and I'll help you to the best of my abilities. Do you know where the ears of Manadian are or who took them? No, I'm restricted to this village and so are my senses, she shook her head. Even if I wasn't, I wouldn't tell you anyway. I can see the artifact plays a significant role in your future. Then I have only one question left. Lith told her about the quasi-tribulation that had taken place in the tower. How is that even possible? There was no enemy, no trigger, nothing. You are wrong, there was a trigger, Scarlet sighed in envy. Gods, so young and you've already gotten to the point it took me 300 years and a half to reach. What trigger? He asked after the Sekhmet brooded in silence for a couple of minutes. I can't tell you, she shook her head. I was in your exact same position 4 years ago asking the same question. The only difference is that I was talking with Ligon in the Empire. I'll tell you what he told me back then. If I were to answer your question, fulfilling a tribulation would become nigh impossible. Once you know, you would do the right thing for the wrong reason, getting your prize. Just know this, You have arrived at the end of your journey as a candidate guardian. Magur has already asked you all of her questions, and you've answered correctly or you wouldn't be here. The ball is in your court now. What ball? Lith furrowed his brows in confusion. That's up to you to find out. Scarlet handed the babies back to him and stood up. Just remember, there are no more trials or enemies to beat. The tribulation can take place anytime and anywhere because it's not up to Magur. It's up to you. It's time you ask yourself the most important question of your life. A wave of her hand returned him to Salark before he could reply. The light of the children was gone, leaving Scarlet alone with the voices in her head. Unbeknownst to her, the most vicious and cruel that harassed her night and day belonged to no one but herself. Space. Lith brought Nika back with him at the mansion. After the meeting with Scarlet, the young vampire could use some company. I'm going to take the tower, Solus said while handing Lith a sealed glass container. Tista and I are taking Nika on a picnic on the moon. What's that? Well, now that your life forces are fused, we have to check if your blood is still poisonous to undead, she shrugged. Nika can use a tasty treat. If it doesn't work, Tista will provide, but a deep violet doesn't taste as good as a bright violet, or so I'm told. Fine, Lith sighed, pricking his finger until a single droplet of blood fell off. Chapter 3075, Surprising News, Part 1. As soon as the blood drop detached from Lith's body, it returned to its original size, filling the jar. Just be cautious. Remember what happened to Protheus and Merrron when they tried to feed on me. Will do, thank you. As Solus left, Camila pondered about the current predicament. Solus is not coming back at least until tomorrow morning. The kids are tuckered out from the excitement of today and have just eaten. Unless something happens, they should sleep the whole night. On top of that, all of the rooms of the mansion are soundproofed, and the master bedroom is in a separate wing from the rest of the living quarters. She handed the babies to the handmaidens, asking them to keep an eye on the children and not disturb the master of the house except in case of emergency. Lith, we need to talk, she said once she was done with the preparations. What in Maxwell's name have I done this time? He put down the notes about his latest magical research he was reading and turned to her. A lot, actually, but not with me. Between the babies, Voltac, your study on human evolution, and everything else, we haven't had much time for ourselves lately, she replied. I know, and I'm sorry. He couldn't remember the last time he had brought her out for a romantic date. It's just that with Meln, Kelia, the world trib. Her rose-scented finger pressed on his lips and cut him short. I know, and I'm not blaming you for any of that. You are an excellent father and a great husband, yet you have neglected your duties as a boyfriend, and I'm feeling lonely these days. Lonely, with all the people that live in both our houses and our neighbors. Lith was flabbergasted. They are company, but they don't help me relax, she sighed. That's why I've adopted a cat. A cat, Lith echoed in disbelief. Yeah, I'm tired of magical beasts that observe, understand, and talk too much. She nodded. I want a cute little pet that will keep my secrets. This is our house, though, so I can't make this decision without asking your opinion first. Fine, show me this goddamned beast. I hid it in our bedroom. I didn't want you to find the kitten and let it outside by mistake. As Lith walked toward the door, she took both their communication amulets and put them inside her dimensional storage. Then, with a flick of her fingers, she turned the warp gate of the mansion offline to keep unannounced visitors from disturbing them. Where is this kitten? Lith bent down to look under the bed, but there was nothing there or on the chairs. Right here. Camila locked the door and let her Featherwalker armor slip off, leaving only a headband with cat ears on her head and a matching set of black-laced open lingerie. A black long tail hung from the back of her panties. Where? He turned around and his jaw hit the floor. Camila walked seductively toward him, appreciating the mix of surprise and arousal on his face. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear. Meow. Space. In the following days, Lith worked during the day and played with the cat at night. The lively creature didn't let him catch more than a few hours of sleep per night, since awakening and training had greatly improved her stamina. I regret nothing. That was his cryptic answer to Voltac whenever the Father of Fire was forced to invigorate him to fully restore Lith's strength. Alina was glad to take care of the babies at night. They were quiet most of the times, and she hoped that Elijah would soon get another little brother. Good morning, handsome, I mean meow. Camila gave him a deep kiss after putting the headband back on. Good morning, gorgeous. He returned the kiss, caressing her back and making it arch in pleasure. My wife can never learn about this. If she discovers I'm into beast girls, she'll claw my eyes out. My lips are sealed, she giggled before giving him another kiss to underline the concept. Do you have to go out today? I'd understand if it was Voltac, but haven't you already mastered the prime engine? Mastered is a big word. He held her to his chest as they cuddled in bed. We can use it, but to beat anything at the level of a lost city, we need a plan and an ambush. It's damn complicated to maneuver. It gives us a headache every single time. Camilla's eyes narrowed at the we for a second before letting it wash off her ego. Are you guys planning on taking down another living legacy on Giera? She asked. Why would we do that? Lith snorted, turning his head down to look her in the eyes. It's not our problem. The kingdom can deal with the lost cities. Even better, the Gierans should do it. If we solve the crisis for them, they are not going to learn anything from their mistakes and just wait for someone to come and clean up their mess. A miracle is the worst thing that could happen to them. Right now, they have a common enemy that is teaching them how to cooperate instead of competing for resources. It also works as a constant reminder of what their constant bickering led to. It was their leaders who released the plague for their petty political interests, and the Gierans let them. Every person that dies or starves because of the plague is engraving deeper in the minds of the current and future generations that actions have consequences. The Gierans need to become their own heroes, or 10 years from now, they'll have another plague. Wow, what a Guardian-Y thing to say. Camila caressed his face while carefully shaving his stubble with an air blade. Lith willingly exposed his throat, and she responded to his trust by going slow and steady so that it took her only one go to make his skin soft and smooth. Is it because you've been spending too much time with Grandma and Grandpa, or did you come to this conclusion after the last semi-tribulation? Neither. It's something that came up while discussing with Voltac why the Gieran divine beasts have yet to intervene, Lith replied. The old lizard is growing on you. She squinted her eyes a little with a pensive look on her face. Are you thinking about growing a beard like him? No, he noticed her disappointment at the answer. Do you want me to grow a beard? Not a full beard or a long one. I was thinking of a goatee. She caressed his chin. I've always thought it would do wonders for your evil overlord look and persona. Also, if we don't like it, we can always shave you again. I'm fine with it as long as you are, Lith shrugged. What do you mean? Well, mine is the awakened facial hair of a divine beast. If you are okay taking the sting until the stubble softens or not getting any kiss on any part of your body from me until then, you can stop shaving me from tomorrow, he said. Chapter 3076, Surprising News, Part 2. And give up on all the fun? Over my dead body. Camila hit Lith in the face with a pillow to express her disapproval. Bad beard, bad. She ran her finger on his skin for a double check, just to be safe. Hey, I'm innocent. Take it on the asshole who came up with the brilliant idea. He conjured a mirror of ice in front of her. She was about to reply when Lith's communication amulet pulled at his consciousness. Why did you take it out of the dimensional amulet? Camila pouted. I don't have a dimensional amulet. I have a pocket dimension, and you know it. You took our amulets out first thing in the morning to check for messages. That's no excuse. I'm still angry with you. Camila ran into the bathroom to let him answer the call with the hologram on. Hey, Lith, am I interrupting something? Hogg asked from his burner amulet. Yes, Lith replied curtly. Then I'll be brief. I have a lead. Not a solid one, but you asked me to notify you even weird rumors about Forgemasters, and this one qualifies big time. Tell me everything, and don't leave out even the most insignificant detail. Lith sat up, making the Voidwalker armor cover him before pulling the bedsheets away. Zorath and Strider had yet to find any trace of the mysterious thieves of the ears. With nothing at hand, even clutching at straws was worth a shot. There's not much to tell, Hogg shrugged. It's a rumor. From what I've heard, several Forgemasters have been disappearing from all over Garland and beyond. According to my sources, a few famous Forgemasters from Verendi have gone missing too. How did this not raise a red flag in their respective councils? Lith raised an eyebrow in disbelief. I don't know, Hogg replied. I take part in all the council's meetings as an elder, and this never came up, not even in mentioning. What makes this rumor particularly juicy is that many of the missing Forgemasters are famous for having a connection with Manadian. What kind of connection? Lith asked in excitement. Nothing direct. All of her apprentices are dead for a long time now. Wrong, Lith thought, but nodded for Hogg to continue. We're talking about descendants of her disciples and people who learned from them. Maybe they have fallen victim to the same guy who robbed you. Maybe he's looking for the remnants of Manadian's legacy. It's a possibility. Lith's face was a stone mask of seriousness as he lied through his teeth. This is impossible. Whoever got their hands on the ears would never bother with third-hand grimoires, unless they are looking for a hint to unlock the secret power of the ears, he actually thought. After Ferk's death, that information died with him, and only the eyes of Manadian of the tower can dig it out. Maybe. Thanks for the information. To whom do I owe for the lead and how much? Lith asked. Nothing for now. My informant is willing to wait in the hope you find the thief and give them the full ride. Keep me posted and I'll do the same. Hog out. Can I come out? Camila asked from the bathroom. 1 minute, I need to make another call. I can always get dressed. Don't you dare, his pained voice made her giggle. Okay, but I'm getting cold and lonely here. Lith pressed Strider's rune and cursed every second of wait. Magus Verhin. The Zawu gave Lith a polite bow. His voice had lost any trace of the disrespect he had shown during their first encounter. To what do I owe this call? No need for formalities. Call me Lith. He was too eager to get back where he had been interrupted to mince words. I've just heard of this rumor and I need you to confirm its authenticity. It's all true, Strider said after listening to the abridged version of Hogg's already short story. Care to explain why the council doesn't give a rat's ass about it? Lith asked. Because unlike Limbel, the runes of those Forgemasters are all available. Sure, they are offline, but they are still on, which means the missing awakened are alive. The Zawu shrugged. Council elders travel all the time for a number of reasons. Ingredients, shady deals, ancient ruins, ways to prolong their lifespan, and the list goes on. All things that require privacy, since an active communication amulet might give away their position and compromise their prize. On top of that, we are talking about Forgemasters. If they are working for a client, they can't let anyone know the contractor's identity, the specifics of the piece, and what it is for. You should know better than anyone else that a mage likes to have the advantage of surprise, Strider said, and Lith nodded. For your information, I have looked a bit into this on my own before your call. I dropped the matter because the few missing Forgemasters I've investigated have told their apprentices they were leaving for a work-related trip. Did the apprentices receive such information from their mentors through the amulet or in person? Lith asked. In person, inside their own homes and with no one else inside, the Zawu replied. You know how hard it is to beat an old awakened in his turf. There was no sign of coercion, and the apprentices have guaranteed me their masters were relaxed. There was nothing unusual, and the elders didn't use the safe words agreed upon in case they were acting under duress. They just packed and left. Still, this looks suspicious to me. Why would so many Forgemasters leave at the same time? Lith scanned Hogg's list with his communication amulet and shared it with Strider. Is there some sort of convention I'm not aware of? What the fuck? The Zawu stared at the list of names, finding it too long for his liking. Give me a moment. I'll give you more than one, Lith sighed. I have to go. Call me by lunchtime after you are done with your investigations. But, bye. Lith hung up the call and cut Strider short. There was only so much time before breakfast. After that, he wouldn't see Camila until evening. Maybe for days if the Zawu confirmed Lith's worries. Can I get out now? She purred from behind the bathroom's door. Yes, he put the amulets in his pocket dimension to not be disturbed again. Where were we? She crawled towards him with supple, sensual movements, wearing her cat lingerie. Beards and kissing, Lith replied with a hoarse voice. Right, she pushed him on the bed. We were about to perform the quality check of your shave. Space. After the quality check, playing with the cat, a shower, and breakfast, Lith shared his conversations with Hogg and Strider with Solus before going to the desert for the engine training with Sinmara and Surtur. I agree with you, she said. There is a good chance the disappearance of Mom's semi-disciples is connected with the ears. Dead Forgemasters tell no tales, and the thief needs someone really good to unlock the true power of the artifact. My only question is why so many at a time, and how the thieves think to get away with this. Chapter 3077, Mutual Aid, Part 1. I mean, once the thief shows the ears to the Forgemasters, killing them is the only way to keep their mouths shut. Yet the disappearance of a single elder would raise the alarm like it happened with Ferk. If something happens to this many Forgemasters at the same time, the council will spare no time and expenses to find the culprit. The manhunt would be hundreds of times worse than Merrron's, Solus said. I know, Lith nodded. Once connected, the dots form a weird pattern, but it still fits our mark. We'll talk about this after we return from the desert, Kami. Kiss Elijah and Valoran for me. "Will do," she grumbled. A few days ago, while Lith was away for Voltax lessons, Solus had repeated the divination test, offering Elijah toy weapons, books, and coins. Much to Solus' dismay, Elijah had picked up a toy battle claw shaped after Skypiercer. Camila had consoled Solus, while inwardly rejoicing, before conducting the test herself. Only after Elijah had chosen the battle claw again did the two women deeply empathize with each other. Valoran, instead, was old and smart enough to understand the purpose of the test. He had no idea what each object was supposed to represent, just that he was supposed to express his preference. The baby boy always crawled to Lith, Camila, or Solus and ignored the items. Useless to say, he melted Lith's heart and made the two women shed many happy tears anyway. The Zawu called after lunch as promised, bearing unsettling news. "I can confirm the rumor. All of the Forgemasters have disappeared, and only a few of them informed their apprentices of their absence. The rest are just gone, and the weird part is that they all left in different moments and circumstances, as if they were trying to go unnoticed. Or if their kidnappers wanted to avoid drawing attention." Lith shared his doubts and concerns with Strider. "The entire situation is off. A huge conspiracy doesn't make sense, but it's the only possible explanation." "I agree," Strider nodded. "This matter deserves an investigation, but unless we inform the Council and provide the Elders solid proof, they'll never mobilize the Hand of Fate. We have to do this alone." Lith furrowed his brows in annoyance. "Yes, the Zawu growled. "One of my men was gutted like a fish, and Solus was almost killed on my watch. This is personal. Also, the matter of the Forgemasters is not the only mystery here." "Why do you care about a bunch of people you don't even know, Lith? How is this related to the thieves, and why have you put a bounty on an alleged grimoire written by the first ruler of the Flames?" Strider had performed thorough research, connecting more dots than he was supposed to and guessing the identity of Hogg's contractor. All things that Lith had assumed would happen, and for which he had prepared in advance. "I refuse to believe you are so stupid that you haven't reached my same conclusion." Lith scoffed, his face a mask of cold annoyance. "No one would bother attacking a unit of the Hand of Fate for an old piece of junk. Solus and Ruta weren't the target, or the thieves would have tried to deal the finishing blow instead of running away. It means that their job was done when they got their hands on the helm. The attack was just a diversion to cover their escape," Lith said, and Strider nodded for him to continue. "Limbel was the best Forgemaster in the kingdom, and Merrron was his shadow apprentice. I bet the helm must have been part of Limbel's legacy that he didn't want to share with his official disciple. Since the helm played no role in the fight, the only possible explanation is that it's some kind of Forgemastering tool. You gave the helm to me, and I want to retrieve it without having to fight with the Council or Nem Limbel for its ownership. I couldn't put a bounty on the helm, so I came up with the best next thing. The grimoire justifies my grudge and allows me to search for the thieves, while also letting them think they got away with it. I used Manadian's name because I expect that whoever has the helm is using it to improve their Forgemastering abilities. I needed something that would fit every voice of the bill without giving out my real objective." "Damn if you are a cold, calculative bastard," Strider mumbled. "I like you and I agree with everything you said. The made-up grimoire is a nice trick and one I'm stealing. This doesn't change the fact I'm coming with you." "Do we have a problem with the ownership of the helm?" Lith wanted Strider to come along. It was the reason he had contacted the Zawu in the first place. Lith needed Strider's influence to gain access to the Forgemaster's labs without triggering a war. At the same time, he knew that the Zawu would need Lith's tracking skills to not repeat Limbel's fiasco. The situation was bound to make Strider think the alliance was his own idea, and that mutual aid served their respective purposes. "No," he shook his head. "You can keep the helm, I just want to know who tried to kill Ruta and why, then I'm going to kill them." "Then we are going to get along." Lith scowled, yet he inwardly grinned. The mark had taken bait, hook, line, and sinker. "Do you mind if I call Xenogrash? The bastard had several allies, and we need big guns to counter the numerical advantage." "Be my guest," Strider replied. "I'll try and contact the members of my team as well. We need all the help we can get." What if they don't agree with the original distribution of Merrron's loot? Having more witnesses wasn't part of Lith's plan. "That's their problem," the Zawu grunted. "I'll back your claim, but I doubt it will be necessary. We are looking for a grimoire and missing Forgemasters, after all. How we find the helm in the process, it's just a happy coincidence." "This guy is shrewder than I thought, but I still don't like this development," Lith said via the mind link. "Don't worry," Solus reassured him. I just need to touch the ears to get what we truly want. After that, Zorith can stage stealing the artifact and later return it to us. She'll be glad to take the blame and draw attention away from us. I like your plan, Lith nodded. Meet me at my mansion tomorrow morning after breakfast. There's no rush and we need to prepare thoroughly. I don't want the thieves to get the drop on us again. Agreed, Strider out. Lith called Zorith as soon as the conversation with Strider ended, finding that her rune was still unavailable. Damn it, it has been days since the last time I heard from her. Should I be worried? Vaster's rune and Bytra's were online, which reassured him. Zor is fine, Lith. Don't worry, the fourth ruler of the Flames said after picking his call. She can't answer her amulet because she's undergoing another stabilization treatment. Chapter 3078 Mutual Aid, Part 2. Father thinks to have perfected the method to harmonize Zor's life forces, and he's putting his theory to the test. As you know, his and Zor's condition is very similar. With her troll and black cores, Xenogrosh's physiology was the closest to Vaster among the Eldritch hybrids. The Master had developed a chaos and a decay eye that worked similarly to Zorith's cores, and they were also stable. Vaster had studied the changes in his body and hoped that once applied to Zorith, they would work for her as well. She was his first successful hybrid, and if the experiment even just furthered the merging of her life forces, he could use the collected data to find a procedure specific for each of the other hybrids. Damn it and congratulations, Lith sighed. How long will it take? There's no way to tell, Bytra replied. From a few seconds to one more week tops. Can you come with us? No, I'm sorry. I'm not the only one who knows the inner workings of the machine, but I'm the best chance at success Zor has. I won't leave her side, but I can send someone else, like Kigan. The Reiju scratched her head in embarrassment. Would he let us take the ears in the case he discovers the truth? Lith asked. No way, her shoulders slouched. I get what you mean. Please check your amulet from time to time. The moment Zor comes out of the tank, she'll come to your aid. Thank you, Bytra. Lith out. He hung up the call. Machine, tank, what kind of device are they using for their experiments? Beats me, Solus pondered. But if I were a betting woman, I'd say something like the Spark. After all, Bytra was Manadian's apprentice, and that floor of the tower was no secret. They were suspicious of Vaster's activities and magical research, but the thought he was using Arthan's madness was hard to consider. Between the many eldritches at his service and Bytra, there were plenty of less creepy and just as likely possible answers. I hope you are right, Lith sighed. Let's get ready. Space. Aaron and Lyria, instead, sat quietly on the back of their respective steeds. Onyx and Abominus were the only emperor beasts of the group, making their presence the most imposing. The following day, Strider and Rika walked through the gate of the Verhin mansion, finding a heterogeneous welcome committee waiting for them. Protector's children sniffed at them, shape-shifting from one form to another. Garrick flew above their heads in circles, using his eyes to scan the newcomers. Aaron and Lyria, instead, sat quietly on the back of their respective steeds. Onyx and Abominus were the only emperor beasts of the group, making their presence the most imposing. Are you a cat man? Garrick asked. No, my forefather evolved from a white tiger. Strider's hands went instinctively to his blades when a cold feeling of dread froze him in place. Yes, Rika the Titania said with a chuckle. He purrs if you scratch him under the cheeks. Rika, Strider tried to sound stern, but his voice came out in a low meowing, like he was in front of a veterinary, ready to be neutered. Onyx does that too. Aaron scratched the huge feline snout, and she produced a sound similar to the ignition of a muscle car. Are you as strong as my big brother? Yes, the Zawu cleared his voice, trying to regain face. He wishes. The Titania sucker scratched his ears, making him purr. Rika, stop it. The fact that she was as tall as him and even physically stronger didn't help. You two are so cute, Lyria giggled. Are you together? No, Strider would have turned beet red if not for the thick white fur covering his skin. Yes, you've got a good eye for this kind of things, young lady. Rika offered Lyria her hand, who promptly shook it. I'm Rika the Titania. Nice to meet you. Lyria Proudhammer Verhin, this is my cousin. Uncle, Aaron corrected her. Cousin, Lyria rebuked him. Aaron Verhin, and these are my friends. Lilia and Laren Fastero, Garrick, Fluffy, Onyx, and Abominus. He is my grandpa. When the little girl pointed at the door, Strider was expecting an old man. What he saw instead was an angry guardian wearing full war gear. Ligon's human form was shorter than both the Titania and the Zawu, but that was by choice. They felt like small children caught red-handed in the cookie jar as the Guardian glared at them with thick black smoke coming out of his nostrils. His black armor absorbed every speck of light, making it look like it had been crafted from a single shadow. His wings rested on his shoulders, but their inner side burned with flames and anger. What looked like a small shield hung from his hip, its form ever-shifting. "Grandpa Ligon, these are Rika and—" Lyria looked at her guests, but they were frozen with terror. "Strider the Zawu, he comes from Zima." The Guardian completed the phrase for her. "What the farm did you think you were doing with those blades, kid?" Strider swallowed and remained silent, knowing no answer could quell a dragon's anger. Anything he said would only fan the flames of Ligon's wrath. "Do you like harming children?" The father of all dragons walked in front of the Zawu, who found himself kneeling to be at Ligon's eye level. "My children." "Sir, no, sir." He lowered his gaze, realizing his blunder. "I apologize." "Leave your hands in your pockets, or I'll do it for you." "Is everything all right, Grandpa?" Lyria hadn't noticed the shift in stance, the movements of the hands, or the spells the Zawu cast in reaction to the perceived ambush. "Yes, dear." The Guardian turned around and walked away. "Everything is all right, it always is." Only when Ligon disappeared from sight could Strider and Rika breathe again. "Can we meet your uncle now, Lyria?" he asked. "You are a rude cat," Lyria pouted. "You use my name, yet you haven't introduced yourself." "I'm sorry, Lyria, you are right. I'm Strider the Zawu of the Emperor Beastie dynasty from Zima. Nice to meet you." He offered his hand to the kids, and they shook it in turns. He had to endure a barrage of questions about his homeland, his eating habits, and his personal hygiene. "No, I don't lick myself clean," he said with a tinge of irritation in his voice. It wasn't addressed to the kids, but to Rika, who had yet to stop laughing after the children had offered him a plate of small fish and a saucer of milk. "Because you don't want to or because you can't?" Aaron asked. Both. Strider sighed heavily. "Can we go now?" "Yes, sorry." Aaron blushed a bit and turned Onyx around to lead the way. "What the actual farm?" The Zawu blurted out in astonishment as he walked past mysterious emperor beasts, the Hattie, a couple of legendary dark elves, reverted orcs, and a stunning woman with 6 eyes and soft, feathered wings on her back. "What's going on here? Who are all these people?" Rika translated his thoughts in a more polite wording. "They are my mother's friends." Lyria puffed her chest out with pride and struck Abominus with her heels to make him stop. "She's helping the people of Zelex to get accustomed to life on the surface." Chapter 3079, To Ears or Not to Ears, Part 1. The Piamir countered by turning around and licking Lyria's face with his massive tongue, covering her in saliva. "You a bad Abominus, bad." "I'm not a horse. If you want something, don't hit me, just ask," he replied. "I see, thank you." Strider nodded, ignoring the childish squabble. He and Rika knew about the underground city filled with monsters that reverted to their unfallen state while standing over a mana geyser, but they had never met one in person. Aside from the council representatives and Giera's colonists, no one had. "You took your sweet time." Lith was tired of waiting, so he was about to check if the gate worked properly. "What took you so long?" "A lot," the Zawu waved at his honor guard. "You have my apologies, then." Lith gave him a small nod. "Sometimes I forget this place can be a little bewildering for a first-time visitor." "A little," Strider pointed at the incoming group of unusual riders. They were all toddlers, and they sat on top of a wormling. Sharjin sniffed at the strangers, followed by Elijah and Valoran. Surin, instead, kept sleeping like a log. Put together, the babies smelled of guardians so much that only the dumbest creature on Magur would have tried something funny on them. "This is nothing," Lith shook his head. "You should see what happens when Manohar II is here." "Who?" Rika asked in confusion. "Never mind," Lith said. "Xenogrosh and Bytra couldn't make it. What happened to the rest of your team?" "Some are already on an official mission. Others just don't care about this matter," Strider replied. "The Lick." "Ajam, yes," the Zawu nodded. "She could barely remember my name already. She hung up on me the moment I told her there was nothing to gain but justice." "Rita," Lith started. Rika, the Titania, and Solus corrected him. "That's what I said, more or less." Lith cleared his voice to cover the second part. "Are you aware of my arrangement with Strider about the helm?" "Yes, and I agree with you. If that's an old Dalp's helm, then I'm still a delicate flower," she nodded. "Good to know, but that's not what I was asking," Lith replied. "Yes, you can take it," she nodded, "at one condition." "Which is?" If we find it, you make me a weapon to the best of your new and improved abilities. Resources are on me." Her blue eyes sparkled like sapphires while daydreaming about it. Deal, they shook hands. Lith had no problem lying or delivering a weapon of the quality he would produce without using the tower, and every piece of Manadian's set but the ears. "Are you really going to commission him?" Strider was flabbergasted. "There are countless forgemasters with hundreds, if not thousands of years of expertise, and you ask a runt who's barely past 20? No offense." "Quite a bit taken. Also, I'm closer to 21, Lith snorted. "Yeah, right," Rika snorted harder. "And how many of those pompous windbags can use creation or blade magic? How many of your so-called master forgemasters have created something unique?" She pulled out her amulet, projecting the images of the Dulorian and the Wayfinder. "Don't tell me that you believe that carp about Verhin becoming a ruler of the flames in the near future," Strider said, remembering where he was at 2 late and a quarter. "No offense." "Dude saying no offense isn't a free pass for insults," Lith scoffed. "I don't believe those rumors," Rika said, making the Zawu sigh in relief. "I know they are true. Verhin, do me a favor and prove this cathead wrong. Forge me a weapon that will allow me to use blade spells and make him choke on his liver. No offense, boss." "None taken," Strider grunted at the double jab. "I like you, Rika." Lith shook her hand again. "I'll do my best, but only if we find that damn helm. I don't have time for freebies. And I only have the money to afford either the materials or the craftsmanship, so believe me when I say finding it is in my best interest." She sighed. After bidding goodbye to the kids, the group left the Verhin mansion via the warp gate. "This time it will be much quicker," Strider explained. "Even though this is an informal investigation, we are about to visit the Forgemaster's residences known to the Council, not another secret lab. There's no need for discretion, and since all of the missing awakened have one or more disciples, the heirs should be able to help us identify common elements in the disappearance of their mentors." Lith contacted Falul to use her warping array, but she was unavailable. The Hydra had yet to return from the trip with Thrud's former generals, and her lair was empty. "I wonder how Falul is doing," Solus thought. "By my mom, I always criticize Lith for never calling his friends except when he needs something, and now that I have my own body and communication amulet, I act no different. I swear on my fury that as soon as we get back home, I'll call Falul." The trip took only 1 step longer than predicted. Athung Saranat, the human lord of Distar, was glad to warp them straight to their first destination. The array brought them inside the luxurious house of Bahram Neth, a wyvern forgemaster who had taken residence in the heart of an active volcano located above a mana geyser. His bloodline as a lesser divine beast brought him great status among his peers, but not as much envy as his origin flames. Bahram had reached such a degree of finesse in manipulating the mystical fire that he was not only capable of purifying enchanted metals perfectly, but also of cleansing them of their enchantments. Since the forgemastering materials were on the client, this eased their financial burden in case the enchanting process failed due to their excessive requests. Also, many old and powerful awakened went to Bahram to recycle artifacts that had lost their practical use and had no sentimental value. Origin flames couldn't save magic crystals or the natural treasures consumed in the making of a relic, but they were still the next best thing to creation magic. This was especially true for non-human creatures. For them, the hardest part was always collecting enough enchanted metal to craft equipment suitable for their colossal bodies. Without people like Bahram, even council elders would cry blood when upgrading their armor and weapons, and would do it only once every few centuries. "This is preposterous," Tanat Neth, son of Bahram and first of his disciples, said in reply to the inquiries about his father's disappearance. "Wherever he is, Master Bahram is safe and sound." The wyvern had taken a human appearance to welcome the investigators. He looked like an overly handsome man in his mid-20s, with sky-blue eyes and golden hair the color of his scales. Tanat had also chosen to be taller than his guests to look down on them, and maybe intimidate them. His trip was planned in advance, and he organized the details himself. No one kidnapped him, otherwise why would he leave me access to the array control system of the mansion? He showed them a signet ring bearing a red mana crystal. Chapter 30, 80 to Ears or Not to Ears, Part 2. Permanent arrays became much less effective if their owner was away for an extended period of time. Their imprint would start to fade, and without the owner's instructions, a skilled intruder could bide their time studying the arrays and take them down one at a time. The solution to this problem was to share the control over the arrays like the nobles did in the kingdom. Pass it to a trusted individual like Scarlet had done to Calla back when she left to chase after Balker, or a signet ring. Red mana crystals could accept more than one energy signature, but their charge would only last for so long. The signet ring meant that Bahram didn't trust his apprentices not to shut down the arrays and kill him if he shared control or give him control over his mansion back once he returned. Lith knew that a signet ring was a Forgemaster's last resort, and so did Strider. A red crystal also holds a limited amount of world energy. Once it runs out, the signet ring will become useless, the Zawu thought. It means that Bahram planned to return in a few weeks tops. No dragon, lesser or not, would leave his hoard unattended for long. Awakened could recharge crystals below the green, but this was an enchanted item. Pumping mana into it would have diluted the control spell and shortened its duration. If Master Bahram's life were in danger, he would have asked me for help, Tanit said. Or maybe he asked you for help and you ignored it, Strider replied. After all, if he were to mysteriously disappear, you would inherit Bahram's house, legacy, and most importantly, his treasures. He waved at the piles of riches that decorated the place as though pieces of furniture. Wyverns were the closest thing to dragons among their lesser kin, and often tried to make their lairs resemble a worm's. The internal structure of the mansion was paved in gold-veined white marble, with enchanted paintings projecting the feats of the Neth bloodline hung to the walls and frescoes made of precious gems decorating the ceiling. Unlike dragons, wyverns rarely appreciated the artistic value of their treasures, focusing solely on their power and monetary value. It was the reason the lair of a wyvern usually looked like out of a cautionary tale about greed. The place was shiny and opulent, but without one shred of taste. Calling it tacky was an affront to tackiness. Riches and artifacts were arranged with no rhyme or reason, making it look like the master of the house had dropped them in a random place to catch his breath, and then forgotten about it. The only logic Lith's greed could find in the disposition of the various treasures was that things would get more precious the closer they got to Bahram's private quarters. It's consistent with the Liz's I've met, Lith thought. Ego over taste in a desperate attempt to compensate for being a lizard with an inferiority complex. And why would I want that? Tanit replied. I'm just an apprentice. If my father were to disappear, I'd lack the means to keep this place. My older siblings would dispute my right to succession and kick me to the curb. Master Bahram's return is in my interest. He is one of the few still living direct apprentices of my great master Rifa Manadian, the wyvern said with pride while leading them to the entrance to Bahram quarters. Not only did Master Bahram learn from the first ruler of the Flames herself, the secret arts which are the foundations of our bloodline legacy, but he also was one of the few people with whom great Master Manadian chose to share the ears. By my mom, is he telling the truth? Solus asked Lith via the mind link while grabbing his arm in excitement. How should I know? Lith replied with equal surprise. You are Manadian's heir. You are supposed to know this stuff, not me. Have you forgotten I have amnesia? She telepathically grunted. And I wasn't even born. Their squabble ended when Tanit brought them in front of a majestic, life-size painting with an adamant frame, embossed with white and violet crystals. Behold, one of the few testimonies left of the legendary lost set of Manadian. The group held their breath in awe and astonishment. Fuck me sideways, Lith thought. Now Strider and Rika will demand I provide them blade spells weapons at my full expense at best, or to co-own the ears at worst. His streak of silent curses ended the moment his eye gazed upon the ears, resting upon the head of the golden-scaled wyvern at the center of the painting. The alleged artifact looked like winter earmuffs made of Davros and embossed with over 20 elemental crystals of all colors. What a poser, Solus thought in outrage. Disciple my sweet ass, Mom would never craft something so tacky. I bet this Bahram never met my mother and he painted the ears as only a wyvern can envision them. That or your mother shape-shifted the ears with every apprentice to hide its real form. It's what I'd do. This way, once I gifted them to someone worthy of them, no one else in the group would know. Damn if I hate your paranoia, Solus replied, especially when it makes sense. If you want your father back, you'd better stop obstructing our investigation and start collaborating. Strider was unaware of their dilemma and questioned Tanit's words, making the wyvern step back like he had been slapped. Don't underestimate the hand of fate. According to our sources, you know more than you are telling us. Your father is not the only Forgemaster who has disappeared. If we are right and he has been lured into a trap, your comfortable days in the mansion are over. Strider's accusations were just a ploy to force Tanat to see past his overinflated ego and make the Wyvern understand that his interests and those of the council aligned. I can't force Tanat to help us, but I can trick him into believing it's his best option. The Zawu inwardly grinned while watching the Wyvern's expression shift from outrage to worry and into reluctant submission. I would love to help the hand of fate, Tanat lied through his fangs while wearing his best smile. But I have no idea where my father has gone. He never tells me about important clients because he's afraid I might steal them from him once I'm done with my apprenticeship. That was true, and the Zawu nodded for him to continue. Also, I didn't lie before. This trip was planned and carefully organized. My father was contacted by the client over 2 weeks ago through some back channels. Tanat noticed Strider opening his mouth and anticipated his question. No, I don't know who the middleman was or what channel they used for communicating. As I said, my father gatekeeps his network. There was anything particular in his behavior when he left? Rika asked. Did he bring something unusual with him? Tanat pondered long and hard to remember the details of the day Bahram had left the house. The young Wyvern had been so happy at the idea of becoming the temporary lord of the house and hold absolute authority over his siblings that he had barely paid any attention to his father's departure. Chapter 3081 Troubled Apprentice, Part 1. Master Bahram was, Tanat squinted his eyes in the mnemonic effort to recall details of that day. Happy, which is quite unusual. He said something about a big job. He called it a potential game-changer. Jaya. A stunning woman with strawberry blonde hair and violet eyes answered his call. She wore an overall, working gloves, and a forgemastering mask. Everything was made of golden wyvern scales streaked red all over. When Jaya took the mask off, her face was beaded with sweat and her hair sticky. Yet neither that nor her baggy clothes could hide her beauty more than a passing cloud can eclipse the sun. How can I serve you, senior? She panted from her recent efforts, still holding what Solus recognized as a forgemastering hammer of unknown design. To eyes or not to eyes, that is the question. Solus bit her lower lip in hesitation. On the one hand, I doubt it's better than the Fury and I can spare myself a headache. On the other hand, that hammer seems to be a masterpiece. It's the first tasteful artifact I've seen here, and maybe the proof I need this Bahram was Mom's apprentice or not. Oh, screw it. She activated the eyes and regretted it instantly. Solus had to quickly filter out the arrays and the various enchantments in the room. She could clench her teeth only for so long before her face deformed into a rictus of agony, and everyone noticed that something was wrong with her. It's Master Tanat for you, the older wyvern snarled. Until our father returns, you are my apprentice. He showed her his signet ring while also activating the arrays of the house to force his sister to kneel. It was a petty way to take his frustration from being ordered around by strangers out on her, but it made wonders for his ego. Yes, master, how can I serve you? Jaya asked. What an ass, she actually thought, and she wasn't the only one. I need the most recent inventory of the vaults. My honored guests are looking for our father and need my help, Tanat said. As you command. She took a scroll of paper out of her dimensional amulet and handed it to him. Great Mother Almighty! Tanat's eyes went wide in surprise reading the up-to-date list of the transactions. No wonder the Master Bahram was so happy. The mysterious client bought some of our best pieces and rarest materials. And your father trusted them to pay on delivery. Lith sneered with a contempt that the wyvern matched in spades. Of course not. Master Bahram was happy because he demanded the full payment up front. The treasures have already been brought here and stored. The client had no reason to kill my father. They wouldn't get anything more than what they have paid for and lose one of the best artisans on Garland. It's just a matter of centuries, no, decades before Master Bahram becomes the next ruler of the Flames. I know you can't show us the list, but can you at least tell us what ingredients and artifacts Bahram sold? Strider asked. Lord and Lady Verhin are skilled forgemasters, and they might be able to understand what your father has been hired to craft. Lord and Lady Verhin, both wyverns echoed, but their tones couldn't have been more different. Tanat was filled with envy, hate, spite, and a tinge of revulsion. The thought that a dirty mongrel had awakened his dragon blood while the wyverns still rotted among the lesser species angered him. The fact that Lith had spat on such a blessing by having offspring with a human instead sickened Tanat. Jaya dusted her clothes, using a mix of darkness and water magic to clean herself from the soot and neutralize the stench of sulfur coming from her clothes. Is it true that you've received lessons from the Father of Fire? She shifted her weight from one foot to the other in excitement. I'm still receiving them, Lith nodded, making her gasp. Is it true that you've learned creation magic? No, the word doused her enthusiasm like a downpour on a campfire. Gr. Salark gave me a few lessons, but I'm still a beginner. It was more than enough to rekindle the flame. And is it true that you've invented a new branch of magic called void magic? Its existence was well known, but aside from those who took part in Lith's lessons, very few had seen a void spell and lived to tell the tale. Yes, Lith nodded, making the young wyvern squeal like a teenager in front of her favored pop singer. I'm working on Tier 5 now, but what does this? Jaya took the inventory list off Tanat's hands and gave it to Lith in a frenzy. Do you take apprentices? Her amethyst eyes sparkled at the idea of getting out of the nightmare that Bahram's workshop was and learning from a real master forgemaster. Father and Big Brother can brag all they want, but their contribution to the forgemastering arts is irrelevant at best, she thought. Verhin is a light master, a Magus, and at 20 he has already crafted wonders awakened, and fake mages are desperate to reproduce. From his sister to his friends, and even his mentor, every mage that worked with him got better for it. And he doesn't treat any of them like slaves, not even after he ascended into a divine beast. Awakened had their version of Lith's biography, and it was a bestseller as well. I'm sorry, no. Those 3 words took the light away from Magur for Jaya and made her realize her blunder. This is interesting, Strider. Look at the weapons list. By the gods, this is a small arsenal. The 2 men seemed to not care about her predicament. Any idea what one can do with these materials? It could be anything, Lith shrugged. It's too generic to me, soulless. She took the piece of paper, putting the eyes of Manadian to work. The artifact cross-referenced its own database, the library, Soluspedia, and the scraps of data the tower had managed to retain from the syncing with the apprentice eyes. Off the top of my head, I'd say permanent arrays and powerful ones at that, she said. That or several small but complex pieces of equipment. There is not enough metal to arm many people, let alone an emperor beast. There are a few ingredients restricted for forbidden magic hazard, but with so much stuff it would be weird otherwise. Thanks, Jaya. You have helped us greatly. Lith returned the list to Strider. If we can get the assistance of the other missing forgemasters to tell us what their masters have taken with them, we have good chances to figure out the endgame of their contractor. Indeed, the Zawu caught his drift. Thank you, Lady Neth. The Council praises your collaboration, and I will notify my superiors of your involvement in case there is a reward. His words worked as a shield for Jaya and a warning for Tanat. I'm certain that Lord Neth was just about to do the same, am I right? Of course. Tanat's words oozed literal venom that sizzled as droplets of his saliva hit the floor. Chapter 3082, Troubled Apprentice, Part 2. Then I'll make sure once we find him, your father realizes the vital role you played in his survival, Lord Neth. Strider nodded. If he has been lured into a trap, it will be thanks to you if he comes back alive. The wyvern rubbed his chin, pondering the implications of those words and the advantage that overlooking Jaya's slight might give him in the upcoming battle for succession. Don't thank me, thank my sister, he said with a warm smile that didn't extend to his eyes or voice. I'm not Lith, but if you ever need a new teacher, this is my contact rune. Solus felt guilty for Jaya's predicament and was afraid that the moment they left, Tanat would make her pay for her fangirl behavior. Thank you, Lady Verhin. Jaya took out her communication amulet to exchange runes. Now she could call for help, and if something happened to her, Solus would know. Gods above and below, she's no Tiamat, but she still is the mother of his child. Tanat thought, falling victim to the common misconception caused by Elijah's streaks and the fact that Lith and Solus shared the same last name. If Jaya leaves our home for Verhin's, she would still enjoy his protection and share with his wife the secrets of the wyvern bloodline. I'd better wait for the old lizard to return and deal with Jaya himself. The group left the volcano and traveled back to the lair of the regional beast lord of the council, to leave a trail of her movements and reach their next destination with a single warping array. Why did you do that, Solus? Lith asked as soon as they were at a safe distance. Are you really willing to take in an apprentice with all the obligations that it entails? He wasn't referring to the housing costs and responsibilities, but to the many secrets they had to keep from the rest of Magur. To save her life, dummy, she replied, and no, I'm still too weak for an apprentice. She sighed, taking a brief pause. Also, I never said I'd be her teacher. I just told Jaya to contact me if she needed a new one. I'm sure that Falul, Adjeter, Athung, and anyone with half a brain we know would pay Jaya's weight in gold for an apprentice who can use origin flames. Because it's not that simple, Rika explained. First, Jaya must meet someone who can take her master's place, and they have to accept taking her in. An apprentice doesn't get many opportunities to leave the house, and when they do, they can't trust anyone. Good thinking, Lith nodded. I wonder why she hasn't left already. Because it's not that simple, Rika explained. First, Jaya must meet someone who can take her master's place, and they have to accept taking her in. An apprentice doesn't get many opportunities to leave the house, and when they do, they can't trust anyone. Any mentor is basically their owner, and even though Bahram is an ass, he's still her father. His other disciples are still Jaya's siblings. If she leaves, how can she know for sure she's not jumping out of the pan and into the fire? What if her new mentor turns out to be a monster the moment they have her life in the palm of their hand? What if their workshop has a survival of the fittest environment, and the older apprentices harass her night and day? Point taken. I guess I've never had to worry about such things because Protector introduced me to Falul, and we just hit it off. Lith felt guilty for rejecting Jaya for almost 1 second. Then he put her in the none of my business folder of his brain and forgot about it. In the following hours, they visited the private residences of the over 20 Forgemasters on their list. 3 of them had returned home and knew nothing about the disappearance of their colleagues. They had all gone out for personal business they refused to disclose, but swore on the grave of their parents they knew nothing of the matter at hand. Their words meant little since, according to Rika, 2 out of 3 belonged to awakened bloodlines, and their parents were alive and spellcasting. What really mattered to Lith were the readings picked by eyes of Manadian during the questioning. One has just returned from the Blood Desert, Lith pondered. The sand in his hair and the residual auras of multiple phoenixes can't come from any other place. The second has been somewhere near a dragon, and judging from how relieved she was when she heard we came on behalf of the council, she was up to no good either. Agreed, Solus nodded. The third one puzzles me a bit, and not just because he's another fucking redcap. She was still triggered by the memory of Merrron. She had almost died twice inside the garden, and seeing another redcap pushed all of her wrong buttons. Yeah, he carried the signs of an underground mine, which explains his unwillingness to answer our questions. If he was illegally digging ores belonging to another awakened, I'd understand his reticence. But there was no trace of crystal or metal dust on him, just a lot of powerful residual auras. Well, you win some and you lose some, Strider sighed. Guess we can rule these guys out for now. The timing of their departure matching the disappearance of the other Forgemasters is probably just a coincidence. The 3 returned awakened had accepted being searched, and they carried nothing illegal on them. Not for a lack of trying, mind you, but the Zawu had no way to know that. They had also agreed to not leave their homes and remain available for further questioning. With only 4 people working on the case, Strider had no reason to waste time on an apparently dead lead. Not when there were more promising ones available. After traveling through the 3 great countries and talking with the disciples of the missing Forgemasters, a pattern emerged. This is interesting, Strider said. All of them have been contacted during the past month by an unknown client who paid them up front and arranged for a covert means of transportation the apprentices know nothing about. The missing subjects left their homes on different days, but their circumstances are nigh identical. Also, depending on how much of their lifespan they have left, all the missing Forgemasters are in the it's just a matter of years, decades, centuries before they become a ruler of the Flames ballpark. At least according to their students, Rika pointed out, it could have just been brown-nosing. No, they honestly believe that, Strider shook his head. It's the reason I arranged for us to speak with the main disciple first and then with the rest of the apprentices. They all praised their mentors while they were alone with us. The future heirs had no reason to blow smoke up their master's ass when there was no one to pat their heads and give them a tasty treat. It would explain why the 3 returned Forgemasters had nothing to do with our case. Yeah, Solus nodded. Those guys were just average. None of their artifacts was even as good as Jaya's hammer. Good God, Solus, can you really tell the quality of an artifact just by looking at it? Rika was flabbergasted. Me and my big mouth, Solus inwardly griped. No, not really, she actually said. I just looked at them with life vision and appreciated the craftsmanship. Chapter 3083 Shared Resources, Part 1. Did you pick anything useful with your Tiamat eyes, Lith? Strider believed that Lith's tracking skills stemmed from a bloodline ability, not Manadian's masterpiece. Sadly, no, Lith replied. No energy trace lasts for 2 weeks, especially in an environment above a mana geyser and with dozens of Forgemasters casting powerful spells on a daily basis. What's our next move? We are doing this by the book, Rika replied. We contact our handler, give him our report, and see if our intel network can find any useful lead. This isn't a personal investigation anymore. We can ask the council for support. They had collected enough proof to refute the original objections to the case. The common circumstances surrounding the disappearance of so many powerful Forgemasters were alarming by themselves, but the lists of materials made it much worse. Lith had requested an updated inventory from all the lead disciples to know what was missing and what had been bought right before their master's departure. After putting everything together, there were enough restricted ingredients to give birth to a new lost city. The awakened council couldn't afford to lose so many potential rulers of the flames. Sure, most of the missing Forgemasters lacked the necessary talent, and only a few of them could really aspire to reach Manadian's glory, but they were all very good at their job. The regional lords of all races who managed the warping array network were questioned, and the royal court was requested access to the gate network. Even if the awakened often used fake IDs, their faces had to be scanned by the association's clerks. Very few awakened bothered shapeshifting simply because there was no reason not to use their real face. They had done nothing wrong that the kingdom was aware of, and on paper they were 2-bit mages. Disappear is a strong word, Strider said while they waited for the results of the cross-reference databases. No one likes to fly all the way to their destination or warp step like a madman, especially if they aren't familiar with the place. No dimensional coordinates means no dimensional magic, and most Forgemasters aren't the adventurous type. They spend most of their days holed up in their homes. They wake up, work, eat, study, rinse, and repeat. Okay, but why are you guys looking at me while talking about lazy Forgemasters? Solus didn't like it one bit. Because of this, Rika pinched Solus' soft belly. You are an awakened too, sister. You have a perfect metabolism the likes a human can only dream about. How much do you eat to achieve this? It's not an achievement, and none of your business. Solus blushed in embarrassment when she noticed that Lith and Strider turned their heads away. They had nothing to add, but not because they didn't share Rika's comment about Solus' physique. There was a celebration recently, and I might have gotten a little too enthusiastic with the dessert buffet. I see, Rika nodded. And how long did the celebration last? Weeks, months? Rika, Strider shut her mouth with his hand. Please excuse her rudeness. Plant folk have no filter. She didn't mean to offend you. She was just... He didn't know how to say it without piling up on Solus. Being sincere, she sighed. Exactly. The Zawu would usually bring out food and sweets to lighten the mood, but he knew it would have been like adding donuts to the sugary ruins of a failed diet. As for Rika, her remark wasn't so far off the truth. Solus had managed to make the sweets bought from the traveling tavern for 1 week and 1 day. It had taken her sheer willpower, but at least she could say they had lasted more than a week. It was an achievement. She wasn't proud of, in hindsight, throwing her diet off once again. Progress, not perfection, she inwardly sighed. I will do better next time. By the way, since when does the Council have shared databases with the kingdom and logs of who uses the warping array network, and when? Lith asked, curious about the innovation as much as he was eager to change the topic. The last time Fallow warped me somewhere, she didn't take notes. It's a recent policy I proposed to the Council after talking with your friend Gianni Ernest, Strider replied, glad to spare Solus from further embarrassment. The Hand of Fate is working to recruit constables as advisors before awakening them. The problem is the trustworthy ones are also loyal to the kingdom who nurtured them, and we can't hire those who were fired for dishonorable conduct. At the moment, the best we can do is use active constables as consultants. Do you have contacts in the Empire and Desert too, or is the collaboration limited to the kingdom? Solus asked. The War of the Griffins helped the Council build a solid relationship with the Crown, which made things easier, the Zawu said. Our connections with the Empire are a bit strained due to past grudges. The Council always shunned the Empress as a puppet of the Guardians, but she is working to bridge our differences and establish the necessary liaisons from scratch. As for the Desert, its people have logs that put the kingdoms to shame. Not a grain of sand moves without a feather noting it down and sending a report to the Overlord. The Council and the other 2 great countries are afraid that by sharing our databases, Salark will be able to gather intel. She's a guardian, and no one doubts she can sift through thousands and thousands of cargo manifests to ascertain the real financial situation of each rival region. It's a political nightmare, especially with the current race for Giera. Lith nodded, well aware of the current progress of all three great countries in building their outposts overseas. The Blood Desert had reached Giera's shores last, but Salark's colonization operations proceeded swifter and bore better results than her competition's. Phoenixes from her nest guarded the outposts until the permanent arrays were completed, and compared to the harsh conditions of the desert, Giera was a piece of cake for the Overlord's tribesmen. To make matters worse for the kingdom and the empire, the people of the desert had no rivalry or conflicting interests slowing their advance. There were no political or merchant factions at odds fighting for mining rights. Everyone worked for Salark, who in turn shared her new resources with the colonists, rewarding their hardships and making their loyalty ironclad. Every man toiling in Giera knew that in case of their death, their families would be taken care and receive their share of riches for 10 years, or until their children reached adult age if they had toddlers. The people of the desert took any threat to the Overlord's territories as a personal offense because it was. Bribery attempts and sabotage were dealt with extreme prejudice. Giera was learning that Salark's justice was swift and brutal, no matter on what side of Magur her laws were defied. Yeah, Grandma, I mean, the Overlord has a way with people. She may be a tyrant, but after so much chaos, I'm afraid that the Gierans will favor safety and order over freedom. Chapter 3084, Shared Resources, Part 2. I can't blame them, Strider sighed. It's what I would do. Also, you can stop backpedaling. We know of your relationship with the Overlord. You can call her Grandma. Are you kidding me? It's damn embarrassing. Lith scratched his head. One thing is doing it at home. Outside, I feel like a little kid bragging about how cool his relatives are. I find it cute. Rika giggled as Strider's communication amulet drew his attention. We got our information, he said. The Forger Masters departed about 2 weeks ago, but one of them used the warp gate in Zalth just a few days ago. Is it recent enough for you? It should, Lith nodded. My tracking ability won't work inside the Association branch, but if we find a place where they have spent enough time, I should be able to isolate their energy signature. What were they doing in Zalth? Solus asked. Unknown, Rika said while skimming through the report. Adria Uleth, a human Forgemaster, used the local gate 3 days ago to reach Zonx, where she stayed for a couple of days before returning to Zalth. That's all we know. Zonx is one of the most important trading hubs of the kingdom, Lith pondered. It's famous for its black market. I bet our missing Forgemaster went there to procure something outside the official channels. Agreed, let's go. A few warp steps later, they reached the nearest city equipped with a warp gate, and from there Zalth was only 1 step away. Rika, Strider, and Lith shapeshifted to average human forms to not draw attention. Lith was already human, but the presence of the supreme Magus of the kingdom was bound to cause a fuss. They couldn't let their mark know they were tracking her down. As for Solus, she just hid the colored streaks in her hair before reaching the city. Good morning. I'm Assistant Constable Strider Vihan, and I need information about this person, the Zawu said to the association clerk while showing him a badge and the hologram of his mark. 1 moment. The clerk, a balding, middle-aged man, passed the badge over a crystal on his desk. Only after the gemstone glowed blue and the database confirmed Strider's identity did the clerk reply. Mage Fannel was here 3 days ago and again yesterday. Is there a problem? Yes, Mage Gata. Strider nodded after reading the clerk's name from the tag on his chest. She's suspected of buying contraband from Zonx's black market, and we need to question her. This way, even if rumors of the investigation reached Adria, she would just believe that her alias had been burned. An assistant constable meant more a routine check than a manhunt. If you say so, the clerk shrugged. With all due respect, Mage Fannel barely passed her admission test to the association and is one of the many nameless mages in our fold. She lacks the means to buy anything dangerous, let alone the skills to put them to use. We protect her, and those like her in the hope their offspring will carry greater magical talent. I know, but are you going to tell that to my Archon? Strider's voice held a perfect blend of annoyance and frustration, typical of a subordinate sent on a wild goose chase. Because I'm not going to risk a note on my personnel file. Me neither. At the mention of an Archon, Gotha swallowed a lump of saliva. We small fries must do what we are told, no matter how stupid the order is. Can you tell us anything about Fannel? Rika asked. I've met her only once. It was her first visit to Zalth and we didn't talk, the clerk shrugged. I can see from her log she frequently goes to Zonks. Maybe you'll have better luck there. Without waiting for an answer, Gata inputted the coordinates in the warp gate and activated it. Thanks, Strider and the others nodded at the clerk as thank you as they walked through the dimensional corridor. They repeated the same questions on the other side, but the answers they received were different. Mage Fannel, said Mage Urza, the clerk on duty. She's as brilliant as she's pretty. It's a shame no one gives her a chance just because she graduated from one of the lesser academies. I've known her for years now, and I can vouch for her talent and honesty. Whoever reported her must have just spouted the names of everyone they knew to pass them as criminals and shorten their sentence. She was a plump woman in her 40s with short hair and hazel eyes. That's what we also think, but we have to do our due diligence, Rika replied. Do you have any idea where we could find her or get information on her? I don't know where she's gone or what she came to do here, but I'm pretty sure I know where she stayed. Urza lowered her gaze, feeling conflicted between loyalty toward her close acquaintance and her job, but choosing the latter without hesitation. We both enjoy a good meal after a hard day at work, so we always talk about food when she visits. The last time I saw her, I recommended her the Crystal Cauldron. It's a historic hotel restaurant that has recently become very popular after hiring new chefs and adding mage-affordable menus. Their desserts are to die for, and Mage Fannel has a sweet tooth, just like me. Where is it? Solus said with more than professional enthusiasm. Here, the clerk wrote down the coordinates, and once the members of the group inputted them in their amulets, they obtained a map of Zonks with an arrow pointing at their destination. Gods bless Magus Verhin. Here, the clerk wrote down the coordinates, and once the members of the group inputted them in their amulets, they obtained a map of Zonks with an arrow pointing at their destination. Gods bless Magus Verhin. Ever since we have the web, finding our way around the city has never been easier. Lith had also plagiarized GPS. All cities had holographic maps. The only thing the local clerks had to add was the position of landmarks and establishments. After that, the tracking function of the tablets allowed their owner to orient themselves. It also allowed the kingdom to know who was where at any moment of the day, but that's a story for another day. What's important to know is that all kinds of amulets, even those used by mages and nobles, could link to the web as long as they allowed access to their position. Thanks for your help. Is there something we can bring you from the Crystal Cauldron? Solus asked. I don't want to impose, Urza said with a watering mouth. But if you have the time, I'd love a roasted duck for lunch and a slice of hell cake for dessert. Thank you. Hell cake? Solus asked with the complicit tone of a fellow foodie. Yes, the clerk said shyly. It's comprised of 12 kinds of creams that melt in your mouth for a sublime experience. It owes its name to the fact that it's hard to digest and almost addictive. It has ruined many a diet and made countless people gain weight. She was one of them, but even though the information was omitted, it was heavily implied. It sounds amazing. Thank you for everything. Solus strutted out of the association, noticing her companions staring at her when it was too late. Chapter 3085 Crystal Cauldron, Part 1. Seriously? Rika asked, voicing everyone's thoughts. It's none of your Solus. Words died in her mouth as she noticed Lith's worried look. In a fight, a mage out of shape would easily become out of life. It wasn't just a matter of daily health, but also survival. I'll have just one slice, for the investigation's purposes. Lith turned the eyes of Manadian on and off for a moment, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mark, but to no avail. There were too many powerful residual energy signatures inside the association, and they all vanished once out of the door. Mages would rarely walk or use carriages. The weak ones would fly while the powerful ones would warp to their destination. The eyes picked up several energy trails going up, but they were either too weak or going in the wrong direction. The group had to reach the Crystal Cauldron by flight, since none of them had ever visited Zonks. Lith exploited the opportunity to activate the eyes again. Away from the crowd, it was easy to record the residual energy signatures of powerful mages who had flown near the local branch of the association without getting a massive headache. Reaching the restaurant was easy. Getting inside, however, was not. I'm really sorry, Assistant Constable Strudel Fan, but we are all booked up. The concierge was a man of grand stature, presence, and ego. Come back in 5-6 hours tops and you'll have our full cooperation. It's Strider Vaughn and we don't have so much time to waste. The now human Zawu still managed to growl. You also don't have a warrant, so unless you are going to compensate our clients for the disturbance and our staff for the lost tips, I respectfully invite you to come back later. Each word oozed his contempt for the public servants who earned in a month what most of his clients did in a day. Please, we just need you to look at one picture and answer a few questions. Rika conjured a hologram of Fanel/Adria, but the concierge pushed her amulet away without even looking at it. I'm sorry, but our customers expect a certain degree of privacy that our establishment is glad to provide. We'll gladly report anything illegal we have witnessed, but if we had, I can assure you that person wouldn't be our client anymore. Based on his name tag, his name was Vonam, and based on his attitude, he was a snob. Please, we just need a minute and something to eat, Solus said, managing only to make him curl his thick lips up in disgust. Time is money and we don't have discounts for royal constables. Again, we are fully booked and we'll see you in 6 hours. Goodbye. You just said 5, Strider snarled. And now they are 6, Vonam snarled back. And if you don't get yourself a warrant and some manners, they might become 7. Goodbye. In all that chaos, Lith remained calm and collected as if the matter didn't involve him. See you later, Mr. Vonam. He gave the concierge a bow deep enough to express respect, but shallow enough to remark that he deemed the concierge below a constable. A quick stop high in the sky, and 5 minutes later, Vonam discovered that the 6 hours had already passed. I'd like a table for me and a few answers for my friends. Back to his real appearance and wearing his supreme Magus robe, Lith received a very different welcome. Of course, Vonam gave him a bow so deep that his head almost touched the floor. Please follow me. Wait, 5 minutes ago you said the restaurant is fully booked. Rika could barely contain her annoyance. And it is, the concierge replied with the tone he would use for a dumb kid. But every establishment worth its name always keeps a few VIP tables available for emergencies like this. He said while looking at Lith like he was a jingling sack of gold, because he was. Verhin can afford the whole restaurant a few times over, and his presence alone will do wonders for our image. The concierge inwardly rubbed his hands at the thought of the rich bonus he would receive if he played his cards right. He personally led them through the dining area. The floor was made of a smooth, dull gray marble that gave the place a refined look, while preventing stains from standing out too much, or reflecting what was below the gowns of the female customers. The tables and chairs were made of solid cherry wood, painted with the same white hue of the silk napkins and tablecloths. Large crystal chandeliers hung to the ceiling, lighting even the innermost corner of the restaurant as day, no matter how far from a window. Each table had on its centerpiece a short but large vase filled with different kinds of fresh flowers to give color to the place. While walking through the dining area, everyone noticed how the place was split by wooden fences into 3 different sections. To keep the pickets from looking like prison bars, they were decorated with garlands and climbing plants that produced delicate flowers. Together with the lights, the fences not only gave the impression of dining in an open garden, but also guaranteed privacy. The restaurant was divided into a public section, another reserved for the hotel's clients, and the last one, where Lith's group was headed, was the VIP section. The floral decorations blocked the sight of those in the public section, which was cramped compared to the other 2. The VIP area occupied the same space as the public section, but had half the tables to give the guests plenty of room and an intimate allure to every meal. The light from the chandeliers didn't reach past the tall fences because there was no need for it. During the day, the ample windows facing the garden provided abundant natural light. At night, instead, alchemical candles would ensure that the people sitting at the same table could see each other, but not the other customers. Strider was stunned, turning back and forth from the middle of the wooden gate. It's like walking into a different place, he said while observing how the white chairs of the VIP area had gold inlays, and the tablecloths were hand-woven to form a different floral pattern for each table. I'm glad you noticed, Vonam said, barely repressing a sneer. Our camellia table was made specifically for you and your lovely wife, Magus Verhin. He pointed at a table covered by a cloth embroidered with countless bright red camellias of different sizes. Thank you, I'll bring Camila here as soon as I can, he said, making the concierge squeal in joy. This guy is a piece of shit, but the place is nice. If the food is also as good as Urza said, Kami is going to love it, Lith thought. And people called me crazy when I had that tablecloth embroidered on my dime, the concierge thought. What are the odds of a Magus coming here, they said. Now they can all suck my fat golden bonus. And you too will be our honored guests, he actually said, giving Lith a deep bow. Chapter 3086 Crystal Cauldron, Part 2. What kind of flowers do you visually like? Vonam asked. Flowers? Lith furrowed his brows in confusion. I apologize, but camellias don't exist, so this table is the only one with no matching flowers. We give our customers an ample selection to choose from. Why visually? Isn't the smell important as well? As a fae, Rika considered herself an expert on the matter, but the glare Vonam threw her made the Titania feel like dirt under a shoe. No, it's not, he replied with ill-concealed annoyance. How can Magus Verhen appreciate the delicate flavor of his meal with his nose stuffed with the smell of flowers? It would ruin his dining experience. The concierge pointed at a small button linked to a weak darkness spell that would cancel the scent of flowers at the beginning of the meal. Then he handed Lith a single menu. They are my guests, I'll pay for them, answer their questions, but don't bother me, I'm here only for the food, Lith said. With all due respect, Magus Verhen, how do you know these people? Vonam handed 3 more menus, cringing at their presence but not at the money they would bring in. Constable Strider is a colleague of my wife. Lith's gaze turned cold as he created plausible deniability. He knew I was in Zonks for business and called in a favor. Why? Do you have something against royal constables? Gods know, it's the noblest of jobs. May the heavens strike me if I lie. Luckily for him, Mauger didn't listen to just anyone, so nothing happened. As everyone placed their order, Solus looked at the concierge in annoyance. Excuse me, do you really not know who I am? She asked while moving her finger from Lith to herself. I'm sorry, no. I'm sure you'll become a great constable. The gods know if the kingdom needs more people like you, he said with the loving smile of an uncle. While they waited for the food, Vonam kept them company, allowing Strider and Rika to ask their questions. Mage Fannel, of course I know her. This time he recognized the hologram with just one glance. I never forget an esteemed guest. She came here for the first time 3 days ago and left just yesterday. She was our guest during her stay in Zonks and dined at our restaurant for every meal. Could we see her room, please? We only need a minute. It's a minor investigation, but being thorough would make us look good in front of our boss. Rika used every bit of her feminine charms, but Vonam was immune to it. Well, depends, he said with a pensive look on his face. Revealing the matters of a past client without a warrant goes against the hotel policy, but I have no reason to refuse showing a room to another potential client, he said while staring intently at Lith, who was staring with equal focus at the beer list. I'll take a Mikosh Honey Dryad, he said, referring to an ale named after the peculiar color it turned to after the fermentation. Why are looking at me? After several nudges and Vonam repeated his offer, Lith agreed, and so did the concierge. Do you have any other questions? He looked and sounded like a different person after acknowledging that they were Camilla's colleagues and that constables were the salt of Mauger. No, we'll call you if something comes to mind, Strider grunted, annoyed by the blatant disparity of treatment. He was an elder of the council and quite wealthy at that, but he hadn't considered adding such detail while creating his cover identity. Just ring the bell if you need anything. Vonam pointed at a small crystal at the center of the table. It will summon a member of the staff. What are you thinking? Solus asked, noticing the serious look on his face. I'm thinking about what flowers we should have them bring here. I know what I want for Kami, but for these guys, he pointed at Rika and Strider. No clue, also no offense. None taken, the Titania chuckled. Guess we'll take a buddy-buddy option since this has nothing romantic. I'm more interested in knowing why you are acting so aloof, Lith. Strider pretended not to notice Rika's sighing. You could have helped us with the room issue instead of forcing us to drag you into it. Are you kidding me? Lith said with a snort. Were I to do that, that gossip of a concierge would have told anyone willing to listen to him that there is a case so urgent that it needs the intervention of the Supreme Magus. He would have done it to stress out how the Crystal Cauldron helped me and how much I appreciated their hospitality. But in the end, it would have compromised the secrecy of our investigation. This way, instead, you look like a scrub trying to impress his boss on a minor case, and the only interesting part of the story is that you know me through Kami. When Vonam spins this story, because he won't mention any of you guys or what you are doing. Only that I came here, and I'm looking to book a room for a romantic evening with my wife. It's all about marketing. Damn, when you put it like that, it's a brilliant move. The Zawu massaged his chin. I'm sorry for doubting you. I guess I need to spend more time with humans and less with Awakened. When I interact with our kind, I never have to worry about this kind of bullshit. Solus gave him a bright smile, glad he had said, our kind. There was no trace of aggression or prejudice in Strider's manners, just a grumpy attitude that reminded her of Lith and made Solus chuckle. When the appetizers arrived, Rika ordered thunderbells for the centerpiece. It was a white bellflower with angular yellow streaks that resembled a bolt of lightning, hence the name. You heard the lady. Vonam snapped his fingers at a busboy in a livery who ran like the wind. Do you mind if I take a celebratory picture of this event, Magus Verhen? We'll post it on the web to promote the Crystal Cauldron. With your permission, of course. Sure, Lith nodded. He was expecting the request and had a counter move ready. After the group picture, he offered to take one alone with Vonam in front of the restaurant's sign. It would make it look like the concierge was the one who knew Lith and establish Vonam a signature character of the cauldron, boosting the concierge's status. Gods, I'm not worthy. Vonam cried, thinking about the raise he would receive, and that firing him without an ironclad reason had just become nigh impossible. He would be associated with the image of the establishment, giving him influence in the internal power struggles. Just do me a favor, don't publish anything for a couple of days, Lith said. I want to surprise my missus, and if she sees the photos, she'll understand I'm going to bring her here. Yes, yes. The concierge gave Lith a series of rapid deep bows that reminded Solus of the drinking bird toy from Earth. Chapter 3087, Illusionary Wall, Part 1. Anything for you, your magusness. The meal is on the house, Vonam said while bowing his head. Jackpot, Lith inwardly grinned. Solus could read him like a book, and she had a hard time stifling laughter. Rika and Strider, instead, were amazed by Lith's manipulation tactics and his ability to lie through his teeth without showing any telltale signs of deception. They too would have believed him if they didn't know better. The Titania and the Zawu exchanged a quick look, wondering if Lith had done the same with them, and if so, how many times. After a delicious, abundant, and free-of-charge lunch, Vonam brought them to the fourth of the 4 floors of the hotel. Wait, isn't this? Lith said in horror, incapable of finishing the phrase. Our royal suite, yes, Vonam nodded with pride. Mage Fannel had excellent taste. His pitch was excellent, but everyone could hear the implied. She had a deep purse subtext echoing in the background. The concierge opened the door with what looked like a crystal keychain and let them in. The room, or rather the rooms, were large and spacious. The suite was bigger than Camilla's apartment in Belias and much better furnished. I want to go back to Belias and dine there with Kami sometimes. Lith sighed with nostalgia and activated the eyes of Manadian. There were several recent energy signatures belonging to the cleaning staff, but they were all so weak that Lith had no doubt they were irrelevant. There was a single powerful latent energy signature, and even after a full day it still carried violet streaks. Lith had the eyes disregard every other energy signature and focus on the bright violet core until its data were recorded in the eye's database. He stood on the door, making small talk with Vonam about the room while the others pretended to perform a routine search. They won't find anything, sir. Our staff is highly competent, and if one of our guests leaves something behind, the concierge on duty is notified and the items are left in our lost and found safe, Vonam said. It's a great suite for someone single. Do you have a royal honeymoon suite or something like that? Lith asked. Of course, but your constable friends wanted to see this one, so... The concierge bowed apologetically. Oh, right, I forgot. My bad. Lith seemed to care so little about the investigation that it was infuriating. A few minutes and a quick visit to the honeymoon suite later, they were out, and Lith was back to his constable persona. What's our next move? Strider asked. Did you pick her trace? I did, but wherever she is, Adria is outside my perception range, Lith replied. No problem, the Zawu nodded. We could use your ability to follow her to the black market, but it would be pointless. No one of us has the authority or the connections necessary to force the merchants to tell us the truth. We would just waste time and throw your acting performance in the gutter. We'll worry about what she bought in Zonks when we find her. They returned to the association branch, delivered Urza her meal, and moved to Zouth. From there, they reached the city walls and asked the guards about Mage Fannel. To maintain her fa, Ade, Adria had to leave behind a paper trail like a fake mage would. She couldn't just spirit warp outside the dimensional ceiling arrays and burn her alias. The captain of the guards informed the constables that Mage Fannel had left Zouth from the west gate and had taken flight from there. Lith confirmed his words with the eyes that picked up her trace until it disappeared into what was likely to be a warp steps. What about now? Rika asked. Still nothing, but we know when she left and the direction she moved in, Lith replied. As Xenogrosh taught us last time, there's no such thing as a random steps. They flew in a straight line from the last trace of the energy signature, until the eyes picked up a faint signal on the horizon. That way, Lith pointed somewhere south-southwest, and the group changed their course accordingly. The closer they got, the stronger the signal became and the more information the eyes could collect. Adria is still far, but I can already tell you that she's somewhere below the ground, somewhere deep, Lith said. Not another garden, Solus groaned. Unlikely, Strider said. Also, damn, Xenogrosh was right. I have to seriously improve my misdirection skills. If I were on the run, I would have acted no differently from Adria, and you would have found me with the same unsettling ease. I agree with Strider, Rika said. Also, I expected it to be underground. Only a noble could have a house so big that it can host over 20 Forgemasters and be equipped with one lab for each one of them. Yet if our mysterious contractor took so much care to go unnoticed, it would be stupid of them to ruin everything by using their official residence as their base of operations. True, but why does it always have to be underground? Solus said in frustration. Because building stuff in the sky is hard and easily noticeable, Strider chuckled. By the way, here you go. He handed her an extra slice of hell cake he had taken to go. Thank you, Solus said with a dazzling smile. What about me? Rika pouted. I thought you didn't care about sweets. The Zawu shrugged but handed her a slice as well, making the Titania squeal with joy. She didn't care one bit for the cake, only for the thought behind it. I'm sorry I don't have any for you, Strider said to Lith. And I neither care nor want a slice. Kami would ask me where I got it and spoil the surprise. Same if I bring a slice for my mother. She would share it with my sister, and again, Kami would know. I'll have a whole hell cake ready for takeout for when I get back there. Wait, wasn't it just a lie? The Zawu asked. No, Lith shook his head. Vonam is a jerk, but the food is nice, the place is nice, and my wife deserves nice things. Rika awed and frowned in quick succession, as Strider willingly didn't pick up the hint again. A few hours later, the eyes brought them to the entrance of what looked like a bear's den, with a living bear included. The poor creature rolled on his back and exposed his belly in terror as soon as his survival instinct told him begging for mercy was his only survival option. Don't be scared, we are just passing by. We won't hurt you unless you force us to, Strider said while patting the brown bear, and translated from beast speak. The bear sighed in relief, but remained still until the Zawu gave him plenty of freshly cut meat. With a serene heart and a rumbling stomach, the animal gobbled everything while rubbing his massive body against the awakened. What was that? Lith asked. Beast speak, you don't know it even though you are a divine beast, Strider asked, received a no in reply. If you want, I can teach you. Chapter 3088 Illusionary Wall, Part 2. Thanks, I'll add it to my to-do list, Lith groaned. What do we do now? It's late and we have no idea what awaits inside. At least we know it's not a garden. Rika couldn't see any mana flow around, nor a geyser. There's a lot of enchanted protection starting from there, though. Lith pointed at an illusionary wall that an array-detecting spell lit up like a Christmas tree. Damn it, whoever this guy is, they are thorough. Strider and the others spent what was left of daylight to study the magical formations. There's no way to turn them off without revealing our presence. I say we come back tomorrow with fresh eyes, after giving the arrays some study. The group agreed, and after a few steps, Lith and Solus were back home. They spent the evening with Camila, the children, and the rest of their family. Thanks to the geyser under the mansion, the tower worked at full power, and with it the grimoire. Lith had set the floor to decipher the magical formations, so that he suffered no mental burden, while the grimoire worked its magic. The eyes were linked to the library, from which the artifact had access to everything Lith and Solus knew about arrays. The arrays surrounding the illusionary wall of the cave were broken down and analyzed one by one, and the information acquired was neatly organized in a folder. Only one automated floor of the tower could work at a time for now, but the rest could wait. Normally, Lith and Solus kept the spark active, leaving their equipment to be further refined. Half of the adamant of Solus, Voidwalker armor, had turned into Davros, forming an alloy superior to purified adamant, but without the special properties of pure Davros. The same had happened to Lith's armor and double edge, but they were only coated with the mystical metal. Their backbone was comprised of the skeleton, scales, and skin of Siruk, the late darkness dragon. The spark had refined the remains of his corpse, feeding it with nutrients from the storage, and allowing it to grow and be refined as if the worm was still alive. Lith's Voidwalker armor and double edge were now made of materials with the same properties as the body of a 30-meter, 100, tall bright violet-cored darkness dragon. The same had happened to the Sage Staff, whose Yggdrasil wood had gained the equivalent of 10 more years of body refinement, close to the maximum age that any world tree had ever reached. The process had increased their size, durability, and monoconductivity. The armor and weapon now fit Lith's Tiamat body perfectly without being stretched, increasing both their offensive and defensive capabilities. The same had happened to the Sage Staff, whose Yggdrasil wood had gained the equivalent of 10 more years of body refinement, close to the maximum age that any world tree had ever reached. What lay beyond was a mystery that Solus couldn't wait to unravel. "Did you really scout restaurants for a romantic date while on the mission?" Camila was elated by Lith's description of the crystal cauldron. "Then I have to prepare something of my own to return you the favor," she giggled. Voltac, instead, was annoyed hearing that they had to postpone his lesson. "You better make up for this by freeing 2 days in a row for me, hatchling," the Father of Fire said. "Otherwise I might decide that moving on to a new and more respectful student is a better use of my time." "I'm sorry, Voltac, but this is important," Lith replied. "It better be, Voltac out." Useless to say, Tista and Morok weren't happy either. The Hecate now had to get beaten up 2 days in a row by Salark's phoenixes, while the tyrant knew that the make-up lesson meant missing 1 day of experimenting on human evolution. "Don't worry about me, I don't care." Ryla was the only one taking the news with grace. "Everything I have I owe it to you, Lith. 1 day is nothing compared to the happiness you blessed me and my child with." Her words made Tista and Morok feel like ungrateful jerks, while the kids joined in her praise. "Uncle Lith is the best, right, big brother." Garrick still considered every day he didn't spend alone and locked in his room as a blessing. Even having a meal with those, he considered his family gave Garrick so much joy that it made the older tyrant's heart tighten. "He sure is," Morok said while ruffling Garrick's hair. Space. The next day, Lith and Solus woke up at dawn and reached Strider and Rika outside the cave. There was no point in meeting at the mansion again since they knew their destination, and it saved the members of the Hands of Fate a few stops. "I've worked on the arrays a bit, but they are too complex and there are too many of them," the Zawu sighed. "I even called several colleagues, but on such short notice we lacked the necessary personnel to finish the job. I got only half of them done." "Same here," Rika shrugged. "I deciphered a few, but that's it." "Me too," Lith lied through his teeth. "Don't worry, you lazy asses, I had better luck." Solus played her part and took 3 folders out of her pocket dimension. "I've deciphered everything." "What about your folder?" Rika asked. "It's all in here," Solus tapped her forehead. She was being honest since the 4th folder was stored in Soluspedia, and thanks to the knowledge storage, she knew every page like the back of her hand. "By the gods, so much work in so little time. You really are a genius." Strider flipped through the pages, reading findings similar to his own, just better and more comprehensive. "I won't lie, I am." Solus puffed her chest out with pride. "But I also have to admit that without a solid library and an all-nighter, I wouldn't have discovered more than you guys did." Again, it was the truth. The Eyes of Manadian was a miracle of magic, not a supernatural miracle. Without time, world energy, and the library, Solus' head would have been in massive pain just by looking at the illusionary wall and Lith with her. Thanks to the information acquired from the tower's grimoire floor, it was possible for the group to alter the magical formations while keeping them active. This way, no alarm would be triggered and their caster wouldn't notice anything. Yet possible didn't mean easy. They had to work on a single array at a time and use surgical precision while altering each rune. It took them a couple of hours, but it was worth it. There were no safety measures past the illusionary wall, and the road was clear. "Probably they don't want to draw attention," Lith said. "The hidden entrance and its arrays were cloaked. We would have never found this place if we weren't following Adria's trail inside the cave. On top of that, too many arrays too close can't be cloaked. They would form a corridor of energy that anyone with life vision would notice." Past the illusionary wall, there was an underground tunnel that bore no lights. Its surface was too smooth and regular to be natural. Judging by the lack of magical residue, this place was erected with earth magic a long time ago and maintained regularly, Strider said. Chapter 3089 Labyrinth Part 1. The group used life vision to advance in the darkness. while Rika used Earth vision to perceive threats coming from too deep in the ground for the other mystical senses to see. Their advance was slow, but not for the presence of obstacles or hostile creatures. After the experience in the garden, they took their time casting life-sensing and array-detecting spells at regular intervals. Also, they looked at moss, rodents, and small bugs with suspicion, expecting them to turn into plant monsters and attack them at any moment. For several kilometers, the only enemy was the shadows in their minds, and their advance proceeded smoothly. Gods above and below, Strider cursed via the mind link, the only method of communication they used to avoid making any noise. If only we had flown instead of wasting time and mana, we would have gotten here in minutes. Too bad that hindsight is always 20/20. No one felt safe advancing blindly, so even though they shared his feelings, they had to take it slow until it paid off. What the heck? The Zawu's life-sensing array detected negative energy signatures, the mark of undead and abominations. There are at least 20 hostiles ahead, but they are too weak to be a threat even to a fake mage. A check with the array-sensing spell detected nothing, which was even more absurd. What's the point of using Asgard's creatures so weak that they can block scared farmers at best? Rika asked. Only one way to find out, Lith said. Wait for me here. He shapeshifted into the Voidfeather dragon and activated Shadow Step, becoming one with the surrounding darkness. He kept the eyes of Manadian active to spot eventual dormant arrays and study the equipment the undead might carry. Fuck me sideways, I hate being always right. Right behind a sharp corner, there was an X-shaped junction leading to 3 different directions. Lith could see with the eyes that Adria's energy signature shone on the west of the crossroad and guessed the right path. Yet there was a bone to pick there, or rather, lots of them. 24 skeletons, 6 for each corridor, were lined up at tens meters of distance one from the other. It made it impossible to destroy them all in a single swoop, and to make matters worse, each one of the undead held a glass marble. The marbles were all imbued with the same simple spell that the eyes deciphered in a matter of seconds. Lith observed the lesser undead for a few minutes, wondering if there was more to them. The answer came when a droplet of water fell from the ceiling with a plip. It would have been barely audible under any other circumstance, but in the silence of the tunnel, it echoed like a bell. What is it now? The red light of undeath of the nearest skeleton turned blue, and an angry voice erupted from its jaw. I swear to the Blood Mother if this is I knew it. As the skeleton walked toward the source of the sound, Lith's shadow steps form slithered back. Why the fuck has no one fixed the leak? The skeleton pointed at a small opening in the ceiling from where water was dripping. Whatever the answer was, Lith couldn't hear it. Only the person mind-fused with the skeleton talked, giving Lith half the conversation at best. I don't give a fuck if sealing the cracks is going to mess with the sensory arrays. If it really was so important, they should have fixed the goddamn ceiling before my shift. It's too easy to walk away and leave me to check every time one of the boys feels a damn plip. I won't stand here listening to plip, plip, plip for 20 more hours. Another pause. Oh yeah, then fuck you and whatever bitch sired you. Tell her to come here and kiss my undead ass because I'm doing it now. A wave of the skeleton's hand, a tier 2 fake magic spell sealed the fissure. Fucking finally, silence at last. Laughter. Why should I care if it will happen again in a few days? It won't be my problem. No, you shut the fuck up. It wasn't supposed to be my problem in the first place. The eyes of the skeleton went back to red, and it resumed its original programming. Lith returned to his starting point, as quietly as he could, before explaining the situation to the rest of the group. The beads are another form of alarm. If we kill a skeleton, make a noise, or do anything that draws attention, the closest lesser undead will break the bead, and the enemy will detect our presence and position. Even worse, they can use the skeletons to collect information on us and attack us from a safe distance, Lith said. Wait a second, Solus said. Undead underground caves, shady stuff. Isn't it what we picked from searching that asshole Redcap, the 3rd Forgemaster who returned home? Great Mother Almighty, you are right, Strider replied. I think I know what happened here. He lied about his abilities to get hired, but the moment they brought him here, the other Forgemasters identified him as a fraud and kicked him out. I was thinking the same thing, Lith telepathically nodded. You can't fake your skills. Be honest with me, Rika. Are Redcaps the wyverns of the Fae, or are we just that unlucky? A bit racist, but I can't deny it's a fair comparison, she chuckled. Redcaps are considered among the strongest of us because based on who they feed upon, they can use Origin Flames, Life Maelstrom, and every other bloodline ability they can get their vines on. The stronger a redcap gets, the stronger the opponent they can feed upon. It allows them to increase their powers in a virtuous cycle. Useless to say, it makes them arrogant like spoiled brats. By the way, I'm stealing that line. The good news is that we know what we are against and how to avoid it. We do, the rest of the group asked as one. Yes, follow my lead. The Titania flew a few centimeters off the ground and used the darkness spell, concealing, to cancel her smell. Skeletons have perfect vision in the darkness, so we can't use darkness magic to shroud us. If they suddenly see nothing instead of rocks, they'll sound the alarm. Lith, can you carry someone else in your shadow form? Yes, but only Solus, since she already knows how it works and I don't want to reveal my secret. He lied through his teeth. It will be enough. Take her with you, I'll bring Strider with me. Unbeknownst to them, Solus went back to her stone ring, and she was assimilated by the shadows with the rest of Lith's equipment. As for the Titania, she used a chore magic spell to dig a hole big enough for Strider to get in, and then closed it. The rest of the way, she dug through the rock by turning her body into a bundle of vines, and without using magic aside from a hush spell. The skeletons didn't notice anyone passing through the corridor, because no one did. Chapter 3090 Labyrinth, Part 2. Lith and Solus moved on the ceiling, slipping from one crack to another to never create a patch of darkness large enough for the skeletons to notice. Strider and Rika, instead, moved below the ground without producing a single vibration. The only issue with the Titania's means of transportation was that with only Earth vision to sense her surroundings, she had no idea where the next safe area was. She moved slower than Lith to make sure the undead wouldn't notice them and give the Tiamat a head start. Once Lith reached the other side of the west corridor and reverted to his human form, Rika took it as her cue. She dug her way to him and emerged a few meters past his position, just to be safe. "How did you escape detection?" Solus asked. The arrays protecting the area were supposed to pick up the alterations in the ground. "Indeed," the Titania nodded. "That's why I used my mastery over earth magic to collect the residual energy of the skeleton's spells and shrouded us with it. It's a known anomaly that the undead know will linger for a bit, so they didn't pay attention to it. After all, these arrays are set to detect alterations in the earth element, not movement. As long as the residual energy lasts, you could move it around the whole crossroad, and the ping would remain the same." "Very smart, but this is not a trick we can use again. We won't find a leak at every turn," Lith said, and the group resumed their advance. They found multiple bifurcations, and if not for the eyes always pointing in the right direction, they would have gotten lost many times over. "I understand now why they didn't place more skeletons and magical formations," Solus pondered after another hour had passed. "This place is a natural labyrinth. Putting guards at every turn would require raising a whole undead army. To keep it active would need so much light element that the undead would live just to feed the skeletons. Using permanent arrays to cover the whole area would be even worse. The mana crystals needed for supporting so many magical formations would bankrupt even an ancient noble household. The builders had opted for setting traps in the dead ends and checkpoints at the important junctions to not waste resources. Lesser undead had no intelligence and required constant supervision. The second checkpoint marked the end of their safe journey. "Stop right there," Rika raised her closed fist. "There's something heavy in front of us. It moves on 2 legs, but that's all I can tell you from this distance." Life Vision saw nothing, while the eyes perceived a blur of magical energy. "There's 2, no 3 creatures." As they approached, the vibrations from Earth Vision gave her more details on the nature of their unknown opponent. "Shit, I stand corrected. 3 creatures are moving and 2 more stand still. I failed to notice them earlier because they are made of stone, and I mistook them for part of the corridor." "Stone," Strider echoed. "Yes, they are all identical, probably crafted by the same person," the Titania nodded. "Shit," the rest of the group said in unison, knowing what was about to happen. They were close enough for Life Vision to perceive the stumpy humanoid creatures, barely 1.5 meters, 5, tall, that were larger than an adult bear. Some kind of cloaking device made their energy signature blurry, but there was only one explanation for a bunch of stones capable of moving. Golems were also called artificial true mages since they could activate their enchantments as spells, and none of them required casting of any kind. Constructs were quick, strong, resistant to all elements, and worst of all, had no vitals. Rock golems were the second strongest type of construct a mage could forge a master. Known as immortals, Rock golems could instantly repair themselves from any damage as long as there were raw materials available in their proximity. In an underground corridor, there were plenty of stones. To make matters worse, the two unmoving constructs stood over recharge arrays that guaranteed they could operate 24/7. Golems had no biological needs, would never lose focus, and would never tire. Life vision revealed a rhythmical pulse of mana that marked the use of a life-sensing array from one of the recharging constructs. Every member of Lith's group carried a cloaking ring that hid their status as awakened, but only Darwin could completely seal the energy signature of a living being. No matter how weak their life forces appeared to be, the recharging golem detected the intruders and sent an active golem to investigate while the others raised yellow alert. "Fuck me sideways, if we blink they'll notice, if we retreat they'll follow us, what do we do?" Lith asked. "Since we are fucked anyway, our priority is to take them out before they can collect too much information," Strider replied. "On my mark." He conjured a darkness spell around his tail to hide the sudden flash of light that accompanied the activation of his bloodline ability, Flash Steps. The group spread out to give each other space without advancing or retreating. From what the golems knew, the intruders might as well be a group of insects scurrying for food. They followed their orders and waited to confirm the presence of a threat before bothering their master. The moment the golem scout appeared from around the corner, Strider bolted forward. His twin blades were still in their scabbards, but he had one spell in each hand and many more at the ready. "Mark," he said as a double palm strike unleashed 2 Tier 4 Forge Mastery spell, Clean Slate. It was supposed to temporarily remove the owner's imprint on a magical item and deactivate it. Golems, however, had power cores and a quasi-will that allowed them to resist such magic. The spells only affected the first layer of enchantments, but that was more than enough. The construct stopped, its defenses shutting down as the Zawu unleashed a flurry of slaps, each carrying a clean slate. Titania's had a physical might on par with Griffin's, and Rika had reached the deep violet at the garden. She focused her vines on her right fist, doubling its size, and her battle gloves followed suit. Her flexible arm infused with water, fire, and air fusion pistoned at the stunned golem, tearing its right side open. Solus attacked from the left, wielding the fury in a double-handed grip. Her body possessed the strength of a divine beast, and now it was infused with all the elements. The Davros head of the fury arched forward, the 3 elemental crystals carrying the power of earth, darkness, and fire to amplify the damage. Solus dealt a single blow, but it was enough to tear the golem apart like a sand castle. The double assault exposed the crystal core of the construct, and Lith cleaved it in half. Ragnar, K carried War's anti-construct spells, short-circuiting the rock golem's power core upon hit, and making it incapable of self-repair. Less than a second passed from the appearance of the scout to its destruction. Yet golems had no emotions, they had protocols. Chapter 3091 He Comes, Part 1. The magical constructs felt no surprise at the sudden turn of events, nor outrage for the destruction of their fellow golem. The 2 rock golems on the recharging pods raised their arms, triggering the first response to a red alert, a warp steps. "Iron wall," Kisha the ghoul said, and the constructs obeyed. They lined up in pairs in front and behind their master, ready to protect him from any threat. "Focus strikes." Kisha moved forward and the golems fell into step, following him. "Gods, if I hate smart enemies," Lith grumbled. Golems were powerful but dumb enemies. Their lack of intelligence also meant a lack of adaptability. One only had to understand what kind of protocol a construct was following to exploit its predictability and win. If one had the means and strength to destroy a golem, of course. The warp steps had summoned someone who would think for the constructs and give them timely instructions, overcoming their only natural weakness. "There's still 5 of them and only 4 of us," Strider said. "We need to take the enemies out quickly before reinforcements arrive." "Agreed. The only problem is that we don't know what kind of undead." Rika had yet to finish the sentence when the Zawu bolted forward. He ran from the ground to along the walls, and from there up to the ceiling in a circular pattern. Strider passed over the golems' heads and ignored their defenses, drawing his blades at the last moment possible, and performing an X-shaped cut as he walked above the undead. The curved blades cut the ghoul's neck from the left and right side at the same time, decapitating him even from that awkward position, and cutting Kisha's head in 6 pieces before the Zawu landed on the other side of the corridor. "Hold formation." Alas, the head wasn't a ghoul's weak point. That species of undead would die only if their heart was destroyed, and they could freely move it along their bodies. Kisha picked up his head, which was already regenerating, and kept yelling orders out of his severed neck like nothing happened. The golems in the front raised a stone wall infused with darkness magic, while those in the back attacked the Zawu with clockwork coordination. The first one turned every surface of the cave into mud with earth magic, while the other unleashed a volley of air blades and a dense fog of darkness. Shit! Strider was still fast enough to dodge the air blades, but his attack options were limited now. Hitting solid stone with his blades would just make them lose their edge, while the darkness element now blinded life vision. He couldn't see his enemies and allies anymore. The space between them was an energy haze that made it impossible for him to distinguish between an enemy spell to avoid and a friendly one with which to coordinate. To make matters worse, a second incursion would bring him right into the black fog and eat at his vitality. Focus strikes means that the golems attack in pairs to cover for each other, he said via the still-active mind link. 2 of them are already on me. On his signal, Rika tore apart the rock wall with her own earth magic, strong of the elemental affinity typical of her kind. A barrage of fire, lightning, and darkness engulfed the Titania as the 2 golems on the front focused on her. Dumb bitch, Kisha smiled. I let you cut through the useless rock so that we could break your bone. Solus bolted from around the corner, knowing the golem's exact position thanks to the mind link with Rika. A forehand strike blasted the rock plate in front of the closest construct's power core open. Solus adjusted her grip on the Fury, so that the following backhand strike had the pick extremity of the hammer pierced through the remaining layers of armor and into the mana crystal. The parting gift enchantment of the Fury released a shockwave from the Davros pick that shattered the mana crystal, making it explode. The golem's body contained the conflagration that released just a deep thud as the stone limbs fell to the sides. Lith joined her 1 split second later, after making sure Solus wouldn't need help. With all the attention on her, he hurled a jet stream of void flames that struck the remaining golem like a laser. The self-defense and attack protocols were now at odds, giving conflicting orders that carried the same priority, paralyzing the golem. Closest threat, Kisha was forced to interrupt the spell he was chanting to break the input stalemate before it was too late. Alas, it was too late and a quarter. While the golem aimlessly shifted its attention from Rika to Solus, and then from Solus to Lith, the Tiamat waited for no orders. He breathed a burst of bright violet origin flames that, strong of Voltak's teachings, slipped past the stone armor and ignored the enchantments covering it. The mystical fire saved its energy for when it reached the cavity containing the power core, and only then did it start to burn. The origin flames lacked the power to destroy the mana crystal in one go, but they temporarily cut it off from the rest of the body. Without the power core fueling its enchantments, the rock golem was now just a stone statue, and Lith needed but 1 punch to break it. Code black, I repeat code. A second burst of origin flames shrouded the ghoul, their tongues of fire searching for the hidden heart. When they found Kisha's weak point, Lith destroyed it with a lunge of Ragnar, K infused to the brim with darkness magic. The ghoul turned into a pile of ashes, and without his orders, the other 2 rock golems posed little threat. Strider conjured the Tier 5 spell, Death Grip, to wrap them with the rock from the corridor. Following the closest threat order, the constructs focused on him, fighting the earth spell with one of their own. They completely ignored Solus, who patted on their backs and unleashed 1 clean slate after the other. Lith pierced through their chests while they were paralyzed, turning them into rubble. Are you all right? After making sure there was no enemy left or incoming, the Zawu went to check on the Titania's condition. Her adamant armor was battered, and barely a few sprouts remained of her body. Rock golems were powerful, and Rika had taken the full brunt of their enchantments from point blank. I'm fine, I'm just hungry, she said while the sprouts grew and multiplied slowly in a humanoid form. Whoever lives here, they did a clean job. There is no form of life or nourishment I can feed upon. No problem. Strider took the food he always carried on himself out of his dimensional amulet and handed it to her. Much better. The Titania healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and so did her armor recover. The enchantments only needed mana to boost the self-repair enchantments of the adamant plates. We'd better go before someone comes investigating, the Zawu said while helping her to get up, and thanks for trusting me. Chapter 3092, He Comes, Part 2. What point there is having a nigh-immortal body if you can't use me as bait from time to time, she chuckled. Thank you for taking one for the team, Rika, Sola said. Don't mention it, the Titania smiled. The only thing that's pissing me off is the idea that this is just a colossal waste of time. Agreed, Lith sighed. Unless the thieves sold the helm, they are not the ones behind the disappearance of the Forgemasters. That ghoul needed to chant so he wasn't an awakened. I know, but we've already gotten so far, and it would be stupid turning around in front of the finishing line. Strider pointed at the vigorous flow of world energy that was now visible from a distance with life vision. After all, the thieves weren't expecting us. There's nothing strange in sending a grunt to deal with intruders, and awakened are rare. Space. What was that? A black-clad figure wielding a staff of mystical wood said as the alarm kept blaring. Someone has broken into the compound, sir. A young vampire said, having a hard time fighting the drowsiness caused by the sun despite the hundreds of tons of rock separating her from the surface. 5 of our rock golems and one of your ghouls killed in 10 seconds. The black-clad figure pinched his nose in annoyance. Sound the general alarm and prepare for battle. If you can't protect the Forgemasters until we are done with them, the deal with my master is over. Space. The eyes of Manadian confirmed Strider's intuition. The energy signature of Adria Ulath was somewhere in the vicinities of a mana geyser. The group encountered a third checkpoint comprised of several concentric arrays, but since their position was already compromised, the group didn't waste time trying to hide anymore. They triggered the magical formations from a distance with blasts of cursed flames that burned at the runes, and forced them to consume their power to extinguish the mystical fires. It wasn't enough to neutralize the arrays, but it allowed the awakened to understand the abilities and range of the magical formations. Thanks to their piercing power, the flames crossed the entire corridor until they hit a wall, revealing upon their passage the presence of hidden traps and cloaked arrays. At that point, a warp steps brought the group to the first safe area, bypassing the still-active magical formations while the enemy was busy trying to figure out how many intruders they were dealing with and their position. How in the gods' names are these guys always taking the right path? The black-clad figure said. They are triggering only the traps on the way here, and somehow the intruders avoided all of our patrols. This must be an inside job. Impossible, a second black-clad figure said. This refuge was prepared millennia ago specifically for a covert mission like this. Not even those stupid Forgemasters know where we are. We always chose a pickup spot far away and brought them here only after stunning them. I personally searched them for anything that could work as a tracker. What if he has found us? A third black-clad figure shuddered. He was already powerful before, but now we know he's become even stronger. We've witnessed it with our own eyes. I refuse to believe that, the first figure said. What kind of moronic coincidence could lead him right here, right now, when we are at the precipice of achieving our master's plan? This must be, it must be. As words failed him, Lith's group reached the final checkpoint. Great Mother Almighty, Strider said, taking the words out of everyone's mind. The tunnel ended in an irregular-shaped cave with a pavement of solid rock as old as Mager's first flames and an over 60 meters, 200, tall wall. The space between the tunnel and the stone wall was far from empty, but even adamant golems and dread knights paled in comparison with the city at the end of the road. A colossal fortress had been carved in the stone wall, complete with towers, battlements, a main keep, and an enormous gate made of orichalcum. It was studded with enough mana crystals to light the entire cave. The carving alone, even if performed by someone gifted in earth magic, was bound to have taken decades, if not centuries. The main body of the fortress was encased by the cave, visible from a distance, but protected against flying enemies. It stood right at the center of the mana geyser, and countless arrays and enchantments had been imbued in every stone block and bit of mortar, so that very little world energy was left available to invaders. The awakened perceived the void in their surroundings, and knew that their breathing techniques and bloodline abilities would be much less effective than usual. I think we'd better call for reinforcements, the Zawu thought. I don't see a way to sneak inside, and even if we do, there's no chance we can take. A punch the size of a barrel and as fast as a bullet hit where Strider's head had been until a second ago. He had easily dodged the right hook, but a left uppercut was coming to meet his chin. How did we miss something that big? Lith pushed Strider aside and blocked the hit with the palm of his right hand. No matter what form Lith took, he still weighed like a 30-meter, 100, tall Tiamat. Are you kidding me? Solus replied via private mind link. Between the geyser, the arrays, the fortress, and everything in between, I had to deactivate the eyes. On top of that, that thing just blinked. As though the adamant golem wanted to confirm her words, it blinked again. The construct appeared right above the tunnel's exit to combine gravity acceleration with its considerable strength. It aimed to split the group, trapping some of the intruders inside the tunnel and the rest outside to be slaughtered. Rika understood the situation and pushed everyone out of the corridor and into the open space of the cave, where they could fight as a team. One adamant golem was big enough to fill the entire tunnel, and once it gave them chase, they would be rats stuck in a maze. "Good gods, that's him," said one of the black-clad figures while pointing at the holographic display showing the feed from the golem's eyes. "That's Verhin." "Verhin," the first figure said with a voice that expressed shock and awe in equal measure. "That human runt is nothing like Verhin." "Are you sure?" The second figure pointed at the constable's suit, turning into a Voidwalker armor. The Golden Knight was hard to miss, and so was the blade coming out of the bloody scabbard. Ragnar, Kay wailed in fury, thirsty for real blood. Constructs were a measly meal, and their destruction gave it little pleasure. The 7 mana crystals on its fuller shone like as many elemental eyes, betraying the blade's identity. Lith pushed the golem's fist away with his hand and lunged with Ragnar, Kay. The Davros pierced with ease through the weaker adamant, leaving a gaping hole on its wake. "Gods, no," the first black-clad figure fell to his knees. "Not Verhin, not now." Chapter 3093 Time Out, Part 1. The adamant golem was a staggering figure, over 3 meters 10, tall with violet crystals embossed at every joint to instantly transmit the orders of the power core and fuel spells more powerful than any mortal mage could cast. It couldn't repair itself as fast as a rock golem, but damaging adamant was an impressive feat, and the construct was entirely made out of metal, not just coated with it. On top of that, the adamant golem was just one of the many roaming the space between the tunnel and the fortress. "You know what they say, the bigger they are?" Lith shapeshifted into his Tiamat form as Double Edge appeared in his hand in a burst of emerald flames. "The harder they hit." He kicked the adamant golem like it was a toy, sending it to crash against an incoming wave of enemies. "My blades are useless here," Strider cursed his bad luck and strategized with Solus and Rika. "I'll support you and deal with the Dread Knights, but someone needs to think of a way out of here." "Way ahead of you," Solus threw the Fury, activating its enchantment, Fury's Flight. As the Davros hammer generated 8 identical copies of itself and sent everything on its path flying, the Zawu had the time to look in the direction in which Solus pointed. Ragnar, Kay moved in delicate, sharp cuts that conjured an intricate sequence of runes. "A blade spell? Gods above, I knew that Lith can use blade magic, but I never thought I'd see him cast it in person." Strider thought, and he wasn't the only one. "Charge like your undeath depends on it, because it does," one of the Dread Knights yelled at the top of his lungs. "If Verhin completes that spell, we're dead, and this time for good." On his cue, side doors opened in the castle walls, letting out human soldiers, emperor beasts, and Dread Knights while rock golems emerged from the stone floor under which they had been lying in ambush. Sure, the world energy in the underground cave was scarce, but Lith's equipment was fully charged, and he had become stronger after the end of the war. More than anything, what scared the people of the fortress was the threat of the seemingly endless tricks he was able to pull out of thin air whenever he needed. The air condensed in front of the speartips of the Dread Knights in a spiral pattern, both creating a slipstream effect in front of their horses and accumulating more destructive power as they moved. Their main target was Lith. There was no one on Garland who had not seen the videos of the supreme Magus of the kingdom conquering cities by himself during the War of the Griffins. Sure, the world energy in the underground cave was scarce, but Lith's equipment was fully charged, and he had become stronger after the end of the war. More than anything, what scared the people of the fortress was the threat of the seemingly endless tricks he was able to pull out of thin air whenever he needed. The air condensed in front of the speartips of the Dread Knights in a spiral pattern, both creating a slipstream effect in front of their horses and accumulating more destructive power as they moved. Dread Knights were the heavy cavalry of the undead, and despite their name, and each one of them was bound to a steed, they had no relationship with Baba Yaga's horsemen. In life, they had been valiant knights who had been forced to sully their honor to uphold their oaths of loyalty. Murder, kidnapping, slaughtering of innocents, no matter what their masters had ordered them back when they were alive, all Dread Knights had loyally followed orders even though it went against everything they believed in. They accumulated shame and regret their whole life, and once old age put an end to their services, they could no longer run away from their inner demons and died when their past caught up to them. Dread knights sought in death absolution for the infamy of their lives. Their loyal steeds followed them in undeath, becoming part of a dread knight's body just like their armor and equipment. The blood core would nurture them all, allowing them to grow in strength with their master. On top of that, the bloodline ability Windwalker belonged to the horse, not the rider, and allowed a dread knight to constantly accelerate as long as they moved. It was said that a dread knight could circle Maugre in a single night if unopposed, but not even at that speed could they outrun their guilt. Shit, we need to do something. Solus struck a rock golem with the fury, sending it tumbling away with almost a quarter of its body in ruin. The problem was that by the time the construct stood up, the damage was already fixed, and she had now to deal with 3 more constructs. Solus bashed them back, but the situation worsened by the second. Rock and adamant golems had 0 cast time for spells. They only had to fuel the enchantments that comprised their power cores to unleash an endless barrage of destruction from a distance. From up close, things were even worse. All golems had been enchanted with a powerful darkness aura that weakened everything and everyone around them, including the enemy's spells. Without someone holding the constructs still, Solus hits achieved nothing, no matter how powerful. The rock golems healed before she could reach their crystal core, while adamant golems would bend under her blows but not break. The dread knights galloped non-stop, cutting through the Awakens formation without targeting anyone in particular. Their goal was to keep the invaders out of focus, while their horses gained speed and their spears power. It was only a matter of time before the built-up kinetic energy, and the wind element became strong enough to threaten the Tiamat's life. There's something weird about these guys, and I can't finish them on my own. Even with her Voidwalker armor's full guard enchantment, it was hard to keep pace with everything that was coming her way. Me neither, Rika cursed as she opened her body into vines to avoid a rain of blows. As a Titania, she possessed the strength of a griffin, but the darkness aura of the golems made both attacking and blocking painful to her. Whenever she got close to the constructs, her body started to wither. She had already shattered many rock golems, but failed to destroy a single core. Rika's trade of blows had bought her a few seconds at the price of several wounds. Wounds she couldn't heal due to the lack of green and nutrients in the barren rock around her. The situation was so bad that Lith was already under attack and would have lost his focus if not for body casting. He dodged, intercepted the incoming spells with Ragnar, K, and constantly changed his size to be harder to follow while conjuring new runes with every movement he made. Scram, the black and red crystals on the Voidwalker armor combined their strength to conjure the Tier 5 spell, Final Eclipse. A flaming dome encased the Tiamat, hiding him from mystical and regular sight while also engulfing everyone who got too close to him. Darkness magic was the bane of undead and living alike. The humans and Emperor beasts had to step back, needing time to conjure a spell strong enough to pierce through the barrier. The golems, however, had no such problem. They walked through the black flames, their enchanted bodies taking little damage from Final Eclipse, and unleashed a barrage of Tier 5 spells, Raging Sun and Stormnado. Chapter 3094 Timeout, Part 2. Raging Sun was comprised of fire and earth elements, while Stormnado of air and darkness. They were powerful alone, but much stronger when combined. The air fanned the flames of the explosion and carried the flaming rocks while also imbuing them with darkness element. Knowing there was no escape, Lith simply switched his position with that of an adamant golem. The construct took the volley of spells in full, the metal of his body twisted and broken by the violence of the concussive blasts. Seriously, thanks? Lith cut the misshapen golem asunder with double edge, destroying its core. I couldn't have done it without you. The other constructs had no pride that his mockery could wound, but the same couldn't be said for the people inside the fortress. Fuck, an adamant golem gone, just like that. Do any of you morons have any idea how much it costs to make one? The first black-clad figure said. This ends now or our master will have our heads. These materials weren't supposed to be wasted in pointless battles. I have an idea, Strider said after admiring Lith's handiwork. Let's turn their numbers against them, Solus after me, Rika after Solus. The Zawu activated his bloodline ability, Flash Steps, releasing a bolt of lightning from his tail that coursed through his body and granted him unparalleled speed. Instead of fighting against the enemies, now he merely passed between them. His twin curved blades were supercharged as well, making them as fast as deadly. Most humans died with a single cut of his swords, their heads severed or their hearts pierced. Some survived either by luck or skill, but Strider didn't care. He just moved on to the next line of enemies. Golems would only get grazed by the adamant covering his claws, but the clean slate they contained worked just the same. The construct stuttered for a split second, disrupting their battle formation and creating the openings Solus needed. Hammer time! With her bright blue core, she was the slowest member of the group, but far from the less deadly. Solus had jumped in Strider's wake, aiming the fury at one of the adamant golems. The construct was still stunned by the clean slate and unable to conjure magic. The full weight of the tower combined with the hardness of the Davros sent the adamant golem plunging into the solid rock like a nail hit by a hammer. The darkness, fire, and air elemental crystals of the fury boosted the power of the darkness element channeled by its Davros head, making even adamant malleable. The golem folded like an accordion, its core intact, but its body paralyzed by the misalignment of the runes that animated it. On top of that, the clash between adamant and Davros cracked the floor for dozens of meters, and produced a shockwave that sent those nearby flying. The fissures in the ground plus the wind blast made many lose their footing and stumble, even from a distance. It was annoying for golems and beasts, but tragic for dread knights. At their speed, missing a step meant tumbling into a ruinous fall, losing all the kinetic energy they had accumulated and having to start over. "Stay down, jackass!" Rika intertwined her fingers, fusing her hands together into a makeshift mace wrapped in the adamant of her battle gloves. She struck at the nailed golem right after Solus, bringing it to the breaking point. "Not another one!" cried one of the forgemasters inside the fortress. Strider acted as a diversion, strike team, and saboteur by himself, throwing the enemies off balance long enough for Solus to safely step in. "Not this time!" As her hammer arched down toward the ground, the dread knight steered clear of her and ordered the retreat. "Thanks, jackass!" Solus struck the floor with all of her might anyway. There was no enemy close enough to attack her, which gave her the opportunity to cast her Tier 4 void spell, Lord of Thunder. With nothing to stop the Davros of the Fury, the ground split open on impact, and several chunks of rock were thrown in the air. All of them were magnetized, their conductive elements split from the insolence to form a closed circuit. When Solus released a stream of lightning bolts, the circuit trapped them so that none of their power was lost. Those within the area of effect of Lord of Thunder were electrocuted, and their bodies sent into a seizure. Adamant golems became relay points for the spell, acting as Tesla coils and zapping their own allies. Rock golems were naturally resistant to the air element, so Solus switched it into earth at the last second. The magnetic particles in the air formed stone spears that rode the electrical current in the air to gain speed and never miss their target. The ferromagnetic spears conjured by Lord of Thunder nailed the rock golems into place, giving Rika the time to break through their weakened bodies and shatter their cores. "Guys, I need help," Strider said. The dread knights were still slower than him, but after realizing the threat he posed, they had focused their attention on him. There were dozens of them charging at the Zawu from every direction and with flawless coordination. He couldn't block the charge of the galloping horses. The gap in mass and strength was too big. Strider could only dodge, and the dread knights knew that. Even though they couldn't kill him yet, they were forcing him to move into a kill box. With each passage they came closer to him, the wind blades coating their spears cutting deep enough in his armor to shed blood. His inhuman speed and precise movements allowed him to survive, but there was no space to counter. The charge of a dread knight left a vacuum in his wake that messed up with Strider's tempo, either increasing or reducing the air resistance around him. Someone moving at his speed needed perfect timing and coordination between his steps. The focus that the Zawu needed to compensate for the vacuum's effect was quickly turning the tides of the battle against him. "How long for that blade spell?" Rika asked, while an adamant golem hit her with so much strength to unravel all the vines of her body. It also injected enough darkness magic inside of her to make half of the vines shrivel. "It has been less than 10 seconds from the start of the fight. Do you have any idea how hard it is to harmonize multiple power cores with your mana core while fighting for your life?" The charging dread knights couldn't stop the Tiamat, but they could wound him. The golems ignored his kicks and tried to cling to him to inject their darkness aura, while the beasts and the humans cast countless frost spells that affected Lith's strength. Cold was a weakness of dragons that the Tiamat bloodline had inherited. "Close your eyes and don't breathe." The enemies kept their distance from Solus, afraid of her hammer as much as of the shockwaves it produced even when it missed its target. It gave her time to cast another Tier 4 void magic spell, Frost Fire. Chapter 3095 Kind of an Airhead, Part 1. First, the void spell condensed the humidity in the cave into a layer of frost that covered living, undead, and constructs alike. It also weakened Lith further, but he didn't care, knowing what was about to happen. The temperature dropped by dozens of degrees, sapping the heat of humans and beasts. At the same time, the cold sealed the joints of the armor of the undead and hindered their movements. At that point, the water comprising the ice instantly broke down into oxygen and hydrogen. The cold wave of frost fire turned into heat that set off the flammable gases into a ground-shaking explosion. The blast caught the dread knights by surprise, and with the floor slippery from the ice, they were sent tumbling like everyone else. Strider too lost his footing, but it wasn't his formation to be destroyed nor was his accumulated power to be neutralized. The dread knights cursed as they jumped back on their mounts while the Zawu took deep breaths with invigoration. The world energy in the cave was thin, but still enough to heal most of his wounds and partly replenish his strength, whereas the blood cores of the undead would remain weakened until they preyed on a suitable source of life force. "Thanks, Solus," Lith and Rika said in unison. The flames turned humans and beasts into ashes that the Titania assimilated as fertilizer, fueling the recovery abilities typical of her race. The Tiamat, instead, called the heat wave upon himself, neutralizing the cold and returning to the peak of his strength. The hot air didn't bother him, while human and beast mages felt their lungs burning and interrupted their casting, gasping to breathe. "Enough with this madness, we have no reason to fight." A painfully familiar black-clad figure walked through the metal gate of the fortress. "All troops stand down. Saving your comrades and retrieving the golems is your top priority." Lith took a deep breath, ready to hurl insults and void flames at the thief when his Tiamat eyes pierced through the darkness and chaos of battle. The man walking toward him was indeed wearing a black armor, but it was made of adamant, not Darwin. He held a staff made of a mystical wood, but even at first glance it was something from a fae. Lith could see the life force of the person in front of him with life vision. There was no cloaking effect or any attempt at deception. The undead kept his hands raised, showing no sign of hostility or casting spells silently. "Who the heck are you and why did you attack us?" Lith asked. "I can use this time to use invigoration and complete ruin," he actually thought. "Those are supposed to be my questions, except for the fact that only a fool wouldn't recognize the supreme Magus of Garland," the undead said, knowing that the title applied solely to the kingdom, but hoping that flattery would help. "You guys killed our soldiers and destroyed our golems. You have infiltrated our home and you dare ask us questions." "When you put it that way, it sort of makes sense," Lith said, but kept casting the blade spell. "Sort of. Who are you and what are you doing here?" "My name is Urslin Baz, a blood warlock. I'm the king of the Dawn Court and the current leader of the court's alliance. I live here." The undead waved at the fortress. "Now it's my turn to ask questions. Why did you and your associates come here and disturb our peace?" "We are here on council business." Strider pulled his Hand of Fate badge out, making many inside and outside the fortress curse. "We are looking for the following missing Forgemasters. Their names are..." The Zawu read the names out loud one by one, each followed by the circumstances of their disappearance, making the Dawn King slap his forehead in frustration. "We need to know if you have taken any of these council members hostage and WH." "You idiots," Urslin roared, cutting Strider short. "What kind of genius is such a moron to not prepare a cover story for their absence? I'm surprised it took the council so long to find us, you filthy." The Dawn King had lived long and traveled many places. He had learned many insults, and on that day he used them all to describe what he thought of the awakened Forgemasters, their ancestors, and the most likely creatures with which they had to have mated to spawn such foolish descendants. Lith took a few notes and finished weaving ruin while he was at it, yet he doubted he needed the blade spell anymore. "We are keeping no one hostage." Urslin threw his staff on the ground in frustration and raked his hand through his thick black hair. "We hired those idiots. Why do you think we paid them in advance and bought so many materials from them?" "We needed their services." "For what purpose?" Lith asked. "You are going to like the answer." The Dawn King raised his gaze to meet the Tiamats. "All that you've seen today, every construct you have destroyed, has been created to kill that fucker of Meln Narchat, the self-proclaimed dead king. Or, as we call him, the incontinent king. A snap of the Blood Warlock's fingers conjured a few sequences from the video released by Thrud about Orpal's capture. It contained every instance he had begged, cried, and groveled at Thrud's feet for his life. Orpal would often shamelessly lose control of his bladder and bowels, either out of terror or in the attempt to arouse compassion. Back then, Orpal had not considered it a good idea so much as the only card he could play. His desperation move had backfired during and after its execution. Thrud only felt more disgust at him, and her rage grew at the idea that Jormungand had died because of a vermin like the dead king. After her death, those scenes had destroyed everything that Orpal had achieved after unifying the undead courts under his rule, and killing many powerful mages of the kingdom, like Mirim Distar and Krishna Manohar. Even now, after months had passed, the video was still a hit. Some people used it for drinking games, taking a shot every time Orpal wetted himself. Others just spat at his name and used his story as a cautionary tale for unruly children who, instead of improving themselves, just envied their betters. Not that I don't enjoy the show, but I know the ending. Lith dispelled the hologram with a wave of his hand. What do you mean hired to kill Meln? How? We would be more comfortable inside, Ursulin said, receiving a mildly amused stare in return. Or we can just continue standing here where you can see there is no trap or ambush ready to spring. He sighed. Sira, bring those idiots out. A couple of minutes later, a shuffling of feet announced the arrival of the missing Forgemasters. They were all present and apparently in excellent health. Their auras were vibrant and strong, with just a tinge of embarrassment. The woman walking in front of them wore a black suit of armor identical to Ursulin's and wielded a glaive. Chapter 3096, Kind of an Airhead, Part 2. She had long copper-red hair held up in a chignon, and even redder eyes lit from the undead energies coursing through her body. She might have been considered a beautiful woman, if not for her cruel gaze and disgusted expression. Anything else, O king? Her voice was devoid of respect. Magus Verhin, allow me to introduce you to Sira Morgan, Banshee and current High General of the Night Court, Ursulin said. As you can see, she's not happy having lost command to me, but for some reason no one trusts the Night Court. Not even the members of the Night Court themselves, he said with a mocking tone that matched hers. As for you, idiots, what do you have to say for yourself? Why didn't you follow our instructions and come up with a plausible excuse before leaving your houses? Because I never trusted you. Bahram the Wyvern walked forward while stroking his silvery and golden beard. In his human form, he looked like a man in his 60s with wheat blonde hair streaked silver from age. His yellow eyes with black slitted pupils tried and failed to scream, I'm a dragon. I had no idea more Forgemasters would be involved, so I used this little trick as insurance. Were you undead go back on your word? My offspring would know exactly who hired me and why. I just didn't know you were going to hire other Forgemasters. Mage Adria/Fannel, the one they had been tracking, said. The awakened Forgemaster was a woman of striking beauty in her mid-30s. She had long raven-black messy hair streaked silver, blue, and yellow all over. Making up lies is a bore and a chore because I have to remember them. I wasn't sure I would repeat the same excuse I used before leaving upon my return, and I didn't want the hassle of making up details. I thought I would be enough for whatever job you had in mind, and my disciples know I'm kind of an airhead. I get sidetracked every time I meet someone interesting or find something tasty to eat. My apprentices know they don't have to worry about me unless I disappear for more than 1 month. Kind of an airhead? Lith Strider and the two undead said in unison, making her blush in embarrassment. Some Forgemasters tried to sound cold and calculative like Bahram, but the truth was they were just like Adria. They found using so many precautions dumb and preferred going with the flow. After spending centuries being pampered by the awakened community while living in the safety of their labs, most successful Forgemasters rarely thought beyond their next commission. Did the undead courts mistreat or threaten you? Strider asked. Are you kidding me? Pharaoh Blackroot, a redcap, said, and the other Forgemasters nodded. This has been a blast. Working with so many brilliant colleagues while not having to care one bit about the materials is a dream come true. Why doesn't your precious council organize something like this, kid? Because no one in their right mind would give you their treasures for the fun of it, the Zawu snarled. And neither did we, Ursulin chimed in. Everything you see here is a countermeasure against the incontinent king. The arrays will deprive his steed of fuel. The golems will deny most of his powers and counter Knight's darkness-based abilities. We have more surprises for him at the ready, but we'd prefer to keep them for Meln rather than wasting them on you, Magus Verhin. And so do I, Lith nodded. Yet I don't understand why you are so driven to kill him. I thought you didn't care about him. Also, I see members of the Dawn and the Night Court here, but what about the Dusk Court? Have you ever tried getting in contact with a Lick? The Dawn King wanted to cry at the thought. Many times, Lith sighed. I can only get a hold of Inzialot, and only because he's literally chained to his amulet and can't store it away. Same here, Ursulin said with an angry snarl. We've left them lots of messages and are waiting for their fucking answer. As for your other question, it's much easier if I let the Incontinent King answer it. He pressed the holographic panel of his amulet again, starting a new video. Greetings, traitors. I hope you have forgotten about me. I hope that this warning will catch you by surprise, destroying whatever happiness and security you filthy maggots have bought for yourself after selling me to the mad whore. The video depicted a half-length of a shirtless Orpal, putting emphasis on his pale skin, agonizing looks, and the red and black crystal tearing his chest open. The Tiamat's eyes scanned the background for clues about Orpal's location, but aside from a rock wall behind him, there was nothing visible. I want you to know that I'm still alive, and I've never forgotten what you have done to me. I was the only horseman who gave a shit about you after my so-called siblings discarded you as the failures you are. I brought you squabbling idiots together, unifying the undead courts for the first time since their founding, and organizing you into a force on par with the gods-damned heir of Arthan. I found that filthy tyrant and paid him to craft harmonizers for you. I worked hard to give you your rightful place on Maugr, to further your evolution and fix Baba Yaga's failures. And how did you repay my generosity? You lured me into a trap, you helped the mad whore to defeat me, and you handed me to her on a silver platter. Now I understand why the other horsemen abandoned you. It's because they knew you couldn't be trusted and would only bring them down. I now understand that Baba Yaga making you weak to sunlight wasn't a mistake. Her mistake was creating you in the first place, and believe me, that's a mistake I'm going to fix myself soon. Not by evolution or harmonizers, but by extinction. You are a scourge on Maugr no less than Leech, my brother. I'll purge you all from the world above and below. I will replace you maggots with a new and improved undead race of my own making, and with their help, I'll conquer Maugr. Orpal raised and lowered his voice as fits of pain caused him to stifle a scream. He sweated bullets and his eyes were feverish, his mind burning from agony no less than his body. As you can see, I've already taken the first step to my apotheosis. Orpal touched the red and black crystal gently, yet it was enough to crack it and make his chest bleed. I've already devoured the Horseman of Dusk and gained all of his powers. Soon I'll be free from the shackles that the Red Mother imposed upon Night, while you vermin will still be weakened by her yoke. When that happens, I'll return to Garland. I'll kill all of you, add Dawn to my collection, and kill Leech. His voice rose in a crescendo of anger, pain, and madness. The mixed crystal shattered by itself, reforming a split second later. Chapter 3097 Binding Contract, Part 1. The merging process of the crystals seemed far from successful, and each attempt ravaged Orpal's body. Not necessarily in this order, of course. Orpal panted. The fit of pain was gone, and he now realized to have given away too many details of his plan. I expect you, my brother, and my sister to hide like the cowards you are, so it will depend on which one of you I find first. I'm giving you this warning not as an act of courtesy, but because I want you to spend your final days in misery like I did while Thrude kept me prisoner. I want you to watch that God's-damned video she released, and know that what she did to me, I'll return it to you 100-fold. I want you to struggle, toil, and run, knowing that nothing you can do is going to stop me. I will find you wherever you are, and I will kill you. Orpal's pupils dilated, and his lips opened in a crazed smile. I will wash my humiliation in your blood and dry it in your ashes. Then he started to laugh. At first it was barely a giggle. Then it rose into a bellow and lastly into a maniacal fit of laughter. You got the gist of it. Ursulin stopped the video. For what is worth, he goes on laughing for almost 3 more minutes before he remembers he's still recording and cuts off the video. The Dawn King lowered the volume and fast-forwarded the hologram until its end. He did it because he knew Lith didn't trust the undead courts, and because Ursulin hoped Lith would notice something in the video they had missed until that point. This is why we hired these idiots, the Blood Warlock said, after giving Lith control of the amulet so that he could rewind and fast-forward to look for clues. Undead have great knowledge and resources, but forge-mastering is not our strong point. We can do it, but it takes us much longer than an awakened, and right now we can't afford the luxury of time. The Incontinent King was so considerate to inform us of his plans, and we had not 1 minute or ingredient to waste. We called the best of the best, Ursulin said, while looking at the assembled Forgemasters, having a hard time not coding his words in sarcasm. Because if Pupai there succeeds in assimilating Dusk's crystal, we'll face someone who holds the power of 2 horsemen. And that's the best-case scenario. Everything you've seen and fought was a countermeasure against his known spells, bloodline abilities, and tower. Lith thought about the lack of life forms on his way there, the arrays draining the world energy, the darkness-infused golems, and the technique developed by the Dread Knights and their living allies. Those were anti-dragon techniques they have probably developed hoping that they work against a Verdalac as well, Lith thought. That's why some of those things were easy for me to overcome. I wasn't their intended target. What do you make of this message? Ursulin posed it as a question, but Lith knew it was a test. First, Meln is full of shit, but you already knew that from the first video. Everyone laughed at his joke. Awakened, undead, humans, and beasts. Thrud's dying wish had come true, and nothing was left of Orpal's reputation. From the less fortunate to the noble youths, he was a laughing stock to all of them. Second, he is not even close to succeeding in merging Knights and Dusk's crystals. Not only did they break without even being touched, but just keeping him alive requires Knight's full focus. If you notice, he always says, I instead of we, and there's no trace of the horseman. We both know that Knight is crazy, not stupid. That's Meln's shtick. She would have never allowed him to make that call. I'm betting that she has gone from his mind for a while, and that she was too busy keeping the crystals together to make him reason. The pain must have driven Meln to the brink of madness, and there's nothing Knight can do about it. My thoughts exactly, Ursulin nodded and Cira with him. Did you discover anything about his hideout? Though a hologram, Lith replied with a snort. The same as you did. Meln is underground, probably inside a cave deep enough to escape notice from someone using life vision. He needs a secluded space so that no one can hear him scream. That's it. Lith could see from the Dawn King's eyes that he had passed the Blood Warlock's test. I can't offer you our help, he said. We have yet to finish our own preparations, and keeping the Dawn and Night courts together is already a hassle. Cira snarled. She hated the Dawn court almost as much as she hated Lith. Almost. What I can do is offer you my communication rune. If the Incontinent King comes after us first, I'll let you know. All I ask you in return is to do the same. Ursulin offered Lith his contact rune. We tried to warn Dawn, but she refused our calls. We don't have the time to send someone to the Eclipsed Lands. Also, our people wouldn't probably be allowed to come back for security reasons, and we can't lose one more undead, especially after today. He waved at the ruins in front of the fortress that fey and self-repairing spells were already mending. I can do that, Lith exchanged runes. I have one question. Did Meln really do all the things he claimed in the video? Was he really so charismatic and foresighted? Cira the Banshee burst into a cruel laughter that echoed throughout the cave. Tell me another as good as this one, and I might forgive you, she said amid bloody tears of hilarity. Of course not. The 3 horsemen unified the courts, each following its respective founders. Pupai simply took the crown after Dawn and Dusk disappeared. Dinner was already cooked and served. His contribution amounts to eating and using a fork is something even a toddler can do. It was Dusk who contacted Glemos for the harmonizers. The Hushed King and the Tyrant Lord were both great experts in manipulating life forces. Dusk knew that we needed to increase our prowess to conquer the surface, and passed part of his research to Glemos. The Incontinent King reaped the fruits of their labor and tried to pass them as his own. Everyone knows that he didn't give a flying fuck about us. He only wanted a powerful army to impress Thrud or defeat her if everything else failed. I see, Lith nodded, finally understanding how Glemos had so easily adapted the harmonizers to the undead's life force. Don't worry about Dawn. She can look out for herself, but I'll warn her anyway if I see her again. Lith had no reason to give away his friendly relationship with the horseman or Baba Yaga. I don't like her much, but Dawn is helping Solus build her telepathic defenses and gives light mastery tips to the kids from time to time, he thought. Also, if she kills Meln for me, all the better. Chapter 3098 Binding Contract, Part 2. What about the Forgemasters? Strider chimed in, sure that he wasn't interrupting anything. Are you willing to release them? We are no prisoners, hatchling, Barem said. We came here of our own will. We have been paid to do a job and will leave when we are done. Not a second sooner. Our honor and reputation as Forgemasters are on the line. Does everyone share Elder Barem's opinion? Strider patted the backs of the awakened one by one. establishing a mind link to allow them to speak without being heard if needed. Yes, we do. Words and thoughts matched so Strider and Rika could sigh in relief. The mission was a success, and no one was in danger. Also, the Council would be pleased to hear that news and probably reward the two of them handsomely for their initiative. Unlike Lith, they were operatives of the Hand of Fate, and loyalty had to be rewarded for it to be kept. "How did you find us?" Ursulin asked. "I have my ways," Lith shrugged. "Let me guess, you are the one who set the bounty for Manadian's book." The Dawn King was no fool, and even though his information network couldn't trace the bounty back to Hogg, Ursulin could still connect the dots. "Someone noticed the disappearance of the idiots and tipped you off. What a rotten luck we have," he sighed, looking at the scene of the battle. "As a sign of good faith, I'll help you. Cathra's there has a book that matches your vague description." He pointed at a woman who was over 400 years old, but didn't look one day past 30. She yelped at the accusatory finger, followed by the greedy looks of her colleagues. "If that's really Mom's grimoire, we might learn enough to restore the tower's ears, or at least I could recover more of my memories," Solus thought as her heart started to pound in her chest. "I stole nothing," Cathra said while holding a grimoire the size of an encyclopedia volume. "My father was one of Manadian's apprentices, and she gifted this book to him. He was an honest man." The other Forgemasters already knew about it, because she consulted the grimoire often during their experiments, but prolonged exposure had only aroused their interest more. "Can I see it?" Lith asked, extending his hand. "Fair warning, it's imprinted," Cathras grunted. "You can't store it and you can't read it. All of my father's notes are in code. Also, I want you to swear on your daughter you'll return the grimoire to me if I'm telling the truth." "You have my word," Lith nodded. He took the volume and started flipping through its pages. It was indeed coded, and the penmanship was so bad that it reminded him of his own. Solus, she was shoulder to shoulder with him, reading and exploiting the physical contact for an invisible mind link. "That's not Mom's writing," she inwardly sighed in disappointment. She had a beautiful penmanship with wide-spaced letters and vowels ending in a flourish that. Lith had reached the first page of the grimoire, and there were a few lines in a writing that matched Solus, description down to a T. It was coded as well, but she could read it like it was Tyrus' universal language. It said, "To Kalman, my good friend and student, may the foundations of your family be as strong as those of your Forgemastery. In faith, Rifa Manadian." The final and N in the first ruler of the Flame's name ended with a wide flourish that looked like a mystical rune and took a lot of space. Lith needed to triple-check with the eyes to make sure it wasn't some piece of the legacy she had left for Solus. "Nothing," he sighed. "It's just—" A drop of water fell on the page, quickly followed by more. Lith lifted his eyes, and only then did he notice that Solus was crying. The enchantments of the book wiped off her tears, but didn't help her to relieve her pain. Solus' fingertips traced every single word on the page, but lingered on the signature much longer than on the rest. She took pleasure following the flourishes with her forefinger, putting particular emphasis on Manadian's autograph. Suddenly, Solus wasn't in the underground cave anymore, but in a painfully familiar wooden house. She was sitting at a table, right beside her mother, who was manipulating a small blot of black ink with water magic. From her raised chair, the young elfin could look at Manadian as she wrote down lists of mystical ingredients, groceries, or just day-to-day tasks in the hope of not forgetting about them before Thrain's return. She remembered how Elfin had taken Manadian's habit, writing her name on the list of her chores, and then presenting it to her father with pride. "You did all this, all by yourself," Thrain would say that every day in playful shock, never failing to make the young elfin puff out her chest with pride. She always signed them at the bottom like a contract, considering them as a commitment she had made and intended to honor. Solus remembered Rifa signing Elfin's homework after checking it out, and the little girl adding her own signature right under her mother's. She remembered how Elfin had taken Manadian's habit, writing her name on the list of her chores, and then presenting it to her father with pride. "You did all this, all by yourself," Thrain would say that every day in playful shock, never failing to make the young elfin puff out her chest with pride. "Yes, Daddy." "That's my girl." He held her close to his chest, the pungent smell of paint thinners invading Elfin's nostrils, yet she didn't care. That wasn't the stench of chemicals to her, it was her father's smell. "Look, I worked hard today as well." In the memory, Thrain took a small painting depicting Elfin compiling her first grimoire out of his dimensional amulet. It was actually more like a diary, since Manadian didn't trust the little girl even with fire chore magic, but Elfin loved it like it was the real deal. "Thank you, Daddy." She grabbed the painting with one hand and her father with the other, rushing to show them both off to Manadian. "Daddy did it for me, not you," she said with the silly pride of a daughter in competition with her mother for her father's attention. "Oh my," Manadian gasped in mock envy. "I need to be a better wife or Elfin will steal you from me, dear." "Don't worry, honey. At the moment the bar is really low. It won't take you much effort to improve," he said playfully, making Riffa blush in embarrassment. She knew of her own shortcomings and how her obsession with her work affected her family life, but she was trying hard to correct her bad habits. "I'm trying." "I know it, baby, and I love you for that." Thrain hugged Riffa to reassure her that her efforts hadn't gone unnoticed. Their marriage wasn't perfect, but they made it so. "Don't worry, Daddy." Elfin hugged his leg. "I'll take care of you all my life." "Promise?" Thrain asked, offering her his pinky finger. "Promise I'll put it into writing." She shook fingers and rushed to take a piece of paper to draft the contract. The memory ended as Elfin signed the paper, trying to write her last name, Manadian, as her mother would to the best of her abilities. Chapter 3099 Haunting Past, Part 1. The wooden house disappeared, replaced by the underground rock cave. Lith stood where Thrain had been until a second ago, and Ursulin was in Riffa's place. "Are you all right?" Rika asked, seeing Solus' pained expression turn into unbridled rage. To her distressed mind, the Dawn King was tainting the memory of her mother. Lith was someone Solus loved. His presence fit her present just like her past, whereas Ursulin was little more than a potential ally. Solus gritted her teeth. Her eyes burning with mana evaporated the tears still streaming down her cheeks. "Are you all right?" Lith patted her shoulder, breaking what was left of the fading images and restoring her grip on reality. "Yes, sorry," she said, clearing her voice after realizing how squeaky it was. "I'm just a huge fan of Manadian. I'd never thought the day would come when I'd see her authentic signature in person." Anyone could tell that either Solus was Manadian's biggest fan ever or that somehow the page had triggered some past trauma. Only Lith knew that both things were actually correct. I don't know what that page says." Cathras cleared her throat as well to get Solus' attention. "My father told me that it's up to me to decipher the dedication of his grimoire and then use it with the rest of the grimoire to deepen my knowledge, so I can't give it to you. Yet I can do this." She took out what looked like a wide communication amulet with a fissure large enough to accommodate a standard-sized page. She had the amulet scan the grimoire's preface and then fed it a blank piece of paper. What came out was a perfect replica of Manadian's signature, just with fresh ink. "A asterisk copy machine?" Lith was flabbergasted and, spoken in English since Tyrus Universal Language lacks the proper term. "A what?" asked those present, no matter if young, old, or ancient. "It's just a term I made up for one of my works in project." Lith lied with the same ease he breathed. "I was so surprised because I've been trying to craft something just like that. How do you call it?" "Page-to-page replicator," Cathras said, making him cringe. "If you can make your own page-to-page replicator, call it whatever you like," she scoffed. "I'm not sharing my device." "Mine is called printer." He used the Megarian term for taking the mold of something, like a hand or a key. "Because my goal was to let one page leave its print on the blank one and then mirror the words." "If you can make your own page-to-page replicator, call it whatever you like," she scoffed. "I'm not sharing my device." "Will do," Lith replied, his pride as a forgemaster and his business of ripping off Earth's technology on the line. "Thank you so much." Solus checked that the ink was dry before storing the page in her dimensional pocket and hugging Cathras. "It means a lot to me." "You are welcome, child," she replied, unaware that Solus was old enough to be her great-great-grandmother. "Well, that's too bad," Ursulin shrugged. "Yet there's more. A couple of weeks ago, some of my agents heard a drunken, awakened babbling about finding a grimoire belonging to Manadian. The idiot claimed it was going to make him very powerful and very rich. And Lith didn't actually care, but he had to carry on the facade to keep the real motive of his investigation under wraps. And according to what the locals said, the guy is an idiot and a braggart, so my men paid him no heed. The reason something so insignificant drew my attention, and I'm now telling you about it, is that later the guy disappeared. He left without telling anyone and took even his dirty laundry with him. Maybe he's the one you are looking for, or, more likely, he knew the one you are looking for and has been killed because he didn't know how to keep his mouth shut. "I'll look into it, thanks." Lith was about to inwardly roll his eyes when he felt a tug on his consciousness. "Please, Lith," Solus shared with him the memory she had just regained. "I don't care if it's just a grocery list. I want to own something that my mother wrote. If we're lucky, it might be a piece Dad and I also signed. She had us do it on the grimoires she wrote, after we signed our pact until my father died." "No need for an explanation, Solus. You just needed to ask," Lith replied. "Also, I can't wait to tell our family that you wanted to marry your dad." "I was 5, Solus blushed. "I thought that marriage meant loving someone and taking care of them like my parents did with me." "I know, I was just joking," Lith chuckled. "But you should have seen Mom's face when Tista was 6 and said she wanted to marry me once we grew up." "Seriously?" Solus had a hard time repressing a chuckle. "Yeah, with the baths and all. You have no idea how relieved Mom was when I moved out of my sister's room and had one built for myself." After working out the final details of the council's truce with the undead courts, the Dawn King opened a blood steps leading straight to the surface. "Do you want me to look for the book, guy?" Strider asked as soon as they were at a safe distance. "I know the bounty for the grimoire is just a ruse, but we must make people keep believing that's the reason you are looking for stolen goods." "Yes, thanks," Lith nodded. "If the man Urslan talked about really is an awakened, you are the best suited between us to look for him without arousing suspicions. Call me the moment you find a lead and I'll do the rest. I need something from which to get a sample of his energy signature." "No problem, just do me a favor. When we find that helm, craft something for me too." "I'll see what I can do." The Zawu and the Titania shook his and Solus' hands before leaving. Space. From there it took Lith and Solus minutes to get back home. Lith waited until he was under the combined safety of the arrays of the mansion and the tower to call Dawn and warn her. "Thanks for the heads up, but I suspected I would be next on Poopai's list. I guess now I have a good reason to get back in contact with my court." The horseman sighed. "Poopai," Lith echoed, "is the nickname catching on?" "You have no idea. If you want, I'll share the details with Solus the next time we meet for her lessons." Dawn out. "If she comes out of her room." Lith sealed the amulet inside his pocket dimension. "I haven't seen her since we arrived at the mansion. Solus left it to me to share the details of our mission with the rest of the family and even the memory of the contract with Thrain. Yet what really got me worried was when she told me not to wait for her for dinner. Every time Solus remembered something about her past, she would be shaken for a few days but never miss a meal with her family." Chapter 30, 100 Haunting Past, Part 2. Something like this happened only after she got her fury back from Bytra, and honestly, a signature doesn't seem such a big deal to me. I wonder what's the issue. Space. Solus was sitting on her bed, staring blankly at the walls of her room in the tower. Her bedroom in the mansion was bigger and more luxurious, but too close to the rest of her family for her comfort. After retrieving another piece of her past and acquiring a sample of Manadian's handwriting, Solus needed some time to think. The mansion was lively and vibrant with the voices of its residents, something she usually loved, but that she couldn't take right now. It reminded her of everything she had and lost as Elfin. "By my mom, I feel so stupid," she said while rocking her body back and forth. "I should be used to this by now, then why does it hurt so much?" "Mama," Elijah said with a giggle, trying to cheer Solus up. She wasn't aware of being part of the problem and tried to fix it to the best of her abilities. "Thanks, baby girl, but don't say this in front of Kami or she's going to get angry with me." Solus took Elijah from her crib and held the baby girl tight to her chest. Gods, who would ever believe that someone so adorable could cause so much pain? Elijah had learned a few words and took notice of the effects they had on people when she spoke them, but she still had difficulty associating them to a precise meaning. To Elijah, Mom, Mommy Solus, Grandma, and Grandpa meant all the same thing. "I love you." Only the word Dia was clear in her mind, and only because Ligon had drilled it in her mind since conception. Ba also was pretty easy, allowing her to express her disappointment in anything and anyone. As for Solus, her affection toward Elijah had only grown stronger with time, yet it was also the root of her current problem. Whenever Solus looked at the baby girl, she saw herself. The hair, the magical talent, the parents, everything was a punch to the gut that triggered her old memories almost every day. Just like Elfin, Elijah had one parent of incredible magical might, while the other was a simple human who had awakened for her sake. "Elfin, Elijah," Solus sighed while looking at the baby's light brown eyes. "Sometimes I can't help but think that you've been named after my old life instead of Mom." "Duh," Elijah replied. dazzled by the colored sparkles that appeared on Soulless' hair whenever hit by light. "I'm so scared, baby girl." Soulless held Elijah tight again, and she exploited the opportunity to suck on the shiny hair. "Scared that you are going to end up like me. You don't know it, but the shadow of death is always looming around your father as well." Meln, Lith's broken life force, guardianhood, and all the shot that happens whenever someone tries to farm us in the Alps for a petty reason. I could take it, back when it was just us. I mean me, Lith, and Kami. But now. She lifted the baby up to look at her while pretending to play. Elijah giggled, her prize still in her mouth. "Now I'm terrified of what I'm going to do with you if something happens to Lith. Of having to find a way to tell you that you won't see your father ever again. I don't want you to end up like Elfin, or for Kami and me to end up like Manadian. No one deserves that kind of pain." Soulless' eyes fell on Rifa's autograph, which was now framed and hung on the wall in front of her bed, and started to sniffle. No one but Meln, of course. Wah, Elijah was unsettled by Soulless' sadness, and even more by the mention of her father. "Daya." "Daddy is fine, don't worry," Soulless said. "For now," she inwardly added. Elijah didn't seem convinced, losing interest in the hair and feeling the need to check on Lith. A knock on the door made Soulless yelp and Elijah cry. "Is everything all right, Soulless?" Roz's voice came from the other side. "Dinner is almost ready. Are you sure you don't want to eat? A good meal makes wonders for the mood. Your mother has given her all, hoping you would change your mind." "Come in, Dad." Soulless knew she wasn't a Verhin by blood. Yet after learning that they had raised her along with Lith since he was 5, Alina and Roz considered themselves Soulless' adoptive parents and demonstrated their love for her with their actions every day. It warmed her heart, no matter how bad a day was. "I've heard you went through quite some emotions today." Roz entered cautiously, like he expected the room, Soulless, or both to shatter at any moment. "Would you like to talk about it?" "Daya," Elijah repeated with a begging tone. "No, sweetheart, I'm not your father." Roz beamed with joy and went to hold and kiss the baby girl. "I'm your grandpa. Daddy is in the other room, cooking for Mommy Soulless with the rest of the family." Daya, between Roz's cheerfulness and the confidence of his tone, Elijah stopped worrying. "Not Daya, say Grandpa, Gappa, Adia." Roz spoke the dragon-tongue word for grandfather with a snort, his annoyance at Ligaoin burning with the intensity of 1,000 suns. "Whatever comes easier." "Adia." "Let's go with that," he sighed. "What about that talk, Soulless?" She scratched her neck, trying to find a polite way to turn down the offer. Then her eyes fell on the signature again. The figure of Roz embracing Elijah overlapped with that of Thrain and Elfin, and Soulless broke down. She told him everything while holding back her tears to not scare the baby girl. Her voice cracked and faltered, her eyes turned watery, but she soldiered through with sheer willpower. "I'm really sorry for you, Soulless." Roz hugged her after letting Elijah down on the bed. "And I'm even sorrier for what I'm about to tell you, but you need to hear it. You are being very stupid and very selfish." "How can you say that?" His words stung her heart, and she tried to push Roz away. Yet he didn't let go of her, and Soulless couldn't risk putting more strength and hurting him. "I'm worried about Lith and Elijah. How can that be stupid and selfish?" she asked. "Do you really think you are the only one?" Roz held her tighter, caressing her head. "I lost both my parents less than a year after marrying Alina. Alina lost hers when she was a little over 14, and we both have already lost 2 sons. Do you have any idea how scary it was for us when we reached the same age our respective parents had at the moment of their death? Do you think we weren't worried about leaving our children alone, just like it had happened to us?" Soulless could sense the pain in Roz's voice only thanks to his closeness and her awakened instinct. Otherwise, his voice would have sounded calm and soothing.